This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1424 Deliberate. To be honest, the middle school boy burst into tears at first, but Duanmu Huai had no reaction. Although these people were unlucky, but, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, they deserved it. Generally, there are two types of protagonists in horror movies. One is the one who knows nothing, who stumbles into the place without knowing anything, and then gets haunted by a ghost. The other is the one who has heard the rumors, but believes that there are no ghosts in this world, and then gets haunted by a ghost. If it is the former, Duanmu Huai is still willing to rescue him. But as for the latter, that means letting go of the desire to help others, and respecting the fate of others. It's like you go to a zoo, and the tour guide tells you not to get off the bus, but you insist on getting off. And then you get bitten to death by a tiger. Can you blame the tiger? Or the tour guide? You must blame yourself. Similarly, the protagonists in ghost movies, who are courting death, are also the same. No matter what holiday cottage or villa they go to, they will encounter people warning them, either not to go out at night, or not to get close to a certain place, or simply not to go. Did they listen? Of course not. Then isn't it natural to be killed by ghosts? This group of middle school boys is like this. The ghost stories are all very clear. You are likely to be targeted by ghosts if you go to that street at night, but you still insist on going. And you are not going alone, you are in a gang. What the matter? You think that a single draw won't work, so you plan to get a 10-draw guarantee. Right? Congratulations, you got the guarantee. So the middle school boys are crying and shouting over there, but Duanmu Huai is calm over here. The ancients said that if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. You want to find ghosts, but they have come to you on their own. What regrets do you have? But when the middle school boy mentioned the Universe Light sect, Duanmu Huai immediately perked up. Tell me in detail. What is the Universe Light sect? I don't know the details. The middle school boy hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. I just heard from the president that he joined such a sect, and he wanted all of us to join. He said that the sect can help us see through the disguises of daily life and see the truth of the world hidden behind the scenes. So you joined? I didn't. The middle school boy was shocked and waved his hands hurriedly. I can't afford that much money. Money? Yes, I heard from the president that to join that church, in order to prove your determination, you must pay a membership fee of 5 million. This cult organization suddenly became secular. But 5 million is indeed a huge sum of money for these middle school students. Unless you are a rich second generation, you can't afford it. What about the others? Did anyone pay the money? Why did Duanmu Huai feel that this cult organization was becoming more and more like a pyramid scheme? Of course not, we don't have that much money, but the president said that there is more than one way to join the Universe Light sect. If you are willing to contribute to the sect, you can also join. So, that's why we started investigating the 7 incredible events. What does this have to do with your investigation of those ghost stories? According to the president, if we can investigate the true 7 incredible rumors, then we can join the sect and realize the truth. Great, everyone thinks it seems interesting, so they risk their lives. Right? Hee hee. Then have you contacted the Universe Light sect? No, the president seems to have communicated with them through emails. This damn cult organization is still as slick as ever. Even if Yuko Xianji investigates through the internet, I'm afraid she won't find any traces. Then what about that book? In a magazine, the president bought the special issue of the City 7 Mysteries, and we investigated according to what was written in this special issue. Huh? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, and then he exchanged a look with Sha Jui in a veiled way. Duanmu Huai still remembered that the reason he entered Qianyuan Academy to investigate was the disappearance of 2 female students. And the beginning of this incident was that one of the female students was a psychic enthusiast, and wanted to participate in a spiritual photo competition held by a psychic magazine, so she went to the air raid shelter to take psychic photos, and then committed suicide. Duanmu Huai still remembered, tracing back to the disappearance incident at Qianyuan Academy decades ago. The students at that time went to the air raid shelter to explore in order to participate in a spiritual photo contest held by a certain supernatural magazine. Now there is another supernatural magazine, and this magazine also records the real haunted places? Where is that magazine? I'm not sure, it should be at the President House. Do you know where the President House is? Yes, I know. Okay then. Duanmu Huai patted his thigh and stood up. Sajuya, let Xianji investigate this matter, you know what to do. You, take me to the President House. Huh? Faced with Duanmu Huai's swift and decisive action, the middle school boy couldn't help but be a little stunned. Ali Media, you stay at home? Satoru wants to go too. Mianmu Sanaorai raised her hand high, but Duanmu Huai didn't mind taking her with him. If you want to come, come. She said it as if she wouldn't come if he didn't let her. Duanmu Huai was sure that even if he didn't let Minmi Sanaorai come, she would still come. The reason why Duanmu Huai was in such a hurry was mainly for that supernatural magazine. In fact, after the case at Qianyuan Academy, Duanmu Huai looked for the special issue of the supernatural magazine that the literary boy wanted to participate in the competition, wanted to see what it was. However, to Duanmu Huai's surprise, he searched for a long time, but couldn't find the magazine. Duanmu Huai even went to the bookstore to ask, and bought a bunch of supernatural magazines to read. But it seemed that none of them were the one he was looking for. Could it be the one the president bought? Duanmu Huai didn't know. But he would know after taking a look. He had a hunch that this magazine might be related to the Universal Light sect. The president home was not far from here, because Duanmu Huai office was originally located on the edge of the commercial district, almost at the border of the commercial district and the residential area. Although he didn't know why Duanmu Huai did this, the middle school boy didn't mean to object. He hurriedly took Duanmu Huai and Mianmu Sanaorai out of the office and walked towards the president house. However, good things come hard. Just when Duanmu Huai and his group were about to leave the commercial district, suddenly, several black cars drove in from a distance, blocking their way. Then the car door opened, and then several men in black suits got out of the car and surrounded Duanmu Huai and others. Although they were wearing suits, it was obvious from their appearance that these guys were not office workers. The middle school boy looked at them and turned pale with fear. Who are you? Duanmu Huai frowned and stared at the idiots who were blocking his way. He had finally found a clue, but he didn't want it to end like that. However, now, there are still a group of idiots who dare to waste their time. We have something to do with that kid. However, the men in suits looked at the middle school boy and said, Me? Hearing the suit man words, the middle school boy was stunned for a moment, looking at Duanmu Huai in surprise. He was originally involved in some gang feud, but the terrifying gangsters on the opposite side were actually coming for him. He was just a middle school student. How could he be related to the gang? It really troublesome. Hearing the suit man words, Duanmu Huai frowned, then clenched his fists. I give you two choices, either get out or die, you choose. As Duanmu Huai spoke, fierce murderous aura burst out from him, and the gangsters trembled all over and retreated in fear. Mianmu Satoru's eyes were shining with excitement, and she stretched out her hand to press the hilt of the sword. Her pupils were dilated and stared forward without any focus. She was already thinking about which part of the opponent would be more interesting to pierce. Stop! However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then Duanmu Huai saw another well-dressed man getting out of the car. Why does this scene look familiar? This person looks familiar. Mr. Duanmu, I didn't expect to see you here. You are? I am Tezuka. Oh, by the way, Duanmu Huai remembered, he was from the Ingwei group. Although I want to ask you what you are going to do, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry now. How about I talk to you later? Of course, no problem. Tezuka Liani obviously didn't intend to confront Duanmu Huai and Neem Sanaorai head-on. He just nodded, and then motioned for the others to leave. Sorry. I lost my composure a little bit. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Tezuka Reneki looked at the middle school boy. If you don't mind, can I go with you? I have something to do with this kid. Okay. Just don't waste my time. Duanmu Huai certainly didn't care about the middle school boy life or death. He just wanted him to lead the way. So Tezuka Reneki also joined the team and continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at the president home. Although the president's parents were sad because of their child's disappearance. Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai was in no mood to comfort them. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was a detective with some reputation. After learning his identity, the president's parents also believed that Duanmu Huai was helping to find their missing child. So they cooperated very well. Therefore, Duanmu Huai was very successful. Not only did he get the supernatural magazine, but also the mobile phone and laptop used by the president, which were given to him by the president's parents. Well, these are enough. Okay, I'm done. After leaving the president's house, Duanmu Huai was very happy. After all, according to the nature of many games, movies and novels, if there is any key thing, it will either be taken away by others when you go to find it, or destroyed. In fact, before coming here, Duanmu Huai was mentally prepared. He even began to imagine the scene of the president house and his parents being burned to ashes. I didn't expect to get important props so easily. It really a cause for celebration. To be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai also scanned these things, so that there would be no need to worry even if they were damaged. So Duanmu Huai, in a good mood, was relieved and began to ask Tezuka Liani curiously, "Why are you here? What do you want to see this kid for?" Hearing Duanmu Huai question, Tezuka Liani showed a complicated smile. "If it were someone else, I wouldn't be able to tell you. But if it was Mr. Duanmu, it wouldn't matter. I don't know if you still remember that I wanted to ask you to investigate someone. I remember someone in your group accidentally killed someone while collecting debts? Yes. In fact, not long after that, that person also died." "Oh!" Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. "Then what? What does this have to do with this kid? I just found out by chance. Actually, the place where the younger brother had a conflict with the other party when collecting debts was the Hell One Chom." Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood. "Oh my god, so they are the victim's ally? But this can be related to the underworld? You are deliberately trying to make me lean on this. Right?" Chapter 1425, Go Straight to Huanglong. The story told by Tezuka Reneki is slightly different from that of the middle school boy, but it is not much different. At that time, the group sent someone to collect the debt, and the other party lived in Hell One Chom. Since usury is legal in Japan, collecting the debt is naturally legal. The unlucky debtor tried to evade again and again, but was eventually caught by the younger brother in the group, who beat him up and took away the money. However, unfortunately, this scene was discovered by a patrolling policeman, and the younger brother hurriedly fled. As a result, the next day, the news came that the younger brother had killed someone, and the police also launched a wanted list for him. The Japanese mafia is not as arrogant as the Sicilian mafia, nor as powerful as the Godfather of the Brook district. They are more like police-civilian cooperation. In simple terms, I won't cause you trouble, and you don't cause me trouble. This way, it good for you, me, and everyone else. But if you cause me trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Take debts for example. The mafia can go to collect debts, and even use violence to collect debts. They can even arrest people and throw them directly onto fishing boats to let them go out to sea to catch tuna. Or they can force people to make small movies with contracts. As long as your small movies are mosaicked, the police will not care. You can't not mosaic it, because it's illegal. But you can't kill someone. If you kill someone, the police will have to intervene even if they don't want to. Similarly, the gangs have to give the police an explanation. So when something like this happens, the first reaction of the big brothers is to let the other party surrender on their own initiative. After all, there is no death penalty in Japan. It's just that someone was killed by accident during the debt collection process. How many years can he be sentenced? Besides, he's just a little brother. It's okay to put him in prison. It won't hurt his bones. The younger brother firmly denied it, saying that he only beat the other person and did not kill him at all. However, no one took his words seriously. Such people usually say all kinds of nonsense to get away with it. So they also locked up the younger brother, planning to send him directly to the police station the next day. However, that night, an accident happened and the younger brother died. What was even more surprising was that he did not commit suicide, but was killed by someone. The person who killed him was actually the creditor he accidentally killed. What? Is your mind confused? Tezuka Reneki thought so at first. But the problem was that the situation was completely captured by the surveillance camera. In the surveillance camera, you can see that the younger brother was originally sleeping in a closed room. Suddenly, he showed great pain, as if he was having a nightmare. Then, a figure gradually emerged from his body and turned into a man. The man reached out his hand and strangled the younger brother's neck. When the gangsters outside found something wrong and rushed in, the man had strangled the younger brother to death and disappeared completely. The gangsters who were watching hurriedly called their boss. But when the boss arrived, the younger brother's body was also missing. At that time, everyone thought this matter was very strange and could not figure out what was going on. It was at that time that Tezuka Liani learned about this matter and wanted to use it to build a relationship with Duanmu Huai. So he called him for the first time and wanted to entrust Duanmu Huai to investigate. But Duanmu Huai refused. If that were the case, then the impact of this incident would not be that great. as it was just the death of a younger brother. However, not long after this, things became worse. This time, the young assistant in the group died, and the one who killed him was the young assistant. The status of the young assistant was not low. In the gang, in a group, the highest status was the team leader. That is, the big brother. Then came the young assistant, whose status was second only to the team leader. At the same time, if the team leader died or was arrested, he would inherit the position of the team leader. The position of Wakado assistant is actually equivalent to the third in command. Although they are assistants in name, their relationship with Wakado is a bit like the relationship between the crown prince and other princes. Although Wakado is the first choice to inherit the position of team leader, if something happens to Wakado, then these Wakado assistants are also qualified to inherit the position of team leader. Therefore, the status of Wakado assistant in the gang is not low. And when he was killed, it was also full of drama. At that time, the Wakado assistant was about to go home after having fun in the nightclub. Just when he walked out of the nightclub and was about to get in the car, the younger brother suddenly came from the end of the dark street and attacked the Wakado assistant directly. Although there were people protecting Wakado assistant, the younger brother was just like a weirdo, invulnerable to swords and guns. He even cut open Wakado assistant with a knife in front of everyone else. Then the younger brother disappeared, and Wakado assistant body disappeared after that. When things got to this point, everyone was panicking. The gangsters were just bold, but they were not really afraid of anything. This weird thing had begun to make the atmosphere in the group uneasy. So the leader of that group asked for help from the leader of the Ingwe group, who had a good relationship with him. The leader of the Ingwe group didn't know what to do, but he owed the other party a life. So he agreed and handed the matter over to Tezuka Reneki. Tezuka Reneki also had some means. He learned from the police that similar cases had occurred. So he followed the clues to find the middle school boy and asked him what happened. However, haunted. To be honest, I really can't imagine it. Looking at the supernatural magazine in Duanmuhuai hand, Tezuka Liani was speechless. However, since Mr. Duanmu is going to investigate this matter, then I can let it go. After all, strictly speaking, this is not what I should do. Indeed, it would be too difficult for a gangster detective to investigate supernatural events. After learning that Duanmuhuai was in charge of investigating this matter, Tezuka Liani decisively chose to stop. On the one hand, he was a little uneasy about this kind of weird thing. On the other hand, Tezuka Liani also knew how powerful Duanmuhuai was. Although this is the order of the team leader, as long as we go back and report to the team leader that Duanmuhuai is involved in this matter, it should be over. I have to state in advance that I may not be able to come up with a result. It doesn't matter. I believe in your ability, Mr. Duanmu. The team leader also praises you very much. After all, it is because of Mr. Duanmu's activeness that the team leader was able to hear the last words of his daughter before her death. It's just a casual thing. I leave first if there's nothing else. Of course. By the way, if you need any help, you can call me anytime. Our Ingwe group is quite powerful here. It depends on the situation. Duanmuhuai was unwilling to call a group of gangsters for help. What if he didn't clean up well enough? So he just responded with a few words, and then went back to the office. As for the boy, he left with Tezuka Reneki. After all, the man who killed him had been killed by Neem Sanatwarai, and he shouldn't come out again. I hope not. Of course, to be on the safe side, Duanmuhuai gave him a talisman to keep him safe, but unlike Yatsuya Miko, this is a one-time thing. After all, men, they should have some backbone. They are not girls like Yatsuya Miko. Giving you one chance to save your life is enough. No more. After returning to the office, everyone also gathered around curiously, looking at the supernatural magazine in Duanmuhuai hand. Ghost. Staring at the magazine, Sakuya's expression was a little complicated. Are there really ghosts in this world? You've experienced a lot, right? After all, since Duanmuhuai came to this world, Shaji has been with him and experienced the most events. But those are monsters, not ghosts. Right? It must be said that Shaji's answer is also reasonable. Indeed, most of the existences in Cthulhu mythology can be classified as biological. The only difference is whether they belong to alien creatures or extraterrestrial creatures. Things like evil spirits, not to mention in this world, even in Merry World, Duanmuhuai has never seen them. Come to think of it, everyone in school likes this kind of game, such as dog and fox. Mienmu Sanatwarai beside him also spoke curiously. There are really people playing it. I've only seen it in movies. Isn't playing this kind of game a prelude to death? Duan Muhui sighed casually, and then opened the Supernatural magazine with the title 7 Incredible Special Issues of XX City. Generally speaking, these 7 incredible rumors are more common in schools. And of course, the themes are also very consistent. For example, Hinako in the toilet, the human model that runs away at night, and the piano sound in the empty music room are all considered the 7 incredible fixed items on campus. For example, the legend of Hinako is that: go to the toilet on the 3rd floor of the school. Knock on the door from the first one. Knock 3 times for each toilet. And ask at the same time, is Hinako there? And when you knock on the 3rd one, you will hear I'm here from the toilet. Answer. Then the toilet door opens, and Hinako appears and drags the other person into the toilet, and then disappears. Of course, normal people will know that this rumor is illogical as soon as they hear it. If everyone who knocks on the toilet is taken away by Hinako, then who left this story? In fact, many ghost stories are like this. You said that the person died in the end. So where did this ghost story come from? The person turned into a ghost after he died and told you the story? Isn't this nonsense? Brother, are we going to investigate these 7 incredible events next? I don't have the time. However, Duan Muhui's answer was beyond Sha Jui's imagination. I'm looking for the address. Address? Yes. There is definitely something wrong with this magazine. There should be the address and phone number of the editorial department and the printing factory on it. I will go there directly to see what kind of place is it that prints and publishes such a disgusting magazine. That right. Duan Muhui is not so stupid as to play a puzzle game with the other party. Just go to the editorial department, then catch the guy who made this magazine, and then interrogate him directly. Wouldn't that tell you everything? Oh, Duan Muhui has a shadow. No need to interrogate, just scan it. But this magazine may not have a problem. Right? Irisville looked at the magazine in front of her curiously. No matter from the printing or texture, it felt no different from those third-rate tabloids. Whether there is a problem, let people see it. Duan Muhui's voice just fell, only heard. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. When he heard the doorbell, Duan Muhui raised his eyebrows. Okay, the talent we need is here. Chapter 1426. Open the door. Trial court. Teacher, do you have something to talk to me about? The person who walked into the office was none other than Yotsuya Miko. After getting the amulet from Duan Muhui, her complexion was obviously much better. Although Yotsuya Miko had encountered several strange evil spirits since then, the moment the other party attacked Yotsuya Miko, she was pierced, torn, and then eaten by the tentacles on Duan Muhui's amulet. At first, Yotsuya Miko was a little afraid of this behavior, but people have strong adaptability. Slowly, I got used to it. It commonly known as numbness. Of course, Yotsuya Miko was also very grateful to Duan Muhui. That's why she rushed to the office after receiving the news from Duan Muhui. After all, with the amulet, she could live a stable life. Although the amulet was really indescribable in Yotsuya Miko's eyes, but compared with her peaceful and tranquil daily life, Yotsuya Miko felt that the little problem was not a big deal. Well, I just happen to have something for you to look at. For Duan Muhui, Yotani Miko is still useful. Although her eyes are not as convenient as the golden pupils, at least she can receive signals in the full frequency band. Maybe Yotani Miko can see something that he and Irisville can't see. So he waved at Yotani Miko, asking her to come over, and then handed over the magazine. Supernatural magazine? Yotani Miko was a little surprised to take the magazine handed over by Duan Muhui, but she still followed Duan Muhui's instructions and obediently picked up the magazine and opened it. Is it about the ghost story in our city? Wow, there is such a thing. While speaking, Yotani Miko flipped through the magazine in front of her, while Duan Muhui and others just stared at her. Yotani Miko reading speed is not very fast, but this special issue itself is not thick. Yotani Miko soon turned to a page at the back, then her face turned pale instantly, and she threw the magazine out. What did you see? Seeing Yotani Miko's surprised look, Duan Muhui was happy in his heart. This shows that there is indeed something wrong with this magazine. 2 hands. Recalling what she had just seen, Yotani Miko's face turned pale. 2 hands suddenly stretched out from the book, and then grabbed me. Let me see. Duan Muhui reached out, and picked up the magazine, and opened it. Which page? The 7th incredible event, the page behind Kisaragi Station. Duan Muhui followed Yotani Miko's instructions, opened that page, and then carefully stared at the content on it. To Duanmu Huai's surprise, this page did not contain any particularly evil or mysterious content. It just summarized the 7 incredible events in the previous section, and called on readers to actively investigate the mysterious events and participate in submissions. It looked like a very ordinary and formulaic postscript, with only a record of readers' letters attached. But what Duanmu Huai did not expect was that just as he finished reading this page, he suddenly felt a strange sight, which was greedy and disgusting, as if even the sight itself exuded the smell of a beast. However, perhaps because of the isolation of the temple and Duanmu Huai's own strength, the sight only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. This book is indeed problematic. Duanmu Huai silently gave this page an appraisal, and then detected the contents of the 12th volume of the incomplete version of Glocky Revelation, looking at the prompt that popped up in the system in front of him. Duanmu Huai was confused. What kind of book Glocky Revelation is? Duanmu Huai is not sure, but he knows about Glocky. Back in Merry World, Duanmu Huai and Mary had dealt with Glocky, and they had completely killed him. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that this thing actually had a cult book. Could it be that Glocky was the mastermind behind this? But that not right? Glocky had been killed by himself a long time ago. Moreover, the aura just now was completely different from the aura of Glocky that Duanmu Huai had encountered before. What the hell is this? Forget it. Let's ignore this for now. Since Yotsuya Miko and the system have confirmed that there is something wrong with this book, then the next thing to do is very simple. Yuko, investigate this address immediately. Determine its location. Duanmu Huai turned directly to the last page, found the address of the editorial department of this supernatural magazine, and then gave an order to Xianji Yuko. The latter also immediately buried his head and typed on the keyboard for a while. Found it, room 302. 3rd floor. Office building. Number 25 5th Street. Old Industrial Zone. Okay. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai stood up directly. Yotani and Medea, you come with me. The rest of you stay here, wait for my news. After saying this, Duanmu Huai directly pulled Yotani Miko and Medea, who looked confused, out of the office, while Minmi Sanatwarai was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed. Wait, teacher, I want to go too. When the 4 of them left the office like a typhoon, the others came back to their senses and looked at each other. Is my brother really okay? I feel like he in a rage. He should be fine. Yuko Xianji yawned. That old industrial area is scheduled to be demolished. Most of the companies have moved out. There are almost no people there. So even if he kicks the other party door, I'm afraid no one will care. That's not what I meant. But in fact, Duanmu Huai meant that. He drove at lightning speed towards the old industrial area. Along the way, Duanmu Huai almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, so that Yotsuya Miko, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned pale, as if she was going to have a car accident the next moment. On the contrary, Minmi Sanatwarai, who was sitting in the back, raised his hands and cheered excitedly, looking like he was enjoying a roller coaster ride. When Duanmu Huai finally stepped on the brake, Yotani Miko was sweating all over, and collapsed in the seat and couldn't stand up. This is it. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the building on the side of the road. The building looked very shabby, and the whole building was dark, looking like an abandoned place. Although it was daytime, there was no one on the street, not even a car could be seen. As an urban area, this place is obviously dead. Yotani, did you see anything? Yotani Miko widened her eyes, looked around, and then shook her head. No, I didn't see anything, but I have a bad feeling. While speaking, Yotani Miko clenched the amulet in her hand. This strange feeling was the first time since she awakened these eyes, making Yotani Miko feel a little uneasy. Medea? The flow of mana around is a little strange. I'm not sure what here, but please be careful, master. There is definitely something wrong here. I know, Minmu. Get ready, Medea. Give us a buff. Okay, master. As a caster, Medea's combat power is not very strong, but her ability to add buffs is first class. After making sure that the 4 people have been protected, Duanmu Huai led the way into the building in front of him. This is a typical commercial office building. When it is busy, there should be many companies working in this building. But now, it is dead silent here. Even the front desk has no sign of people. This is understandable after all. There is no one here now. It should be like this. Ding. Just as Duanmu Huai and the other 4 walked into the hall, the elevator at the end of the hall suddenly opened, and pale light was projected from inside, illuminating the dust-covered ground outside. Seeing this, Yotsuya Miko swallowed her saliva. Even a girl like her who knew nothing knew that this could not be a coincidence. The elevator in an abandoned building was still usable, and it happened to be open when she and others arrived. How could it be such a coincidence? Great, there is an elevator. Only Neem Sanawarai didn't care about this at all. He walked towards the elevator with a smile, and then was pulled back by Duanmu Huai by the collar. He stared at the elevator in front of him, and was silent for a moment, then reached out his hand, took something out of his arms, and threw it directly into the elevator. Okay, let go. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and left the building. Watching Duanmu Huai turn around and leave, the other three were stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed him. Duanmu Huai was very fast, but the others were not slow under the blessing of Medea buff, and it took only a few seconds for them to leave the building, and then Duanmu Huai led the others to the back of a shop across the street. Teacher? We come here. Walking to the back of the shop, Yotani Miko wanted to ask something, but the next moment, she saw Duanmu Huai press the button in his hand. The deafening explosion turned into thunder at this moment, piercing through the girl's ears like lightning, making her cover her ears and squat down involuntarily. The earth was shaking constantly, and the air waves of the explosion were mixed with fragments flying everywhere. If Medea had not cast magic protection on several people in advance, I'm afraid they would have been covered in dust long ago. When the explosion ended, everyone looked out and saw that the building had completely collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. Teacher? What on earth is this? Seeing this scene, Yotsuya Jianzi was stunned. But Duanmu Huai didn't pay attention to her words. Just looked around. Okay. Don't play this boring trick. Get out here and die. As Duanmu Huai's voice fell, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. Chapter 1427 Return. Boom boom boom. The ground began to shake violently, like an earthquake. Even the air was filled with an unstable atmosphere. Everyone looked around in surprise, only to see that the solid ground under their feet was deformed and cracked like a soft cake, and the houses around them collapsed like building blocks. Even the sky seemed to be cracked, flashing with strange light. Not only that. Master, look at the sky. Medea opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked up at the sky. Duanmu Huai looked up, and saw that the scorching sun, that was originally hanging high in the sky was now slowly covered by the dark shadow. At the same time, accompanied by the roaring sound like thunder all around, the huge waves in the distance of the horizon roared in, ruthlessly swallowing up the surrounding roads, buildings, houses, and buildings. The sky began to become dark and lightless, as if even the light was completely swallowed up. However, only Duanmu Huai saw it. His sight passed through the sky, across space, and saw the existence in the unfathomable dark abyss. A crazy and sharp flute sound emerged from the other side of the flickering chaotic curtain. It was the ultimate and impermanent disaster from the deepest chaos. Even the chaos evil god trembled in fear before its blind and foolish shadow. That was fuck. The moment his sight touched it, Duanmu Huai shouted, and then he raised his hand without hesitation and snapped his fingers. The next moment, when Duanmu Huai opened his eyes again, he was already sitting on the sofa in the office again, gasping for breath. Brother? What wrong with you? Shaji came over, looking at Duanmu Huai anxiously. Nothing, I just had a nightmare. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Nightmare? Yes, please make me a cup of coffee. Okay, brother. Shaji looked at Duanmu Huai anxiously, but still nodded obediently, walked behind the bar to make coffee, while Duanmu Huai sighed, then closed his eyes, and leaned on the sofa. While enjoying the soft touch of the sofa, Duanmu Huai silently opened the system prompt interface. The player looked directly at ## body. The player felt the shock of terror that did not exist here. Well, identification failed. The player lost 5 points of sanity. The player received immediate symptoms and fainted. Damn. It was a close call. Duanmu Huai silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This seemed to be the first time he lost his sanity due to a failed will identification. And even fainted? Fortunately, I am an old one, and I have a certain resistance. Otherwise, I would have died immediately. But this is normal. After all, that is ##. What chaos evil god for vendors. They are just little brothers in front of it. Duanmu Huai was really lucky that he reacted quickly. The moment he saw that thing, he decisively used time reversal. Although Duanmu Huai's idea has always been that you can summon it. And if you can't beat it after summoning it, it might fault. But at this time, he was scared for the first time. After all, I fight ##. Really? To be honest, the chaos evil god Duanmu Huai is not afraid to fight back, but facing this thing, Duanmu Huai really has no idea at all. Speaking of which, those idiots. They even dare to summon ###? If Duanmu Huai can project a warship now, he will decisively sign the extermination order. These damn cult bastards are really sick in the brain. Can that thing be summoned casually? Even if you summon a corrupted stain. I won't be so panicked. No! We must find the territory of this Cosmic Light Foundation immediately. And then kill these bastards. Duanmu Huai was not in a hurry before, because he thought that these cultists could not do anything big. At most they would summon an old one or an outer god. And he was not unable to defeat them. But he didn't expect these bastards to dare to summon ###. Brother, the coffee is ready. As Shaji's voice sounded, the aroma of coffee also came. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, took the coffee, and drank a sip. The rich and mellow taste immediately dispelled the fear and trembling chill in Duanmu Huai's body, and made him relax. By the way, what day is today? What day? Hearing Duanmu Huai question, Shaji blinked. Brother, are you confused from sleeping? Tomorrow is the Golden Week. This time, the time was really long enough. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. It was like he had fought so hard to defeat the final boss, but when he was reloading the game, his hand slipped and went back to the previous save, and he hadn't saved the game in the middle. And more importantly, because of the uniqueness of the old ones he had killed would not be resurrected, which meant that those places would not have problems like before. Of course, he could not use the method of reloading the game to defeat the boss to strengthen himself. As for Irisville and Media, they were sent back by the system as punishment for reloading the game. So, time reversal is not easy to use. And Duanmu Huai really doesn't want to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Fortunately, it is not all in vain. Duanmu Huai put down the cup and stood up. Xianji is still in the bedroom. Yes, I just helped her pack the luggage for tomorrow. It just so happens that I have something to do with her. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked up the stairs, and then walked directly into Xianji Yuko's room without even knocking, and then closed the door. Soon, Xianji Yuko's panicked cry came from the door. Wait, why didn't you knock on the door? What are you going to do? Hey! Now? But, okay, I do it now. Hearing Xianji Yuko wailing from the door, Sakuya tilted his head in confusion, but eventually returned to his room to pack his things. Soon, a night passed. Early the next morning, Sakuya dragged Xianji Yuko, who had not slept all night and looked haggard with dark circles under her eyes, out of the office to meet up with Mika to continue their Golden Week trip. Once again, Duanmu Huai left the office after they left. But he did not get in the car immediately, but walked around his car and opened the trunk. Then, he saw Neem Satora hiding inside. Ah! Teacher. Good morning. The discovered Mienmu Satora didn't look embarrassed at all. On the contrary, she smiled and waved to Duanmu Huai, as if she was caught playing hide and seek. Okay, get in the car. Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly, then made a gesture, and Mienmu Satora came out of the trunk and looked at him curiously. Hey! Teacher, aren't you curious why Satora is hiding here? Maybe it's because you think you encounter something interesting if you follow me. Bimbo. That right. Mienmu Sanawarai spread his hands, with a smile on his face. I didn't expect the teacher to understand Sanawarai so well. You can't do anything else. Okay, get in the car. After all, this is what you told me yourself. After taking Mienmu Sanawarai into the car, Duanmu Huai drove away from the office and got on the highway. Teacher, where are we going? Go to the airport. Last night, Duanmu Huai tortured Zayuanji Yuzi all night in order to use her power to investigate the strange editorial department and the secrets behind it. Although Zayuanji Yuzi didn't know where Duanmu Huai got the information from, she still investigated the editorial department of the Supernatural magazine according to Duanmu Huai's request, and found that the editorial department occasionally communicated with a place abroad. It's just a third-rate Supernatural magazine, not reporting on sports and entertainment media programs, exchanging news with foreign countries, exchanging transnational ghost stories with each other. After Ziyuan Temple Yuko locked the communication location, Duanmu Huai decided to strike decisively, go straight to Huanglong, and conduct an investigation there. At this moment, he has completely entered the judge mode. That is, whoever stands in my way will die. After all, Duanmu Huai was slacking off because he didn't know what the other party was going to do. But now that he knows that the other party wants to summon ###, he naturally can't be soft-hearted. If necessary, Duanmu Huai will even completely destroy the entire city, and will not reload the file again, facing a world-destroying disaster. No matter how extreme it is not excessive. The specific location is a small town in the mountains of Western Europe. It is very remote, and even taking a plane takes a long time. Duanmu Huai took Minmi Sanatwarai on the plane very smoothly. Although according to reason, Minmi Sanatwarai white wooden sword as a weapon is not allowed to be brought on the plane. Duanmu Huai guaranteed it with his identity as a detective. So he was allowed to bring Minmi Sanatwarai white wooden sword on the plane. After getting on the plane, Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and began to gather his strength, waiting to reach the destination, and then began to investigate. He had made a decision, and he was not afraid even if he alerted the enemy. Once he found useful clues, he would just reload the game, and then speed up the investigation based on the accumulated clues. He didn't believe that these psychopaths could really rebel. However, it turned out that plans are never as fast as changes. Excuse me. Among all the passengers, is there anyone who is a detective? When Duanmu Huai heard the voice coming from the radio, he wondered for a moment if he had heard it wrong. Generally speaking, the broadcasts on passenger planes and trains are all about looking for doctors, not detectives. Could a murder happen at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Even if a murder really happened, it is not my specialty. Teacher, someone is looking for you. Compared to the lack of interest in Duanmu Huai, the eyes of Nianmu Sanwari next to him were shining, and he looked excited, as if he had encountered something interesting. Ah, I still want to have a good sleep. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and stood up. After all, there was a record of him boarding the plane. After all, he was a full-time detective. Now the other party wanted to find a detective. If he didn't stand up, the association might find trouble with him later. Forget it. Let go, and see how many people died. I am a detective. Just as Duanmu Huai stood up and was about to speak, he saw the person sitting next to him suddenly raised his hand, and then a clear female voice sounded. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a girl with short silver white hair, blue eyes, and dark gray dress sitting there. Her eyes were staring straight ahead, and her right hand was raised straight, as if she was showing her firm will. This was in stark contrast to Duanmu Huai, who had no idea how to sit or stand, and had a fierce look on his face. The evidence was that the flight attendant who had been walking towards this side stopped after seeing Duanmu Huai, and then looked at the girl sitting next to her, hesitating, and not knowing whether to go forward. Excuse me, who of you two is a detective? I'm a detective. The girl stood up while speaking, then took out her detective license from her bosom, and Duanmu Huai sighed, also took out his detective license. I'm a detective too. I'm the teacher assistant. At this moment, Nianmu Sanatwarai also rushed over, hugging Duanmu Huai's arm, and declared with a smile. That it. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, and then exchanged glances with the silver-haired girl next to him. How about you go? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, if the girl is willing to take over, then it would be great, and he could sleep soundly. However, in that case, let go and take a look together. As if she didn't understand Duanmu Huai's expression at all, the silver-haired girl made the invitation with a smile. Chapter 1428 Air Crisis. Originally, Duanmu Huai thought that someone had died and needed to solve a case, but the result was beyond his expectations. Good fellow. Standing at the door of the cockpit, Duanmu Huai looked inside speechlessly. On the co-pilot seat in the cabin, the pilot there was unconscious, and sitting on him was a yellow-haired young man. In other words, hijacking? Huh? Good fellow, I have never seen this in my life. Duanmu Huai folded his arms, stared at the cockpit, and whistled. It was just as Duanmu Huai said. Hijacking was something that most people would never encounter in their lifetime. But he actually encountered it. What kind of luck is this? The silver-haired girl next to him just looked at him calmly, with a very calm expression. Are you detectives? The yellow-haired man frowned and looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion, obviously quite suspicious of his identity, while the silver-haired girl stepped forward and spoke, rather than asking questions. Shouldn't you tell me your name first? Heh. Hearing the silver-haired girl question, the yellow-haired man chuckled. Bat? My code name. Hello. Bat? The silver-haired girl stared at the yellow-haired man and said, My name is Siesta, and I'm a detective. At this point, Siesta looked at Duanmu Huai, and Duanmu Huai just frowned and grinned. Just a hijacker. Why bother with so much trouble? What the use of knowing my name? Anyway, you're going to die soon. Haha, you guys are really funny. However, Hua Mao obviously didn't take Duanmu Huai words to heart, and just chuckled. Since you are detectives, then try to infer the reason why I hijacked this plane. If you can answer correctly, I won't break the captain's neck. So, if we answer wrong, including you, everyone will die? Don't you care about your own life? Hearing Siesta's question, Hua Mao just sneered complacently and shrugged his shoulders. Ha! Maybe if I don't do this, I won't feel the value of life. Well, I let you feel it now. Just before Hua Mao finished speaking, with a roar, Duanmu Huai rushed into the cockpit and reached out to grab Hua Mao. Logically speaking, with Duanmu Huai's size, it would not be easy for him to enter this narrow cockpit. Not to mention that the cockpit door only allows normal human-sized bodies to pass through. Duanmu Huai was just standing behind Siesta before, so Hua Mao had never expected that the other party could actually rush in. When Duanmu Huai's big hand grabbed Hua Mao's collar, he was frozen there for a while, and had no reaction at all. The next moment, Hua Mao flew out of the cockpit like a stone thrown by a catapult, and Siesta and Nianmu Sinaorai, who were originally standing there, also hurriedly moved to the left and right, watching Hua Mao hit the wall of the cabin. Woo! The yellow-haired man was also dizzy at this moment. He stood up shakily. He saw Duanmu Huai had left the cockpit again. His tall body blocked the door of the cockpit, completely blocking Hua Mao's attempt to rush into the cockpit again and hijack the captain as a hostage. Damn! What kind of monster is this guy? Hua Mao was sweating coldly. At this moment, he no longer had the ease he had before. He could feel that the aura coming from this guy was as ferocious and terrifying as that of a beast, as if he would tear him to pieces in the next moment. What should I do? The yellow-haired man looked around quickly. The front of the wide-body aircraft was a screen-like setting. The wall he was leaning against was in the middle, and there were two paths leading to the cabin on the left and right. At this moment, the two sides were also blocked by two girls. The girl standing on the left was the girl named Shesta. She stared at him with an indifferent expression and said nothing. And the one standing on the right was a green-haired girl. She seemed to have come with the monster man. At this moment, the green-haired girl just stood there. At the same time, her eyes were fixed on Duanmu Huai. She didn't care about her at all. Good opportunity. It you? The whole process lasted less than 2 seconds. The yellow-haired man made a decision, and then, a strange scene appeared. His left ear was instantly broken, turned into a huge tentacle, and stabbed towards Mianmi Sanaorai at lightning speed. As long as he could penetrate the girl body, and use her as a shield, he could turn the game around. That what the yellow-haired man thought, and that what he did. But it doesn't mean the ending is what he thought. At the moment when the tentacle shot out, Mianmu Sanaorai's body suddenly turned, and a sword flashed, directly cutting the tentacle in half. Woo! Ah! Obviously, this was extremely painful for Hua Mao. He covered his head and staggered back. How could it be? How could it be? How could it be like this? Hua Mao was still staring at Mianmu Sanaorai at this moment, and he couldn't believe his eyes at all, because even now, Mianmu Sanaorai had never looked at him straight in the eye. Hua Mao certainly didn't know that Ninmo Sanaorai had an ability called observation eyes. Generally speaking, when humans want to observe something, they will definitely concentrate their attention, and their pupils will automatically focus and move during this process, so people can judge the other person's target and position through their eyes. However, this is not the case with Ninmo Sanaorai. Observation is different from looking. Looking far is broad, while looking near is narrow. Ninmo Sanaorai, observation eyes, was also trained in this way. In other words, her eyes can always capture all the information on the scene in front of her, without having to focus to lock the target. So many times, others may think that Mianmi Satori is in a daze, as if she is in a trance and not looking at them at all. But in fact everything is in her eyes. In addition, Mianmi Satori's SA value is 0, so she doesn't even emit murderous intent when fighting. Therefore, for Mianmi Satori opponents, it is quite tricky. After all, Mianmi Satori may tilt her head and say something without anger in the last moment, and the sword in her hand will directly stab your chest in the next moment. During this process, she won't even glance at you, and you won't be able to detect any clues at all. Duanmu Huai still remembers Jinmu Qianshu, whom he met in another world. She is best at predicting by observing the other party eyes and muscle movements, and can even dodge bullets with this lightning-fast reflex ability. However, if Jimu Qianshu meets Minmi Sanahorai, she will be completely defeated. Her prediction and observation are useless in front of Minmi Sanahorai, because when Minmi Sanahorai looked at her, there was no need to look at her. So fighting with Minmi Sanahorai was actually a very painful thing. Because she didn't need to look at the opponent directly, she would give the opponent an illusion that her attack was not aimed at him. Especially when facing a large number of enemies, this was even more true. One of the 5 swordsmen, Eneji Warabi, who took Duanmu Huai to visit Qianyuanliu, said that, among the 5 of them, Inaba Yueya was the best at single combat, while Minmu Sanahorai was the best at group combat. The reason is that once surrounded by many people, the strange characteristics of the viewing eyes of Minmu Sanahorai will make all those who attack her mistakenly think that she is looking at others instead of themselves. As a result, when Sanahorai's sword comes, it is too late. Unfortunately, Huang Mao obviously doesn't know this. But before Huang Mao can struggle again, Duanmu Huai's big hand reaches out, grabs his head, and presses him directly against the wall. Okay, kid, prepare to die. Looking at the painful expression of the yellow-haired man in front of him, Duanmu Huai showed a grim smile. You will soon feel the value of life. You're welcome. It free. Woo-ah. The yellow-haired man was in great pain at this moment. He could feel that his head was really breaking apart under the fierce strength of the other party. He could even hear the crackling sound of his skull. Ah! At this moment, the yellow-haired man could not help but roar. At the same time, the flesh and blood on his left ear suddenly swelled and turned into 3 sharp tentacles, which directly pierced Duanmu Huai's body. He was going to fight this monster. At the same time, the sword light rose again. The white wooden sword in the hand of Minmu Sanahorai cut off one of the tentacles, and the other 2 tentacles took the opportunity to accelerate, like 2 sharp blades stabbing at Duanmu Huai's huge body. Then, accompanied by a dull sound of dong, they were completely bounced away. How is it possible? Huang Mao widened his eyes in horror. He could feel that when his tentacles pierced Duanmu Huai, it was not like piercing a person, but rather like piercing a thick tire, and it was completely impossible to break through. At this moment, Duanmu Huai stretched out his other hand and grabbed the tentacle remnant beside Huang Mao's left ear. It seems that there is some grass growing on your head. Do you mind if I help you pull it out? Huang Mao trembled all over when he heard Duanmu Huai's ferocious and vicious voice. He wanted to shout, scream, and break free. But unfortunately it was too late. Duanmu Huai grabbed the trembling tentacle with his right hand, and then pulled it hard like pulling out weeds in the garden. Ah! At this moment, Huang Mao only felt the excruciating pain, as if the nerves in his body were forcibly torn away from his flesh and bones. The intense pain was completely beyond Huang Mao's endurance. He only lasted for less than a moment, and his consciousness completely disappeared in the darkness. Chapter 1429 Movie Opening. When the plane landed, this insignificant hijacking incident came to an end. For Duanmu Huai, it was boring to even kill time on the road. He originally wanted to leave as soon as possible, but the situation had changed a little. So why do you have to follow me? Duanmu Huai stared at the silver-haired girl beside him with dissatisfaction, looking unhappy. The silver-haired girl didn't care about Duanmu Huai's gloomy expression that was enough to stop Xiao Er from crying, and answered with a smile. Because I helped you solve the problem of reporting. You don't want to be questioned by the police about this matter. I don't think there will be any trouble. The other party tried to hijack the plane, and I killed the hijacker. It's fine if they don't give me a certificate. But they still want to trouble me, unless they are tired of living. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, not taking this favor to heart at all. Then, what if you and I are pursuing the same target? You're off. That right, the only reason Duanmu Huai tolerated CSC Ta actions with him was that she and he were probably investigating the same organization. Unlike Duanmu Huai, CSC Ta didn't get on this flight by accident. On the contrary, she had planned it in advance, and even CSC Ta knew that the guy with tentacles on his head would hijack the plane, so she made careful preparations for it. It's just that the plan was not as fast as the changes. CSC Ta didn't expect that before she could make a move, the unlucky guy was killed by Duanmu Huai. According to the information I have, he is a defector of that organization. I originally wanted to spare his life as a bargaining chip to exchange information with the other party, but I didn't expect you to act so quickly. By the way, are you really a detective? I am also doing detective work. You look more like a killer. I do similar work occasionally. The judge is much more fierce than the killer. Let's get back to the point. The organization that Shesta is tracking is mainly active in Europe. According to Shesta investigation, the members of this organization will transplant some weird things into their bodies, and then use them to gain some kind of extraordinary ability, turning into a biological weapon-like existence. That guy is one of them. Yes. But he didn't escape after the transplant. He took the transplant and merged it with the implant. He was finally captured by the organization. As a punishment for him, he was forced to hijack the plane. He deserved to die. Duan Muhui snorted. I originally wanted to get the organization hidden base and the organization plan from him. But now everything is in vain. If that's the case, then you don't need to ask him, and the same applies to asking me. Siesta and Duan Muhui know two different aspects of the Church of the Light of the Universe, and that the significance of exchanging information with each other. On the other hand, Duan Muhui had already scanned the man, so there was no need for Siesta to interrogate him. He only needed to summon the other party's shadow and ask him. As for the plan of the Light of the Universe, in fact, Duan Muhui knew it without interrogating the shadow. Their ultimate goal was to summon ### and completely destroy everything. As for the sayings like let everything return to chaos, Duan Muhui didn't even bother to listen and just threw it behind his ears. As for their base, it was at their destination. It was a small town located deep in the mountains of Western Europe. It was difficult to find its existence on the map. It was so remote that even the train line connecting there was abandoned. Therefore, the three of them rented a car and rushed to the target location along the mountain path according to the map markings. So what your plan? That the enemy lair, maybe everyone is an enemy. This is actually normal. Generally, such isolated places have long been polluted by the evil gods. Finding a normal person there is as difficult as finding a succubus paladin in Botwar Hell. Do you even need to ask? Duan Muhui stared at the road ahead, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. Kill one if you see one. Kill two if you see two. As long as you completely destroy that place, then there won't be any problems. Similarly, as long as everyone is dead, then no one will know they were here. Faced with Duan Muhui's murderous answer, Siesta seemed speechless for a moment. Is this how you solve the incident? According to my experience, as long as the person who caused the incident is solved, there will be no incident. We can't just treat the symptoms, but we need to trace the root cause and eradicate it. So you just cut off the head when you have a headache, and the foot when you have a foot pain? You may consider it cruel, but I call it efficient. Duan Muhui turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator again. Compared to the whole world, the destruction of a small town is insignificant. Duan Muhui admitted that he was somewhat anxious, which was the sequelae of witnessing ###. But as a judge, he did not think there was anything wrong with his handling. Duan Muhui did not really intend to rush into the small town and then go all out. But he also has his own way. It just in front. Duan Muhui said. He stepped on the accelerator and stopped the car. Then he turned his head and looked at Siesta sitting in the passenger seat, and Minmu Sanawarai, who kept yawning in the back seat. I leave it to you guys next, I act alone. So you want to use us as bait? That right. Faced with Siesta's question, Duan Muhui nodded without hesitation, then he grinned, revealing a sneer. Don't worry, based on my understanding of these guys, they will never let you two go, you just need to concentrate on being bait. With Duan Muhui's size, if he showed up in that small town so blatantly, it would definitely arouse the other party vigilance and suspicion. But Siesta and Minmu Sanori are different. They are too young. Cute, full of youthful vitality and beautiful girls. What bad intentions do they have? In the eyes of those cultists, they are just harmless kittens. I will follow you. So you don't have to worry about your life being in danger. Just play your roles. Two young tourists who like to travel and explore. You accidentally heard about the rumors about this small town. So you want to go there to find out. How about it? It's a classic opening. It really looks like the kind of victim that appears at the beginning of a horror movie. Duan Muhui got out of the car, and Siesta took over the driving seat and waved to him. Well, let go first. Oh, be careful on the road. Duan Muhui nodded to the two of them, then turned and walked into the forest. Then his figure was completely swallowed by the darkness and disappeared completely. As Duan Muhui said, this is simply the opening of a horror movie. Two young foreign tourists, played by Shesta and Minmu Sanawarai, came to a small country in Western Europe for a tour and accidentally learned about a rumor about a small town deep in the mountains, isolated from the world. So two young and adventurous tourists decided to find out. Then, they drove there. After experiencing the bumpy road conditions, they finally arrived at the town. Next, according to the usual development of the movie plot, the two tourists will find all kinds of weird things in the town. They are not welcomed by the locals, and they will also see some backward, barbaric customs or living habits, as well as some weird and twisted religious prayers and rituals. This will make the two protagonists and the audience feel strange and uneasy. But they did not notice the cold and chaotic distortion in the eyes of the natives wrapped in cloaks when they saw them. And now, Duanmu Huai is experiencing this scene. TSK. This is a 5D movie. Standing behind a lamppost, Duanmu Huai watched Siesta and Nianmu Sandbird strolling around the market in a small town not far away. With the help of the genetic ability of the Dark Raven Guard, he merged with the shadow of the lamppost. And even the natives who were close at hand did not notice his existence. Even if Duanmu Huai's legs were even in front of him, the Raven Guard ability to sneak into shadows is really amazing. Hey, what do you think of this? Satori doesn't quite understand. Does this look good? I think this is good. Looking at the two people choosing jewelry in front of the stall, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Women are really strange creatures. Even from getting off the plane to now, Zesita and Nianmu Satori have only known each other for less than 24 hours, but looking at their behavior, they seem to be as intimate as best friends who have known each other for a long time. Speaking of which, Saki was also like this. When Duanmu Huai brought Xianji Yuko home, that guy hardly ever went out. As a result, Saki became familiar with the autistic patient in just a few days. Is this the friendship between girls? It feels a bit scary. Mayumi Sanatwarai is also like this. Duanmu Huai believes that she may not have any sense of companionship. And naturally, she does not understand what friendship is. However, her interaction with Shesta at this moment is quite realistic. Instead, Duanmu Huai got goosebumps. Both of them were acting, and they were acting so well, and they looked completely normal. TSK. No wonder they say women are born actors. Especially since these two people are not normal people. But they imitate normal people so well. It's even more terrifying to think about it. Okay, next, let's change the camera angle. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the man beside him, who was wrapped in a cloak. The latter stared at Shesta and Nianmu Sanatwarai, then he retracted his gaze, turned and walked down the stairs, disappearing among the chaotic stone arches and stairs. Then, can I fast forward? Duanmu Huai leaned against the wall and stretched himself. No way, you can't fast forward the movie. I had to watch it. Night fell. This was the second night that the two tourists stayed in this strange town. They would leave it another day, because when they arrived at the hotel last night, Shesta, who played the leading role, had already told the hotel owner about their itinerary with a smile, and I believe that the conscientious hotel owner had already reported the matter. You ask how Duanmu Huai knew it. Cultists all over the world almost share the same brain. They simply can't have any other action mode. The whole town was shrouded in the black night. At this moment, the doors of the houses in the town were opened silently one by one, then, the local residents wrapped in black cloaks hunched their backs, as if responding to some silent call, without making any sound, walking towards the hotel like cockroaches. Duanmu Huai stood on the roof next to him, watching the scene with his arms folded. Next, it was the wonderful moment of this movie. Chapter 1430, Take Action. Tick. The cold water drops hit the girl neck. Shesta shuddered suddenly, then hurriedly opened her eyes and stood up. When she saw the situation around her clearly, she frowned immediately. This is bad. At the moment, Shesta and Nianmu Sanatwarai were in. Not the shabby double suite they had in that small town, but a very obvious underground cave, surrounded by tides. Humid water vapor rushed towards them, and the whole cave looked extremely cold. In the dim firelight, you can see that there are only a few pieces of straw on the ground. And at this moment, Nianmu Sanatwarai is lying not far away, sleeping soundly. Yo! Just then, Duanmu Huai's voice suddenly sounded, and then Shesta saw the huge body appeared on the other side of the dungeon fence, waving at her with a smile. Did you sleep well? I slept very well. How long did I sleep? 5 hours. Really? Can you tell me what happened? It's very simple. These people didn't sleep at night, ran into the hotel, then the front desk clerk opened the door with a spare key, and brought you here while you were unconscious. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. Well, is what I said very clear? Too clear. I'm a little suspicious. Siesta frowned in dissatisfaction. First of all, In order to avoid this kind of situation, I moved the table to block the door before going to bed, and set a trap behind the door, so that they can wake us up when they rush in. I thought I was still alert. And that kid was no pushover. Oh! Maybe they thought the drugs they put in your food took effect. That impossible. Shasta shook her head again. Although we did order room service to prepare meals, it was just to confuse them. We have only been drinking the mineral water we brought with us, and eating the bread we bought for the past 2 days. You should know this too. After all, you were with us when we prepared the food. Yes, I know. Duanmu Huai nodded. Then, what about the explanation? Okay. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. After I knocked you out, I restored the things blocking the door to their original state so that they could come in. After all, you see, it's still the same process in the end. Why should we make things complicated? I don't like to waste time. In fact, isn't everything going well? You were successfully locked up. And those guys began to prepare for the ceremony happily. Hello. I am also fine. And everyone is fine. Which is really good. It must be said that CSC Ta was really surprised when she heard Duanmu Huai answer. She slightly widened her eyes, looking at Duanmu Huai's 2.8-meter tall body, carefully imagining him curled up in a narrow double room, running around with a table in his arms. How did you get in? Don't tell me you climbed in through the window. Trade secret. Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't tell CSC Ta that he had actually been by their side for the past 2 days, even following them to take a shower. Forget it, by the way, where are we? Siesta didn't seem to want to dwell on such trivial matters, so she decisively changed the subject. Under the church. This is also a basic operation, as if the cultists can't show how capable they are without digging a hole under the church. That church. Hearing Duanmu Huai answer, Siesta frowned, and quickly recalled the church building they saw in this small town during their travel. It stands on a hillside at the edge of the city. Shasta originally wanted to visit it, but was persuaded to return by the locals in charge of guarding it. She was told that the church was closed due to disrepair. So Shasta returned home with regret. I didn't expect to come to the church in this way. Did you find anything? You will be shocked. Right next door, there is a super sci-fi laboratory that looks completely out of place in this ghost place. That right, the whole town looks like an ancient design. There is no means of communication except electric lights and wired telephones, but under this church, there is a very modern laboratory. This reminds Duanmu Huai of an old mansion and the huge beehive facility under it. Do villains who want to destroy the world like this combination of old and new? As for what is being studied here, Duanmu Huai has already investigated it through the scanning shadow. They are trying to find a reasonable and feasible way to summon beings from outer space. To be honest, even Duanmu Huai, when he first learned this information, was also confused and didn't know what to say. In fact, there is no shortage of organizations, groups, and individuals in this world who try to explore the universe and connect with life forms in outer space. However, the method of this universe-light organization is indeed a bit unconventional, which makes Duanmu Huai a little unsure of how to evaluate it. Their theory is this: if the records in those magic books are correct, humans can indeed establish contact with intelligent life forms in outer space or other dimensions through some kind of ritual, and summon them, or even negotiate with them. Then it means that these rituals must have some unknown rules, and that these rules can be analyzed scientifically. Perhaps the effect of the rituals can be reproduced through technological means. And their theory is not without foundation, because those magic books and fragments were handed down a long time ago. At that time there were no electric lights, no wires, no integrated circuits, so people could only use this ancient method to establish contact with alien creatures. But now the world has evolved. So they should also evolve, and summon the evil gods in a more scientific way. What is the purpose of kidnapping us? In an experiment. If they succeeded, this place would have been crawling with monsters. However, their experiments are sometimes effective and sometimes not. So they need multiple experiments to increase the success rate. Don't worry. You are not the first batch of sacrifices. And it looks like they will not be the last batch. Duanmu Huai comforted CSC Ta. But from his look, he was just saying it casually. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. By the way, you don't plan to let us out, do you? The fish hasn't been hooked yet. There was only one reason why Duanmu Huai didn't rescue them immediately. He learned from the researcher Shadow that the supreme leader of the Church of the Light of the Universe would appear at the beginning of the ceremony. And that person was the target Duanmu Huai was looking for. So in order to avoid alerting the enemy, He could only chat with Ziesta here. As for Minmusana Orai, he was still sleeping soundly there. Well, he was sleeping soundly. So, you want to wait for the leader to appear? Ziesta stared at Duanmu Hui quietly. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the leader appeared after we were ripped open by those researchers? Then, I have to inconvenience you. Duanmu Hui acted quite calmly. There was only one thing he had to do now, which was to capture the leader or scan him. At least, he must get information from the other party, so that he can figure out what this damn cult is doing. And who is the leader? For this reason, Duanmu Hui doesn't mind sacrificing Shesta and Minmusana Orai. Anyway, he can resurrect the two by going back in time. As for whether they are willing, well, this is not within the scope of the Inquisitor consideration. Ha! Shesta sighed silently. It seems that I can't do anything now. So, when does the ceremony start? Tonight? Time passed faster than Shesta thought. When she and Minmusana Orai were taken out of the prison by the cloaked natives again, it was already late at night the next day. Duanmu Hui ran away as usual, in fact. Shesta was also surprised that his huge body could sneak so cleanly without any flaws. But this did not allow Shesta to think too much. The natives rudely pushed her and Minmusana Orai out of the dungeon, and the latter seemed quite excited. Shesta had originally thought that Minmusana Orai would be nervous, uneasy, or fearful after waking up. But in fact, Minmusana Orai looked excited, as if she was a child in the park who was about to see the night parade carnival. She even walked faster than the natives in long robes, as if she was more impatient than them. When the group walked along the worn mountain road to the top, Shesta saw everything placed there. On the top of the mountain, a worn-out, ancient stone altar was clearly visible. Under this ancient altar, there is a huge stone slab with treacherous runes carved on it. Just by looking at it, Ziesta felt that those strange symbols were crawling like twisted maggots, as if they were going to squeeze directly into her retina along her line of sight. If it were just like this, then it would be understandable. But Ziesta soon understood what Duanmu Hui had said to her before. Around this seemingly ancient altar, there were all kinds of modern scientific and technological instruments. Not only was the entire altar illuminated by the searchlight, there were also various sensors placed on the stone slab, and there was also a camera next to it. There were even two natives in robes holding up background boards to reflect light. This is really interesting. Even Shesta couldn't help but sigh when she saw this supernatural scene in front of her. So where is the leader? Shesta pretended to struggle, twisting her body and stumbling forward, while quickly looking around. Except for the believers kneeling under the altar, she could not see anyone else. And the guy standing on the altar holding a strange dagger did not look like a leader, but more like an executioner. It was a terrible situation. In the movies, the mastermind always appeared complacently before his plan succeeded, and witnessed this historic moment with his own eyes. But here, Shesta could not find a reason for the leader to appear. He could watch the execution of himself and others through a remote video instead of coming to the ceremony himself. Modern technology is so hateful. Staring at the laptop next to her, Shesta turned her head. She still couldn't find Duanmu Hui. The area around the altar was empty. There wasn't even a sapling, but Duanmu Hui still disappeared into the air like a ghost. Even with her ability as a famous detective, she couldn't detect his existence. At this moment, the two were taken to the altar, and then the cultist holding a dagger came forward, muttering something loudly. He raised his hands, facing the moon. I don't know if it's an illusion. The moonlight, that should always be silvery white on weekdays, has turned into a dim green at this moment. What should I do next? Shesta glanced at Minmusana Orai beside her. The latter just stared blankly ahead, not at the cultists in front of her, not at the altar, nor at the moon, or she seemed to be thinking of nothing, just in a daze. At this moment, the computer screen placed next to the altar suddenly lit up, and then, a figure appeared in it. The cultists next to him also bowed their heads respectfully. Master Leader, the ceremony is ready. It was a man wearing a mask, wrapping himself in a funny black robe. It was hard to tell whether his voice was male or female. I didn't know if it was intentional, or if it was distorted because it was transmitted through the screen. He nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to the side. Advisor, do you think there is anything else that needs to be changed in this ceremony? Then, a figure appeared next to the masked man. It was a man. He had dark brown skin, a thin body, no hair, and no beard. It was hard to tell whether the face was young or old. He wore the same black cloak as the masked man, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, and a confident and complacent smile. When she saw him, Shesta felt her heart skip a beat. At the same time, something strange happened. Bang! A whistling whirlwind suddenly erupted, and Duanmu Huai suddenly appeared behind everyone like an angry giant bear. He raised his war hammer, smashed it with one blow, and instantly smashed the laptop to pieces. Chapter 1431 Locating the Real Murderer. Siesta had no idea where Duanmu Huai appeared from. She was sure that there was no one there the last second, but in the blink of an eye, Duanmu Huai's huge body suddenly appeared, and then smashed the laptop computer there with a hammer. At the same time, he grabbed the war hammer, swung it horizontally, and instantly smashed all the cultists surrounding Siesta and Mianmu Sanatwarai away. Ah, teacher! You are here! Unlike Shesta, Mianmu Sanatwarai seemed very calm at this moment, and even waved and greeted Duanmu Huai with a smile, as if he was happy to see an acquaintance in the amusement park. Catch them! Stop them! The sudden chaos also made the whole ceremony scene panic. The cultists who were crawling on the ground around the altar stood up one after another, like a tide. The ceremony must continue. The moon has reached the designated position. We will transcend the mundane world and be immortal. Soon, a group of cultists wearing cloaks and holding guns ran over, while other cultists made way, and prostrated themselves on the ground again, and began to shout fanatically. Astarte Supreme Mother Goddess, Law! Shub Nigurath, Gorgo Mormo, the 1,000 faces of the moon are all praising our sacrifice, please. With millions of offspring, fill us with your seeds, and let more people come to your temple to worship. Goth and Hupide Shub Nigurath. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Duanmu Huai flashed, and a huge and heavy power armor appeared on his body. His roar was like thunder, drowning out the chanting of thousands of cultists. At the same time, Duanmu Huai threw his hand, throwing the white wooden sword and an aluminum briefcase behind him. Understood, teacher. Mianmu Sanatwarai jumped into the air, and grabbed the white wooden sword, and at the same time drew her sword out of its sheath. The whole person fell like a poisonous snake, and the sharp blade in her hand pierced through the head of one of the cultists like a snake's fangs, nailing him to the ground. Then, Mianmu Sanatwarai turned her right hand, and directly split the cultist's head in half. She then spun up, and rushed into the crowd of cultists with an elegant figure like dancing at a ball, and began a frenzied killing. Really, I still don't understand what's going on. At this moment, Shesta also took the suitcase and opened it. She then took out the props that were split into 2 pieces and assembled them together. Soon, a silver flintlock appeared in Shesta's hand. Then she raised the gun, aimed forward, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The guns in the hands of the cultists spewed flames, and countless bullets shot forward, hitting Duanmu Huai's body and bouncing off. And he rushed forward like an angry rhinoceros. The bright red glow from his helmet was like a scorching flame, showing how angry he was now. Filthy heretics, your evil deeds cannot be forgiven. You can't even think about gaining eternal life. What awaits you is only eternal pain and death. Your souls will struggle in the flames of the tribunal until the universe is annihilated. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, a violent, terrifying aura of oppression suddenly erupted from him. Even Shesta felt a flash before her eyes at this moment, and an irresistible fear and despair erupted from deep in her heart. It felt like she was standing alone on the beach, facing a tsunami that was 100 meters high. It was as if he was standing on the edge of a bottomless abyss, desperately waiting for the moment when he would fall into darkness. Ah! The chants of the cultists turned into sharp roars and desperate screams. The cultist closest to Duanmu Huai didn't even have time to make a sound before he fell to the ground and became a corpse. The cultists who were farther away were not much better. They were buzzing around like disturbed flies, and some even panicked and fell directly from the cliff on the other side of the hillside with screams. But Duanmu Huai didn't care about these. There was anger burning in his eyes, and he was also extremely angry deep in his heart. He did find the real culprit behind the scenes as he expected, but his identity was unexpected and reasonable. Thinking carefully, the ritual of summoning ## is not complicated, and it does not require any artifacts or some valuable props that appear in similar games. But the problem is that the blind and foolish god will not respond to the call most of the time, and it may not even have such awareness. But this does not mean that it cannot be completely summoned, because around the throne of ultimate chaos, its messengers are surrounding it, conveying information to the outer gods, playing the flute and drum surrounding the eternal throne, spreading the ugly corruption of evil and darkness, and is the most hateful existence among all the outer gods. That is the crawling chaos, the faceless god, The messenger of hashtag Nyarlathotep. That right. The most hateful, ugly, and evil existence in the world of Cthulhu. And the enemy that the Inquisitor must definitely destroy. It wanders in the human world, spreading knowledge full of destruction and filth, enjoying their madness and despair. If Dwanmu Huai were to make a must-kill list, this bastard would definitely be at the top. But now is not the time to find that bastard, because the rituals in this place are equally disgusting. These bastards want to summon none other than Shub-Niggurath. Good fellow, you Nyarlathotep. Are you planning to summon both Shub-Niggurath and Yog-Sothoth? And add a hashtag to open a mahjong table in the human world? Fuck your ancestors. No, it seems that I can't hack that. Fuck. Dwanmu Huai raised his warhammer again, and smashed it hard in front of him, blasting all the cultists into pieces. Countless flesh and blood flew everywhere. The thousands of cultists who were kneeling under the altar were now falling apart. They screamed and tried to turn around and run away, but some cultists did not choose to flee. The desire for eternal life suppressed their fear of death. Soon, Dwanmu Huai saw several cultists stumbling towards the church. Then, a mirror-reflected moonlight emerged from the top of the church bell tower. It passed over the hillside, and shone on the hill opposite. Then, the hill split open. Dwanmu Huai stopped, turned around and looked across. He saw a gate that almost occupied the entire hill. In the dark gate, under the green moonlight, a mass of ugly clouds that kept rolling and festering, like some kind of industrial combustion, was gradually pouring out of it. These clouds gathered together, forming a terrifying organ. And in the gaps between the clouds, slippery black tentacles emerged, opening countless mouths and spewing foul-smelling poisonous gas. Its existence alone is enough to make people disgusted and nauseous. What is that? Even the calm Shesta was shaken when she saw the monster in front of her. But fortunately, she only took a look at the monster, and was blocked by Dwanmu Huai behind her. This is not something you should look at. Next, I have something for you two to do. Dwanmu Huai carried the thunder hammer, and stared at the clouds that were slowly and steadily rolling towards this side. Then he stretched out his hand, and pointed at the light. Do you see this light? Is it coming from the church? Yes, I want you two to rush into the church now, and then control the reflective mirror. Wait for my signal. As soon as I send the signal, then you will destroy the mirror immediately. Do you understand? In fact, Dwanmu Huai could completely destroy and sabotage this ritual. But he knew it was useless. Because even if he destroyed this summoning ritual, Nyarlathotep could manipulate humans to summon again in other places. He couldn't destroy the ritual again and again. It's impossible to be a thief for 1,000 days. But you can't be a thief for 1,000 days. Therefore, the simplest way is to fight with Shub-Niggurath directly. To let it know whose territory this is. Only by hurting it. It won't dare to come again. As for whether or not he can win, you know after you fight him. Hashtag I don't dare to fight him. I don't dare to fight Shub-Niggurath. The only pity is that I can't use the power of the god of destruction in this world. Originally, the most suitable way to deal with Shub-Niggurath is the power of the god of destruction, but Dwanmu Huai is not completely helpless. Why, okay, I know. Understood, teacher. Then Sanat will go and kill now. Hearing Dwanmu Huai order, Mianmu Sanat happily raised the white wooden sword, turned around and ran towards the church excitedly. By the way, she had been staring at that thing just now. But apart from wondering what it was, Mianmu Sanat seemed to be completely unmoved by the indescribable existence. Even at this moment, Shesta looked pale and breathing rapidly, while Mianmu Sanat still looked like she was strolling leisurely and contented. Well, SA in value 0 is amazing. You should be careful too. Don't worry. Dwanmu Huai didn't look back, but just waved his hand, and Shesta just glanced at his back, then turned around and chased after Mianmu Sanat. After making sure that the two had left, Dwanmu Huai took a deep breath, then he walked up to the cliff where the altar was located, staring at the rolling and twisting clouds in front of him. Come on, alien! Accompanied by a roar, Dwanmu Huai jumped off the cliff, and a moment later, the tall figure of the god machine, reflecting the green moonlight, rose from the ground. Praise Omnicia. In the name of the Inquisition, destroy. Chapter 1432. Protect the big and the small? For Dwanmu Huai, he did not want to fight with an outer god of Shub-Niggurath level under such circumstances. But fortunately, compared to the Chaos Evil God, Shub-Niggurath was relatively easy to deal with. This was not because its strength was not as good as the Chaos Evil God, but because the Chaos Evil God was a being with self-awareness and wisdom. But Shub-Niggurath was more like a star god, more like an incarnation of rules, or it was more like a star god who, without a body, was just absorbing energy around a star. It does not have a clear enough self, nor a clear enough goal, and it just acts according to its own instincts and rules. But this is not because it is stupid, but simply because it is strong. Just like hashtag. It does not need to spend energy thinking about how to defeat the enemy, because it is unstoppable, invincible. Nothing can stop it, and there is no way to threaten it. In this way, it naturally does not need to think. It can do whatever it wants, and do it however it wants. Nothing can stop them. In fact, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the outer gods are not as threatening to humans as the Chaos Evil God, because the essence of the Chaos Evil God is actually a parasite. It must devour the souls of life to maintain its existence. Once all intelligent life in the entire galaxy is destroyed, then the Chaos Evil God will also die. Therefore, those Chaos Evil Gods will try their best to lure humans to fall, and obtain their souls through various means. But the outer gods are different. Whether you live or die, it doesn't matter to them. Just like humans don't care about the life and death of a nest of ants, to the outer gods, humans are just worthless, no different from stones on the roadside. So most outer gods don't really care about humans, nor do they have any thoughts about them. But Nyarlathotep is different. It walks in the world, spreading blasphemous, poisonous knowledge. Duanmu Huai even suspected that there was some connection between the birth of the Book of the Dead and Nyarlathotep. For Nyarlathotep, observing the pain, struggle and despair of human beings is its pleasure. If its target is another race, Duanmu Huai may not care. But unfortunately, its target is human beings. Then Duanmu Huai, as a judge, can only regard it as an enemy. However, how to face Nyarlathotep can be put aside for the future. For Duanmu Huai, the most important opponent now is the Supreme Mother Goddess in front of him. Frankly speaking, it was not a pleasant feeling. This was the first time Duanmu Huai faced one of the three outer gods. The Black Goat of the Forest, the goddess of darkness and abundance, whose existence was for reproduction. It was the mother of all things, the wife of the unspeakable. And there were even rumors that it gave birth to almost all the old ones, and even all life. In the game, the deepest impression players had of the Dark Mother was fraternity. It would not refuse any request, and any existence could have sex with it, including but not limited to the old ones, outer gods, alien creatures, and even animals and plants, so that it could give birth to offspring. Among the limited records, there is even a story that Shub-Niggurath had intercourse with humans, giving birth to an outer god named Mother of Thick Juice. For this, players can only sigh that the taste of that person is really incomprehensible, and even worship him prostrating themselves. After all, this kind of feat is really impossible for ordinary people. For Shub-Niggurath, it is equivalent to the embodiment of the concept of reproduction, which is more difficult to deal with than the stain of corruption in some ways. And now, Duanmu Huai already felt it was very tricky. Controlling the Titan mecha, Duanmu Huai could feel his blood vessels flowing rapidly, and his heart pounding. With the appearance of Shub-Niggurath, the air around him even became sticky. In short, Duanmu Huai felt that the 100% pure Viagra concentrate was being injected into his body non-stop. This was 10,000 times more effective than taking any blue pill. It seemed that with the appearance of Shub-Niggurath, everything around him began to enter the preparation stage for reproduction. Just look at the 9-foot green sword rising high under Duanmu Huai's body to know. Damn, this thing is really troublesome. Duanmu Huai took a deep breath, and controlled the god machine to move forward. At this moment, the mist of Shub-Niggurath had gradually spread in this valley, and the trees and plants wrapped in it began to twist and deform. The dry skin of the trees began to swell, and pieces of flesh appeared. It spread out, as if some kind of vitality had been revived, and the grass on the ground swayed with it, and the flesh replaced the green grass leaves, and the roots on the ground turned into blood vessels bulging from the ground. Boom! Then, the scorching flames tore through the darkness, ruthlessly covering these beings that were swaying because of the feeling of the beauty of life, and completely burning them to ashes. Go to hell! Duanmu Huai roared and raised his hands. As he moved, the gears of the divine machine began to turn. It raised its left hand, and the flames from the Prometheum flamethrower sprayed out, engulfing the entire valley. In just a blink of an eye, everything in the valley, including the small town, began to be destroyed in the blazing flames. The divine machine roared again, and the steam ejected from the body blew away the mist drifting from the Dark Mother. Then Duanmu Huai raised the flamethrower again. And soon, the high-temperature flames that were enough to melt the steel plates of the warships were ejected again, and shot straight into the depths of the twisted, chaotic, and squirming body of the Dark Mother. Ah! The hot flames turned into a ray that penetrated deep into the corrupt chaos. At the same time, the swollen body of the Dark Mother began to tremble, and countless mouths on the surface opened at the same time, and a low moan was emitted. But it was not a painful groan from being wounded, but more like a sigh of joy. Then, Duanmu Huai saw the bottom of the squirming body gradually split open, and then a monster with flames all over its body. No, it better to say that it was made entirely of flames. That enough. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was speechless. He knew that Shub-Niggurath's reproductive ability was outrageous, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. I want to burn you to death. Not let you have a baby with the Promethean flame. This thing is more difficult to deal with than the stain of corruption. The stain of corruption has its limits after all, but the reproduction of Shub-Niggurath is unlimited. It can even give birth to children with the Promethean flame. What else in this world can't it give birth to? Oh. But now is no time for Duanmu Huai to sigh, because the flame monster just came to the ground, and it roared and rushed towards Duanmu Huai, obviously not allowing him to hurt his mother. Hey, this kid is quite protective of his master. Duanmu Huai would not retreat like this. The god machine raised the chainsaw sword in his right hand and chopped it hard at the fire monster in front of him. The rotating chainsaw ruthlessly tore the twisted and mutated body of the fire monster apart, split it in two, and then the dark shadow emerged from it and completely engulfed the broken body of the fire monster. Damn it! Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth and stared at Shub-Niggurath in front of him. This guy ability was far beyond his imagination. If possible, Duanmu Huai was sure that the best way to deal with it was the power of destruction. Unfortunately, I just can't use the power of the god of destruction in this world. Think carefully. With the abilities I have now, there is no way that it can have any effect on Shub-Niggurath. Duanmu Huai stared at the enemy in front of him, and at the same time began to use his brain for a rare moment. The ability of the shadow, the 1,000 roars, the 1,000 eyes, the 1,000 whiskers. Damn, these abilities seem to be useless to this troublesome guy in front of him. Wait, it seems that they are not completely ineffective. Duanmu Huai stared at the body of Shub-Niggurath in front of him. The body that looked like a cloud was constantly squirming and changing its shape. But only the part that was damaged by the flames before recovered very slowly, at least for an outer god. Reproduction. Childbirth. That right. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. He had an idea. As Duanmu Huai's thoughts turned, the armor on the huge god machine body began to reverse, and huge flame jets appeared on its body. Then Duanmu Huai once again controlled the god machine to rush towards the slippery dark mist in front of him. At the same time, hot Promethean flames erupted again, and rushed into the depths of Shub-Niggurath. Ah! Countless mouths opened at the same time, and once again emitted that satisfied low moan at the same time. The body of Shub-Niggurath split again, and then the monsters that looked like fire spirits continued to jump out of it. And the chainsaw sword in the right hand of the god machine swung over, completely crushing them, and swallowing them. At the same time, its flamethrower continued to inject flames into Shub-Niggurath's body. Again and again. Endlessly. Finally. The strange humming began to weaken. The dark clouds began to roll and curl up. And the Dark Mother, who had been motionless before, chose to retreat for the first time. Sure enough, it succeeded. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was also happy. This was the method he had just thought of. Because Duanmu Huai had discovered that the current Dark Mother was not in a complete state, and the flame attack was not without effect on it. But this Dark Mother used its characteristics to absorb it, nurture it, and give birth. But there is a problem. That is, the Dark Mother herself is not without any consumption. After all, childbirth is a very important thing for any living being, and it will also make her weak. Not to mention that Duanmu Huai's fire attack is continuous, which means that Shub-Niggurath must bear the double consumption of being attacked by fire and giving birth to fire spirits at the same time. And now it has just come to this world, and is not yet in the best condition. Now! The cannon behind the god machine pointed to the sky, and a shell whizzed out, turning into a dazzling ball of light that illuminated everything around. This is the signal. One more step. Hiding behind the wall, listening to the continuous gunfire coming from the front, Shesta frowned slightly. At this moment, She and Nyinmu Sanatwarai had already advanced to the top floor of the church. But the cultists seemed unwilling to retreat any further. The appearance of the Mother of Darkness seemed to have completely ignited the twisted desire deep in their hearts. At this moment, these cultists had already transformed into inhuman forms. Their hands were like black bird claws, and their bodies were covered with tentacles and eyes that kept wriggling. Because of this, these cultists seemed to be completely obsessed with the coming of the Dark Mother and the gifts they received. The great black goat mother is about to come, and everything in this world will be redeemed. You can't do anything. Accompanied by a hoarse roar, another round of gunfire rang out, sweeping across the floor. Really? These guys are really annoying. Shesta hid behind the wall and glanced at the stairs behind her. In the light of the fire, she could vaguely see human figures moving from time to time. Obviously, the cultists had blocked their retreat from behind, and were even rushing up. The sleepy bird next to him was holding a white wooden sword in his hand, his eyes flashing, staring at the passage in front. That was the only passage leading to the church bell tower, and the narrow place only allowed one person to pass through. The mirror was set on the bell tower. If you want to reach the target location, you must first pass through here. But now this is not an easy task. This is not my style of action. Siesta smiled and shook her head. As detectives, Duanmu Huai's style is completely different from Siesta. It is precisely because of this that they are in such a dilemma. Are you not ready yet? Can we rush over and kill them? Nyinmu Sanatwarai shook the white wooden sword in her hand, looking eager to try. Her body was now covered with blood, which was from the cultists who blocked their way. Even for Shesta, when she saw the twisted and deformed bodies of the cultists, she would feel a little uneasy. However, the girl in front of her had no problem at all. On the contrary, every time she killed a cultist, Nyinmu Satori's expression became more and more excited. Fortunately, she seemed to know that she shouldn't rush out and get beaten to a pulp. Don't worry. According to my judgment, the turning point should be here soon. Before Shesta finished speaking, suddenly, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, piercing through the windows and walls, illuminating the originally dim church with a snow-white glow. The cultists seemed to have not expected this at all. They instinctively screamed and raised their hands to block in front of them. Now! Nyinmu Sanatwarai movements were faster than Shesta words. Shesta had just opened her mouth when she jumped out like a ghost and rushed straight to the passage in front of her. The white wooden sword in her hand stabbed forward with a flash of reflected cold light, piercing directly through the hands of the leading cultist and the head hiding behind him. Then the sword turned over and drew an arc in the air. When Shesta rushed up the stairs, two heads had already rolled down from her feet like balls. Rolling all the way down, the two girls quickly came to the top of the bell tower. And then, they saw the huge mirror placed in the center of the bell tower, facing the opposite mountain, reflecting the green moonlight. I hope Mr. Duanmu doesn't think I'm wasting my time. As she spoke, Shesta raised the silver flintlock in her hand, aimed at the huge mirror, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The reflected moonlight disappeared, and the gate that had been opened from the mountains began to close gradually. As if it had noticed this, the rolling cloud began to return quickly to the original path. If you look closely, you will find that the current Mother of Darkness has shrunk a lot compared to when she was summoned. It is obvious that coming here in an incomplete form also has certain limitations for it. However, want to run? How can it be so easy? Duanmu Huai manipulated the divine machine with a grim smile, and pounced on the enemy in front of him again. The flame spurted out, and for the first time penetrated the sticky and bloated body of the Dark Mother. At the same time, the fire essence that was born once again gushed out from the cracks in the Dark Mother body, and was then completely destroyed by the chainsaw sword that swept across. Save the big one and the small one? This is not a problem at all, because both of them must die. Chapter 1433 Purely an accident. Beach, seaside, villa, barbecue. Everything that could be called a luxury travel package was right in front of him, but Sha Jui was a little uneasy. What wrong? Sha Jui? Mei Jia leaned over curiously, staring at her friend. You seem a little absent-minded. Is the barbecue not to your liking? No, Mei Jia. Sha Jui shook his head. It's just that I've been uneasy today, and my mood is very gloomy. Gloomy? Why? I don't know. It's like the feeling of someone taking away my favorite toy. I'm sorry. I can't really explain it. Is it your period coming? Ayuko Shianji next to her giggled, then reached out and picked up a skewer of grilled meat from the grill. Then she laid down on the armchair next to her, comfortably drinking Coke with the grilled meat, while staring at the laptop on the small table. No. I calculated the time carefully. After helplessly glaring at Shianji Yuko, Sakuya retracted his gaze and began to think. Could something have happened to my brother? It shouldn't be. What could have happened to that guy? He wouldn't die even if we died. Shianji Yuko obviously didn't take Sakuya worries to heart. Mika thought for a moment, then waved her hand. And soon, a maid came over with a phone in her hand. Since you are so worried about Mr. Dwanmu, would you like to give him a call? Shaju stared at the phone, was silent for a moment, then reached out and picked up the receiver. At the same time, on the other side of the earth, it was still dawn. The warm light of the rising sun emerged from the end of the horizon, illuminating the guest room in front of him and the figures in it. Under the sunlight, it was an extremely chaotic scene. The beautiful silver-haired girl lay there with lifeless eyes. At this moment, she seemed to have completely lost consciousness. Her small mouth was slightly open, her tongue was sticking out, and saliva was flowing down the corners of her mouth. She looked very messy, like a doll that had been ravaged. Not far from her, the green-haired girl was lying there. She closed her eyes, talking incoherently in her sleep. At this time, Dwanmu Huai also took 2 steps back, and then sat down against the wall. Dingling. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Dwanmu Huai took a breath, stood up again and walked to the table, picked up the phone and answered the call. Then, Sakyui's voice came from the other side. Brother? Are you okay? Oh, Sakyui? What wrong? What the matter? Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to call you. Are you okay? I'm fine. Dwanmu Huai pressed his slightly sore waist, turned around. Everything is fine, the plan remains unchanged. I should be back 1 day earlier than you. Does brother have any local specialties that you need me to bring? You decide. Well, since brother is fine, I am relieved. Shaju breathed a sigh of relief. Then brother, good night. Oh, good night. Just when Dwanmu Huai hung up the phone, Shesta's voice came from the other side. It's amazing that you can lie to your sister so easily. Turning his head, he saw that Shesta had gradually recovered. She lay there, staring at Dwanmu Huai with dissatisfaction, while the latter shrugged his shoulders. I can't help it. I can't tell her that I'm enjoying the feast here. In the final analysis, this is also the fault of Shab Nigurath. Although in the end, Dwanmu Huai successfully expelled Shab Nigurath from this world as expected. But the matter did not end there. As the god of reproduction, Shab Nigurath's residual energy caused Dwanmu Huai and others to suffer a lot. Especially Dwanmu Huai. If he himself was not an old one, he would have resistance to foreign gods, and he would have turned into a mad beast by now. However, even so, Dwanmu Huai felt like he had taken a whole container of blue pills, and his virility rose suddenly, and he stood firm. And Shesta was also eroded by the power of Shab Nigurath. And according to her, as a famous detective, she was originally stronger than ordinary people in the 3 major desires. Dwanmu Huai did discover this. Among the 3 people, Shesta usually eats the most, and sleeps the most. So naturally, her desires are also the strongest. So the 2 of them were so passionate at that time, and began the most primitive and indispensable reproductive behavior between life. By the way, in fact, Mianmu Sanaorai was immune. After all, her SAN value was 0, and she was not restricted by this aspect at all. However, after seeing Dwanmu Huai and Ziesta getting together, she felt that she was excluded by the 2 again. So she decisively chose to join them. The result became what it is now. After that, Dwanmu Huai and others found a hotel nearby, and then decisively started a life of eating and sleeping. Sleeping and eating. Until today. Finally, they went down. Looking at his exhausted comrades, Dwanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. You know, after that, he really didn't leave the room for 3 days. Me too. I didn't expect that monster to be so powerful. Ziesta also reached out to press her lower abdomen, with a look of fear on her face. Her situation was similar to Dwanmu Huai. As long as she saw a man or felt the presence of a man, Ziesta's body would automatically prepare for reproduction, which made Ziesta miserable. Fortunately, Shab Nigurath's remaining power is not much. If you get pregnant, will you take responsibility? Do you plan to give birth to the baby? You're not going to ask me to abort it. It's okay with me, but are you sure you're giving birth to a human being? considering that this is the result of the influence of Shub-Niggurath power, and thinking about the appearance of that monster. Okay, although Shesta didn't see clearly what Shub-Niggurath looked like, but just thinking of the deformed and corrupted appearance of those cultists, she turned pale. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became awkward. Duanmu Huai and CSE Ta looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After all, strictly speaking, they had not known each other for long. But they ended up having a relationship that was more than a couple. It was no wonder that they were staring at each other, not knowing what to say. However, at this moment, Mianmu Satori yawned, breaking the strange silence. She sat up, raised her hands and stretched. Woo! I slept so well. Satori is hungry. Teacher, let go eat. Do you want room service? No. Let go out to eat today. Then Satori will take a shower first. And after the shower, we will go out to find something delicious. After saying this, Mianmu Satori jumped off the bed humming a song, and then walked into the bathroom humming a song. Duanmu Huai and Zayasada just watched her disappear in the bathroom, then looked at each other. And then Zayasada stood up helplessly. I go wash with you. Too. It been so long. Now that I come to my senses, I really can't stand it. What else can Duanmu Huai say about this? He can only say nothing. Sorry. I don't know what to say at this time. Just laugh. Just laugh. Duanmu Huai felt that if he laughed at this time, he would be beaten to death by the other party. Forget it. Although he can't be beaten to death. After that, the group changed their clothes, and Duanmu Huai checked out under the strange eyes of the hotel staff. Then the three of them left quickly, and found a restaurant to have breakfast. What are your plans next? Perhaps to break the awkward atmosphere. While drinking coffee, Shesta changed the subject and asked casually, do you know how to find that guy? And the mastermind behind the scenes? Although in my opinion, the black bald guy seems more suspicious. That guy is indeed just short of having the word suspicious written on his face. I will continue to investigate, but at least I know who that guy is now, Duanmu Huai said, while frowning. After noticing the other party, Duanmu Huai naturally thought of expelling Nyarlathotep, which would not be as easy as Shub-Niggurath. And if Duanmu Huai had to think and search by himself, then he would have no clues or methods. But that doesn't mean that others don't have them. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai glanced at the inventory in his system. In the corner, there was a girl sealed by crystal. This was the trophy that Duanmu Huai had obtained in the Type Moon world. However, for the sake of safety, Duanmu Huai had always sealed her at the bottom of the inventory. But now it seems that maybe it's time to give her a call? Chapter 1434 The User You Called. For Duanmu Huai, the origin of this girl is a mystery. He still remembers that. This was in the Type Moon world. At the beginning, the Ori family wanted to move, and then found a piece of spiritual vein land, but found that the spiritual vein there was intercepted. So Fiori asked Duanmu Huai and Medea for help. When they went there to investigate, they found that it was designed by a magician into a self-operating spiritual base rock plate, and the core of it was this girl sealed in the crystal. Then when Duanmu Huai went to observe the girl, he was surprised to find that she was actually connected to Yog-Sothoth. At that time, Yog-Sothoth was even trying to descend to the Type Moon world through this carrier. Duanmu Huai was very scared at that time. Fortunately, he had become an old one at that time. So Duanmu Huai decisively used his old one power to corrode and assimilate the girl. And then he closed the door and released the dog without hesitation, summoning the Lord of Tindalos to fight Yog-Sothoth to death. And he took the opportunity to cut off the connection, and then stuffed the girl directly into the deepest part of the inventory. Originally, Duanmu Huai thought that he would never take her out again. But it doesn't matter in this world, after all. There are already so many outer gods in this world, it doesn't seem to matter if there is one more. In fact, strictly speaking, Yog-Sothoth and Duanmu Huai have a bad affinity, and the time and space that Yog-Sothoth controls happen to be the part that Duanmu Huai is least good at understanding. And the power of destruction that he is best at using cannot be used in this world. None of the powers of the old days had the ability to restrain Yog-Sothoth. The only lucky thing was that this girl was the carrier of Yog-Sothoth. If Yog-Sothoth came along this line, he would definitely possess this girl. Although her experience and identity were only left in a few words in the magician records, it was not very clear, but it was obvious that the girl who could be used by a magician as the core of the spiritual foundation for nearly 100 years was definitely not an ordinary little girl. But no matter what, she is just a human being. Dwanmu Hwai was able to beat back Shub-Niggurath in her true form, so he naturally had the confidence to suppress Yog-Sothoth. Of course, he was not without confidence. After all, in the few records that Dwanmu Hwai obtained in the game, it was recorded that Nyarlathotep seemed to have a bad relationship with most of the outer gods and the old ones. If Yog-Sothoth's only mortal enemy was the Lord of Tindalos, and the conflict between the two sides was more about the struggle for the field of time, then Nyarlathotep belonged to the kind that gods hated and ghosts loathed. Few people like it. If they can trip it up, most of them are willing to help. Although the three outer gods are recognized by everyone, it does not mean that they are familiar with each other. In fact, the three outer gods basically play their own games and rarely care about other things. So Dwanmu Hwai is not sure whether Yog-Sothoth will help him. He does not know whether Yog-Sothoth hates Nyarlathotep, or whether he has a good relationship with Nyarlathotep. If it was the latter, then he would be in trouble. Because of this, Dwanmu Hwai did not unblock the girl immediately, but took Nyenmu Satori and Shesta shopping. Yes, that right. Shopping. Although strictly speaking, the culprit of all this was Shub-Niggurath, but unfortunately, he had already gone home, and Dwanmu Hwai couldn't find him to take the blame now. But no matter what, it was done, so in order to express his apology, Dwanmu Hwai also spent a lot of money, let Nyenmu Satori and Shesta eat, drink and have fun, and buy whatever they wanted. Nyenmu Satori was easy to coax, but Shesta made Dwanmu Hwai a little unsure. He had thought that after the situation stabilized, this famous detective would turn around and leave immediately. As a result, Siesta never mentioned this matter after that. She just went sightseeing with Minmi Sanatwarai every day, having a great time. She bought whatever she wanted without hesitation. Dwanmu Hwai was a little dumbfounded at first, but then he thought, "It like this anyway. If you stick your head out, you get a knife. If you hide your head, you get a knife too. Do whatever you want. I just frown and write your name upside down." So Dwanmu Hwai just lay down. Whatever you want. It doesn't matter. But some things, you still have to take it seriously. You should be more careful. Looking at Nyenmu Sanatwarai in front of him, Dwanmu Hwai sighed helplessly. Nyenmu Sanatwarai was standing in front of him at this moment, closely pressed against Dwanmu Hwai's body, while she closed her eyes tightly, showing a face of joy and happiness. If Dwanmu Hwai hadn't covered her mouth, I'm afraid Nyenmu Sanatwarai would have already shouted out in excitement. There was nothing wrong with all this. After that time, Nyenmu Sanatwarai liked this kind of entertainment, and would always ask Dwanmu Hwai to entertain her. Just like a boy who gets excited and wants to watch a movie and do a space launch. The only problem is, she never considers the time and place. Just like now, they are not in a hotel, nor in a secret alley, but in the oceanarium in public. There is a dolphin show going on in front, and Dwanmu Hwai and Minmu Sanatwarai are standing at the back. Minmu Sanatwarai had just finished eating ice cream, and she seemed to be in the mood, so she turned around without saying a word and reached out, and unzipped Dwanmu Hwai's zipper. Fortunately, Dwanmu Hwai reacted in time, otherwise, who knows what would happen. By the way, in order to enjoy it anytime and anywhere, Minmu Sanatwarai doesn't wear underwear now. Fortunately, she always wears long skirts. But then again, Dwanmu Hwai has long discovered that Minmu Sanatwarai seems to have no resistance to exposing her body in front of others. Even in the hotel room, she often walks around naked, not caring about the eyes of Dwanmu Hwai and Shesta at all. Well, from this point of view, her SAN value is indeed 0. Most people are not so crazy. Woo woo. At this moment, Minmu Sanatwarai movements became more and more intense. Dwanmu Hwai could even feel that she was like an octopus, sucking him tightly, with no intention of getting out, and even wanted to drain him completely. It must be said that it was only because Dwanmu Hwai was in good health. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have been dried up by now. In the pool below, the dolphin responded and performed a roll, winning enthusiastic cheers from the audience. At the same time, Nyenmu Satori also suddenly opened her eyes wide, shook her head desperately, and wanted to scream. But fortunately Dwanmu Hwai covered her mouth tightly, so that the audience, who were cheering for the dolphin performance in front of her, didn't notice anything. The next moment, Nyenmu Satori collapsed in Dwanmu Hwai's arms. Her face flushed, her eyes blurred, her cherry lips slightly parted, and she was breathing in small gulps. Only at this time did Nyenmu Satori look like an ordinary and normal girl. Apart from that, her behavior is not very normal most of the time. Well, actually, in terms of appearance, Minmu Satori is pretty, And her voice is also very nice, but her behavior is really hard to comment on. On weekdays, when she imitates humans, she is indeed like a human. But once she lets herself go, it is really hard to tell what is under this layer of human skin. Oh, by the way, Duanmu Huai once suspected that Minmu Satori was some kind of evil god follower, after all. He had seen similar things before. Some people never knew they were deep divers, but when they returned to Innsmouth and felt the call of the deep sea, they would abandon their fear and become deep divers and return to their hometown of Raya. Therefore, Duanmu Huai once used the bird divination instrument to conduct a thorough and comprehensive examination on Mianmu Sanatwarai. He suspected that she was also a descendant of some evil god, but Mianmu Sanatwarai herself did not know. After all, looking at her appearance and mental state, it was really hard to believe that she was a human. The result proved that she was indeed just a human being. Whether in terms of soul or body, Mianmu Sanatwarai did not show any difference from humans. The only difference, probably, was her mental state. To be honest, this is even more frightening. So comfortable. After a long while, Minmu Sanatwarai, who had just recovered from the afterglow, raised her head and smiled at Duanmu Huai. Thank you for the hospitality, teacher. From her appearance, it seemed that she had not done anything strange just now, but just enjoyed a cup of steaming, sweet, and delicious milk tea. Okay, as long as you are happy. What else could Duanmu Huai say, after all? He was not at a disadvantage. Right? But it would be better if you could pay attention to the time, place and mood. Duanmu Huai had no interest in watching dolphin performances in public. He thought he was still normal, unlike Nino Satori, who could make a bed anytime and anywhere. At this moment, Siesta also came over, took out a bottle of Coke, and handed it to Duanmu Huai. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, it really hard work. Duanmu Huai pretended not to hear the irony in the other person's words. Or maybe Siesta was not being sarcastic, but simply expressing her feelings. After all, she had never seen someone in such a mental state as Minmu Sanatwarai. Are you sure she okay? Seeing Minmu Sanatwarai, who had now returned to normal, lying on the railing with her hands raised high and cheering for the dolphins jumping in the ring. Shesta's expression also froze slightly. This change was too fast. Even Shesta couldn't imagine what kind of mental state it was to be in a state of confusion one moment, and toss it all behind her the next moment, and cheer like a child. Maybe she needs a doctor? Believe me, if she goes to see a doctor, she will only drive the doctor crazy. Duanmu Huai opened the Coke, and the soda inside gushed out like a fountain. But it fell down before it sprayed on Duanmu Huai's face, marking another defeat of Shesta's little revenge. As for seeing a doctor, Duanmu Huai believed that Mianmu Sanatwarai family had already tried it, but it was estimated that there would be no good results. After all, if Mianmu Sanatwarai went to talk to the doctor, who knows who would go crazy? Do you understand the value of SA and value 0? You've worked really hard. Most of the time, I don't have to worry about her. Luckily, she has no interest in killing people. Duanmu Huai said this from the bottom of his heart. The most important reason why he could tolerate Minmu Sanatwarai was that in Minmu Sanatwarai's eyes, killing monsters was more interesting than killing people. Or, before following Duanmu Huai to broaden his horizons, Minmu Sanatwarai just thought killing people was boring, but he couldn't find anything interesting. However, after following Duanmu Huai and seeing those monsters, Minmu Sanatwarai suddenly realized his destiny. Killing those twisted and deformed monsters, and appreciating their pain, and wailing before death seemed more interesting than killing people. This was also the reason why Duanmu Huai was willing to keep Minmu Sanatwarai. After all, no matter what the motive was, from the perspective of the Inquisition, those who could kill aliens were good. Besides, in terms of madness, those combat nuns were even more crazy than Minmu Sanatwarai. If Minmu Sanatwarai joined the combat nuns, he might be like a fish in water. When are you going to do the next work? Siesta finally couldn't help asking. I thought you wouldn't ask me this question. Duanmu Huai drank the Coke in the bottle in one gulp, and then threw it into the trash can next to him. But it time to make a decision. It better to do it today than to wait for a day. I looked at the almanac, and today is a good day. What are you going to do? I won't tell you now. Duanmu Huai straightened his clothes, and then glanced at Minmu Sanatwarai, who was cheering and applauding for the dolphins jumping in the circle. I leave her to you. I handle the next thing. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned and left. Originally, Duanmu Huai wanted to wait until he returned to Japan before summoning it. But then Duanmu Huai thought, I don't know if Yog-Sothoth is a friend or an enemy. If he is summoned and starts to make trouble, it will damage his own territory. As the saying goes, it better to let a friend die than to let me die. So Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision to summon it in this godforsaken place in Western Europe. If something goes wrong, it won't affect East Asia anyway. After that, Duanmu Huai left the aquarium, found a remote and deserted place nearby, printed a Titan building, and then walked into the church, and took out the crystal from the inventory. Strictly speaking, the items in the inventory cannot be used. But perhaps because Duanmu Huai used the power of the old ones to erode and assimilate the crystal and the girl, the system regarded it as an item owned by Duanmu Huai as an old one, and therefore judged that it did not violate the trial rules. So it was taken out. Looking at the crystal floating in front of him, and the girl imprisoned in the crystal, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, then he reached out and knocked on the surface of the crystal. Crack! Accompanying Duanmu Huai action, the crystal wrapped around the girl's body suddenly shattered and cracked, and at the same time, the girl seemed to regain consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes, and the whole person was suspended in the air. Then, a shining light emerged from the center of the girl's smooth forehead. Then, the girl opened her mouth and sang in a low voice, "I hold the silver key in my hand," which appeared from the void. "Please touch this place with your fingertips. I am the incarnation of the spirit of the host. My Father God, go through the sleep of the rose and come to the gate of the end." As the girl sang, a dark hole appeared on her originally smooth forehead, which looked like a keyhole. In the hole, a purple eye suddenly opened and stared at Duanmu Huai. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also opened his hands, and the shadows around him trembled, turning into countless tentacles, rushing towards the girl. Respond to my call, and descend here. Yog Sothoth. Chapter 1435 Ability. When we were on the planet Avatar, Duanmu Huai once said, "When two strange animals meet in nature, the first thing to do is to show their deterrence to each other, let the other party understand how powerful they are, then there will be a basis for communication. Instead of being like those idiot scientists, foolishly telling the other party that we have no ill intentions. This is true for animals, and for humans. First we must show that we are not easy to mess with, and then everyone can sit down. The same is true for the outer gods." Duanmu Huai did not expect to sit down and have a good chat with Yog Sothoth, so he decided to convince him with reason and give him a beating. Duanmu Huai jumped up. At the same time, the shadow on his body began to wriggle, turning into a huge and heavy power armor and thunder hammer. And in front of him, the form of the blonde girl also changed. A dark, huge round key ring appeared behind her. At the same time, the girl's fair skin began to turn as blue as a dead person, and the dark dress was completely broken, turning into long strips of rags. In the girl's hand, there was also a black key as long as a staff. The girl held the key in her hand and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Bang! Duanmu Huai thunder hammer slammed down hard, hitting the key raised by the girl. Originally, according to Duanmu Huai's strength, not to mention knocking her over, it would be more than enough to even flatten her. No matter how you look at it, the girl's small arms and legs can't stop Duanmu Huai. However, the fact is, when Duanmu Huai thunder hammer hit the opponent, Duanmu Huai felt his body shake, as if he hit a thick wall. Damn the power of space. Duanmu Huai knew what was going on without thinking. Indeed, the girl in front of him had small arms and legs, and couldn't withstand his punch at all. But this guy has a good father. The power of time and space, this is really deadly. I hate this. If Duanmu Huai could use the power of the god of destruction, then this level of space blockade would not be a problem for Duanmu Huai at all. But the problem is that Duanmu Huai can't use it now. And time and space, as we all know, are always the most powerful top-level ability attributes. Duanmu Huai's body trembled, and he stepped back. The girl holding the key staff also stepped back. At the same time, Duanmu Huai saw an eye appear in the keyhole on the girl's smooth forehead, staring at him coldly and ruthlessly. And behind the girl, several dark tentacles appeared, also aimed at him. Beams of light shot out from the top of the tentacles, and hit Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the girl again under the bombardment of the beams. Then he raised the war hammer again, and smashed it down hard. Dang! This time, Duanmu Huai's attack was also ineffective, and was once again deflected by the key staff in the girl's hand. Not only that, after deflecting Duanmu Huai's attack, the girl held the key tightly and thrust it forward. As she moved, several tentacles appeared out of thin air around Duanmu Huai's body, tightly wrapping around his limbs. Get out of my way. Although Duanmu Huai couldn't use the power of destruction, he was originally a force flow, and at this moment he was bound by the opponent tentacles. Duanmu Huai also roared, and then struggled hard, and broke free from the tentacles wrapped around him. However, before Duanmu Huai could make any further moves, the tentacles behind the girl were aimed at him again, and as the beam burst, Duanmu Huai had to raise his hands to block in front of him, blocking the opponent attack. Is Yog-Sothoth so tricky? Although Duanmu Huai had been very vigilant before, but after really fighting with Yog-Sothoth, Duanmu Huai found that this guy was much more tricky than he had imagined. And Yog-Sothoth had not even descended in person, but was only attacking him through this girl. Of course, Duanmu Huai's lack of familiarity with space and time attacks was also one of the reasons, but time and space are already the highest level of existence, and Duanmu Huai had the power of the god of destruction before, so he was not afraid of this move at all. But now, without the power of the god of destruction, relying on the old power of this mediocre cat in front of him, Duanmu Huai is somewhat at a loss. Could he call Tindaloo's dog over again? After suffering 2 losses in a row, Duanmu Huai also chose to step back, while staring at the girl in front of him, while thinking about what to do. Time, space. Yog-Sothoth plays this game. I am not his opponent at all. So what cards do I have in my hand? Shadow Tentacle. Gone. So miserable. No matter how you look at it, it seems like they are being beaten. Is there really no way out? Wait. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai seemed to have thought of something. He stared at the girl in front of him, with a strange expression. Duanmu Huai almost forgot that there is also an attribute in his old power. If you think about it carefully, it is not worse than time and space at all. As for whether it is useful, you will know after trying it. After making the decision, Duanmu Huai once again raised the war hammer and rushed towards the girl again. Seeing Duanmu Huai rushing towards her again, the girl also had a strange smile on her face. Then she picked up the key staff again and rushed towards the hammer swung by Duanmu Huai. Bang! The collision sounded again. But this time Duanmu Huai's attack was not blocked. Instead, the girl with thin arms and legs was directly smashed away by Duanmu Huai along with the staff. While being smashed away, the strange smile on the girl's face even became stiff. Her eyes revealed unspeakable surprise and horror, as if she didn't understand what was going on at all. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai had a grim smile on his face at the moment, and was extremely proud. He finally found a way to deal with Yog-Sothoth. Indeed, time, space, are the most powerful forces. Duanmu Huai's power of the past only involves some of the ability to go back in time, and he can't manipulate time like Yog-Sothoth. And Duanmu Huai can't compete with Yog-Sothoth in time manipulation, that just showing off his sword in front of Guan Gong and looking for death. But Duanmu Huai is not without his own methods. One of his shadow powers is enough to fight against Yog-Sothoth. That is information. That right, Duanmu Huai's shadow is through scanning, copying, printing information. In the final analysis, it is the manipulation of information. So, is information useful for time and space? Duanmu Huai suddenly thought of it. He really can't compete with Yog-Sothoth in manipulating time and space. But, if Yog-Sothoth manipulates them to deal with him, then it means that the information here will definitely be modified. It's like using PS to edit a picture. The original picture was a colorful scroll, but Yog-Sothoth edited it into a messy black. How can we change it back to the original color? It's very simple. Just call up the original data and paste it over it. Duanmu Huai did it. To be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai was the girl who was unsealed inside the Titan Church that he opened. This means that he has the original version of all the information here. From space to time. No matter how Yog-Sothoth manipulates time and space, Duanmu Huai can use the original version in his hand, cover the information modified by Yog-Sothoth, and force it back to its original state. After it is back to its original state, Yog-Sothoth's power will naturally be erased, and it will be impossible for him to resist his attack. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai smiled again, staring at the girl sitting on the ground, and walked towards her step by step. Seeing Duanmu Huai walking towards her, the girl's face turned pale, and she raised the key in her hand and inserted it into the ground with force. Then, the ground under Duanmu Huai's feet suddenly became like boiling water, producing a series of bubbles. And then countless tentacles emerged from the ground and attacked Duanmu Huai. This time, Duanmu Huai did not resist. He just raised his left hand and waved it casually. Then, everything in front of him changed instantly. The tentacles that emerged from the ground disappeared directly, and the floor that was broken by the tentacles' attack was restored to its original state. However, this is not time travel. It is information coverage. However, for Duanmu Huai, it doesn't matter. In short, as long as it works, it's fine. Duanmu Huai continued to move forward, and the girl used her methods again and again. But all the original data here is in Duanmu Huai's hands. When he knew how to use it, even if the opponent was Yog Sothoth, Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. At least now, he really has the ability to fight against the opponent. Finally, Duanmu Huai walked in front of the girl, and the girl at this moment also clenched her teeth, and her face was completely devoid of the carefree smile before. She stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely, her eyes full of anger. On the contrary, the pupil in the center of the girl's forehead that emerged from the keyhole was still staring at everything calmly, as if there was no emotion. I guess you should have known this a long time ago. Duanmu Huai ignored the girl. He just stared at the girl's forehead, or the eye in the keyhole that appeared on the girl's forehead. That was the person Duanmu Huai was looking for to negotiate. Then you should know what I want to do with you. I want to expel Nyarlathotep from this world, so can you do me a favor? Without any preparation, Duanmu Huai spoke directly. Since Yog Sothoth knows time and space, it must have known what he was here for. So will it help? Chapter 1436 Mutual Calculation. Brother, I'm back. When Shaji pushed open the door of the office, she was full of joy. After all, she could finally see Duanmu Huai. Although it was just a Golden Week holiday, but for Shaji, it was a long time since they last met. I also bought you a lot of local specialties. Mika also asked me to bring you a gift. Hey? Ah, you're back. However, the person who came out to answer the door surprised Shaji. Satoru-san? Looking at Minmi Satoru, who came to greet her with a bright smile, Sakuya was a little dazed for a moment, and even wondered if she had come to the wrong place. Why are you here? Because Satoru thinks it more fun to stay with the teacher? Hearing Minmi Satoru's careless answer, Sakuya was confused, but soon, she saw the other two people sitting. A beautiful girl with silver hair in a gray dress was sitting at the bar and making coffee, and on another sofa next to her, a blonde girl was holding a teddy bear, curled up there, and looked at this side anxiously. What is this? At this moment, Shajui's mind was full of question marks. Although the appearance of Minmu Sanaorai surprised her, but as one of the 5 swords, it was not surprising that she had some interactions with Duanmu Huai. But the two girls confused Shajui. They were guests, but the silver-haired girl was making coffee slowly, as if she was at home. How could she be a guest? And what about that girl? I go back to my room first. Sakyu looked confused, but Shionji Yuko obviously didn't intend to get involved in these troublesome things. After all, the situation in front of her was very strange at first glance, so she decisively found an excuse, and then slipped back to her room. Only Sakyu stood blankly at the door. Clearly this was her home, but why did she feel as if she was the guest? But fortunately at this time, Duanmu Huai finally appeared. Brother. Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, Shajui also raised his eyebrows, and looked at him with dissatisfaction. What is going on? Hey. Facing Shajui dissatisfied questioning, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. But he still bit the bullet and introduced Shajui. This is Xie Ta. She is also a detective. I met her when I went out to solve the case. Now she is temporarily working with us. I see. Hearing this, Shajui looked at Xie Ta with a much more relaxed look. And the latter also raised his head, smiled at her and nodded. What about that girl? Duanmu Huai glanced at the blonde curled up on the sofa again. Her name is Abigail Williams. For some reasons, she has to live here. As for why it turned out like this, Duanmu Huai could only say that Yog Sothoth was not easy to fool. Originally, Duanmu Huai thought that as long as Yog Sothoth was willing to help tell him where Nyarlathotep was, he would seal the girl again. It turns out that Yog Sothoth is not stupid. It just gave Duanmu Huai a general location, and then told Duanmu Huai that when the time comes, it will appear again to explain the next clue. To put it bluntly, Yog Sothoth also knew that Duanmu Huai would definitely destroy the bridge after crossing the river. So it did not say that everyone was alive, in order to let Duanmu Huai keep Abigail, instead of sealing her up or killing her. After Yog Sothoth exited the possession state, Abigail became a girl who looked weak and helpless. What else can Duanmu Huai do about this? He wanted to destroy Abigail directly, but unfortunately, he still had to rely on her to show him the way. Forget it, keep her for now, after expelling Nyarlathotep. Abigail, who was not possessed by Yog-Sothoth, looked like a well-behaved, sensible and kind child, but for Dwanu-Hwai, this was meaningless. In fact, many games have such developments, a kind, beautiful, gentle, like an angel heroine, but it was revealed that she was a sacrifice or substitute needed to revive some demon or devil, so she was hunted down. And just when the whole world was against her, the hero resolutely stood up and went against the world to protect the heroine. However, in general, the heroine would be snatched away by the villain, and then resurrected as a demon king. And just when the world was about to be destroyed, the hero affectionate call awakened the heroine consciousness, and they joined forces to destroy the resurrected demon king and save the world. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well, pay attention. The general game world is like this. But it is not like this in Star C. In fact, as a judge, players have encountered similar tasks many times. At the beginning, many players who were deeply poisoned by traditional games chose to help the hero and heroine, so that they could finally get married. And when one of them was possessed by the devil, they chose to let the other one go up and use true love to wake him up, thus expelling the devil and completing a traditional happy ending. Unfortunately, they thought so, but the problem is that this game does not give you such a good thing. Basically, this situation ends in the following ways. The first one, the hero sees the demonized heroine, is terrified, and runs away directly, and the heroine, realizing that she has been abandoned, completely turns evil, merges with the devil, and destroys the entire planet. The mission fails. The second one, the hero musters up the courage, calls the heroine, and the heroine seems to have heard the hero call. She gradually recovers, and then the two hug and cry. And then the heroine bites off the hero's neck, and devours his flesh and blood, and then the devil says that the human soul has been swallowed by me a long time ago. Do you think I acted like it? Ha ha ha, don't worry, you will follow in his footsteps and die together. Mission failed. The third option is, the hero musters up his courage, calls the heroine, and the heroine hopes that the hero will stay with her forever. In the end, the hero, who is willing to be the enemy of the world for the heroine, chooses to abandon humanity and stand on the side of the heroine, so the player will face two demonized enemies. Well, the devil wins twice, buy one get one free win it. Mission failed. So, how to protect the world from being destroyed? It's actually very simple. As a judge, you just need to find the heroine before the devil, and then kill her directly, and there will be no problem. If the hero comes to stop you, then kill him as well. Without the vessel, the devil will not be resurrected, and the world will be peaceful. Congratulations, congratulations. The mission is successful. Oh, by the way, to be on the safe side, it's better to kill the hero as well, otherwise he may fall because of hatred and become an accomplice of the devil. So we must eradicate all evil and root it out. Such tasks are to warn players again and again that they are not the princes and princesses in fairy tales. They are judges, looking forward to true love. It is not their duty to save the world, but their duty is to protect mankind at all costs and eliminate the existence that threatens mankind. The same is true for Abigail. Perhaps this weak, kind, angel-like girl is showing her true nature. But the problem is that this is not important. What is important is that she is a vessel that can be possessed by Yog-Sothoth at any time. This alone is enough for Dwanu-Hwai to wipe her out directly. But at the moment, Nyarlathotep priority is still higher than Yog-Sothoth. After all, Yog-Sothoth is a person who doesn't offend others unless they offend me. It has little interest in humans, except for idiots who seek their own death. Nyarlathotep plays games with humans as guinea pigs all day long. So it must be dealt with first. If there is a chance, Dwanu-Hwai doesn't mind killing it directly. In fact, strictly speaking, Dwanu-Hwai doesn't want to cooperate with Yog-Sothoth unless it is absolutely necessary. He never liked the kind of mysterious prophecy. Just like Dwanu-Hwai said before, if the future cannot be changed, then knowing the future is a waste of time. And if the future can be changed, then knowing the future is also a waste of time. And those who know the future 500 years in the past, and 500 years in the future are all crazy. Like Yog-Sothoth, maybe it already knew all this, even the result, but it doesn't care, because it knows the result, which means it won't lose. Well, Dwanu-Hwai doesn't bother to care. To deal with this kind of guy, Dwanu-Hwai method is that as long as I don't know, it means it doesn't exist. To put it bluntly, this response method is a bit like covering one's ears and stealing the bell. And the main idea is I think. Therefore I am. However, Duanmu Huai said that I am a rough man. I don't like to think about those things. And I don't do things that require thinking. So you, Yog Sothoth, can calculate as much as you want. No matter what you calculate, I will conquer the world with my fists. Let's see whether you have more ideas or I have stronger fists. Just do it. In short, that it. Duanmu Huai explained Abigail's situation to Sha Jui, but at this moment, the girl was still curled up on the sofa, like a kitten that had just been picked up, staring at Sha Jui with uneasy eyes. And seeing Abigail like this, Sha Jui's heart softened. Okay, brother, I understand. As he spoke, Sha Jui walked in front of Abigail, hesitated for a moment, and then handed over the little panda that was sleeping in his arms. Mimi, who was sleeping, looked confused. Duanmu Huai couldn't take it with him when he went out, so Sha Jui took the red panda on vacation. Now it was exhausted. Mimi was planning to have a good sleep, but what was her master trying to do? It must be said that red pandas are naturally cute. Abigail's eyes lit up when she saw the red panda lying in Sha Jui's arms. She approached the red panda carefully and stared at it. Then she looked at Sha Jui with a pleading look, and asked in a low voice, "Can I touch it?" Of course. Hearing Abigail's request, Sha Jui smiled slightly. And Abigail also reached out her hand, and placed it on the red panda furry body, and slowly stroked it. As for the red panda, it turned its head to look at Abigail, and then curled up again. From this, it can be seen that small animals are indeed a magic weapon to bring people closer. Seeing that Sha Jui focused on Abigail, Duanmu Huai was also relieved. Otherwise he really couldn't explain to Sha Jui why Minmu Sanori was in his house. Shesta was easy to explain. Sha Jui might think that it was understandable that they were in the same industry, but Minmu Sanori, she had nothing to do with Sha Jui. In addition, this guy is a loose-lipped person. Duanmu Huai is really afraid that Minmu Sanori and Sakuya will say something like your brother milk is delicious during a chat. That would be the end of the matter. It is safer to let Sakuya and Abigail play with the red panda. However, Duanmu Huai came back this time not just because the Golden Week was over, but because the location given to Duanmu Huai by Yog Sothoth was Japan. In other words, Nyarlathotep is currently on this island. Then, finding its trace is Duanmu Huai's most important task at the moment. Chapter 1437, Start Over Again. It is not an easy task for Duanmu Huai to find Nyarlathotep whereabouts. But he is not completely clueless. That is why he is sitting here. I never thought that Mr. Duanmu would actually accept my commission. The person sitting opposite Duanmu Huai was none other than Reneki Tezuka, the young leader of the Ingwe group. At this time before, Reneki Tezuka had called Duanmu Huai, hoping to commission him to investigate an incident. But Duanmu Huai was not interested in the underworld at that time, and decisively refused. But this time when he came back here, Duanmu Huai chose to accept it. In fact, as long as Duanmu Huai thought carefully from the position of the judge, he would know that gangs are quite useful, generally, in the lower levels of the nest. If the judge wants to find a cult organization or something, the fastest way is to go through the gangs. Moreover, Duanmu Huai has dealt with the gangs in the nest in the game. And he also knows that this group of people are good at both black and white, and are very useful. However, when he came to this world, perhaps because the system gave him several choices that forced him into the underworld, Duanmu Huai turned his back on the underworld. He always felt that if he got involved with the underworld in this world, he would be tricked by the system. But now, since the world is about to be destroyed, it is useless to cling to these boring loyalty and faith. Since he has this line in his hand, he might as well use it. However, in this timeline, the situation in which Tezuka Reneki contacted Duanmu Huai was different from the previous one. In the first timeline, Duanmu Huai went to the small town of Aomori, and then met Tezuka Reneki there. At that time, their Ingwe group was responsible for finding the missing only daughter of Ingwe group leader, who was kidnapped by the people in the old district who were expropriating the land here. Therefore, Tezuka Reneki entrusted Duanmu Huai to help investigate. And Duanmu Huai also entered the old district, killed a group of mutated deformed rabbit people, and killed the daughter of Ingwe group leader, who was also contaminated, and killed the culprit green god. In the end, he handed over the last words of Ingwe group leader daughter to Tezuka Reneki, which was considered to be the end of the case. However, after the time went back, since the green god had been killed by Duanmu Huai long ago, nothing happened there, and the daughter of team leader Ingwe was not kidnapped. But Tezuka Liani still found him. However, the reason he found Duanmu Huai this time was not because Duanmu Huai had a conflict with the people of Ingwe Group, but because of Duanmu Huai nickname Extreme Detective, which made Tezuka Liani mistakenly believe that Duanmu Huai was a special person who handled cases for the underworld. So he came to him. Duanmu Huai was really upset about this, but considering that investigating Nyarlathotep was important, he still endured it. This time, Tezuka Liani entrusted Duanmu Huai to conduct an investigation, which was still related to land acquisition. It seems that their Ingwe Group will never get along with real estate in this life. Duanmu Huai wanted to say, "Why don't you just stop working in real estate? Mr. Duanmu, do you know Kamurocho?" "Yes, it right next door." Duanmu Huai certainly knew Kamurocho, but he never went to that kind of place. To put it bluntly, that place was like the red light district in ancient times, where people ate, drank, whored, gambled, and smoked cigarettes. Duanmu Huai has always been reluctant to go to such places. In fact, the government is currently carrying out a redevelopment plan for Kamurocho. The Ingwe Group seems to have a unique way in this regard, and can always find loopholes. Our problem lies in one of the places. One place. Yes, it was originally a market in Kamurocho, but according to the plan, a skyscraper will be designed and built there as a landmark building in Kamurocho. Oh, so what? The people there don't want to move? No. The relocation process itself was very smooth. What the problem? Duanmu Huai was puzzled. He thought it would be like the old town in Aomori, where there were all deformed male households. But they were all relocated there? What the problem? Isn't the rest just to tear down and rebuild? The problem lies in one of the plots of land. Duanmu Huai originally thought that Tezuka Reneki would not explain to him. He was ready to take a photo of him and ask about his shadow. What Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that Tezuka Reneki told him the whole thing very frankly. On the ground of the market, there was a piece of land that belonged to an old man. And before he died, the old man distributed the land to his family. This was not a big deal. At most they could find those people, and then buy them out. For the gangs, this was not difficult. It was nothing more than intimidation and inducement. And they soon collected the contracts for most of the land. However, the owner of 1 square meter of land was missing. Now the gangs were in a dilemma. Whether you are intimidating, threatening, or bribing, you have to do it in front of people. You can't find anyone. So you are talking to the air? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was also confused at first. Isn't it just a square meter of land? Can't you just occupy it directly? You are a gangster. Even if it is a genuine real estate company. When encountering such a thing, don't you have to make it a done deal first? You gangsters are not as good as real estate companies? It doesn't make sense. Right? However, Tezuka Liani said, "No. The reason is very simple. This is a government project. Just like the old Godfather in the movie The Godfather, who colluded with politicians. They also have connections with politicians. And this landmark building represents the political achievements of the politicians. Of course, you can forcibly expropriate this land and start construction now. But once the owner of the land appears in the future and sues you with the contract, it will not be a political achievement for the politician, but a scandal. So even if it is the underworld, they must ensure that the procedures for this land are clean and there are no problems. Therefore, if the owner of the empty 1 square meter is not found, the development plan cannot be started. But it is obvious that the higher-ups cannot delay the plan indefinitely. So the pressure on the gangsters is also great. But for the Ingwe Group, this is the best opportunity. It should be explained here that the Ingwe Group is affiliated with the largest gangster organization in Kanto, the Tojo Clan, and is a gangster organization under the Tojo Clan. However, the Ingwe Group's sphere of influence is not in Kamurocho, but in the Aomori area. Logically speaking, it is not their turn to worry about this matter. But the problem is that the one who controls Kamurocho is another group under the Tojo Clan, the Dojima Group, which is also the most powerful group in the Tojo Clan. And there is another problem with the Tojo Clan at present. After the death of the second-generation president of the Tojo Clan, the next successor of the Tojo Clan was not designated. Currently, an old man from the Tojo Clan head family, Naihara Takashi, is acting as the acting leader. Of course, the so-called country cannot be without a king for a day. It is impossible for the Tojo Clan to keep the position of the leader vacant forever. According to the current situation of the Dojima Group being the only one in the Tojo Clan, Its leader Dojima Sohei is definitely the next president. As long as he successfully completes the Kamurocho reconstruction plan, then Dojima Sohei achievements in the Tojo clan will be unmatched, and he will be the third-generation president of the Tojo clan in no time. Of course, the other groups cannot just watch Dojima Sohei succeed, but they have no choice. What no one expected was that the Kamurocho reconstruction plan, which was originally going smoothly, actually had a change because of this piece of land that could not find its owner. If Dojima Munheim cannot find the owner of this square meter of land, then he will not only not get any good results this time, but he may even be blamed for it. After all, this is a big project between the Dongcheng Association and politicians. As we all know, this kind of project does not look at how much effort you put in, but looks at whether you are important. Just like the nail households. No one cares about the demolition households, who accepted the contract early. Only those who hold on to the end will attract the attention of the public and the media. If you can confront the excavator and throw a few Molotov cocktails, you will be on the social news directly. At this time, whoever can persuade the stubborn household to agree to the demolition will be regarded as a hero and praised. And promotion and wealth will be just around the corner. As for the others who participated in the demolition work, they have no merit but hard work. If Dojima Munheim successfully gets all the land, then everyone will just consider themselves unlucky. But now there is a loophole. So the other groups can't just sit there and watch. Even if I can't become the president, I can't let you, a fat guy, succeed. The Ingwe group took the initiative to intervene under such circumstances. After all, this development plan is the top priority of the Tojo group at present, and whoever can find the owner of the empty 1 square meter, his group leader will become the third-generation leader of the Tojo group, and command the entire Kanto underworld. Now, other groups also became jealous. You know, Kamurocho is the territory of the Dojima group, and they want to invade the territory of the Dojima group to acquire the land there, which is definitely not possible. First, it is against the rules, and second, you can't beat them on their territory. But now, everyone doesn't have to spend so much effort, as long as you find the owner of the 1 ping land, and obtain the ownership of the land from the other party, then the credit will be the greatest. For Dojima Mutahai, it is naturally not happy. I have worked so hard for so long, and in the end I am making wedding clothes for others? Don't even think about it. So now the Dojima group is also looking for people everywhere like crazy, after all. What if someone else really gets there first, and find the owner? That Dojima Sohei might even want to commit suicide. So, you are here to ask me to find the owner of that piece of land, and then bring it to your Ingwe group? At this point, Duanmu Huai naturally understood why Tezuka Reneki was looking for him. That right. Tezuka Reneki nodded. Finding people is what you detectives are best at. Isn't it? You are right, although Duanmu Huai's method of finding people has never been very scientific. No problem. Duanmu Huai had no objection to the deal, but he also put forward his own requirements. But regarding the compensation, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? I hope you can help me investigate some things. According to you, if I successfully bring the owner of Yipping to your Ingwe team leader, then he will become the third generation of Dongcheng clan. Right? That right. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai wanted to say, Tezuka Liani still nodded. Well, I hope you can help me investigate some things. Some things? Yes. What exactly is it? We can talk about it after I complete the commission. Is it okay? No problem. Tezuka Reni thought for a moment, then nodded. Although Duanmu Huai's request was a bit strange, if he could really complete the commission and help the Ingwe group find the owner of the 1 ping land, then the Ingwe group would definitely owe him a big favor. Not to mention just investigating some things. Even if Duanmu Huai asked them to help sink a few people in Tokyo Bay, that would be no problem. Duanmu Huai proposed this condition. In fact, for the cult organization of the Light of the Universe. Since Yog Sothoth confirmed that this organization was in Japan, then the other party was likely hiding somewhere. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to search slowly by himself. Since Dongchengui was the largest underworld organization in Kanto, it would be the most suitable to let them find these rats, who were also hiding in the dark. After all, snakes have their own paths, and rats have their own nests. Then, it decided. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stood up and stretched out his hand to Tezuka Reneki. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 1438 Kamurocho Tianxiaitong. In the end, Duanmu Huai still followed the system wishes and embarked on this road of no return. MMP forget it, let go. After that, Duanmu Huai drove to Kamurocho. On the way, Duanmu Hui also contacted the police and investigated the situation in this regard. Japanese gangs are a rather deformed culture, which is also rooted in Japan's twisted spirit of taking advantage of loopholes. Just like Japanese laws. Japanese law explicitly prohibits impure transactions. But can this stump the Japanese people who are full of wisdom? Of course not. So the question is, what is impure transaction? What? You say that if I put my big sword into your scabbard, it will be impure transaction? Oh, I understand. Then I open a club, let customers enjoy girls pooping, it will not be impure transaction. After all, you can't stipulate that urination and defecation are also behaviors. And those famous so-called human body shung seaweed wine is a product of this kind of law. As long as everyone knows about this thing, they know that it is definitely not a normal thing. But there is no way. It is illegal to do it normally. In contrast, if I put some sashimi on a girl, or pour wine for her, as long as she wears a swimsuit, it is not illegal. There was also such a joke on the internet before Duanmu Hui traveled through time, saying, "This is actually my girlfriend. We went out to spend the night together, but she suddenly wanted to buy a PS5. So I gave her 3,000 yuan afterwards. It true. So, police uncle, can I leave now?" Of course, it is a joke on the internet, but it is not a joke in reality. In fact, the famous water vendor in Japan came from this. The Japanese police also arrested those underage people for impure behavior transactions. But people said that this little girl was selling water here, and I felt sorry for her. So I bought a bottle of her mineral water. Then we felt a sense of mutual sympathy during the conversation. And we couldn't help it. There happened to be a hotel next to us, and we went in to talk. So, police uncle, I gave her this 50,000 yuan to buy her bottle of water, and it had nothing to do with the impure transaction. We were deeply in love at that time, and we couldn't help ourselves. You are in charge of the law. Do you want to control our chat? What? You said that the water costs 50,000 yuan? Do I want you to control it? Even if it tap water? This is love. In the Japanese anime industry, this situation also exists. Japan has also issued regulations on child protection, prohibiting the appearance of child characters with sexual connotations in anime. That easy. Sir, don't look at this as a primary school student. She is actually 1,000 years old. So Japanese anime appeared one after another with high school students who looked like adults. But the teachers standing on the podium were petite and delicate, and even looked younger than the students. There was even a lowly teacher character who was directly shown to be 30 years old. Smoking, drinking, and racing. The subtext is also very obvious. After all, they are teachers. They must be adults. So there is no problem at all. The same is true for Japanese gangs. The so-called legalization of Japanese gangs does not mean that I can go directly to the city hall and say that I want to register a certain group for the purpose of a gang. And they will nod and do it for me. Any normal government will not do such a crazy thing. Therefore, Japanese gangs are registered in the name of companies. For example, the Ingwe Group, registered with the government as the Ingwe Club, and its main business scope is information consulting services. If you just look at the paper, this is a completely pure and innocent company, as if it has nothing to do with the mafia. But the truth is, everyone knows it, and the scope of information consultation is inherently vague. How much is a piece of information worth? Who knows? So any amount of money they charge is reasonable and legal. In addition, gangs are illegal in Japan, but usury is legal. So of course, debt collection is also legal. This has created a weird and twisted situation in which Japanese gangs survive and dance in the gap between laws and rules. Unlike other places, when you talk about gangs, you think of the mafia or something like that. They are extremely vicious, killing people, setting fires, selling drugs, and weapons. Some places have even become warlords, daring to go against the local government. But Japanese gangs have a strange sense of harmony. They maintain a special relationship with the police. If the gangs don't make a big deal, then the police won't care. Even if the gangs kill people, as long as they can hand over the person, regardless of whether it is the murderer or not, the police will not investigate again as long as they have an explanation. This is not simply because the Japanese police are cowardly, but because the Japanese mafia is indeed quite powerful. In Japan, the entertainment industry, gambling industry, and loan sharking are all their private domains. In fact, Almost all agencies in the Japanese entertainment industry have a mafia background. Don't be fooled by those idol stars, who seem to have a lot of great abilities. But as long as the agency wants to kill them, they are nothing. The most typical example is Kimura. What was his status in Japan at the time? He was at the peak of his career. It was not an exaggeration to call him the national male god. Almost all women in Japan were crazy about him. He was a superstar. However, he ignored the agency obstruction and directly announced the news of his marriage on the show. Then he was banned by the agency. So what will happen next? Will those fans who love Kimura riot? Or will they go to the agency to protest? Oh, nothing. Nothing happened. The national male god, the #1 superstar, is banned just like that. Nothing happened. Because those fans are fake. No matter how enthusiastic they are, it is impossible for them to confront the agency for their idol, or attack the gang. At most, they can only yell and curse a few times on the internet. What the use? When a star was arrested for his scandal, there were fans on the internet who were bragging about jailbreaking. What happened? There was no big news. And after a year, it will be almost forgotten. So in Japan, no matter how glorious those artists are outside, they are just dogs raised by the agency in private. Tezuka Leone had hinted to Dwanmu Hwai before that after the matter was done, if Dwanmu Hwai needed anything, they could also let some popular idols accompany Dwanmu Hwai, even if they wanted to form a group. Well, think about those beautiful and youthful girl groups who are on the stage, singing and dancing in the cheers of a group of fans. But they sleep with you in the same bed in private. Which is very interesting. Isn't it? Dwanmu Hwai said he could look forward to it. This also proved once again that, in this world, strength is the source of power, and power without strength is just an illusion. The topic has gone too far, let's get back to it. As a detective, Dwanmu Hwai is naturally familiar with the police. He asked a familiar policeman privately, and Dwanmu Hwai also learned some of the situation. In short, what the Ingwe group said is basically true. As for the current crazy action of the Dojima group to find people everywhere, the attitude of the police is to turn a blind eye. The reason is simple. The Kamurocho redevelopment plan involves a huge amount of money, and the police are naturally involved in it. The police are the guardians of the law, but they are not saints who do not eat or drink. If the Kamurocho redevelopment and expansion goes smoothly, then the police funding will also increase, and they certainly hope to succeed. Therefore, as long as the Dojima group goes too far, does not kill, set fire, or fight in groups, then the police will just keep an eye on them, and will not take any action. Or to put it more extreme, even if the Dojima group killed someone, as long as they poured cement into Tokyo Bay and didn't get caught, and did the whole thing quietly, then the police wouldn't care. But if you have a gunfight with hundreds of people on the street, then the police can't just ignore it. You just don't take the police seriously. Then it will be a different situation. After all, crimes need to be investigated, and counterterrorism only needs a list. After that, Shionji Yuko also called, as expected of a top hacker. She quickly found the target information. The owner of that vacant lot is Makamura Minoru, female, 20 years old. 3 years ago, she lived with her relatives in Tokyo. Then her mother committed suicide, she ran away from home, and disappeared. Disappeared? Dwanmu Hwai frowned. Are there no other clues? Do you know how many people named Makamura Minoru are in the country? I can't check them one by one. Let's check it out. Since we already know their age and gender, we should be able to filter some people out. Okay. I try. But it happened 3 years ago. So I may not be able to find too many records. Yuko Shionji sighed helplessly. And then hung up the phone. At this time, Dwanmu Hwai also drove to the outside of Kamurocho. He stopped the car, looked at the bright red words Kamurocho Tenkaichito on the gate in front of him, tidied his clothes, opened the car door, got out of the car, and then walked into the red light district. As a detective, since he had taken on the case, Dwanmu Hwai naturally had to go around and see what the hell that empty space was. It was already nighttime, and most of the shops in the shopping street where Dwanmu Hwai was located had closed down and were preparing to go to bed. As for the red light district of Kamurocho, it seemed that the night had just begun, and many people were coming and going, walking and stopping, and people were soliciting customers from time to time on both sides of the street. Dwanmu Hwai's height made him easily noticed by the people here. But no one dared to pull him. And even the pedestrians next to him could not help but avoid him. After all, this was Kamurocho. And no one knew where this man came from. Moreover, he looked fierce and wore a black coat, which made him look like a bad guy. He simply had the words "Don't mess with me" written on his face. So everyone gave way. And no one dared to go up and cause trouble. But they can, some people can't. Big brother. Standing on the street not far away, a gangster stared at Duanmu Huai, who was walking with his head held high, with a grim look on his face. And the younger brothers around him didn't know what to say at this moment. Should we go? To be honest, they really didn't want to go. After all, the man opposite was terrifying at first glance, just like the kind of serial killer that only appears in movies. But the problem is, they are members of the Dojima group. This is the Dojima group territory, and an outsider comes here with a swagger, looking like he's going to mess things up. As members of the Dojima group, how could they be cowards here? If this were to be told to others, wouldn't everyone laugh at them? For a moment, the gangsters of the Dojima group were hesitant about which was more important, the face of the organization or their own lives. This man was really too fierce. They were all gangsters, so they could tell at a glance, just from the man's face, that he must have killed people. And killed a lot. That murderous aura, a layman who has never killed anyone cannot imitate it. This power, I am afraid that even his team leader cannot match it. Where did this big guy come from to mess things up? Call someone. In the end, the idea of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle still prevailed after a gamble. So he quickly made a decision. This is the territory of the Dojima group. As a member of the Dojima group, if he does not show up at this time, he will be scolded to death by the team leader when he returns. On the contrary, if he shows up at this time, it at least means that he has devoted himself to the Dojima group until his death. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Let's see what this man is capable of. Of course, to be on the safe side, he asked his younger brother to call a few more people. And he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and walked up with the others, blocking Duanmu Huai way. Hey! Which group are you from? What are you doing here? Chapter 1439, Pulling Back. Hey! Stop right there. The gangster standing in front of Duanmu Huai looked up, staring at the 2.8-meter tall man in front of him, and roaring with a ferocious look, but looking at their pale faces, you can tell that these people are obviously not as fierce as they appear. Which group are you from? How dare you come to our Dojima group to act wild? Huh? Hearing the gangster roar, Duanmu Huai glared at him coldly. What the hell are you talking about? I don't look like a gangster at all. I'm just an ordinary person. Okay. Seeing the Dojima group causing trouble on the street, the bored onlookers around them quickly ran over and formed a circle. After hearing Duanmu Huai answer, almost everyone looked at him with a look of disappointment. How do you look like a gangster? How do you not look like a gangster? I'm still curious. Why do you think you don't look like a gangster? Stop kidding. Obviously. Not only the onlookers thought so, but also the people of the Dojima group. The leader roared and stared at Duanmu Huai. To be honest, although he was the first to take action, the unlucky guy was a little regretful now. Duanmu Huai intimidation was too strong. Although he did not turn on the fear aura at the moment. Just standing there with his eyes glaring at him made the gangster feel like he was being stared at by a terrifying giant bear. And a slap could directly make his head explode. Duh. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and then a group of men holding short knives and iron bars rushed in through the crowd, and surrounded Duanmu Huai. Seeing this, the man immediately calmed down. Luckily, he was smart, and sent someone to the office to call for help before taking action. Now a good, as the saying goes, even a good tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. There are dozens of us here. How can we have any problem dealing with you alone? Stop kidding. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the gang leader suddenly felt his anger straightened. His back became straight, and he spoke louder. You look like a gangster. What wrong? You don't dare to show your identity here. Right? Come on. Brothers. Let's see what this big guy can do. Gangs don't have the rule of single combat. And Duanmu Huai gave them too much pressure. So these gangs never thought of fighting him single combat. With the order from the gang leader, the others rushed towards Duanmu Huai like hungry wolves out of a cage. The first to attack were the gangsters behind Duanmu Huai. They held steel-pipe baseball bats and smashed them directly at Duanmu Huai. This move was often used by gangsters. On weekdays, when they dealt with some difficult enemies, they would just hit the back of the opponent's head with a stick, and then they would knock the opponent unconscious. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai was so tall that, even if they jumped up with steel pipes, they couldn't hit the back of his head, so they could only settle for the next best thing. Bang, bang, bang. The steel pipe baseball bat smashed directly on Duanmuhuai's back, making a dull sound. The gangsters' hands trembled, and they felt that the steel tube baseball bats in their hands were like hitting a heavy tire, and they were directly shaken back. Damn! Is this still a human? Before they could react, Duanmuhuai swung his hand back and directly knocked the gangsters behind him out. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, grabbed a gangster who was waving his fist and rushing towards him, and held him like a human stick and swung it forward, hitting the gangsters and screaming. For a moment, the gangsters all around cried and screamed. The onlookers were completely numb. They saw the gangsters rushing towards Duanmuhuai like evil spirits, and then flew directly into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Then they began to scream and roll. At the same time, more gangsters also heard the news and rushed to Duanmuhuai. However, the results were not much better than those before. Bang! When the last gangster fell to the ground, everyone saw Duanmuhuai's tall figure standing in the middle of Kamurocho Avenue, and in front of him, behind him, and on both sides, there were gangsters who were lying on the ground, crying out in pain and unable to get up. And compared with these ragged, bruised and swollen gangsters, Duanmuhuai's clothes were not wrinkled at all. Ah, ah, ah! At this moment, the other gangsters did not dare to come up anymore. At the beginning, they were still full of anger, and believed that they must not let outsiders run wild on the territory of the Dojima group. As a result, now, they looked at Duanmuhuai as if they were looking at a man-eating beast, and they were speechless. But unfortunately, Duanmuhuai obviously had no intention of letting them go. He just stared at the survivors in front of him, raised his feet again, and walked towards them. Poor gangsters had nowhere to hide, and could only watch Duanmuhuai walk in front of them. And then, I will fight you. Just as Duanmuhuai stretched out his hand, the leading gangster seemed to finally be unable to bear the pressure anymore. He roared, pulled out a short knife, and stabbed Duanmuhuai's arm, which was almost as thick as his body. He held the dagger tightly in both hands, and stabbed Duanmuhuai's arm with force. Obviously, he was determined to stab him even if he died. In full view of the crowd, the gangster stabbed Duanmuhuai's arm with the dagger in his hand, and then, dang! The next moment, the blade of the dagger broke into two pieces, and the front part was completely bounced off. And on Duanmuhuai's arm, there was not even a white mark. Seeing this scene, the gangster's eyes almost popped out. He was stunned, his mouth wide open, looking at the broken dagger in his hand with disbelief. For a moment, he was completely stunned. At this moment, Duanmuhuai had already waved his hand and grabbed him in his hand. Ah, ah, ah! When Duanmuhuai grabbed the gangster and lifted him up from the ground, the latter seemed to finally react. He stared at Duanmuhuai with a pale face, trembling all over, and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. But he couldn't even speak clearly. Duanmuhuai didn't care at all. He just grabbed the gangster, raised him high, and then, beep, beep, accompanied by a quick whistle. The next moment, several policemen rushed over. Stop it! What are you doing here? Saved. Hearing the police whistle, the gangster was relieved, and then his eyes went black and he fainted completely. So, you went to the police station again after that? And you're back now? CSC Ta stared at Duanmuhuai and asked silently, where are those gangsters? Most of them went to the hospital, and the rest went to the detention center. Duanmuhuai snorted coldly, hindering the investigation, hurting people without reason. They will be in trouble, and my job will be much easier this way. Indeed, when the police arrived, they originally thought it was a fight, and planned to arrest Duanmuhuai and these gangsters together. But Duanmuhuai directly showed his detective notebook, saying that he came to Kamurocho to investigate the incident. As a result, he had just come in and hadn't done anything when he was picked on by the gangsters. Needless to say, there were so many onlookers on Kamurocho Avenue, and everyone saw the whole story clearly. They all said that Duanmuhuai had just come here and hadn't done anything, but was blocked by the gangsters. And it was the gangsters who started it first. So needless to say, they arrested some and sent some to the hospital, and Duanmuhuai naturally went home. After all, his work has been completed. That right, Duanmuhuai went to Kamurocho, not to investigate. After all, he was looking for someone, not a murder case that required a scene investigation. In theory, Duanmuhuai didn't need to go to Kamurocho at all, but he went anyway. The reason is very simple, just to hold back the Dojima group. The commission given to Duanmu Huai by the Ingwe Group was to find the owner of the land, and then bring him to the Ingwe Group. But the problem is, Duanmu Huai is only one person, and the Dojima Group has hundreds of people. If you don't have a direction for finding someone, then you have to rely on the human wave tactics. This is like Krypton Gold. If you don't have the luck to get 3 goals in 10 consecutive games, then what should you do? It's very simple, just spend money directly. The more you spend, the higher the chance. Right? So the Dojima Group sent more than 300 people to look for it. The speed must be faster than Duanmu Huai looking for it alone. If the Dojima Group finds it first, wouldn't Duanmu Huai efforts be in vain? So Duanmu Huai thought of this way. If I can't find it, you can't find it either. Just hold the Dojima Group back. You have to know that there are more than 300 people in the Dojima Group, and at least half of them were knocked down by Duanmu Huai yesterday. Moreover, Duanmu Huai deliberately used light blows, which were not fatal, but only caused them to break bones. In addition to those who were locked up in the cell, basically 2/3 of the people in the Dojima Group were useless in a short period of time. And the affairs of a group are definitely not only about finding people, but also collecting protection fees, watching the scene, etc. All of these require manpower. Now that the Dojima Group has lost 2/3 of its people, it must be short of manpower. In order to maintain the normal operation of the organization, they can obviously only reduce the number of people looking for people. In this way, won't Duanmu Huai be much more relaxed? As for whether the Dojima Group will cause trouble for them, hey, if he has the guts? Come on. If Duanmu Huai beats Dojima Sohei to a state of paralysis, then the Ingwe Group will probably celebrate. And Duanmu Huai is a detective, he belongs to common people, so this is not even a gang fight. The Dojima Group was beaten up like this by a common people. If they want to take revenge in a big way, then they will lose all their face. If they can't win, it will be even worse. So Duanmu Huai believed that if Dojima Sohei had a bit of brains, he would not find fault with him, unless he didn't want to. In short, we will officially start looking for people tomorrow. Will you help? No, I don't want to. I have my own things to deal with. Well, let's do it again. Again? Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Siasita's face changed slightly. Wait, that enough? I want to sleep. Hee. But that mouth sucks so hard. It not convincing at all. It obviously because you are too big, Soon a night passed. When Duanmu Huai climbed up from Siesta's bed and returned to his room, she was still in a deep sleep. To be honest, this famous detective can really sleep. Not only does she sleep until the sun shines on her, but every day, she also takes a nap. According to her, because she is always thinking at a high speed, the 3 major desires are stronger than those of ordinary people. Well, in fact, it is true. At least during the days that Duanmu Huai lived with her, he found that Siasita was really good at eating, sleeping and working. She also took the initiative to invite him last night, saying that she wanted to change her mood and relax. Ding-ling-ling. Just after Duanmu Huai returned to his room, the phone rang. Duanmu Huai picked up the phone, and then the voice of Tezuka Reneki came from the other side. Oh, Mr. Duanmu, I didn't expect you to make the Dojima Group like this. You really make people look at you with new eyes. It okay, I just held them back a little bit, besides. They were the ones who bothered me first. Ha ha ha, now this matter has spread throughout the Dongcheng clan, the Dojima Group has basically become a joke, everyone is happy to watch the fun, but the Dojima Group is indeed unlucky, as the saying goes. Good fortune never comes alone, it seems to be true. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Misfortunes never come alone? What happened to them again? Hey! You don't know? Didn't you watch the morning news? I just got up from bed, what happened? Just this morning, the police found a body in an empty area. According to the investigation, the murderer is likely to be from the Dojima Group. This time, they are going to be in a mess. Oh! Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up at this moment. Tell me more? Chapter 1440 When it rains it pours. Tezuka Reneki did not elaborate, but just asked Duanmu Huai to watch the news, and Duanmu Huai was too lazy to read secondhand news. He directly called the police station and learned the whole story. Strictly speaking, this case actually has something to do with Duanmu Huai. At that time, he made a big fuss in Kamurocho, sent all the members of the Dojima Group to the hospital, and the police had to maintain order, and then look around to see what was going on. As a result, Someone reported that a body was found in an open space on the shopping street. So the police went to investigate and found the deceased. However, the police did not connect the deceased with Duanmu Huai. After all, Duanmu Huai had just arrived in Kamurocho at that time and was still far away from the crime scene. Later, according to the police investigation, it was confirmed that the deceased had a conflict with a member of the Dojima group because of debt collection before his death, and someone saw him forcing the victim into the open space. The autopsy results also showed that the victim was violently beaten. The current police view is that it is very likely that a younger brother of the Dojima group was collecting debts and did not know how to control the severity of the attack. This kind of thing is common. This incident should have been reported last night, but because Duanmu Huai riot in Kamurocho occupied the headlines, it squeezed the popularity of this incident. From this point of view, the police should thank Duanmu Huai. After all, beating up a group of gangsters is just fun, but killing people is another matter. At present, most media are still focusing on the fight between Duanmu Huai and the Dojima group, and are not concerned about the deceased. So they also plan to take this opportunity to bring this matter over. Of course, the murderer still needs to be caught. It depends on whether the Dojima group is sensible or not. If the Dojima group is sensible and hands over the murderer, then it will be good for you, me and everyone. But if the Dojima group is not sensible, then don't blame the police for forcibly searching them. The case itself is very simple. The victim injury examination showed that he was beaten to death. The autopsy results are also very clear and definite, and the time of death also matches. Besides, no one usually goes to that open space. There are only footprints of the victim and the murderer. It can be said that the evidence is solid and there is no doubt at all. Now we just need to find the murderer and arrest him. Since there seems to be no doubt in this case, Duanmu Huai naturally doesn't need to care about it. He hangs up the phone and goes to do his own thing. After all, he is still very busy. At the same time, in the office of the Dojima group, the atmosphere is extremely solemn. The head of the Dojima group, Dojima Sohei, sits behind the desk, with a gloomy face and no words. The three young assistants sitting in front of him did not dare to speak. Dojima Sohei was in a very bad mood. He had received many calls from team leaders since early this morning. They all spoke with a concerned tone, asking Dojima Sohei about the more than 100 brothers who were beaten and hospitalized, and whether they were healthy. Then, they asked about the murder case that happened in the open space. Would it affect the development plan of the Tojo clan? Although their tones were more cordial and polite than each other, Dojima Sohei knew that they were all there to laugh at him. The underworld started with violence. It can be said that violence is the root of the underworld. The first requirement for any underworld gangster to step onto the stage is to be able to fight. The Dojima group was able to become the most powerful force in the Tojo clan because of money and violence, and they also relied on violence to collect protection fees. However, just last night, the powerful veil of the Dojima group was ruthlessly torn off and thrown directly to the ground. One person killed nearly 200 people, and the other party had no weapons in his hands, just bare hands, and it was the entrance street of Kamurocho. In front of everyone, he beat nearly 200 people of the Dojima group and made them cry for their parents. What is this? This is equivalent to destroying the reputation of the Dojima group. Dad, I have already checked it out. At this time, one of the men couldn't help but speak. The man who came to Kamurocho to cause trouble for us last night is called Duanmu Huai, a detective, and he opened a detective agency over at the shopping street. Should we send some people over there to smash his office and let him know how powerful our Dojima group is? That right, Dad? We can't just let it go. Another man also slammed the table. That bastard simply hit our Dojima group face on the ground. Don't we have any reaction at all? The brothers will be disappointed. They said this, and they also had their own reasons. You have to know that the fight between Duanmu Huai and Dojima group last night was not only about the face of Dojima group, but also the power of Dojima group was weakened. After all, nearly 200 people were hospitalized, and each of them had broken bones and muscles. Although they were not incurable, they certainly could not be cured in a short period of time. Therefore, during this period of time, the Dojima group would become powerless. Not only that, the Dojima group territory is in Kamurocho, and the merchants here all pay them. They pay this money because they are afraid of the Dojima group. But what if these merchants are not afraid anymore? Therefore, they must find a way to show the attitude of the Dojima group to the outside world. As the saying goes, whoever offends the Dojima group will be punished no matter how far away they are. Of course, these people are not fools, and they will not choose to confront Dwanmu Hwai head-on. But the underworld is the best at doing disgusting things. They can send people to set fire to Dwanmu Hwai office, or kidnap Dwanmu Hwai family and friends, and use them to threaten Dwanmu Hwai. They can also harass them, such as throwing manure and garbage in front of their office, making harassing phone calls. The underworld is best at these little tricks. If they can't kill you, they can disgust you to death. Although this incident was caused by their own blindness, but one thing is one thing, the other party made the Dojima group lose face so much, they must pay the price. Otherwise, anyone can bully the Dojima group in the future. Okay, what are you arguing about? Just then, Dojima Munahai finally spoke. He stared coldly at the three young assistants, with no expression on his face. Such a big thing happened in the group right now, and you only care about this little trouble? The other party is just an ordinary person. Why, you still want to do more? Don't you think our people in the Dojima group are shameless enough? Dad. Hearing Dojima Sohei's words, the other three people also lowered their heads in a hurry, not daring to respond. Okay, this matter ends here. The most important thing now is to find out the owner of that piece of land. As the leader of the Dojima group, Dojima Sohei is not stupid. After learning about this, he used his connections to inquire about Dwanmu Hwai. The conclusion is, this guy can't be messed with. Let alone the fact that he is a licensed detective. Dojima Sohei looked at his work style in several cases, and then found that this guy, nickname the Extreme Detective, is not for nothing. Many times, his methods of handling cases are more gangster than those of the underworld. This guy is a ruthless person. Dojima Sohei suspected that if the Dojima group dared to take action against Dwanmu Hwai, the latter would dare to go directly to the Dojima group office to find trouble with him. What to do then? He can beat up more than 200 people on the streets of Kamurocho. If he really breaks into the Dojima group, can he still stop him? So after thinking it over, Dojima Sohei decided to take a step back, then the world will be brighter. What more, as he said, the most important thing at the moment is to find the owner of that ping, and then obtain the property rights of that piece of land, so that the redevelopment of Kamurocho will fall into the hands of the Dojima group, and as long as the Dojima group achieves this achievement, then it will be the third generation of the Tojo clan for sure. Isn't this better than fighting a commoner? When he becomes the third generation of the Tojo clan, it won't be too late to turn around and cause trouble for Dwanmu Hwai. Why must he create trouble at this critical moment? As the leader of the Dojima group, he still knows what is important and what is not. Your most important task at the moment is to find the owner of that ping of land. And that idiot who rashly beat someone to death, you must deal with him properly. Remember, if Dwanmu Hwai comes to Kamurocho again, don't care about him, don't pay attention to him, and don't cause trouble for him. Do you understand? Yes. Since Dojima Sohei has made the decision, the remaining three can only obey. Due to this series of events, the Dojima group plan to find the landowner can only be temporarily slowed down, and this is also a good opportunity for Dwanmu Hwai. He has left home and is heading to his next destination, Sotenbori in Osaka. Dwanmu Hwai drove there, and at the same time, on the phone, the voice of Shionji Yuko also sounded. According to my investigation, after Makamura left Tokyo, the last thing I found was that she went to Osaka, and then she completely lost contact. I have investigated the police report on the disposal of homeless bodies, and I did not find the name of Makura Minoru. Nor did I find anyone who looked like her. In other words, her current life or death is unknown? Yes. After all, this information is too old. I am not 100% sure. Anyway, just go there and take a look. If it doesn't work, ask someone, and you should be able to get some clues. Dwanmu Hwai was not sure either, but he would take it one step at a time, and maybe he would find it. He now only hoped that this incident could be resolved quickly, and then he could let the Ingwe group investigate those cult organizations. After all, for Dwanmu Hwai, this was the most important thing. If he didn't need to use the hands of the underworld to investigate and track down those damn cult members, he would not bother to spend time on such a boring and meaningless commission. It would be more exciting to catch a lover. After driving for 6 hours, Dwanmu Hwai finally drove to Kangshinbori. Damn it, I really don't want to drive anymore. Okay, where is the person we are looking for? In a massage parlor, one of the masseuses is called Makura Minoru, whose age and gender are the same as the Makura Minoru we are looking for, As for whether she is the one, we can only tell when we see her in person. Okay. Looking at the feasting and revelry in front of him, Duanmu couldn't help but sigh, and then got out of the car. I hope we are lucky. Chapter 1441 Seeking Death. In the end, the Dojima group decided not to cause trouble for Duanmu. The people below did not dare to disobey the orders of team leader Dojima. But not everyone was willing to listen. After all, the underworld has a bad temper, and Duanmu has let them down so much. The people below naturally became more and more angry. How could they not vent their anger? That was absolutely impossible. So soon, a group of underworld gathered together, discussing how to retaliate against Duanmu. Their idea was simple, as long as they did not reveal that they were members of the Dojima group. You offended the Dojima group, and you still want to get away with it? Impossible. Standing at the gate, looking at Sakuya, Mayumi Sanatwari was surprised. Is the teacher not here? Yes. My brother went to Osaka. He said he was going to investigate the incident. Wow. Why didn't the teacher take Sanatwari with him? Because we still have to go to class. Sanatwari, you don't want to skip class. Do you? It's more fun to be with the teacher than skipping class. Wow. Did the teacher say when he would be back? It should be in these few days. Meaning Sanatwari lowered her head dejectedly and sighed. It's so boring. Sanatwari went back. Then. Be careful on the road. Looking at Meaning Sanatwari, who turned around and left, Sakuya opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she still said nothing. She just watched Meaning Sanatwari turn around, and walked away humming a song as if nothing had happened. Sure enough, Satori should live here too? On the way back to school, Mayumi Sanatwari swayed his body, and talked to himself. After all, it's much more fun to be with the teacher. And the teacher room is big. There must be no problem. Well, it decided. Let's go back and pack our luggage. Thinking of this, Mayumi Sanatwari also showed a happy smile. Then turned and walked into the alley next to him, heading towards Kianyuanleo. Hey. Wait. Little girl. At this time, a group of bad boys with dyed hair appeared, holding sticks and knives, and blocking Mayumi Sanatwari way with a sneer. Who are you? What do you want to ask Satori? We want to ask you, what is your relationship with the person in that office? Relationship? Faced with the question of the bad boy, Munim Satori tilted his head. Satori is the teacher assistant. Satori has always been with the teacher, but this time the teacher went out without Satori. Satori is so lonely. Really? Are you lonely? Hearing the answer from Mayumi Sanatwari, the bad boys burst into laughter. And then, they walked towards Mayumi Sanatwari. In that case, why don't you come and play with us? Play? Yes. As he spoke, the leading bad boy chuckled. We will make you fly to the sky. After saying this, the bad boy suddenly waved his hand, and then saw other bad boys rushing out with evil smiles, raising their hands, and rushing towards Mayumi Sanatwari. At the exit of the alley not far away, the gangsters in the car stared at the alley entrance, frowned, and looked at their watches. What are those guys doing? But they have been in there for so long. Why is there no reaction at all? Didn't they say they should tie the people up and take them to the warehouse? Could it be that these people can't even catch a little girl? Let's go see what's going on. Soon, the gangsters couldn't sit still anymore, opened the car door and got out. And then they walked into the alley. The whole alley was dark. After being blocked by the tall buildings, the sound of vehicles on the street became much weaker. A few gangsters walked deeper into the alley. Not long after, they heard a faint humming sound from a corner deep in the alley. These guys, are they going to fight here? Hearing this sound, one of the gangsters frowned, while the other one didn't care. It doesn't matter, it's the same everywhere. Let go over and take a look, at least make sure they take pictures. As they were talking, they had already reached the corner, then they looked up and looked inside. Afterwards, they all stood there in a daze. In the depths of the alley, the group of bad boys had already fallen to the ground, blood gushing out of their bodies, staining the colorful clothes and the dark ground red. And in this tragic scene, that seemed like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a green-haired girl was holding a white wooden sword, turning around there with a smile. It turned out to be like this. I can't calm down, the flowers are withering. As she spoke, the green-haired girl raised her knife, shook off the blood stains on it, and then turned her head, staring at the pale gangster in front of her without blinking. Welcome, are you lost? The girl voice was leisurely and sweet, like a pleasant whisper echoing in the depths of the dim alley. However, at this moment, the gangsters looked at her with pale faces, as if the person in front of them was not a weak and vulnerable girl at all, but an indescribable monster in human skin. You also want to stay here with them and relax. Oh, by the way, speaking of this, Minim Sanatwarai turned around and stared at the gangsters without blinking. Sanatwarai has a good idea. If I let you go, there will be more interesting things. But while speaking, Minim Sanatwarai held a white wooden sword in his right hand and pressed the back of the sword with his left hand. You can only let one go, the rest will be useless. At this moment, the monster disguised as a human finally showed its fangs, just as the evil monster attacked innocent humans in an abandoned warehouse not far from the shopping street. The remaining gangsters were waiting there bored. What wrong with those guys? The leading man looked at his phone unhappily and muttered in a low voice. According to the plan, the other party should have kidnapped the person long ago and brought him here. But he has never been seen. I even called, but no one answered the phone. Could it be that they would encounter any trouble by catching a little girl? Bang! Just then, with a loud noise, the door of the warehouse suddenly opened, which surprised the others who stayed behind. They looked up and saw a gangster rushing in with a messy body. Hey, what wrong? What happened? Seeing their companions in such a mess, the others also stood up in a hurry, while the gangster looked extremely terrified and pale. Monster, monster. That a monster. Puff. However, before he finished speaking, a sword pierced through He Dao's chest, reflecting a cold light stained with blood under the dim light. At the same time, a leisurely voice sounded behind He Dao. If you don't move, can you get rid of the darkness, flowers, and water? Woo, ah. He Dao stared at the blade that pierced his body, let out a painful groan, then fell straight to the ground, and at this time, everyone saw that, behind him, there was a girl holding a sharp blade. At this moment, she was looking at the people in front of her with a smile, and there was a strange light in her eyes. It seems that everyone is here. Then, while speaking, Minim Sanatwarai raised the sharp blade in his hand. Let Sanatwarai make you feel like you are in heaven. For the underworld, this is just a small revenge, kidnapping the other party family, then taking pictures, drugging, playing with them. Threats, ridicule, this is commonplace, commonplace. However, the facts prove that, the more you climb the mountain, the more you will encounter tigers. This gangster group finally hit a wall. I'm really very sorry, Brother Kyuzace. Looking at his subordinates lying on the bed, who were wrapped in bandages like mummies, Dojima Group Wakashira Assistant, Kyuzace Boxing Champion Association President Kyuzace Daisuke's face was gloomy. This is all my responsibility. I will take responsibility. The only lucky thing is that, although these people are now bandaged like dumplings, but according to the doctor explanation, their injuries are not very serious. The opponent cleverly avoided all the vital points. So this is not even a minor injury. The only tragedy for them is excessive blood loss and the pain of being stabbed. But because of this, it makes people feel more frightened. Now is not the time to talk about this. Dad has already said that you are not allowed to attack the detective. But, brothers, we can't bear this. Our Dojima Group. We have to bear it even if we can't bear it. Kyuzace Daisuke roared, then turned around and left the ward. He walked out of the hospital with a gloomy face and returned to the car. Indeed, he could understand his younger brother's feelings. The Dojima Group suffered such a great injustice. Are they just going to let it go? Although his father said to take a long-term view, he also knew that finding the owner of the empty one ping was the most important task for the Dojima Group at present. But, just let it go. What a joke. They even attacked their own younger brothers. This matter must not be let go. However, Kyuzace Daisuke also knew that it seemed impossible to confront Dwanmu Huai Detective Agency head-on. He was a good fighter himself. But he didn't expect that the girl who was his assistant was so cruel. In that case, then, don't blame me for being rude. Since they are so ungrateful, then I just go all out and burn down that damn place. It just so happens that I heard that the man is not in the office today, so this is the best opportunity. Notify others to do it tonight. Soon night fell. When the time pointed to the early hours of the morning, Kyuzace Daisuke brought his subordinates and drove to the shopping street. They looked cold, with murderous intent in their eyes. Kyuzace Daisuke has decided to do this. Even if his father doesn't allow him to, he has to give an explanation to his brothers. Otherwise, he will be too sorry for them. The shopping street was dead silent. Only the street lights on both sides of the road flashed outside the window. Kyusei's Daisaku sat in the back seat with his eyes closed and didn't say a word. However, after a long time, he opened his eyes. What wrong? Haven't you arrived yet? Kyusei's Daisaku stared at the driver in front of him with dissatisfaction and asked. If he remembered correctly, the detective agency was at a corner of the shopping street, and it only took a few minutes to get there by car. But now, it seems like almost half an hour has passed. Big brother. What wrong? I seem to be lost. Lost? What road? Kyu's Daisaku opened his eyes wide. Looking out the window, he could see rows of houses flashing past him, and those street lights. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows, 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. Gradually, Kyu's Daisaku also found that something was wrong. He was still very familiar with the situation of the entire shopping street. If Kyu's Daisaku remembered correctly, there should be a crossroads ahead, but they had walked all the way until now, only on one road, and didn't even see a fork in the road. Speed up. Speed up. At this moment, a strange and absurd feeling surged into Kyusei's Daisaku heart. He gave an order loudly, and the driver followed Kyusei's Daisaku order and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Soon, the vehicle accelerated again and sped forward. The houses and street lights on both sides had turned into strips of light flashing outside the car window. However, the vehicle kept speeding for dozens of minutes without stopping or even turning, as if they were walking on a long, endless, straight street. However, the car started to slow down and stopped. Hey, what going on? Big brother. No gas. No gas? How is that possible? Kyusei's Daisaku looked at the driver's seat and saw that the gas was gone. What wrong with you? You knew you were going out, but you didn't fill up the tank? No, big brother. I filled up the tank before I left. How dare you talk back? Kyusei's Daisaku punched the driver in the face, making him shut up. Then he opened the car door and got out of the car with several other brothers. Looking carefully, Kyusei's Daisaku found that this place seemed a little strange. The shopping street in his memory did not look like this. There were too many houses around, and all the houses were dark, looking like no one had been there for a long time. In the dark night, a yellow moon hung high in the sky. Where is this? Why doesn't it feel like a shopping street? At this time, the other brothers also felt something was wrong, and Kyusei's Daisaku grabbed the driver and shouted, Hey, you didn't take the wrong road. Did you? Dang dang dang. Of course not, brother Kyusei's. Kamurocho is right next to the shopping street. I have been driving this road for so many years. How could I have taken the wrong road? Then where is this? I. Waste. Kyusei's Daisaku shook off the driver and looked around. Then he saw the gas station not far away, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Let go, push the car there, and we will fill up the gas and leave this damn place. Chapter 1442, Horror in the Dark Night. What the hell is this place? Standing in the gas station, Kyu's Daisaku frowned, feeling uneasy. Although he seldom came to the shopping street, he had some impression of this place. But the shopping street at the moment gave Kyu's Daisaku a feeling of being ambiguous. At first glance, it seemed to be the shopping street he knew, but when he looked closely, he found that it was not such a place at all. Brother. At this time, the driver and the other two brothers also took out baseball bats from the trunk and came to Kyu's Daisaku. Okay. Go break open that broken door. Turn on the power. And then fill up the gas. Yes. After listening to Kyusei's Daisaku words, the other three hurriedly walked to the locked door of the gas station with baseball bats, raised the baseball bats and smashed them randomly, directly breaking the locked door open. And then they walked in with flashlights. A bunch of trash. Kyusei's Daisaku retracted his gaze, snorted coldly, and then leaned against the car. He wanted to light a cigarette, but when he thought that this was a gas station, Kyusei's Daisaku finally gave up the idea. He just leaned against the car, looking around in boredom. The more he looked around, the more Kyusei's Daisaku felt that something seemed to be wrong. He spent most of his time in Kamurocho, and was not very familiar with the situation in the shopping street, just passing by. But now looking carefully, Kyusei's Daisaku found that this place did not look like a shopping street at all, or rather, the buildings around looked like shopping streets at first glance, but when you look closely, they did not look like shopping streets at all. Not only that, these buildings looked like they had been uninhabited for a long time. And he didn't know if it was Kyusei's Daisaku illusion, but he always felt as if someone was watching him in the dark. But when he looked around, he couldn't see anyone. The windows of the buildings and shops next door were also dark, and there was no movement. After all, it was late at night, and everyone must have fallen asleep. By the way, those guys were really slow. Kyuse's Daisuke complained about his stupid brothers, then walked to the side of the gas station, and bought a can of coffee from the vending machine. You can't smoke or drink in a gas station, so you could only drink something else to refresh yourself. To Kyuse's Daisuke's surprise, this can of coffee seemed to be quite delicious. Kyuse's Daisuke had just poured it into his mouth when he felt a sense of comfort. The cool, delicious, smooth and greasy touch went directly into his stomach through his throat, making Kyuse's Daisuke feel that every pore of his body seemed to exude a sense of comfort. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It was just a small can of coffee, but Kyuse's Daisuke held it in his hand and drank it in big gulps. He closed his eyes and felt the feeling gradually melt along his stomach, and then extended to every corner of his body, every blood vessel. Click! The dazzling incandescent light came on, interrupting Kyuse's Daisuke drinking. He opened his eyes in dissatisfaction, staring at the shining light in front of him, and secretly cursed those idiots for not waiting a little longer. But soon, he found that something seemed wrong. What he was holding in his hand was not a cafe, but a gas pump. In fact, he was pointing the gas pump at his mouth, and the other end of the gas pump was connected to the dust-covered gas pump next to him. Woo! The moment he realized this, Kyuse's Daisuke felt a strong smell of gasoline. He threw away the gas pump in his hand, and then lay on the ground and vomited. The cold and clear feeling of comfort that originally filled his body was now transformed into a thick, irritating, and disgusting stench. He only felt his stomach churning, and almost every blood vessel felt as if it was brushed by a steel brush. Gasoline and blood mixed with gastric juice spurted out of his mouth, forming a pile of filth that was unbearable to look at. Damn! Damn! He didn't know how long he knelt on the ground and vomited. And then Kyuse's Daisuke stood up tremblingly. He reached out to cover his mouth, and his stomach kept squirming. He had nothing to vomit, but his stomach obviously didn't think so. Kyuse's Daisuke covered his mouth with one hand, staring at the gas pump fiercely. The latter fell quietly on the ground. The pipeline connecting it to the gas pump looked like the thick blood vessels of some creature under the light. Damn it! What's going on? Where are the people? Where did they die? Kyuse's Daisuke staggered to his feet and roared loudly, but his voice soon disappeared in the silent street. The houses around him did not react at all, as if they were just graves that had existed for a long time. Damn bastards! At this moment, Kyuse's Daisuke was extremely angry. He didn't know who he was angry with. He stumbled to the gate of the gas station store, clenched his fists, and walked straight in. He had already decided that as long as he saw those blind guys, he would beat them up severely, so that they would know how to listen to him. Hey, where are you? Unexpectedly, there was nothing in the gas station store. Generally speaking, shelves would be arranged here like a supermarket, selling some food and other things. But there is nothing here. There is not even a cash register. The whole store is empty, as if this is not a gas station at all, but just an unused, abandoned rough house. Kyuse's Daisuke stood at the door, staring blankly at the empty room in front of him. There is no secret room, no other doors. The whole room is just a white rectangular space illuminated by lights. But there is nothing here, as if they have never existed. Even his own brothers are the same. Kyuse's Daisuke felt more and more that he was being watched. He could even feel that the other person seemed to be staring at him from behind. He turned his head in horror and looked behind him. Then, there was no gas station. There was nothing. There was only a street in front of him. The houses around him still stood there silently like tombstones. And the car they drove was gone. When Kyuse's Daisuke looked back again, there was no room in front of him. There were streets in front and behind him. And he was standing in the middle of the street. On both sides of the street, there was only the light of street lamps. Who is it? Who is messing with me? Kyuse's Daisuke's body began to tremble. His heart was filled with anger and fear. He didn't know why this happened. Did he drink too much and have hallucinations? Or was it all just a dream? A nightmare? When he woke up, would he find himself still sleeping in the car? Come out. Come out the fucking way. Kyuse's Daisuke turned around in the street, shouting loudly, but no one answered. However, the feeling of being watched became stronger and stronger. It was as if someone was watching him. And there was more than one person. Kyuzei's Daisaku could feel that there seemed to be several people staring at him from behind. However, when he turned his head and looked behind him, he could not see anyone. Damn it. I told you to get out. Kyuzei's Daisaku was furious at this moment. He grabbed a stone on the ground and smashed it hard at the window of the house next to him. Crackle. The stone smashed the window, making a noise, but no one appeared, and the windows around were still dark. But the feeling of being stared at did not disappear, but became stronger. Damn, get out of here. Get out. Get out. Kyu's Daisaku roared, picked up a piece of stone, and smashed the glass, breaking all the glass of the houses around into pieces. For a moment, the whole street was filled with the sound of broken glass, which seemed quite lively. But this did not make Kyuzei's Daisaku feel much better. He felt that the gazes were getting stronger and stronger. And there were more and more of them. As if he was being watched by countless people. But he could not find anyone at all. Just as Kyuzei's Daisaku reached out his hand and picked up another stone, he suddenly saw a big swelling on the back of his hand. As if he was bitten by something. Kyuzei's Daisaku raised his right hand in confusion, staring at the back of his hand. And then under his gaze, he saw the swelling slowly cracked. And then, an eye emerged from it, staring at him intently. At this moment, Kyuzei's Daisaku also felt that. As the eye on the back of his hand opened, the strong gaze also stared at his hand. Ha! So that how it is? So that how it is? Kyuzei's Daisaku seemed to have finally discovered the problem. He laughed and reached out his hand, grabbed the clothes he was wearing and tore them off his body. At this time, Kyuzei's Daisaku saw that his chest, shoulders, arms, and even every part of his body seemed to have similar lumps. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be bitten by mosquitoes, with swollen pustules everywhere. These pustules had already cracked, and now eyes emerged from them, looking around. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You bastards. Kyuzei's Daisaku roared loudly, stretched out his other hand, and took out a short knife from his waist. Then, he raised the short knife, pointed it at the swollen eyeball on the back of his hand, and stabbed it directly. The sharp knife pierced directly into the back of Kyuzei's Daisaku hand, and into the gap of the eyeball. Ah! The intense pain made Kyuzei's Daisaku scream, but this made him use more force, and he dug the swollen eyeball out of the back of his hand. As the eyeball was dug out, Kyuzei's Daisaku could also feel that the sight staring at his left hand disappeared. Ha! I see. I see. Kyuzei's Daisaku stumbled to his feet, clenched the knife again, and pointed it at his body. You are not allowed to look at me. Go to hell. With a roar, Kyuzei's Daisaku raised the knife high, and stabbed himself hard. Ah! A shrill, almost inhuman scream sounded, echoing in the dead silent street. At this moment, Kyuzei's Daisaku was like a madman, wielding the knife in his hand desperately, cutting off the swollen eyeballs on his body one by one. For a moment, his sturdy body was covered in blood. But it was meaningless, because when Kyuzei's Daisaku swung his knife to cut off the eyeball, another eyeball would grow out of the torn flesh like a mushroom after rain. Soon, these eyeballs became more and more, bigger and bigger, and Kyuzei's Daisaku movements became slower and slower. Finally, he could no longer hold on, and fell on his back on the ground. H.A. At this moment, Kyuzei's Daisaku has completely lost his human form. All over his body, eyeballs are like herpes, and like clusters of mushrooms, blooming all over his body. Even his finger joints are swollen, and the eyeballs inside are blinking constantly, as if showing their existence. What on earth is this? Kyuzei's Daisaku stared blankly at the sky, looking at the yellow moon in the night sky. Then, he saw the yellow moon suddenly disappear in the night, and then reappear. Kyu's Daisaku blinked, looked again, then, he finally saw it clearly. The thing floating in the sky was not the moon, but a yellow eyeball. And the black part was not the night, but the eyelid. This huge eye just stared at him in the air. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At this moment, Kyu's Daisaku finally understood. He laughed and raised the short knife in his hand, aimed at his eyes. As long as he couldn't see, then he couldn't see. Then, the knife covered with blood, just pierced directly into Kyu's Daisaku eye socket. Chapter 1443 Simple and direct. Dwanmu White opened his eyes and yawned. This underworld is not that great, is that all? Dwanmu White didn't care about the attack on his office by the Dojima group. You know, his office is actually the same as the old church. And the girls living in it are actually protected by the old ones in a sense. Except for the goddaughter of a certain foreign god, it would be a dead end for the Dojima group to deal with others. In fact, Duanmu Huai had already set up a barrier in the entire shopping district. Anyone who tried to attack the office would be mentally polluted because of the automatic triggering of keywords. This is actually similar to the curse in some cult books. As long as you hear or know about it, you will be corroded to a certain extent. This is also Duanmu Huai method. To put it bluntly, all those who know his office will be like being poisoned, and will be infected by the virus from Duanmu Huai old ruler in their subconscious. Once they become hostile to Duanmu Huai or his firm, and put it into practice, the virus will be activated. And then, nothing will happen. Duanmu Huai has added 3 layers of insurance to his lair. Namely, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 roars, and 1,000 beards. This is the first time they have worked. Duanmu Huai wanted to see what happens. He didn't expect these gangsters to be so weak. The first 1,000 eyes didn't even make it. Of course, if you think about it carefully, this is normal. In Azeroth, the ancient gods are in a weak state of being sealed. But in Duanmu Huai hands, they are in their prime. Just a few gangsters brandishing swords and guns, then they should die as they should? Forget it, there is nothing to see, let's just do business. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts, then shook his head, tidied his clothes and left the hotel. It was a bit late to drive to Kangshanbori yesterday, so he stayed in the hotel for one night, planning to go to the massage parlor called Chankaken in the morning to find someone. According to the clues found by Shianji Yuko, the Makamura Minoru is an employee of this massage parlor. I hope I didn't find the wrong person. The massage parlor is located on the 2nd floor of a small building in Kangshanbori. It is just a small massage parlor. Well, it is very small. Duanmu Huai has difficulty turning around. Or, all houses in Japan are like this. The corridors are narrow and small, which fully reflects the stingy national character of the Japanese. Forget it. It is not important. Duanmu Huai walked to the door of the massage parlor and knocked on the door. Soon a voice came from inside. Come in. Duanmu Huai pushed the door open and walked in. He saw a burly man sitting in front of the counter. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming in, his expression changed slightly. Excuse me, are you a customer who has made an appointment for a massage? Massage? No, I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Yes. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out his business card and handed it over. I'm a detective, coming here to look for a lady named Makamura Minoru. According to my investigation, she should be working here, right? Detective? The man opposite reached out to take the business card, frowned his brows and looked at it, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. Are you a detective? This is my detective license. Duanmu Huai took out his detective license and opened it in front of the other party. The other party looked at the photo on the detective license and compared it with Duanmu Huai himself. What do you want to see Makamura Minoru? First, I want to talk to her and confirm if she is the person I am looking for. Are you here to see Makamura Minoru? I am here to see a woman named Makamura Minoru, who is about 20 years old and came from Tokyo. But if not her, I need to confirm it by asking, and then I can explain the origin. Is that so? After hearing Duanmu Huai answer, the man thought for a moment, and then stared at Duanmu Huai. Then, can I see your arm? Hearing the man question, Duanmu Huai was a little surprised, but still stretched out his hand. The man also rolled up his sleeves, looked at Duanmu Huai's arm, and then nodded. Okay, I know, but I must be there. Is that okay? I don't care. Come inside with me. As he spoke, the man turned around and led Duanmu Huai into the treatment room. There were 2 massage beds, and a woman in a massage parlor uniform was sitting on a chair next to them. Hearing the footsteps, the woman also stood up hurriedly. Manager, are you a customer? Looking at the woman in front of him, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. The reason was very simple. Although she seemed to be looking at him, the woman's expression did not change at all. This surprised Duanmu Huai a little. You know, most people, regardless of gender, will become nervous and even terrified when they see him. And this woman's expression did not change at all? She doesn't look like someone like Neem Satori, who has a SAN value of 0 or a strong mind. Could it be? Duanmu Huai looked at the man in confusion, and the latter nodded. She can't see. Can't see? Didn't Shianji Yuko say that Makamura Minoru was blind? Could it be that I found the wrong person? Forget it. Anyway, since we are here, let's ask some questions first. Sure. This person is a detective, and he wants to ask you something. Detective? Looking for me? Hearing the big man's words, the woman also looked confused, but still nodded obediently. Then the three of them sat down, and Duanmu Huai looked at the woman in front of him named Makura Minoru. Well, Miss Makura Minoru, although it may be a little abrupt, I hope you can tell me about your experience, such as your background, where you lived before, etc., so that I can verify it with the information I have. Ah, okay, I am Makura Minoru. I was born in. Later, I returned to my country with my mother to visit relatives, and since then, I have been living with my relatives in Tokyo. Makamura's explanation was a bit vague, but the general situation was similar to the information that Duanmu Huai asked Ziyuanji Yuzi to investigate. So he nodded. Excuse me. Do you know what your grandfather's name is? I remember. It Makamura Hua. It seems that she is right. Very good. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Makamura. Sure. Duanmu Huai nodded. It seems that I have found the right person. Did your grandfather ask you to find me? Not really. To be honest, Miss Makamura Minoru, you are involved in a rather troublesome matter now. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the big man and Makamura Minoru were both surprised. What going on? It like this. Duanmu Huai never hides anything when he speaks. He directly explained to the two the current redevelopment plan of Kamurocho, the Tojo clan related to it, and the situation of the empty 1 square meter. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, the big man and Mutsu and Sure were also stunned. They had never thought that they would encounter such a thing. So, Mr. Detective, you came to me. I am here on behalf of the Ingwe Group of the East City Association. In short, I hope to take Miss Mutsu and Sure to sign a contract with the Ingwe Group and let Miss Mutsu and Sure sell the land she inherited to the Ingwe Group. It that simple. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and said very frankly. So, Miss Makamura Minoru has to do something very simple. As long as you go to Tokyo with me, and then sign a land transfer contract with the leader of the Ingwe Group there, then this matter will be over for Miss Makamura Minoru. The next step is the internal problems of the Dongcheng Society. I don't think Miss Makamura Minoru wants to have anything to do with those idiots of the gang. Makamura Minoru and the big man looked at each other and remained silent. I believe that the Ingwe Group should give you a very sincere price, and strictly speaking, Miss Makamura Minoru, if you don't sell this land as soon as possible, you may be in danger of your life. Life-threatening? Hearing this, Makamura Minoru was shocked. Is it that serious? Of course, I have already explained the situation. For them, the biggest problem now is that if they cannot get this piece of land, then when the reconstruction plan is completed in the future, it will be very troublesome if the owner of that piece of land shows up again. So to put it simply, there is only one problem, that is, to prevent the owner of that piece of land from showing up. Also, that means they will kill me. At this moment, Mutsu and Sure's face was pale, and Duanmu Huai nodded. That right, Miss Mutsu and Sure. I have made it very clear. This piece of land is not just a piece of expropriated land. It is related to the Dongcheng Association, the next ruler of this organization with 25,000 gangsters. Since it is a gang, it is definitely not a group of good men and women. And as I said before, the Dongcheng Association is also fighting openly and secretly for this position. The Ingwe Group that commissioned me is one of them. From the perspective of the Dojima Group, they certainly don't want to cause any trouble. To be honest, as long as we find you and kill you, then everything will be over, and there won't be any more problems. Are you threatening Xiaosher? At this moment, not only was Makamura Sure trembling, but the big man next to him was also glaring at Duanmu Huai with his eyes wide open. I'm just stating the facts, and of course I'm threatening, because things will indeed develop in this way. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. I am a detective. I am only responsible for finding people and passing messages. But I think after this, other groups of the East City Society will also send people to find Miss Makamura Sure. It is hard to say what will happen by then. Not to mention, it is not just the East City Society that will target Miss Makamura Sure. Other gangs will also take action if they know about this. After all, as long as they get the land in Miss Makamura Sure's hands, then they can make a deal with the East City Society. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed extremely solemn. The big man frowned, and Nukunchi was also terrified. They had never thought that they had been in such a dangerous situation without knowing it. Bang! But at this moment, the door of the massage parlor was suddenly pushed open. And then, several gangsters strode in. Seeing Duanmu Huai, they were stunned for a moment. And then, the leading gangster looked at the big man next to him and said, I'm sorry to bother you in your busy schedule, You must be the store manager Li Wahai. Right? Hand over Mutsuinsure. Huh? What did you say? Hearing this, Mutsuinsure trembled, and the big man clenched his fists, staring at him angrily, and wanted to rush over. However, at this moment, the other party had already pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the big man. I advise you not to act rashly. Well, this is Mutsuinsure. The gangster looked at the trembling woman next to him, and then waved his hand. Take her away. Yes. Soon, several other people stepped forward, trying to take Mukunchi away, but, hey, you think I don't exist if I don't say anything? As Duanmu Huai's voice sounded, a fist as big as a casserole whizzed out, and directly hit the head of the gangster, smashing him completely out. Then everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and then Duanmu Huai's tall body blocked them like a wall. Robbing people in front of me? Did you ask me? Duanmu Huai's eyes were wide open, staring at the gangsters in front of him. Go to hell. It didn't take Duanmu Huai much time to deal with this group of gangsters. He just took a step forward, threw left and right hooks, and said, people who piss me off are in danger. The local gangs are so rude. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, looked at the gangsters lying on the ground with bruises on their faces, and didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and snorted coldly, what do you mean by first come first served? I haven't left yet. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the two of them. It seems that besides me, someone else has found you. So, Miss Makamura, what are your plans? The manager. Makamura grabbed the manager in fear, seemingly not knowing what to do at all, while the manager was silent for a moment, sighed and looked at Duanmu Huai. If Xiao trades with the Ingwei Group, will the Ingwei Group ensure her safety? You can mention it. I think the Ingwei Group is more or less reasonable. Besides, it won't hurt them if Makamura is alive. It seems that we have no other choice. Compared with the panicked Makamura, the store owner looked very calm and composed. He looked like a man with a story. But looking at the tattoos on his body, it was clear that this tattooed boss must be no ordinary man. Let go now. Is that okay? Of course. My car is downstairs. Since the other party is so sensible, Duanmu Huai doesn't have to waste his energy. He is most afraid of meeting those who are stupid and can't figure out the situation. That would be troublesome. However, it seems that the store manager is quite sensible, so he didn't say much, just nodded. If you two have no problem, we can set off now and try to get this matter done before dark. I think you two don't want to cause trouble. At this moment, facing Duanmu Huai's invitation, both the store manager and Mutsuinsure knew that they had no choice. Chapter 1444 Mission completed. The rest went smoothly. After receiving a call from Makamura Minoru, Duanmu Huai called Tezuka Reneki, who was also very surprised to learn that Duanmu Huai had found someone so quickly. After that, Duanmu Huai followed Tezuka Reneki's request and took the two of them to an office of the Ingwei Group in Tokyo. There, Duanmu Huai also met the leader of the Ingwei Group, Ingwei Taizo. The first impression of Ingwei Taizo was that he was a very capable middle-aged man. He was wearing a kimono, with his hair combed back, and looked very imposing without being angry. When Duanmu Huai arrived, Ingwei Taizo had already prepared the lawyer and the contract. All he had to do next was to reach an agreement with Makamura, and then he could sign the contract. Of course, this had nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. He threw Makamura and the store manager to Ingwei Taizo, and went straight to Tezuka Reneki. After all, this was the commission Duanmu Huai received. Now that the commission was completed, whether an agreement could be reached was the business of the people involved, and it had nothing to do with him. So, my commission has been completed, and you have no objection. Right? Of course, Mr. Duanmu. Tezuka Liani was also quite happy. After all, it was his decision to entrust Duanmu Huai. Now that Duanmu Huai has produced the results so quickly, it also proves his ability. Right? When things here are over, I will pay you. Wait, I said. The form of payment this time is different. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. I don't want money, but I want you to help me investigate some things. Ah, you did say that. Hearing Duanmu Huai answer, Tezuka Liani was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and nodded. What do you want us to help investigate? It's very simple. I hope you can help investigate the intelligence about the religious organization. Religious organization? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's request was really beyond Tezuka Liani's expectations. Like gangs, cults are also legal organizations in Japan. Of course, In the eyes of outsiders, it is funny that cults are legal organizations. But in fact, just like in the eyes of Sia people, the people worshipped in Japanese shrines are all monsters. And 9 out of 10 religious organizations in Japan are also cults. In 1995, France drafted a report, which later became an international guide for identifying whether a religious organization is a cult. In this report, the 10 elements that constitute a cult are clearly pointed out. As long as one of them is met, it will be judged as a cult. First, it causes mental disorder. Second, it harms the body. Third, it gathers children without authorization. Fourth, it makes huge property demands without reason. Fifth, it cuts off family ties. Sixth, antisocial speech. Seventh, endangering public order. Eighth, attempting to infiltrate power departments. Ninth, secret societies, strange actions. 10th, creating heresy, threatening the masses. In Japan, cults and gangs are relatively closed organizations, but the two sides are completely at odds with each other. Japanese gangs originated from all walks of life, to put it bluntly. They are groups of people who cannot live a decent life in society for various reasons. But the gangs also emphasize hard work to gain rewards, such as being able to fight, collect debts, collect protection fees, etc., to prove your contribution and loyalty to the gang. These are real, hard work, and even life-threatening activities. On the other hand, cult organizations make money through gatherings, brainwashing, and other means, while also exercising mental control over others. So in the eyes of the gangs, these religious organizations are all stupid and crazy people who just rely on their mouths to deceive fools. Cults see gangs as just a bunch of low-class people who work hard and fight without thinking. Both sides can't stand each other, but they don't interfere with each other. Just like murderers and fraudsters, they think each other is stupid, but there is no need to fight to the death. Right? Which one do you want to investigate? By the way, there are so many registered religious organizations in Japan that it is impossible to count them. For most people, the most familiar one is probably the Unification Church. The reason? Those who understand will understand. The #1 male gun in Japan is not called that for nothing. All. Hearing Duan Muhui answer, Tezuka Rennie looked at him in bewilderment. Are you kidding me? In short, I hope you can ask your little brother to collect some information about those sects, and then give it to me. I'm just looking for a certain sect, but I'm not sure what it will look like here. At least that sect is definitely not called the Light of the Universe in Japan. Duan Muhui has already asked Shianji Yuko to investigate it in the registration list. These things are just like pyramid schemes. Today they sell healthy pillows, and tomorrow they switch to selling health products. It is hard to investigate. So Duan Muhui can only investigate through the human wave tactics, and he has no people, so he has to ask the Ingwe group for help. So you are investigating a certain sect, but you don't know what they are called? That is indeed a problem. Tezuka Liani now understood what Duan Muhui meant. He thought about it for a while, and then nodded. Okay. No problem. I asked the brothers of the Eagle Moon group to pay attention to it. It shouldn't be too difficult. For Duan Muhui, it is not easy to find the one he wants from the numerous fraud organizations. But it is easy for underworld organizations, like the Eagle Moon group. The reason is very simple. These underworld groups have their own territories, and these underworld groups are the local bosses. They naturally know what is in their own territories. So for Duan Muhui, he might have to waste a lot of time on visiting and investigating. But for these local tyrants, they just need to hand over the information they know. Now the Ingwe group can only manage their own territory. But if Ingwe Taizo becomes the third generation of Dongcheng Association, then they can issue orders to all the groups under the entire Dongcheng Association. Duan Muhui is not skeptical about this. After all, this order, except for being a little weird, will not harm the power and interests of other groups. Nor will it waste too much time. So there should be no problem. Then I leave it to you. I leave first if I have nothing else to do with you. Duan Muhui glanced at the closed door over there. The Eagle Moon group should be responsible for protecting Makamura Sure next, so this matter has nothing to do with him. Dad admires you very much, and wants to invite you to be a consultant. Would you like to consider it? No, I still think the job of detective is more suitable for me. No matter how low the status of the judge is, it is not enough to call the gang leader at the bottom of the Nest City brothers. Duan Muhui and the Eagle Moon group are just mutually beneficial. There is no need to bring himself into it for a gang. Okay. But you have to be careful. Once the Dojima group knows about this, They will definitely investigate, and may even retaliate against you. If someone else had rejected the invitation of team leader Ingwe, Tezuka Reneki might have scolded him for being ungrateful. But Dwanmu Huai is not an ordinary person. Apart from anything else, he single-handedly defeated nearly 200 people from the Dojima group in Kamurocho a few days ago. This feat is considered a legend among legends in the underworld. If he were a gangster, he would at least be a young leader assisting a gang leader. And it is not impossible for him to be directly designated as a young leader. Now Tezuka Reneki finally understood why the media called Dwanmu Huai a Yakuza detective. Not only does he have a fierce face, but his behavior, style, methods, and strength make it hard for anyone to believe that he is not a Yakuza detective. And there is another reason why Tezuka Reneki treated Dwanmu Huai so well. Before Dwanmu Huai came back, Ingwe Taizo had already held a meeting with Tezuka Reneki and made a decision. That is, Ingwe Group would move into Kamurocho. Under normal circumstances, this kind of behavior of snatching people territory would definitely not work. And it would also be attacked by other groups. But now the situation is different. On the one hand, the Ingwe Group has obtained a blank square meter, proving its strength. And with this square meter, the Ingwe Group is equivalent to having a trump card. It can be said that the third generation of the Tojo clan is just around the corner. Once Ingwe Taizo becomes the third generation of the Tojo clan, it will be much more convenient. On the other hand, the strength of the Dojima group is now greatly weakened. Nearly half of the people in the group were sent to the hospital by Dwanmu Huai, and they will not recover for several months. This also means that the Dojima group no longer has enough power to control Kamurocho. And now they have lost another blank square meter. And Taizo Takatsuki can also use this incident to directly drive the Dojima group out of Kamurocho, and let the Takatsuki group move in. Once they control Kamurocho, the Takatsuki group will have a firm foothold in Tokyo, and will be able to play a greater role. If Taizo Takatsuki wants to become the third generation of the Tojo clan, then Reneki Tezuka will naturally become the leader of the Takatsuki group. By then, Kamurocho will be his territory, and Dwanmu Huai is right next to him. So he naturally has to consider building a good relationship with Dwanmu Huai. Right? That's why Tezuka Reneki reminded Dwanmu Huai. After all, the Dojima group has completely failed. There's no guarantee that they won't get desperate and attack Dwanmu Huai. Haha, I want to see what these idiots are capable of. Dwanmu Huai didn't take Tezuka Reneki reminder seriously. Q's Daisaku is already dead. They can continue if they're not afraid of death. See how many people in the Dojima group are dead. Then, I leave the investigation of the sect to you. Well, I deal with it as soon as possible. The two talked for a few more words, and then Dwanmu Huai said goodbye and left. As for the store manager and Makamura Shima, it was not his task, so he naturally didn't need to care about it. However, based on Dwanmu Huai's understanding of Ingwe Group, they should not do such a stupid thing as sinking people in Tokyo Bay right after signing the contract. After all, if they dared to do so, no one would dare to trade with them in the future. And Ingwe Group has survived until now by real estate development, and they should know what they can and cannot do. Next, it depends on whether they can bring him some good news. Chapter 1445 Search Investigation. Although Dwanmu Huai didn't care much, but in the next few days, he still learned most of the situation from Tezuka Liani's phone call. Makamura Sure and the store manager were safe under the protection of the Ingwe Group. Ingwe Taizo bought the land in Makamura Sure's hands at a very tempting price, and Makamura Sure also made a request to them. She hoped that the Ingwe Group could help her find a man with a bat tattoo on his arm, who was also a gangster. Maybe our Ingwe Group should consider opening an intelligence consulting company. When he said this, Tezuka Reneki couldn't help but make a joke to Dwanmu Huai. After that, everything went smoothly. Ingwe Taizo was appointed as the young leader by the second generation of the Tojo clan, and Sara Masaru of the Nichixia League was appointed as the assistant young leader. It can be said that the team of the third generation of the Tojo clan was almost completely settled. As for the Dojima group, which was seriously injured because of its poor performance, and it was heard that the Nichixia League also found out that the murder that occurred in Congo Yipping that day was also related to the Dojima group. In the end, the Dojima group had to hand over the two young leaders who were related to the murder, and then left Kamurocho in disgrace. The Takazuki group is naturally the winner. Not only did Takazuki Taizo become the third generation of the Tojo clan, but Tezuka Reneki also moved into Kamurocho with the Takazuki group in high spirits. Not only that, Since the Takazuki Group main business scope is real estate construction, the landmark buildings to be built in the market area, including the blank 1 square meter, will be constructed by the Takazuki Group Construction Company in the Kamurocho redevelopment plan. It a win. People are in high spirits when they are happy. The Takazuki Group has received such a big benefit, and naturally they will not treat Duanmu Hui badly. During this period, the intelligence from the Ingwei Group was flying around like snowflakes, and Duanmu Hui also resigned from his position at Qianyuan Academy and began to focus on searching for the target. After all, this is the most important thing. To be honest, this period of time was really tormenting for Duanmu Hui, because only he could tell whether those sects were selling dog meat under the guise of sheep or really worshipping evil gods. So in this regard, neither Xianji Yuko nor Sakuya could help. The only person who can help Duanmu Hui is Abigail. This little girl has been very obedient and sensible since she came to Duanmu Hui office. She is mainly responsible for taking care of the red panda. The rest of the time is spent reading the information Duanmu Hui has at hand. Duanmu Hui certainly doesn't expect Abigail to be of any use. But Yog Sothoth, it's time for you to show up. Forget it. Let rely on fate. Staying in the office all day, reading these boring information, Duanmu Hui feels like he is going crazy. At the same time, in Qianyuan Academy, some people also felt like they were going crazy. What on earth is Princess Satora thinking? One of the 5 swords, Anawawa, stretched out his hand angrily and slammed the table. She stayed out all night and even gave up her duties as a member of the 5 swords. Doesn't she have any sense of responsibility? For Anawawa, it was not the first time that Minmi Satori behavior was incomprehensible. But this time, the situation was completely different. Although Minmi Satori would act out of turn, at least, he would do his job as a member of the 5 swords well. However, now she not only stays out all night, but also plans to give up her duties as a member of the 5 swords. Anawawa once talked to Nim Satori about this, but the latter replied that the work of the 5 swords was too boring, so he was not interested. So have you found anything interesting? Well, how should I put it? Destroy evil and save the world. Isn't it interesting? At that time, Nim Satori's careless answer almost pissed off Anawawa. Destroy evil and save the world. It sounded like the truth. Do you think you are some kind of magical girl? Anyway, Satori's decision probably won't change, so let's think about what to do next. Hanasake Warabi interrupted and glanced at the empty seat. Let's see if Tsukiya can get something out of Satori. Since the other party won't listen, then according to the rules of the 5 swords, we know the winner by fighting. And as the strongest among them, Inaba Tsukiya will definitely be able to get the information she wants from Nim Satori. They thought so. But it didn't mean that things would develop as they thought. The sword flashed. In the deserted backyard of the school, Mayumi Sanatori and Inaba Ueya turned their backs to each other, holding the sharp blades, and did not move. Snap! The next moment, the clothes on Mayumi Sanatori's chest suddenly exploded, and then Mayumi Sanatori opened his eyes wide, and fell to the ground with a smile on his face. At the same time, Inaba Ueya, who had originally put the sword back into the sheath, also trembled, and knelt on the ground with the hilt of the sword. Ahaha it a taisiya. As expected, unlike the usual leisurely tone of Nim Satori, Inaba Ueya's tone is very serious and solemn. Your sword is full of murderous aura. It a sword that kills people. When did you do it? Was it when you were with teacher Duanmu? Why? What did you do? Hey! Isn't it that only the winner is qualified to get the answers? Oh, you can't do it, this is a tie. Have you really thought about it? After taking this step, there is no turning back. Inaba Ueya frowned, turned around and looked at Minmi Sanatori, who was lying on the ground. She remembered the sword very clearly. When Inaba Ueya used II to slash at Minmi Sanatori, the latter also changed his moves directly, and slashed down with a sword with the intention of both sides being injured. That sword technique that was unstoppable and ignored life and death was definitely not as simple as a spiritual breakthrough. Only those who had experienced the limits of life and death, or even those who had killed lives with their own hands, could learn such a cold and ruthless sword to kill people. If it wasn't for the back of the knife that Mayumi Sanatori used at the end, I'm afraid that Inaba Ueya would have been split in half by her. Well, even so, Sanatori has promised the teacher that she can't tell others, and can't take others with her. Because of the loophole in the last time loop, this time Duanmu Hui specially patched it for Mayumi Sanatori. Really? Inaba Ueya barely stood up and Took a breath. That right. I understand. Inaba Tsukuyo was silent for a moment. Then stood up. Well, I leave first. After saying this, Inaba Tsukuyo turned and left, while Myunmu Sanatwarai just spread his arms and legs, lying on the ground like a big character, staring at the sky. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ahaha, school is over. Satoru should go find the teacher. Hearing the bell, Satoru's eyes flashed. Then he jumped up and walked towards the school gate with brisk steps. I'm back. After leaving the school and walking to the shopping street, Munim Satoru completely ignored the closed sign hanging at the door of the office, and pushed the door open with a smile, and shouted as if she was back home. Ah, Munim sister. Hello. Hearing Munim Satoru's voice, Abigail also stood up hurriedly and greeted her. For some reason, among the crowd, Abigail had the best relationship with Munim Satoru. Sakuya is a bit tricky with Nim Satoru, and Shianji Yuko is like a mouse seeing a cat when she sees Nim Satoru, avoiding him as much as possible. On the contrary, Abigail is very close to Nim Satoru, and Nim Satoru also likes Abigail. How should I put it? Birds of a feather flock together? After all, in many ways, these two are not normal people. Hey! Teacher, you are still reading these boring things. Yes, you should also look for it. And tell me if you find anything interesting. Another person who can help Dwanmu Hwai is Minmu Sanatwarai. If Minmu Sanatwarai finds it interesting, then it means that this thing must be abnormal. After all, it seems that Minmu Sanatwarai likes those abnormal things and has no interest in normal things. Most of the information Dwanmu Hwai has is leaflets from those sects. After all, there is no law in Japan that prohibits preaching in public places. So you can see those annoying guys everywhere. And there are even some annoying bastards who will go to your house to block you, which can be said to be annoying. For the gangsters, they just need to collect these flyers and then send them directly without wasting any effort. For Dwanmu Hwai, these flyers also meet his requirements. After all, those sects that truly believe in evil gods will definitely do something with the flyers. If they can find something, then they can lock on to the target. But unfortunately, so far, most of them are boring scammers. Click. Just as Minmu Sanatwarai was sitting on the sofa and began to bury his head in documents like Dwanmu Hwai, the door of the office opened again. And then Sakuya's voice rang out. Brother, I'm back. Can we have meat and potatoes tonight? Oh, of course. And someone is looking for you. Huh? Dwanmu Hwai raised his head, and then saw a girl with white hair, twin ponytails, wearing a shrine maiden costume, holding a sword in her arms, and closing her eyes, walking in beside Sakuya, who had an indescribable expression. Excuse me, teacher, what do you want to talk to me about? Dwanmu Hwai still had some impression of Inaba Yuya. After all, in the last reincarnation, this little girl was completely immune to the evil god because she was blind, and she also helped him a lot. But in this timeline, the two sides should have no intersection. I want to know. Teacher, what are you doing with Satoruheim? I asked Satoruheim before, but she didn't tell me, and she didn't want to take me with her. Hee, how about it? Satoru is still very obedient. Hearing this, Munim Satoru next to her raised her head proudly. If she was a dog, you can see her tail wagging everywhere now. So what are you doing here? It's simple. Since Princess Satoru doesn't want to tell me, then I will follow you all the time to see what you are doing. How do you know this place? I followed Princess Satoru. Dwanmu Hwai silently turned his head to look at Minmu Sanatwarai, who tilted his head. Any questions? The teacher only said not to tell Sanatwarai to others or not to bring others with you, but he didn't say not to let others follow Sanatwarai. Tonight, you don't want to sleep. Chapter 1446 Guidance. Inaba Yuya, 13 years old. As the youngest of the 5 swordsmen in Sengen Ryo, she is the strongest. The sword style she uses is Yakumaru Jiken Ryu. She has been weak since childhood. Although she is blind, her hearing is very sharp. It is precisely because of this that she can become one of the 5 swordsmen with such a body. Yes, her hearing is very sharp. In fact, when she was in Sengen Ryo, all the movements in the dormitory could not escape Inaba Yuya's ears. Naturally, Dwanmu Hwai office was no exception. However, well, it was somewhat surprising for Inaba Yuya. Although Dwanmu Hwai room was far away, and it was soundproofed, Inaba Yuya's sharp ears still caught the beast-like panting coming from there. To be honest, This surprised Inaba. He didn't expect that the usually carefree Neem Sanatwarai would actually make such an indecent sound. Come to think of it, I didn't expect these two people to have this kind of relationship. I'm so disappointed. Just as Inaba was thinking, the voices of the two people came again intermittently. Teacher, I'm going to die. Satoru, it's so painful. Really? I thought you would like this, Ola. Oh. Baby room is going to break down. Inaba reached out her hand and covered her ears, but even so, her hearing, which was several times more sensitive than that of ordinary people, still ignored Inaba's refusal and caught that vague sound. Ola! How does it feel? Oh. Dwanmu Hwai's deep voice sounded to Inaba, as if it had become a physical existence, expanding in her body. It was like some kind of machine, buzzing and vibrating. This made Inaba feel an unprecedented strange feeling. She frowned, covered her ears with both hands, and twisted her body, as if trying to dispel this strange feeling. Inaba had never been so dissatisfied with her keen hearing as she was now. But unfortunately, the more upset she was, the more she could not stop those sounds from flowing into her brain. So much so that Inaba's brain even produced a vivid picture. She had never seen anything since she was born, but that sound seemed to have some kind of magic, directly skipping the stage of imagination, as if the image was directly projected into Inaba's brain. Inaba sighed silently, then got up from the bed, and sat on the floor to meditate, trying to drive out these complicated, weird thoughts from her mind. However, the opposite happened. The more Inaba concentrated, the more she felt the roar and panting in her ears became clearer. Even her body seemed to be infected by the sound, and began to tense up involuntarily. And it was not just the sound and the picture. At this moment, Inaba could even feel the hot air there, and the suffocating, strong breath of male and female interweaving. All of this is an illusion, but here, the illusion seems to be gradually becoming a reality. In the dark guest room, the petite girl knelt on the ground, her pearl-like small and round toes curled up. She held a knife that was almost as long as herself in her arms, and closed her eyes. Listening to the low moan in her ears, her face turned red. Woo! Finally, Inaba Tsukiyomi stiffened for a moment, and then she collapsed limply. She opened her eyes, and her lifeless red eyes were dull. She hugged the long sword in her arms, and whispered to herself, I am so disappointed. Dwanmu Hwai didn't know what happened to Inaba. After all, he was still very confident in the soundproofing of his own office. After torturing Neem Sanatwarai severely, until she rolled her eyes, lost her mind, and drooled for mercy, Dwanmu Hwai finally let go of this lunatic who had been causing trouble for him all day long, and got up refreshed. Ah, brother, good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon. When Dwanmu Hwai walked to the first floor, Saki was already preparing breakfast, while Shionji Yuko, Abigail and Inaba were all sitting at the table obediently. Well, how should I put it? Looking closely, these three look like little girls of 12, 13 or 4 years old. Why does it feel like I have 3 daughters? Oh! Dwanmu Hwai nodded, and then came to his desk on the other side of the hall on the first floor. Dwanmu Hwai originally planned to take a look at the intelligence before eating, to find some clues. But what Dwanmu Hwai didn't expect was that, before he sat down, he found a document neatly placed in the middle of his desk. Huh? Seeing the document, Dwanmu Hwai frowned. He remembered very clearly that, after reading the document, he would just throw it away, and never put it away properly. Saki, did you touch anything on my desk? Of course not. Doesn't my brother always say that if you move your things, you won't be able to find them? While preparing breakfast, Shaji also complained. She also knew Dwanmu Hwai's problem. He liked to mess things up. Or at least it looked messy to Shaji. But Dwanmu Hwai liked it very much. Because he said that even if it looked so messy, he could reach out and touch the things. On the contrary, if you cleaned it up for him and made it tidy, he would not know where to find what he was looking for. So after a few times, Shaji gave up on tidying up Dwanmu Hwai's desk. What about the others? Abigail? Yuzi? I didn't touch it, uncle. Abigail was frightened and shook her head hurriedly, while Yuzi snorted. Why would I touch your desk when I have nothing to do? As for Inaba Tsukiyomi, she probably wouldn't touch her own things when she has nothing to do. And Neem Sanatwarai? She is still lying on the bed in her room, and can't get up. Then, this document. Dwanmu Hwai picked up the document and silently glanced at Abigail. Could it be that Yog-Sothoth appeared? Anyway, let's take a look first. Duanmu Huai opened the document, and then read it. Sure enough, there was also a cult leaflet in it, and this cult was called Zoroastrianism. Could it be that everyone here can practice the great shift of the universe? It wouldn't be something like a raging fire, burning my body, etc. Duanmu Huai flipped through the leaflet of this cult, and its purpose was very simple, that is, the world will be engulfed by flames one day, and the great god of fire will devour everything, and make the souls of all things merge into one. And what they worship is this great god of fire. If you are willing to believe in the god of fire, then when the end of the world comes, as a believer of the god of fire, you can be free from persecution and destruction, and become the spokesperson of the new world, etc. At first glance, this is actually a very common trick used by cults to scare people, using all kinds of fallacies and heresies to intimidate others, so that they choose to hold on to the big tree of faith and fear, and then they can have whatever they want. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, such a stupid scam. How could anyone fall for it? But just think about it. Even the shooting notice scam text message has people falling for it. So you know that the number of fools in this world is obviously beyond expectations. If that all, then it's just an ordinary cult leaflet. However, Duanmu Huai looked at it strangely. Because there really is an old one who meets this condition. That Thugga the Exploder. According to the standards of the D&D world, Thugga is a pure elemental creature. Its body is a huge plasma sphere composed of countless burning flame balls. Its shape is ever-changing. It looks like the sun. Thugga likes to devour spirits and souls, especially those of advanced civilizations. It will fall from the sky, turn the planets of those advanced civilizations into a sea of fire, and then devour all the souls and spirits in them. So from this point of view, the flyer is right. Once the human civilization of this world evolves to a higher stage, Thugga will add this place to its list of delicious meals. The reason why Thugga didn't turn this planet into a sea of fire is simply because the human civilization here is not advanced enough. Not only that, the most important thing is, Thugga is Nyarlathotep's mortal enemy. Although they are mortal enemies, the relationship between Thugga and Nyarlathotep is different from that between Yog-Sothoth and the Lord of Tindalos. The latter is completely fighting for control of the same field, and there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. But the process of Thugga and Nyarlathotep being related is a bit funny. As mentioned before, Thugga likes to descend on those planets with advanced civilizations to burn and devour the souls and spirits of the lives there. As we all know, Nyarlathotep's favorite thing to do is to spread his numerous clones to every corner of the universe to create chaos. From this point of view, some players even suspect that the treacherous trick is one of Nyarlathotep's incarnations. Of course, this is pure speculation. The feud between the two began with a small coincidence. Thugga descended on a planet with advanced civilization, turning it into a sea of fire, and swallowing up the souls and spirits there. However, by chance, an incarnation of Nyarlathotep was also on that planet, and was naturally swallowed by Thugga. After Thugga swallowed this incarnation, he was surprised to find that the soul of this prey was full of the most advanced chaotic delicacy he could enjoy. At the same time, Thugga also learned about the existence of Nyarlathotep and his clones by devouring this clone. So, it became addicted to eating. After that, Thugga ran around the universe, hunting Nyarlathotep clones everywhere, eating them to its heart content. Thugga was addicted to eating, but Nyarlathotep certainly couldn't stand it. So one time when Thugga devoured Nyarlathotep clone, the latter decisively descended in person and had a fierce fight with Thugga. However, I can't beat him. Thugga specializes in devouring spirits, and Nyarlathotep is famous for his spiritual attacks. This wave is pure restraint. So Nyarlathotep finally chose, I can't afford to offend him, but can't I hide? He ran away decisively. After that, Thugga and Nyarlathotep became a relationship of chase and escape. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai can also be sure that this is definitely the appearance of Yog-Sothoth. Indeed, Duanmu Huai's goal is to expel Nyarlathotep, but how to expel it is actually a big problem, because Nyarlathotep power is mostly concentrated on the spiritual level. Duanmu Huai is not easy to deal with, but now Yog-Sothoth has given the answer, which is to deal with Thugga first, with the system. As long as Duanmu Huai can absorb and obtain Thugga power, then dealing with Nyarlathotep will be no problem at all. If we want to say the biggest problem of this plan, it is that Duanmu Huai can't find Thugga. As mentioned before, Thugga likes to devour advanced civilizations. The humans in this world are not advanced civilizations. So Thuggit didn't come here. Now that Yog-Sothoth has given a clue, Dwonmu knows what to do. With Yog-Sothoth's omniscience, it would be a miracle if it didn't know that this broken church could summon Thujia. It's settled. Just when Dwonmu made his decision, Shaji's voice also rang out. Brother, breakfast is ready. Come now. After hearing Shaji's voice, Dwonmu replied, then he put down the folder, turned around and walked towards the dining table. It seems that today, something is busy. Chapter 1447 Gion. After finishing his meal, Dwonmu called Tezuka Liani and contacted that little brother through him. However, the situation was somewhat surprising to Dwonmu because the flyer was not found in that little brother territory, but in the flower street of Gion, Kyoto. As for how the little brother got this flyer, the reason is very simple. He went to Gion for a mission not long ago, and drank flower wine by the way. I don't know if he took this flyer by chance anyway. He saw it in his clothes pocket after he came back. But I naturally didn't care about this kind of thing until Tezuka Liani gave an order. Then he remembered that he seemed to have seen something similar. Then he went home and found it in the closet. And then handed it in. There was no other way. It seemed that Dwonmu had to investigate it himself. Of course. Tezuka Liani also reminded Dwonmu that it was the territory of the largest underworld organization in Kansai, Omi United, and asked him to be careful. But Dwonmu didn't care. Now it was not the investigators who were conducting the investigation of the running group, but the judges who were conducting the encirclement and suppression of the cult. If the Omi United really didn't have eyes and ran into him, then no matter how many came, they would be killed, and all of them would be regarded as accomplices of the cult and purged. After getting the information about the club, where he went to drink from his younger brother, Dwonmu drove away directly and headed for Kyoto. As the largest and oldest flower street in Japan, Gion is well known. In fact, if Kamurocho is a pure modern urban style, then Gion is more like an old residence that has walked out of history. The buildings here are almost all old-style Japanese style, and high-rise buildings are rare. Not only that, among the people coming and going on the street, in addition to ordinary men, women, young and old and foreign tourists, you could also see women holding paper umbrellas and wearing kimonos from time to time, looking like they have traveled from ancient Japan. Needless to say, these are naturally the famous Japanese geishas. Walking here, you can often see geishas wearing kimonos and walking on their feet in wooden clogs. And next to them are a group of foreigners taking pictures with their mobile phones or tablets in amazement. Well, for Westerners, this is obviously the most oriental embodiment. Dwonmu also looked at these geishas carefully. But to be honest, he could not see any beauty in these women. The reason was simple. Not to mention their facial features and figures. All geishas would put on makeup on their bodies and faces, paint their faces and bodies pale, and paint their lips blood red. This is simply the standard image of a female ghost in Shiagwa. If this thing let its hair down, and then walked towards you in a kimono in the middle of the night, it would probably scare you to death. Dwonmu looked at them for a long time, and he didn't know what was so good about these geishas. It was fresh indeed. It was really hard to tell if it was beautiful. So Dwonmu just watched the excitement for a while, and then turned around and went to the club, planning to drink some wine first. When the Xia people talked about drinking wine, the first thing that came to their mind was probably a dark karaoke box, and then the boss brought a group of princesses out, and they would order whichever one they liked. Then the guests would drink and sing karaoke with the princesses, and even have group drug-taking and group sports. The more upscale one was the Heaven on Earth, which was just a karaoke box replaced with a magnificent private room. However, Japan nightclubs are more like ancient brothels. Sex trade is not the main business of nightclubs. Of course, if it were a brothel, the madam would invite scholars and their favorite women to spend the night in the brothel. But clubs do not have this function. This is actually part of Japan policies from above and countermeasures from below. After all, the legalization of transactions is strictly prohibited. You said I was drinking, chatting, singing and bragging, and I move my hands during the period, touching and rubbing. As long as you don't go in, it's not considered an transaction. But if you stay overnight here, it's hard to say. So Japanese clubs basically let the ladies and guests drink and chat. If both parties are attracted to each other, they can go to the hotel to make a private appointment. The nightclub will never care, because this is the private personal behavior of those ladies. If they are caught, it is the ladies' own problem and has nothing to do with the club. Therefore, This kind of club feels more like a platform for introducing ladies and guests to each other. The main source of income is the alcohol fee, not the flesh trade. Because of this, how to make customers happy, let them open their wallets in order to contribute to the club, and also increase their commission, has become the most important job for these ladies working in the club. And of course, the alcohol fee in this kind of club is ridiculously high, and they use famous liquors. You can't expect to see ergwadu here. After all, the lady has been chatting with you for a long time, and her mouth is dry. You just order a jiang xiao bai, and the other party may turn pale. You are not here to drink. You are here to mess things up. For many people, this behavior may be incomprehensible. I spend tens of thousands of dollars just to chat and drink with you. But in fact, there are many such people. Some people are even deeply involved in it and cannot extricate themselves. They even borrow high-interest loans from gangs. They can be said to be pure bootlickers. However, this does not mean discrimination against men, because Japan is very equal. There are not only clubs, but also gigolos. The latter also accompanies guests to drink and chat. Of course, this is a man accompanying a woman. And those women are also willing to borrow high-interest loans for gigolos. And there are many who can't even pay off their debts and make small movies. So you see, men will borrow high-interest loans to be lickers for girls. And when they have no money, they will be sent to fish on fishing boats. Women will also borrow high-interest loans to be lickers for gigolos. And when they have no money, they will make small movies to pay off their debts. Look, what is equality? Damn it. It's the same whether you are a man or a woman. There are clubs in Kamurocho, but Duanmu Huai has never been there. On the one hand, he is the kind of person who can't understand the meaning of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars chatting and drinking with women. On the other hand, please, what can I do for you? Looking at Duanmu Huai standing at the door of the store, the boss face turned pale, and his voice trembled. The store is really out of money at the moment. We only have these. A small gift, no respect. As he spoke, the boss took out an envelope with shaking hands and handed it over. Duanmu Huai looked at the envelope in front of him speechlessly. You see, I knew it would be like this. Don't be nervous. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and pushed the boss envelope away. I'm not from the underworld, nor from any group. I'm here to spend money. Why, don't you let customers into the store? Like this? No, of course not. Please come in. Hearing that Duanmu Huai was not here to collect protection fees, the boss became even more nervous. He respectfully invited Duanmu Huai into the VIP area, then said he was going to find a lady, and then left. Duanmu Huai was bored. So he sat on the sofa and looked around. The first feeling Duanmu Huai had was deserted. Duanmu Huai arrived at Gion in the evening. Most people would have gone off work at this time. But for these entertainment businesses, it was a good time to open their doors for business. Logically, this was the time when business was most prosperous, at least in Kamurocho. At this time, the clubs are usually crowded and lively. But here it is deserted, with only 2 guests. And the atmosphere doesn't look very lively. Is this place not very good? Just like a restaurant. If there are not many people in the restaurant at mealtime, people will doubt whether the food in this restaurant is not delicious. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, he heard footsteps. And then a fashionable PR lady came over and bowed her head to Duanmu Huai. My name is Lena. Nice to meet you, Mr. Duanmu. Oh, you know me? Hearing the other party name, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, and Lena chuckled. Of course, I like watching those detective shows very much, and you are so outstanding as to be called the ultimate detective, it's hard not to recognize you. That right, with Duanmu Huai appearance and body shape, it's impossible not to recognize him anywhere. Is that so? Yes, in fact. I have always admired you. As she spoke, Reina also sat down next to Duanmu Huai, and then brought the menu. What would you like to drink? 1 bottle of the most expensive wine you have. Duanmu Huai was not short of money, but it was a pity that the club was not an inn after all, otherwise he would have come up and directly said, Waiter, cut 2 or 3 pounds of cooked beef for the wine. Okay, Mr. Duanmu is really generous. Hearing Duanmu Huai answer, Reina also smiled. After all, this was related to her share. Soon, the drinks came, and the 2 clinked glasses, drank, and chatted. It must be said that the club PR lady was really good. 2 out of 3 sentences were to make the guests happy, but they were not particularly flattering. The 2 drank and chatted, and the atmosphere soon became warm. After the two sides became more or less familiar with each other, Duanmu Huai also began to investigate. By the way, your store doesn't seem to have much business? Hey, Mr. Duanmu, you don't know? Speaking of this topic, Lena seemed a little dissatisfied. In fact, our top star Saya was poached. Many customers originally came for her, but now she is not here. So many regular customers have stopped coming during this period. Poached? Yes. The other party offered a very high salary and commission standard, and several sisters here were tempted. So when Saya left, they also followed Saya. Then why didn't you go? Duanmu Huai looked at Reina. At least in Duanmu Huai's opinion, Reina quality is pretty good. She is beautiful and lively. She can be considered a popular character. Well, to be honest, I was a little tempted, but to be honest, the other party felt very weird, so I didn't dare to go. Weird? What weird about poaching people? Because the other party made a lot of requirements, one of which is that if you want to join their store, you must have a flame tattoo on your body. I'm afraid of pain, I don't even dare to get a normal tattoo. And those people look a little weird. It doesn't feel like an ordinary club. Flame pattern? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. Can you tell me more? Chapter 1448 Abstract Ritual. The following is the recorded speech of Reina. When I entered this store, Miss Saya was already the top star, and the customers liked her very much. Not only the customers, but even other colleagues admired her. How should I put it? In this kind of work, it is common for people to undermine each other. But Miss Saya has a natural leadership charm, and everyone is willing to listen to her. And she will also help us and teach us how to deal with customers. She said her dream in the future is to open a club, and now I am just accumulating experience. What is Miss Saya's background? She seems to be from Wakayama, and came here to work hard. Well, but everyone is actually like this, and so am I. I don't want to waste my youth in a small rural area, and I want to go to a big city while I'm young. I actually like to read mystery novels, and I have also watched a lot of detective shows, so I know you, Mr. Duanmu. After all, your features are too obvious. But then again, you look taller in person than on TV. Sorry, I've gone off topic. Ahem, in short, Saya-san is very popular, so, when she called a few of us who ranked high to a party, no one refused. And at that party, Saya-san said she wanted to take a few people to Gion. Hey! Isn't this Gion? You said? Mr. Duanmu, you don't understand this. For outsiders, maybe the whole place is Gion, but for us, only the small area inside is the real Gion. The stores there are membership-based, and you must be recommended by an acquaintance to enter. And the people who come in and out are big shots, such as presidents of large companies and politicians. In fact, many sisters dream of entering Gion and working there. Compared with them, we are like the difference between a third-rate idol and a superstar. Oh, yes. It was said that Miss Saya was poaching people. When we heard Miss Saya say that, we were all surprised. But it was not surprising. After all, we do this for money. And being able to work in Gion is also the dream of many people. In fact, we talked about this topic a lot when we got together. But it was too difficult for outsiders to work in Gion. Outsiders like us had no chance at all. Then, Miss Saya brought a guest. Mr. Duanmu, do you want to know who it is? I want another glass of wine. Is that okay? Mr. Duanmu is so generous, I didn't expect the detective to be so rich. By the way, speaking of Miss Saya bringing a guest, don't be surprised, the guest is actually a monk. To be honest, we have been in the store for a long time. We have seen all kinds of people, but we have never seen a monk. So we were also very puzzled at the time, and that monk was an old man, so everyone felt a little strange. Oh, by the way, there is another strange thing. That is, it was clearly nighttime, but he was still wearing sunglasses. But he didn't look like a blind person when he walked. Then, the monk began to explain to us, saying that the store was located inside Gion, and it was a membership store, which served celebrities. They had taken a fancy to Miss Saya, so they wanted to recruit her. Miss Saya was willing to bring a few sisters with her, so he came here to investigate. In fact, we can guess a little about Miss Saya's thoughts. The competition in the store is definitely more intense than the club we are in now. Miss Saya also wants to bring a few allies to help, and everyone is unwilling to give up this opportunity. Not only that, the store offers a very generous reward. To be honest, this is quite tempting. However, after that, the monk took out a few flyers. At first, I thought it was an introduction to the store. But it turned out to be something religious. I am not interested in that kind of thing. So I just stuffed it into my bag. But later it disappeared. Ah. Yes. Yes. That it. Mr. Duanmu. Where did you get it from? Hey! Did a drunk customer bring it back? That terrible. Please don't tell the store about this, or I be fined. Ah, you're asking me what happened next? As you saw, Mr. Duanmu, Miss Saya went to that store with several other sisters, and I was the only one left. Well, you're asking me why I didn't go? Actually, I also have a little selfish motive, after all. My current ranking in this store is pretty good, and the customers like me quite a lot. It's just that before Miss Saya was here, no matter how hard I tried, I could only take over what she left. But now Miss Saya has left, I might be able to become the top star. Hee hee, I'm not like Miss Saya, who plans to do this for the rest of her life. For me, this is just a temporary way to make money. So it would be great if I could do it easily. Another reason is what I just told you. The monk said that everyone who joins must have a flame tattoo on their body, and I'm afraid of the pain. Another thing is that the other party compensation is too generous. How should I put it? I have also read a lot of detective novels and programs. And I always feel that it is a bit wrong for the other party to give such a generous compensation. Generally, the split between the club and the lady is fixed. Most of the time, we get less. Some shops are more relaxed and allow us to get more. But what about that shop? It feels to me that they gave most of the profits to us and only kept a small part for themselves. If Miss Saya had this treatment, I could understand it. But I don't think I'm at Miss Saya level. So this reward is terrible. Have we been in touch since then? No. It's strange to say, I originally thought that Miss Saya and other sisters would inform the boss in advance, but one day, they suddenly didn't come to work, and then called the boss to inform him. The boss was furious at the time, and was very angry. I later called other sisters to inquire about the situation, but their phone numbers were unreachable. Mr. Duanmu, you are not here to investigate this. Are you? Is this some kind of incident? Luckily, Reina is a detective enthusiast, so she answered every question Duanmu asked, and seemed very cooperative, even a little positive. Of course, she was positive, and she didn't stop drinking. At least tonight turnover is stable. Unfortunately, Reina didn't know where the store was. She just said it was in Gyeong. She didn't know the exact location either, after all. As Reina said, that kind of store is membership-based. Unless you are a staff member or a guest, you will not be allowed to enter. The address was not written on the flyer. Could this clue be lost? Duanmu had used time travel on the flyer before, but it seemed that the flyer had been sealed up until it was used, so he couldn't see what was going on around him. What he saw from the flyer was roughly the same as what Lena said, and what happened before that, Duanmu couldn't see anything at all. But there was nothing he could do about it, after all. The flyer had been stuck in the middle, so he had no vision at all. However, Duanmu did not gain nothing. He got a photo of Saya from Reina, and then sent the photo to Xianji Yuko, asking her to investigate. According to Reina, on the second day of the party, they agreed to go to the store together to check the situation. However, Reina had already decided to withdraw at that time, so she found an excuse and did not go together. After that, Reina no longer had Saya and other sisters. After making sure that he could not get more information from Reina, Duanmu said goodbye and left. And Xianji Yuko was also very fast. Just as Duanmu left the club and had not returned to his hotel, Xianji Yuko sent him a surveillance video. On the screen, we can see that a fashionable woman who looks like Saya and a few other people walked out of the station, talking and laughing, and then came to Gyeong. Then they walked all the way to the interior of Gyeong. And then, they climbed the stairs and walked into a temple. Seeing this, Duanmu was puzzled. At this time, Xianji Yuko also sent a message. After they entered this temple, they never came out again, at least in the place where there is surveillance. I debugged the records of the next few days, but there was nothing to gain. Wow, this is really good. Duanmu looked at the surveillance video inside. Setting up a club in a temple? Playing so wildly? Well, you have to say, this seems to be really exciting. Duanmu remembered that there was a plot in the game where he had sex with statues and nuns in a church. The scene full of taboos and passion was quite interesting. If the scene in that memory was replaced with a Buddhist temple surrounded by the 18 arhats, No, I seem to have lost interest all of a sudden, and even want to chant. After all, the temple is full of monks, and they are still incomparable to the nuns in the church. What should we do next? I go see what the hell is going on in that temple. Things have developed to this point. Duanmu Huai knows without guessing that there is definitely something wrong with that temple, although the fact that a cult is hiding in a temple is also problematic in itself. Then you should do your best. There is no surveillance in that temple, so there is no room for me to play. Xianji Yuko was also straightforward, and she hung up the phone directly, while Duanmu Huai cheered himself up, and then followed the route in the video, and walked towards the depths of Gion. It was already late at night, and it was also the busiest time in the entire Gion. The street was crowded with people in the dark night, and the lights dispelled the darkness, making the entire street bright. Duanmu Huai walked in it, but surprisingly, he was not discovered by anyone. Thanks to the stealth from the Dark Raven Guard, his huge body was completely integrated with the shadow, and on this bright street, the movement in the dark shadow had been completely covered up. It didn't take long for Duanmu Huai to arrive at the bottom of the temple. He saw that the roadside was full of cars. Although Duanmu Huai was not very familiar with cars, he could guess that these cars were obviously only for the rich and powerful. Looking up, he saw that all the way up to the gate, there were people wearing black suits, who looked like gangsters or bodyguards guarding. Although it was possible to break in directly, it would be too time-consuming. It was not a good choice to waste time fighting with monsters in such a place. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then hid his body again, slipped through the woods in the night, and came to the wall of the temple. This place was of course very well guarded. But for Duanmu Huai, who was 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall, the wall in front of him was even shorter than him. So Duanmu Huai just jumped lightly and easily climbed over the wall. Okay, where should I go next? Duanmu Huai stood up and looked at the situation in the temple. Then he soon found that the main hall was brightly lit at this moment. Following the sound of the wind, he could also faintly hear the sound of chanting and worshipping Buddha. Why don't you go to bed at night? But chant here? There must be something wrong. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai immediately lowered his body, quietly crossed the square like a bear, and came to the main hall. Then he stuck his head out and looked inside through the gap in the window. The main hall was bright, but it was not the electric lights that lit it, but candles. The light of the candles illuminated the originally dim main hall, allowing Duanmu Huai to see everything in it smoothly. I saw dozens of candlesticks placed around the main hall, and in the center of the main hall, there was a Buddha statue. However, strangely, this Buddha statue had no face. Only the limbs and the flame behind it were carved. The whole face was blank, with only a cone-like flame symbol on it. In front of the Buddha statue, several monks in monk robes were closing their eyes, beating wooden fish, and chanting scriptures. Opposite these monks, several people in black suits, who looked like big men, were kneeling there, and the youngest among them was in his 50s. The older ones looked like they had white hair and beards, and they might be in their 70s or 80s. However, the next part was the key point. Among the guests and the monks, several women wearing monk robes and shaved heads could be seen dancing to the sound of wooden fish and chanting. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai blinked and rubbed his eyes. Is there something wrong with my eyes? What kind of hell drawing is this? Although cults never have anything to do with people, this is too abstract. Just when Duanmu Huai was confused, he heard the chanting in the main hall getting brighter and brighter. At the same time, the brazier in front of the faceless Buddha suddenly burst into a hot and dazzling flame. Chapter 1449, adding fuel to the fire. To be honest, as a judge, Duanmu Huai thought he had been through many battles and had seen a lot. But a group of people setting fire, a group of people chanting, a group of people worshipping Buddha, a group of people dancing erotically, well, he had never seen anything so crazy. Oh. Watching the fire basin in front of the Buddha statue explode, the big guys behind shouted, and the chanting of the monks in front became louder and louder. Along with their chanting, the flames in the fire basin gradually ignited and rose, turning into a huge door, appearing in front of everyone. Then, the swirling flames filled the entire temple, and exploded instantly. Then, a magical scene appeared in the temple. Countless stars, galaxies, and the universe, and scenes emerged and flickered. You can see the existence of those advanced civilizations. They rule the entire planet, conquer the galaxy, and go to space. Then, like a moth to a flame, it rushed towards the great existence burning in the depths of the dark universe. Then, The whole scene zoomed in quickly, and everyone watched the flame in the void getting closer and closer to them. Closer and closer. The next moment, everything disappeared completely. The Buddhist hall, which was originally illuminated by candlelight and fire, also became dark at this time. After a while, the flame lit up again. The old monk lowered his head and knelt on the floor. It not enough. It not enough. We are not qualified to enter the great paradise. Ah, how could it be? Why, are we not pious enough? Looking at the old monk grief, and the dejected look of the group of big men below, Duan Mu Huai, who was standing outside watching the show, was completely speechless. He didn't know what the mentality of these idiots was to play this trick, but Duan Mu Huai knew what they were doing. He could feel that this group of people wanted to summon Ketugia to come, and even sacrifice for him. But as I said before, Thugga only eats the spirits of advanced civilizations. Unless you are the incarnation of Nyarlathotep. That is another matter. And the civilization of this world is obviously still far from advanced civilization. So it is naturally not on Thugga menu. Everyone knows that pigs should be fattened before eating. It not time for you. A pig. Yet, why are you in such a hurry? So the behavior of this group of idiots, in Duan Mu Huai view, is like a pig calling Thugga, "Come and eat me. Come and eat me." Then Thugia heard the pigs squealing, and came to take a look. He found that the pigs were not fat enough, and had not been slaughtered yet. He wanted to fatten them up before eating them. So he turned around and left. The pigs were left crying, thinking that Thugia had abandoned them. MMP. As expected, people cannot understand each other, and people cannot understand the old ones even more. Dear donors, please be patient. The old monk also sorted out his mood at this time, stood up, and put his hands together. The great flame has shown us the way, and you have all witnessed its divine will. This means that you have withstood the test and have been recognized by the great flame. Oh! 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 Hearing the old monk words, the believers below showed excitement and pride, and Duan Mu Huai shook his head speechlessly. No, that not recognition at all. That what Ketugia told you. If you want to be eaten by me, at least your human civilization must develop to that stage. Thugga even used the most direct communication method, projection, to communicate. In the end, there was even a scene where the civilization was swallowed by Thugga. So you actually think this is what it means to enter the great paradise? As expected, people and the old ones cannot understand each other. Duan Mu Huai felt a little sorry for Thugga for having such a group of cultists who couldn't understand human language. What a bullshit. So how can we really go to the paradise? Master? Soon. A believer asked eagerly, and the old monk just nodded. Don't worry. This donor, I have analyzed the remaining parts of the holy book. In another 7 days, when the trajectory of the stars reaches the end, it will be time for us to open the door to paradise. Oh. Hearing this, the believers, including the bald women, shouted excitedly, and some even cried with joy, sobbing. Seeing this, Duan Mu Huai had only one thought, it really crazy. He really wanted to tell these idiots, your ritual is fine. And Thugia also responded, but the problem is that you are not enough for it to swallow in one bite. It's useless to summon it again. Forget it. But it better this way. Duan Mu Huai retracted his gaze and left the main hall. Since you want to meet Thugia so much, then let me help you. That right. This is Duan Mu Huai's plan. In fact, Duan Mu Huai also thought about whether he should pretend to be a god and use the power of this evil cult to deal with Nyarlathotep. However, this idea was dismissed after only a moment in Duan Mu Huai's mind. Indeed, if Thugga discovered that Nyarlathotep was here, it would definitely come. But the problem is that Thugga is not a good man or a believer. If it comes, it will not only swallow Nyarlathotep, but also swallow this planet. That was not what Duan Mu Huai wanted to see. So, he decided to follow his own plan and use the power of this cult to summon Thugga, then kill it, then devour and absorb Thugga power, and finally deal with Nyarlathotep. As for watching tigers fight from a distance, or the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind, Duan Mu Huai didn't want to think about it. Neither of these two is easy to mess with. If they really fight, who knows what the world will become? I'd better do it myself. After making up his mind, for the next few days, Duan Mu Huai kept his eyes on this small broken temple. Anyway, the old monk was in the temple, and he could not escape the temple even if the monk escaped. So Duanmu Huai's next schedule became to go to the club to drink with girls during the day to kill time, and go to the temple to stroll at night. Well, you know, for people who are not short of money, it's quite interesting to spend money to find girls to chat and drink with. Soon, time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the 7th day, Duanmu Huai was familiar with the alleys in Gion, went up the mountain, and entered the temple. As before, all the dignitaries showed up, and there were more of them than 7 days ago. The men wore suits, and the women wore kimonos, each one more formal than the other. Outside the mountain gate, there were bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses, hiding in the woods. You couldn't see anything from the outside, but as long as someone dared to break into the mountain gate, these bodyguards would come out immediately to stop the other party. However, this arrangement certainly could not stop Duanmu Huai. He quietly passed through the woods like a black bear, climbed over the wall, and then followed the old monk to see what he was going to do. Compared with the previous ceremony, this ceremony was more grand. The old monk walked in the front, followed by several monks carrying the faceless Buddha statue. Then a group of monks chanting scriptures. Then the beauties with shaved heads. And finally the guests. I saw these people chanting the sutras of Mummy Mummy Hum while walking through the temple courtyard and up the mountain road behind. I have to say, these cult members are really crazy and insane. Duanmu Huai followed the old monk and watched him chanting while climbing the mountain. Although this is not a famous mountain, it is just a small hill. But the road is not easy to walk on, and the slope is steep. This old monk is in his 70s or 80s, and he still chants while climbing the mountain. It can be seen that he is really devout in his faith. Duanmu Huai was also very moved. He decided to summon Ketegeya as soon as possible and send them to death. It would be troublesome if they were kept. It took a group of people an hour and a half to reach the hill on the top of the mountain. Then the monks placed the faceless Buddha statue on the altar in the center of the hill and set up firewood below. Then the group of bald beauties began to dance around the faceless Buddha statue. The old monk did not even drink a sip of water and led the other monks to chant. As for the believers, they were kneeling on the ground and praying loudly. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai finally couldn't help it and decided to give them a quick death. If Thujia saw this, he probably couldn't help it either. What a mess. As an old one, Duanmu Huai didn't need to dance or chant to summon Thujia. He only needed to think about it, and he could immediately feel the exact location of Thujia in the sky. At the same time, Tugwia also felt the indescribable, mumbling coming from deep space. You are Nene Nene, Nene Nene Nene, sunshine rainbow little white horse, tick 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 tick. The singing of Qianho echoed in Tugwia ears. Even Tugwia couldn't help the noise like mumbling. The air gradually became dry and hot. It was already a late autumn night, but it was still very cold on the top of the mountain. But at this moment, the surroundings gave people an extremely hot feeling, just like the hot summer. Then, the firewood under the faceless Buddha suddenly burned by itself, wrapping the entire faceless Buddha in it. Seeing this scene, the chanting of the monks nearby became louder and louder, and the dancers took off their monk robes directly, and upgraded from erotic dance to striptease. No way. No way, Tugwia wouldn't really like this thing. Duanmu Huai raised his head speechlessly, looking at the sky. In the sky, stars were shining under the dark night sky, and one of the stars was more and more dazzling. As if it was falling here. No. It was falling here. The dazzling light fell from the sky, illuminating the entire Gion and everything around it. The huge and amorphous cloud composed of flames fell from the sky like a waterfall falling 3,000 feet, and hit the top of the mountain heavily. Chapter 1450, In Dire Straits. Duanmu Huai wanted to interview the old monk. When he saw Ketegeya falling from the sky, and the scorching flames turned his flesh and bones into ashes, what did the old monk think? Will he be horrified, or expectant, or desperate? Will he see the reality clearly, or will he live in his own delusion until the end, unable to extricate himself? But unfortunately, Ketegeya is not polite to you. With just one appearance, he wiped out all the people on the top of the hill. Not only him, the fire spirits that fell from the sky like raindrops also came with him, quickly igniting everything around. For a moment, the entire mountaintop was a blazing fire, which even turned the night bright red. And those who stood on the mountaintop, when Thugga descended, had been completely burned to ashes. In the past, Duanmu Huai might have no way to deal with this large-scale fire attack, but now it is different. Especially after fighting against Yog Sothoth before, Duanmu Huai understood the true manifestation of his old abilities. What shadow? What thousand eyes? Are all false. The essence of his old ability is information manipulation. Scan, copy, print all the information in this world. From tangible to intangible. From time to space. As long as it is information. There is nothing that Duanmu Huai cannot copy and manipulate. Unfortunately, it seems that modification cannot be done. But overriding is enough. For example, Duanmu Huai can't use tentacles to deal with Thugga now. Nyarlathotep is a tentacle spirit. But he was still chased by Thugga all over the universe. Duanmu Huai didn't believe that he could be more powerful than the tentacle spirit who had been using this trick since birth. But fortunately, Thugga's weakness was also obvious. It was the god of fire, so naturally, the thing that could restrain it was water. Although this was the top of a mountain, and it was different from the mountain where Duanmu Huai had dealt with the burrowing worm before, there was no lake inside. But this was Kyoto, and there was a river in Kyoto called Kamo River. More importantly, Duanmu Huai had taken the time to go to Kamo River to see the scenery, and scanned it by the way. Then the question arises. How to scan a river? Now Duanmu Huai will reveal the answer. Just use it like this. Duanmu Huai raised his hand, and pointed it at the sky. Then, the water of the entire Yachuan River formed in the sky, and then poured down under the action of gravity, and smashed head-on towards Ketugya below. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai wanted to recite a poem directly. Don't you see the water of the Yellow River coming from the sky, rushing to the sea, and never returning? In fact, the scene at the moment is a true portrayal of the poem. The pouring river water turned into a waterfall and fell from the sky, hitting Ketugya in the face. From a distance, it was as if there was a flood in the sky. And the flood burst out? Hua la la. The waterfall like water fell from the sky, covering the entire hill. The rushing water ruthlessly washed away everything in its path. And Gion, located at the foot of the mountain, was naturally in trouble. In a short moment, those old houses with hundreds of years of history were almost completely immersed in the surging flood. Of course, the situation is not as simple as a flood. The flames of Tugya are not ordinary flames. Although Duanmu Huai can control them with water, the blazing flames on it still evaporate a lot of water, making everything around it wrapped in steam like a high-temperature sauna. Not only that, even the water flowing down from the mountain is extremely hot. Just like boiling water, it can be imagined that if someone is unfortunately caught in the boiling water in this situation, well, the ending can be predicted. However, Duanmu Huai was not concerned about the Gion below at the moment. In fact, when the flames on Thugga weakened with the river water falling from the sky, he summoned the Titan mech without hesitation and rushed up directly. Just like dealing with Shab Niggurath, Duanmu Huai did not use simple weapons. After all, Thugga was completely made of flames, and was basically immune to physical attacks. In fact, even the Titan mech would become hot when approaching it. And at this moment, even its entire body turned red. If the Titan mecha was not controlled by Duanmu Huai, an old one who specialized in physical fitness and strength, others would have been roasted into charcoal in this huge oven. So Duanmu Huai did not use force, but changed all the launchers on the Titan mecha into high-pressure water guns, coordinated with the river water falling from the sky, and shot directly at Thugga's face. Buzz! The powerful high-pressure water gun can even cut diamonds, and Duanmu Huai high-pressure water gun is even more terrifying. He raised his arms to control the mecha, and the nozzles on his arms sprayed two turbulent streams of water, like two sharp blades, directly piercing into Thugga's amorphous, cloud-like huge body composed of flames. The latter immediately roared in pain, twisting his body to try to escape. However, Duanmu Huai now has some experience in dealing with this kind of enemy, because if the opponent wants to escape, it will inevitably stir up the space and cause information interference. Therefore, he only needs to restore with one key, and restore the space information to its previous state. The effect is that the opponent feels that he has run 800 meters, but turns around and finds that he is still in the same place. With this trick, Duanmu Huai will no longer be afraid of not being able to catch up with others because of his slow speed. Ha ha ha. But to put it bluntly, isn't this just a ghost wall? No, Duanmu Huai is an old one, so it should be called the old one's wall. Forget it, it all the same. Space blockade, rain from the sky, high-pressure water gun. Poor Ketugya is also a well-known old one, but was beaten by Duanmu Huai 3 moves, directly unable to take care of itself. It also tried to resist. However, the water on Duanmu Huai's side kept coming. Just like a water fight, you only have one water gun, and the other side has 10 high-pressure water guns. What the use of this hammer? Just leave and can't leave. At this moment, Ketugia gradually lost his spirit, and Dwanmu Hwai was not feeling well either. There was no such thing as something that appeared out of thin air in this world. All those copied and printed water flows were all produced by Dwanmu Hwai divine power. He also felt a little tired at this moment, and his divine power was overconsumed. Oh! It would be great if we were at the seaside. If we were at the seaside, Dwanmu Hwai could just throw Ketugia into the sea. But the problem was that if we were at the seaside, Ketugia would definitely not come. It is because this hill is far from the ocean that Thugia will respond to the call and appear. Otherwise, if someone is crazy enough to call it in the deep sea, wouldn't Thugia just go and give it up? It's not stupid. At present, the whole hill is completely surrounded by white steam, and nothing can be seen inside. Whether it is Dwanmu Hwai Titan Mecha or Thugia, they are completely hidden in the steam. This is a good thing. After all, these two are huge in size. Standing here is like Ultraman fighting a small monster. It is easy to be seen. After all, this is Kyoto, not an uninhabited island. Now, with the steam covering it, people outside can't see anything, and Dwanmu Hwai can naturally act freely. Boom! Boom! The battle with Thugia is a round-based game. Thugia itself belongs to the elemental type, and its combat power is all in the flames. So facing Dwanmu Hwai, Thugia was not polite, and a breath of fire was directly spurted out, and he rushed towards Dwanmu Hwai. Dwanmu Hwai was not to be outdone. He raised his high-pressure water gun and aimed at the opponent and bombarded him. To put it bluntly, it was like two children fighting. I threw a fireball at you, and you threw a water ball at me. In the end, it all depended on who could hold on. Soon, Thugia's size began to shrink, and the water flow on Dwanmu Hwai's side was not as powerful as before. The battle had completely turned into a war of attrition. It all depended on who could hold on longer. Thugia was still struggling hard, and Dwanmu Hwai did not intend to let it escape. At the same time, Dwanmu Hwai was a little uneasy. After all, he still had to deal with Nyarlathotep. That guy, like the treacherous trick, liked to hide in the dark and play dirty tricks. Dwanmu Hwai didn't like the mantis catching the cicada while the oriole was behind, so he took the initiative to provoke Thuga. But if it was Nyarlathotep, maybe he was good at this. If he and Thuga were to stalemate for too long, if Nyarlathotep came from behind, then the painting would be useless. There was no other way, just go for it. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai no longer hesitated, and decided the outcome in one fell swoop. The huge Titan mech moved forward again, stride forward directly into the burning fire cloud. At the same time, under the scorching heat, the surface of the Titan mech began to melt. The bright red molten iron flowed down its huge body, like the blood of the Titan mech, and the whole body began to deform and twist like a burnt plastic figurine. No, not like, but really began to deform. At the moment when the Titan mech rushed into the fire cloud, Dwanmu Hwai decisively transformed the huge mech into a water ball, and it burst out directly. Thugia does not have an entity. That is why, when Dwanmu Hwai attacked it from the inside, Thugia had no power to resist. The cloud of fire that made up Thugia was blown apart, and a sharp, angry roar emerged from it. But for Dwanmu Hwai, this was only Thugia's last resistance. The dark shadow completely rose up at this moment, like the waves of a tsunami, and completely swallowed Thugia. Chapter 1451 Weapons in Hand. When Dwanmu Hwai set out on his return journey, Gion, everything was normal. Well, after all, after Thugia was swallowed, Dwanmu Hwai only needed to go back to the night before when nothing happened. So Gion, which was originally flooded by the flood, has now regained its original prosperity. Dwanmu Hwai naturally also obtained the old essence of Thugia, and decisively chose to merge. After all, he came here for this. After merging with the old essence of Thuga, Dwanmu Hwai also gained Thuga ability to devour. At first glance, this ability seems to have nothing to do with fire. But this is also normal. Fire is just a manifestation of Thuga. Just like the black flame from the destined death that Dwanmu Hwai used when he was the god of destruction. Devouring is the essence of Thuga, and fire is the manifestation of devouring. As mentioned before, Thuga devours the spirit, not the body. Therefore, when it burns something to devour it, it is more like eating chestnuts or walnuts, destroying the outer shell with fire, digging out the delicious inside, and eating it in one bite. However, Thuga devouring ability is only effective for the spirit, and it does not extend to the information level like the shadow. Well, it can be said that it is specifically designed to defeat Nyarlathotep. If it were another one, Thugga would not be able to devour it so easily. But who said that Nyarlathotep likes to play this kind of spiritual trick the most? Who else can he defeat? But this move is not without problems, because devouring the spirit means devouring the other party memory and emotions. In fact, at the moment when Dwanmu Huai merged with Thujia old essence, the spirits, memories, emotions of those civilizations that Thujia had devoured before, as well as the memories and spirits from Nyarlathotep clones and other old rulers, all rushed into Dwanmu Huai brain. Can Dwanmu Huai stop it? Of course he can't stop it. Dwanmu Huai's spirit is still a pure human being, unlike Thujia indescribable old ruler, but fortunately Dwanmu Huai had thought of this a long time ago. He still has a shadow. The characteristic of the shadow is that it can scan and store intelligence, which is equivalent to a large server. When Dwanmu Huai needs intelligence, he can directly retrieve it from the shadow. So when the massive amount of intelligence swallowed by Ketugia rushed towards Dwanmu Huai like a tsunami, Dwanmu Huai decisively packed them all and threw them into the shadow's server. To be honest, after doing this step, Dwanmu Huai was also sweating. But he definitely would not swallow these spirits and merge them with himself. In fact, as one of the old abilities, the shadow itself also has the ability to change. In other words, Dwanmu Huai can completely transform himself into another person according to the data information stored in the shadow. For example, if he wants to become an idol, he only needs to scan it. And then he can become a beautiful and youthful idol. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, they are exactly the same. But Dwanmu Huai has never used this ability. The reason is very simple. Because when Dwanmu Huai becomes that person, although his memory is his own, his way of thinking and emotions are completely transformed into the scanned person. For example, the girl idol is afraid of mice. Dwanmu Huai is not afraid. But when he becomes the girl idol, he will scream when he sees mice. Then the question is, what if when Dwanmu Huai returns to his original state, he will also be afraid of mice? Mental things are very strange. No one can tell clearly. Dwanmu Huai does not want to take risks, so he would rather spend effort to create a shadow clone than change himself. After all, according to Dwanmu Huai experience, those judges who think they are very stable and there will be no problem with the cute big breasts usually fail in the end. So it would be better for him to follow his heart. Because of this, Dwanmu Huai would not merge the spiritual power that was swallowed, but just pack them as data and put them in the shadow. He planned to activate the destructive power and burn them completely after returning from this trial. However, speaking of this, Dwanmu Huai remembered a mission he encountered before, a typical story of a brave man fighting a demon king, and the demon king was best at mental control, but it had never been revealed. Then, when the brave team fought the demon king and beat him to the point of death, the demon king decisively used this move, forcibly converting his own soul and the brave's soul. Then he killed the demon king body that had been transferred by the brave's soul. Then he returned to the court as a brave who had destroyed the demon king. However, this was the real plan of the demon king. After that, he went wild in that country in the name of the brave, corrupted the queen, princess, general, and others of that country, and even corrupted the members of the adventure team who had adventured with the brave and became loyal subordinates of the demon king. Then the hero became the king, commanded his army to sweep across the entire planet, eliminated all opponents, and became the king of that world. At that time, the players were very excited to watch this mission. After all, the Princess Evil training was too exciting. Unfortunately, after all, it was an online game, so players could only imagine the process through those records, and could not watch it back, which was a bit regrettable. Of course, it was exciting, but the extermination order had to be issued later. From this task, we can see that playing with spirits is a dirty trick. So Dwanmu Huai did not intend to really swallow Nyarlathotep. Maybe that guy wanted to use his clone to feed Thugga, and then take over the magpie nest and control Thugga in turn. So Dwanmu Huai just hoped that Nyarlathotep would give up. After all, since it ran away when it saw Thugga, once it knew that he, who had the same ability as Thugga, was on this planet, it would definitely choose to escape from here. For Dwanmu Huai, this is enough. Of course, in Dwanmu Huai's opinion, this ability is only secondary to Nyarlathotep. For him, the best use is to deal with the evil of obsession and the treachery. All along, Dwanmu Huai has been troubled about how to deal with these two bastards. The wrath of tyranny and the stain of corruption are easy to deal with, The power of the god of destruction is best at dealing with them. But the evil of obsession and the treachery are more difficult to deal with. Like Nyarlathotep. They like to play dirty. And they will not be as direct as the wrath of tyranny. To deal with these guys, we must find their weak spot. Nothing can make these bastards feel more painful than directly devouring their spirits. Especially the obsessive evil, Duanmu Huai has never had an effective way to deal with this pervert. Now, directly devour its spirit, so that it will never be able to feel anything again. I believe this will be a torture comparable to hell for the obsessive evil. But it will take more attempts to fully master it. Not only that, after Duanmu Huai returned this time, he also brought an unexpected shock to the girls. Brother? What is this? Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was shirtless, and posing in a bodybuilding pose in front of him, Shaji was confused, Shesta beside him was speechless, Xianji Yuko and Abigail were also confused. Hee, how is it? Is it very impactful? Duanmu Huai raised his hands. I have the azure dragon on my left, the white tiger on my right, the old cow on my waist, and the dragon head on my chest. If anyone stands in my way, I will kill him. If Buddha stands in my way, I will kill him. The teacher is back. However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, he saw the door of the office being pushed open by Minmi Sanaorai. And the door directly hit Duanmu Huai, interrupting his speech. Huh? Teacher, why are you standing here? Nothing. Duanmu Huai touched his nose. Fortunately, he didn't take a machete. By the way, why do you want a tattoo? Shesta drank coffee and complained speechlessly. Isn't this pretty cool? I give it a try. It's just a sticker. Not real. Duanmu Huai was of course talking nonsense. Actually, after consuming Thujia power, Duanmu Huai felt that he had too many old powers, and it was hard to distinguish them. So he simply showed them in the form of tattoos, which made it easier for him to remember and use them. Just like setting shortcuts when playing games. The blue dragon on the left arm is Black Shadow. The white tiger on the right arm is Thujia. And the huge dragon head behind him is 1,000 eyes, 1,000 throats, and 1,000 beards. Because Duanmu Huai is tall, his back is also very broad. And the dragon head on his back is full of impact. Especially for those with high inspiration. If you look carefully after the inspiration, you can see that the dragon head tattoo is actually composed of densely packed eyes, tentacles and an open mouth. And it keeps squirming. Well, it's exclusive for people with trypophobia. Looks pretty cool? Yes. I watched a popular movie in Kansai. That dragon among men? I watched it too. Brother said that the protagonist in the movie would show his tattoo when fighting. Hearing this, Sakuya suddenly realized. That right. Duanmu Huai nodded. When he was killing time in Gion, he also watched the movie. I have to say that the scene where the protagonist took off his clothes and showed his tattoo when fighting was really shocking. So when Duanmu Huai wanted to set a shortcut key, he thought of this. In the future, when fighting, just take off your clothes and show your tattoos. How cool. But, I've always been curious. The protagonist in the movie is wearing a suit. Why can he take it off in a short time? A suit is not something that can be taken off so easily. Right? Shaji raised his doubts. And Duanmu Huai tilted his head. Will it? I think it very simple. Just grab a handful of clothes and tear them apart. It effortless for Duanmu Huai. It's just a bit of a waste of clothes. But his clothes are printed with shadows. Well, that no problem. Really? I think it difficult. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Shaji muttering. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist, feeling the hot devouring power flowing in it. Hee. Now Duanmu Huai can't wait to find Nyarlathotep to fight. Chapter 1452, Only the East Wind is Missing. After absorbing Thugga, Duanmu Huai is ready to fight, just waiting to fight Nyarlathotep for 500 rounds. In the game, this is the final level, just waiting to kill the boss to pass the level. However, the reality is completely different from the game. For Duanmu Huai, it is stuck. RPG reached the last level, can't find the key to open the door of the Demon King Castle, and there is no prompt for the task. Duanmu Huai is in this state now. Now, except looking for a needle in a haystack, he really had no other way. However, after searching till now, he had not found anything, and Yog-Sothoth had only appeared once. It seems that people still have to rely on themselves. Sitting by the window, looking at the autumn scenery outside, Duanmu Huai sighed silently, crumpled the reported hand into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Since that day, Half a month has passed. This time, Nyarlathotep didn't know if he was frightened by Thugga coming, and he never showed up. However, Dwanmu couldn't pin his hopes on the other party cowardice. Unfortunately, he didn't have a better solution. Thinking of this, Dwanmu looked at Abigail again. The latter was taking care of the red panda while reading the cult leaflets seriously. If it were someone else, Dwanmu would still worry about whether he would be brainwashed by these leaflets. But if it was Abigail, Dwanmu was not worried at all. If you want to brainwash her, you have to ask Yog-Sothoth if he agrees. Today is a school day. Sakuya, Minim Sanatwarai, and Anabayuaya are not here. This can be regarded as a relief for Dwanmu. Minim Sanatwarai is a trouble, and she can't be controlled at all. In the past, it was even more impossible to rely on Sakuya alone. After all, Minim Sanatwarai is one of the 5 swords, and she has a high status in the school. Sakuya is just an ordinary student in the school, and there is no way to control too much. Fortunately, there is Anabayuaya watching next to her, and the two of them can still control Minim Sanatwarai to some extent. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Dwanmu was about to take a breath and watch again, his cell phone rang. Dwanmu picked up the phone and answered the call, and CSE Ta's voice came from the other end. What are you doing? What do you think? No progress. Still the same. Dwanmu looked at the scattered waste paper on the desk in front of him, and sighed silently. If there is no progress, come and help. I found something interesting here. Oh! Hearing CSE Ta's words, Dwanmu immediately perked up. Unlike Dwanmu, CSE Ta did not investigate those cults. On the contrary, as a detective, she would often go out to take on missions. In short, CSE Ta treated Dwanmu house as a hotel. She would stay here when she came back, sleep, eat, and then go out to do things. Dwanmu did not ask her what mission she took, but it was obvious that CSE Ta was also investigating through her own channels. He still remembered that he and CSE Ta went to a small town in Western Europe to eliminate the cult base. Unfortunately, it was just a research institute, not the main base, which was a bit of a loss. Now Ziesta is looking for him. Could it be that she has found clues about the Church of the Light of the Universe? Where are you? I be there right now. As he spoke, Dwanmu stood up and gestured to Abigail. I have to go out for something. You are responsible for looking after the house, and if you have any questions, look for Yuzi. Okay, uncle. Abigail was obedient, nodding obediently, and at the same time reaching out to touch the little panda beside her. With this cute pet around, she is not afraid of loneliness. Dwanmu was very fast. After leaving the office, he immediately drove to the place Siesta mentioned. However, to Dwanmu surprise, the place Siesta mentioned was a hotel. Well, a love hotel. So, we are not tracking down a love murder case. Looking at the body in front of him, Dwanmu was speechless. He was standing at the door of a room in a love hotel. Inside was an ordinary hotel room with a bathroom and a big bed. There was a girl on the bed, but her body had been pierced with dozens of blood holes. She was already dead. What killed him? As a judge, Dwanmu had seen many dead people, and he could tell at a glance that this was definitely not done by humans. Here, Shesta stood by the bed and waved at Dwanmu. Dwanmu walked over, and then he saw a man lying under the bed on the other side. Both of them were naked, so it was obvious what they were doing. But the man's appearance was not ordinary. There were sharp bone spurs on his back, which spread out like tentacles. The whole face was distorted, and he looked like a mixture of a human and a dog. What going on? Dwanmu took out his phone and took a photo. Then asked. CSE Ta shrugged and explained. I received a commission before. From a girl. She suspected that her friend was killed by this man. So she asked for my help. After that, I kept tracking this man. But he suddenly went crazy in bed and turned into a monster. When I realized something was wrong and rushed in, he had already killed the girl. What a pity. I was a step too late. And then you killed him? Dwanmu stared at the muzzle of the gun on the man's forehead. He shot him dead. Shesta's shooting skills are pretty good. Dwanmu is not at this level. Yes. What do you think? Let me see first. Dwanmu said, as he walked to the man's body and examined it carefully. Then, Dwanmu frowned. He is the victim. What do you mean? I guess you think that this man is the same idiot who attacked us on the plane before. Right? Dwanmu was talking about the hijacker he met on the plane when he and Shesta first met. He was a member of the Church of the Light of the Universe. And he also transplanted part of the limbs of the old ones to his left ear. Of course, this kind of thing was not a threat to Duan Muhui at all. And he was directly torn into pieces. The man looked abnormal. So Shesta also suspected that he was one of them. However, Duan Muhui could tell her that he was not. Because when he saw the man's body, he directly threw an appraisal. 2 of the states caught Duan Muhui attention. SAN value, 0. Infection status, someone like Nianmu Sanaorai, who had a SAN value of 0, and could still act like a normal person was completely abnormal. Duan Muhui didn't think that this man had similar abilities. So it is certain that his SAN value has been dropping to 0. And the reason why he turned into a monster is also related to the SAN value dropping to 0. In addition, there is also the infection state. This is why Duan Muhui said that he was the victim. The guy with the tentacle transplanted on his ear showed the parasitic state, while this man was in the infection state, which is very telling. Obviously, he met the old ones, or the old ones' followers somewhere, and was infected by them. Then his SAN value kept dropping, and when it dropped to 0, he turned into a monster. Well, now I don't know when he was infected, and what he came into contact with. Do you have his ID? Here. Shesta took out her wallet and cell phone from her clothes and handed them over. Duan Muhui opened his wallet and took out a business card and looked at it. He the head of an IT company. He quite young. After looking at the business card, Duan Muhui put away his wallet. I asked Yuzi to investigate his identity information and situation. How will we handle this? I let the police take charge. As a famous detective, Siesta has a strong relationship with the police. Perhaps because she often deals with these strange things. Okay. I leave first. Duan Muhui took another look at the body of the girl on the bed and turned away. The next thing was left to Yuzi. Xianji Yuzi was really fast. After Siesta asked the police to handle the case, she returned to the office. She had successfully obtained most of the information about the man. After all, the mobile phone was here. The password of the mobile phone was not difficult for Xianji Yuzi, a genius hacker. This man is Takeshi Akiji, 38 years old, director of the development department of a private IT company, with a good resume, high salary, married, and no criminal record. Married? After hearing the report from Yuko Xianji, Shesta was stunned for a moment, and looked at Duan Muhui. Why would a married man go to a love hotel? It's going to be interesting next. Yuko Xianji waved the phone in her hand. According to my investigation, this man has a very passionate hobby, which is daddy life. Oh, are you very enthusiastic? Yes, I checked on his phone. Almost once a week, and he contacted many people, and spent a lot of money. I see. Duan Muhui nodded. In this case, then it is understandable that they are in a love hotel. But speaking of this, Duan Muhui thought of Aiko and Tachibana Rue. It was a similar transaction at the time. I don't know how Aiko is doing now. Tachibana Rue went to college, anyway. The money I gave them at the time was enough for them to live a good life. However, the problem is that this man is not the perpetrator, but the victim. In other words, he was infected while doing his father work? Who could the other party be? Siesta obviously thought of the same question, and looked up at Xianji Yuko. Xianji-san, can you investigate the people he traded with before? This is difficult, you can try, but don't have too high expectations. While the two were chatting, Abigail, who was sitting next to them, was holding a red panda, looking at this, and then at that. What is a father job? Hearing Abigail question, Siesta and Xianji Yuzi were speechless for a moment. They looked at each other, then looked at Duan Muhui, who was stunned. Let me do it. It means girls find someone else to be their father. Find someone else? Don't they have a father themselves? Why do they find someone else to be their father? If you insist on saying it this way, it doesn't seem to be wrong. Chapter 1453. The hook is straight, and the bait is salty. In Japan, the offensive and defensive battle between the public and the government has never stopped. From the initial sex shops, to the water vendors, to the daddy business, they are actually the same. The main point is to exploit legal loopholes, and be justified but strong. However, with the development and changes of the internet era, the form is also gradually changing. When the internet was not developed, offline sex shops and clubs became a platform for introducing men and women. However, with the development of the internet, the advent of the era of mobile phones in everyone's hands, transactions through online platforms have become the mainstream. This unlucky guy is also the same. According to the investigation of Shianji Yuko, he used a kind of daddy activity app similar to the local dating app, which mainly searches for women who want to be dads around him based on his location, and then communicates with them. In this case, its randomness and concealment are very strong, so even Shianji Yuko can't lock all the targets. But she did give a suggestion. I can mark the location and range of this person's actions. You can try this software. After hearing the suggestion from Ziyuan Temple Yuko, Duanmu Huai and Ziesta looked at each other. I go. If I go, then my mother will be alive. Ziesta quit decisively, and only Duanmu Huai was left. Okay, I try. Duanmu Huai was a little annoyed that he hadn't found Nyarlathotep for a while, and this case was obviously related to the past. Plus for Duanmu Huai, this was not a hard job, so he just took it as a relaxation. In fact, strictly speaking, this is equivalent to the evolution of water vendors. Because Japanese laws are also very strict in this regard, so if you see someone giving money on the street, you will take care of it. And in order to deal with this situation, therefore, water vendors appeared, in order to give street transactions a name. But now it has gone a step further, completely avoiding legal risks. Because from the appearance. So when men and girls meet, even directly skip the cash transaction step, mainly taking people out to eat or buy things, because generally speaking, most of the money is used to do these things. So this is a one-step solution. And this also avoids the risk of transactions. After all, you may be caught if you give money on the street, but it is not illegal to go shopping and eat together and buy branded gifts. Isn't it the same in clubs? You spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on drinks, and you can only hold hands. The Japanese are used to it. Of course, this is not without risk. If you compare this to a commodity, then nightclubs are guaranteed safe, clean and risk-free, and more assured. But this is like a 3-no product sold at a street stall. You bear the risk yourself. Who knows if it will produce any virus matrix? If you get an SSR, congratulations on winning the jackpot. This is also one of the reasons why syphilis is rampant in Japan. If Duanmu Huai hadn't trained his physique to be able to take a bath with liquid nitrogen, he wouldn't have tried it easily. After all, it only fun for a while, but it not worth it if you get sick. Since CSE Ta has quit, then start searching according to the route of the person marked by Shianji Yuko. Luckily, according to Shianji Yuko investigation, this guy route is very simple. He basically opens the app to search near the company. This is also normal. He's slacking off at work. So Duanmu Huai came to the commercial street near the man company, and then opened the app and started searching. Then, who is the infected mother? Looking at the information displayed on the phone, Duanmu Huai fell into deep thought. To be honest, it is not easy to find a person who meets the requirements from such an app. After all the users on it are anonymous. Didi, just as Duanmu Huai was browsing his phone, a notification sounded suddenly, and then a conversation popped up. Seeing this message, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. But it was not surprising. But it is very strict for the man. It is just like checking personal identity information. They even ask him to write down his annual income and other things. And he has to verify it through bank statements. Duanmu Huai has a lot of money, so naturally he is in the high-income group. It is not surprising that he is favored by girls. Forget it. I have nothing to do anyway. I will call her over to ask her. Since we are both in this business, maybe we can know something about each other. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also responded quickly. And then the two sides made an appointment to meet. Duanmu Huai was originally in the square nearby, so he didn't change places. Just waited for the other party to come. Not long after, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps from behind. And then a cheerful voice sounded. Oh! Hello. Duanmu Huai turned his head. And then, he was speechless. In front of him, Mianmu Satora was standing there excitedly, waving at him vigorously. Not far from her, Inaba Ueya was holding a knife, saying nothing. What going on? Because dad never brings Satora out to play, so Satora comes to play with dad, that dad job yo. They're nothing to talk about with a psychopath. Duanmu Huai silently shifted his gaze, looking at Inaba Ueya. The latter seemed to notice Duanmu Huai's gaze, and tilted his head. I stopped her. Is that why you came along? And I'm also very curious about my father's life. What there to be curious about? Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Forget it, let's send these two ancestors back first. At this moment, everyone around has already looked over. Meaning Sanatwarai is still okay, Inaba Tsukiyomi is just a little girl, and she blind. If we continue to linger here, it won't be clear. Okay, let go, I take you to. Where are you going? Let eat first. Then go shopping. Looking at Minmi Sanatwarai waving her phone proudly, Dwanmu Hwai rolled his eyes. What else could he do? He had to take them with him. Minmi Sanatwarai had checked the process online. Dwanmu Hwai was too lazy to care, and just treated it as a rehearsal. First took the two of them to a high-end restaurant for a meal, then went to a luxury store to buy brand-name bags. The three of them also attracted attention from time to time along the way. Not to mention Dwanmu Hwai, that height is the most dazzling wherever he is, and Minmi Sanatwarai is also a beautiful girl. Not to mention Inaba Tsukiyomi, who was wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, and was blind. The three of them would attract the attention of the store clerks and customers, no matter which store they entered. Dwanmu Hwai even saw a few couples working when he entered a brand-name store. The latter also looked at them in surprise and whispered to each other. As for what they were talking about, Dwanmu Hwai was too lazy to care. Of course, generally speaking, it ends here. If you want to go to a hotel next, it will be another price. So Dwanmu Hwai stopped there. How do you feel? Did you eat well? Not bad. Do you like branded bags? No. I can't see them, but they feel so. Why would you buy them if you don't like them? Because buying branded bags is my dad job. Hearing Minmi Sanatwarai answer without hesitation, Dwanmu Hwai rolled his eyes silently. Sure enough, Minmi Sanatwarai was just playing an imitation game out of boredom. Forget it, it doesn't matter, just treat it as playing with the two of them. And this trip was not in vain. Perhaps Minmi Sanatwarai looked up the guide on the internet, so the stores he took Dwanmu Hwai to were the kind that often had transactions. Whether in high-end restaurants or brand-name stores, Dwanmu Hwai saw several suspected pairs. But unfortunately, after Dwanmu Hwai's observation, they were all ordinary people, and there was no one he was looking for. I'm going back, thank you for the gift. Inaba Uaya seemed a little tired, grabbed Minmi Sanatwarai, and bowed to Dwanmu Hwai. She can't see, but her ears are very sensitive. So Inaba Uaya doesn't like to go to those lively places. And Minmi Sanatwarai takes her everywhere. And Inaba Uaya is exhausted. She was just curious and let Minmi Sanatwarai do whatever he wants. But now it seems that this father life is meaningless. It better to go back to meditate and practice swordsmanship. I take you back. After being dragged around by Minmi Sanatwarai for a day, Dwanmu Hwai's plan for today is completely over. And he can only start again tomorrow. Currently, Minmi Sanatwarai and Inaba Uaya both live at Dwanmu Hwai's place. So he drove them home together. In the office, Shesta and Shianji Yuko were still waiting for the result. But they were dumbfounded when they saw Dwanmu Hwai bringing Minmi Sanatwarai and Inaba Uaya back. After listening to his story about today's situation, they burst out laughing. Minmi Sanatwarai and the others also knew her. And they knew that this girl looked crazy and not like an ordinary person. But they didn't expect that she would do such a weird thing. Then, you can go again after dinner. Zuyuan Temple Yuko tried to hold back her laughter and gave Dwanmu Hwai some advice. I've seen the man's schedule. He starts hunting after get off work most of the time. And he works overtime until about 10 p.m. almost every weekday. So the people he's looking for should also go out at that time. You make sense. After all the calculations, he didn't expect the overtime culture in Japan. This surprised Dwanmu Hwai. But after thinking about it carefully, he nodded. After dinner, I try again. Chapter 1454 Fishermen never lie in wait for something like this, which is often very similar to fishing. Dwanmu Hwai also hates this the most. Because if something is very similar to fishing, then its result will also be very similar to fishing. Just like now, he is sitting alone on a chair in the square in front of the station, lowering his head, looking at the mobile phone in front of him. It like a fisherman staring at a fishing rod, with no movement in his eyes. It almost 12 o'clock now, the lively square in front of the station has begun to become deserted, and there are not even a few people. Only Dwanmu Hwai sat silently on the bench, scrolling through his phone in boredom. Following the advice of Shianji Yuko, Dwanmu Hwai went for another walk after dinner. In fact, at night, he was able to search for more people, and Dwanmu Hwai successfully connected with several of them. However, after agreeing to meet, there was no more news. No one showed up at the agreed time, and he sent a message through the app only to find that he had been blocked. Alas, life is really lonely like snow. Forget it. Let go home. Dwanmu Hwai patted his clothes silently. And then, he was about to stand up and leave. However, At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Ah. Hello. Uncle. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a girl standing not far away, looking at him curiously. Her hair was dyed brown, and it was naturally curly and shoulder length. She seemed to be dressed very fashionably. Duanmu Huai didn't understand the fashion of girls, but just looking at the strange skirt on her, she knew that if it wasn't fashionable, most people wouldn't wear it like this. But the question is, who is she? Duanmu Huai took a look at the app, and didn't make an appointment with anyone. You are? Ah. My name is Kana. The girl named Kana gave her name, but it sounded like a fake name, which is normal, except for those who are doing this business for the first time. No one would be stupid enough to tell their real name. Uncle, are you also doing the work of a father? I saw you with 2 girls in the store today. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood why the other party would talk to him. When he took Maimi Sanatwarai and Inaba Ueya to buy things, he did meet a few couples who were doing father work in the store. He didn't know if this girl was among them. What do you want to talk to me about? No. I'm just curious. Uncle, have you never found a partner? I just took a job, and I saw you sitting here when I left. When I came back, you were still sitting here, so I was a little surprised. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Don't be harsh, little sister. It is common for fishermen to fail, but it is impolite to say it to their faces. The one called Kana, on the other hand, seemed to be very familiar with people, and came over with a smile. By the way, are those 2 really the fathers? Tell me about it. No, they are the children of my relatives. Duanmu Huai found an excuse to fool him, and Kana nodded. Is that so? That right. I said that the child couldn't see, and it was too hard to do this. I thought you had some special hobbies. Uncle, what if I do? Duanmu Huai didn't refute what Kana said. In fact, from the perspective of outsiders, he was such a fierce man with 2 weak girls, Neem Sanatwarai and Inaba Tsukuyo. The first reaction was mostly not good. It doesn't look like it, because the expressions of the 2 girls were quite calm. If they were afraid of you, they wouldn't be so noisy. That's why I dared to come up and talk to the uncle. After all, the uncle doesn't look like a vicious villain. It seems that Maimi Satori acting skills can fool ordinary people. So what do you want to talk to me about? Duanmu Huai didn't believe that the other party stayed up late at night to chat with him. Sure enough, hearing Duanmu Huai question, the girl showed an awkward smile. Actually. It a bit embarrassing to say it, the previous business encountered some problems. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai looked at Kana carefully, and found that her clothes were messy, and her feet were not even wearing shoes, and it was obvious that she ran out in a hurry. What happened? Did she encounter a mutant monster? But she didn't look like that. Actually, I had agreed with that father to stay overnight in a hotel, but I didn't expect that he was a drug addict. When I entered the room and took off my clothes, I saw a needle mark on his arm, which scared me. Later I asked him to take a shower, and then I took the opportunity to look in his bag, and found a syringe and medicine in it. So I ran out when he wasn't paying attention. Speaking of this, Kana also reached out and patted her chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, I ran fast, but I lost a lot of money on this order. Not only were the bags and clothes I bought thrown there, but even my shoes were lost. That was a limited edition, and I spent a lot of effort to buy it. But fortunately, I haven't reached the adult stage with that father yet, so it's not a loss. At this point, Kana clasped her hands together, pretending to look cute and looking at Duanmu Huai. So, uncle, can you take her home? Looking at the girl pretending to be cute, Duanmu Huai was silent for a while. He had already seen that although this girl had been pretending to be very cheerful and lively when talking to him, her eyes were very uneasy and her body was shaking slightly. But this was normal. If she could remain calm in front of him, she would not be a normal person. This girl was able to suppress her fear and chat with me, which shows that she has a big heart. As for why she went to Duanmu Huai instead of the police, you are kidding. At this time, she would be courting death if she went to the police. The police would definitely call her family. And who in this line of work would want to let others know? Okay, come with me. I am planning to go home too. Duanmu Huai stood up and said. And after hearing his answer, Kana clenched her fists and swung them vigorously. Thank you, uncle. Duanmu Huai took the girl to the parking lot. Seeing Duanmu Huai car, Kana was naturally amazed again. However, Dwanmu Hwai didn't care about these troubles. He waved his hand to signal the girl to get in the car, and then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Along the way, Dwanmu Hwai also chatted with Kana and learned that she was a college student who came here to study alone, because the tuition was very expensive, plus the daily expenses such as renting a house. The ordinary part-time job money was not enough, so he chose to be a father. Before, she worked in a restaurant and was exhausted, and the hourly wage was only $8.50, and she would be given the cold shoulder by customers and cause trouble. But being a father, she could earn $20,000 per hour, and she would be coaxed and pampered by the other party, so Kana chose to do this job. Of course, doing this kind of thing would also be dangerous, but Kana has been doing this job for a long time, and knows how to protect herself. Like the incident just now, if it happened to those who had just started this job, I'm afraid they would have been directly fooled. I'll adhere. Under Kana guidance, Dwanmu Hwai brought her to the bottom of an old apartment building, and the latter was relieved to see the familiar home. Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome, actually. I need your help with something else. Hey, what is it? Hearing Dwanmu Hwai answer, Kana turned her head and looked at him curiously. It's very simple. You said you have been doing this business for more than a year. Then you should know all the girls who work as dads around here. Well, I know some of them. Uncle, do you want me to introduce them to you? Although it's not impossible, I think they will probably refuse. Although most people are here for the money. Your appearance is somewhat. And your body shape. As she spoke, Kana stretched out her hand, compared it to Dwanmu Hwai, and then compared it to herself, and shuddered all over. It a bit scary. Although this is one of them. I hope to get some information. Dwanmu Hwai did not forget his purpose. And after hearing Dwanmu Hwai's request, Kana was somewhat confused. Information? Yes. In your industry, there will always be some strange rumors. I want to know some news about this. Strange rumors. Kana thought for a moment and clapped her hands. Ah. How about this? Uncle, let at each other as friends. How about you treat me to dinner tomorrow? If I find any interesting news, I will tell you. Okay. Although the process is a little different from what I thought. As long as the result goes well, it's fine. Anyway, I have successfully found an informant. And it seems that she has been in this business for a while. And her network of contacts is also very wide. Through this line, maybe I can get the result that Dwanmu Hwai wants. It's like fishing. It doesn't matter whether I catch it or buy it from the market. It's the same to eat it. As long as I don't tell you, how do you know whether I bought it or fished it? It's okay anyway as long as the result is the same. See you tomorrow, Uncle. After making the agreement, the two added each other as friends, and then Kana waved and got out of the car. Looking at her back, Dwanmu Hwai was silent for a while, but still called Kana. By the way, there is one last thing. Don't call me uncle, I'm not that old, I'm not even 30. Hey, I can tolerate a teenage girl calling Dwanmu Hwai uncle, but you are a 20-year-old college student, I can't tolerate you calling me uncle. Chapter 1425 Late Night Rumors. To be honest, the intelligence gathering was incredibly smooth this time. Although strictly speaking, this was still thanks to Mayumi Sanatwarai and Inaba Tsukiyomi, but Dwanmu Hwai didn't want to thank her. After all, with Mayumi Sanatwarai crazy energy, if he thanked her, she might do something even more outrageous. Kana was also very fast. Early the next morning, Dwanmu Hwai received her message on the app. The two agreed on a location, and then Dwanmu Hwai went to the appointment. The place they agreed to meet was still the station park yesterday. When Dwanmu Hwai arrived, Kana was already waiting there. Seeing Dwanmu Hwai, she also waved excitedly. Ah, brother. This way. Hey. Seeing Kana, Dwanmu Hwai also walked over and greeted her. Unlike the disheveled look last night, Kana was dressed very refreshingly at this moment. Just like a fashionable college student. After all, she is a college student. Let go, have you chosen a place? Here. I've wanted to go there for a long time. Dwanmu Hwai came to ask Kana for information, so he wouldn't be stingy. The two of them also discussed it on the app. Kana said the money would still be 10,000 yuan for just accompanying her to dinner, after all. The market is like this now, she couldn't break the rules. However, as compensation, Dwanmu Hwai could treat her to a high-end restaurant. After all, many fathers wouldn't take Kana to a particularly luxurious and high-end place for dinner, and Dwanmu Hwai didn't have such concerns, so he would just take her. So Kana picked a kaiseki restaurant that she had always wanted to go to but couldn't afford. A meal there would cost tens of thousands. According to Kana, this is the most popular restaurant at the moment. If you eat there, check in and take photos, and post them online, it will be very interesting. Compared to the enthusiastic Kana, Dwanmu Hwai seemed a little uninterested. When it comes to food, Dwanmu Hwai is not very particular. It may also be that he is a bit of a foodie. In Dwanmu Hwai's opinion, unless it is something so unpalatable that you can't eat it, other things are basically the same. Moreover, Japanese cuisine is often more about ingredients and stories than techniques, such as marbled beef, matsutake mushrooms, and the sushi chef family of craftsmen, which has been passed down for hundreds of years. It sounds better than singing, but it tastes just so. Well, think about it carefully. Dwanmu Hwai has used monster meat in hot pots and boiled fish, so it is natural that he would look down on the delicacies of ordinary mortals. After all, monster meat is really delicious. It is much more delicious than marbled beef. So no matter what raw materials are boasted here, it is just so in Dwanmu Hwai's eyes. After all, can your wagyu become a spirit? Or can matsutake mushrooms run long? In the journey to the west, I use 1,000-year-old ginseng as ginger slices to stew soup. So even kaiseki cuisine, in Dwanmu Hwai's eyes, is just 3 dishes and 1 soup, and it's over after eating. Kana, on the other hand, was in high spirits, taking photos and selfies, and then uploading them with her mobile phone, and it took a long time before she reluctantly started to eat, and she was amazed and sighed from time to time. To be honest, Dwanmu Hwai thought it was a bit exaggerated. But fortunately, eating is eating. Punching in is punching in. And Kana didn't forget the business. By the way, brother, what do you want to ask me about? It's very simple: rumors, strange stories, things that are spread among you, and related to your industry. Brother, why are you asking this? Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's question, Kana couldn't help but feel a little curious. I can use it, just tell me. Well, actually, it quite a lot. Kana herself is a lively person. Now that she is eating the long-awaited kaiseki cuisine, she is in high spirits and starts to talk about some rumors and stories. They are all strange stories in their industry. For example, there is a fat father who is very generous and rich. The girls who work with him will become happy in the future. For example, winning the lottery, finding a boyfriend of your dreams, or successfully getting into the school you want to go to. For Dwanmu Hwai, this is just like the strange stories in ancient Xia. For example, a landlord found a beggar asking for food at the door. The landlord treated him to a good meal out of kindness. Later, the beggar showed his true identity as a Taoist cultivator and blessed the kind landlord, making his wife, who had not been pregnant for many years, pregnant. Later, the child was Winkuxing, who passed the imperial examination. This seems a bit scary if you think about it carefully. The landlord invited the beggar to dinner, and the beggar gave the landlord wife a child. TSK, try it carefully. Then Kana told some other rumors, most of which were gossips about family matters. After all, the fathers who worked were old customers. One father would support several people, and some fathers would even bring several people together at a time. This is how everyone knows each other more or less. If it were a club, the competition for customers between PR ladies would be very fierce, and the degree of cruelty would be similar to that of palace fighting dramas. However, it is different for those who work outside. Everyone hopes to expand their channels and meet more fathers. And compared with those unfamiliar ID accounts on the internet, the people introduced by the sisters are more reliable. So unlike the public relations ladies, the girls who do these things are more closely connected with each other, so they often hear some strange things. Dwanmu Hwai even heard an interesting little knowledge from Kana. As mentioned before, the ultimate goal of the father who works is still that, of course, that is abbreviated as adult in this industry. For example, if the other party tells you that it is 5 adults, it means 50,000 per time. For girls who do the work, the general pricing is also linked to appearance. For example, if the other party is young and rich, then 4 adults or 3 adults, then girls can accept it. But if it is a middle-aged uncle, 5 adults to 6 adults is the starting point. If it is a fat otaku, then they don't consider it at all. TSK. Fat otakus are really pitiful. But that was in the past. Now the market. It's completely different. Nowadays, Usually 2 or 3 adults, and there are even 1 to 0.5 adults. As for the reason, it's very simple, the economy is down, everyone is having a hard time. And because life is hard, more girls have joined the ranks of looking for dads, and with more people, the price will naturally go down. After all, if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. There's no threshold for this line, just like being a live streamer, you can join with a mobile phone and register. What even more outrageous is that, there are men wearing women clothes competing with them now. And they are very popular? It's outrageous. Kana lamented that this industry is getting harder and harder to do. In the past, their competitors were only young and beautiful girls, but now even men have become their competitors. By the way, in terms of customers, the fat guys who were originally looked down upon by everyone are now the best targets. Because many of those young and wealthy people don't have any extra money, and even want to get something for free by relying on their looks. The girls who work hard are still trying to make money. They are not in love. So why would they let others do it for free? Therefore, those people are not so popular now. Middle-aged men will also lose their jobs for various reasons. And they also have family problems and many worries, which is very troublesome. On the contrary, these fat guys, because they have no other hobbies, can save money and are relatively simple. As long as you are willing to take the initiative to cater to them and do some cosplay or something, you can still make a lot of money. Some girls even relied on the fat house to get on the shore, get married and have children. Duanmu Huai was speechless when he heard this. Isn't this bullying the honest people? But since one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer, it doesn't matter. When it comes to this topic, Kana also told a rumor that is widely circulated in their industry. The night child in the middle of the night. This is the story of my friend A. A is also a laborer, and she has a stable father, who has always been very good to her, and A likes him very much. But later, A found that her father seemed to be getting colder and colder towards her, which made A little confused. Although generally speaking, it was normal for her father to look for someone else. But A always felt that her father's behavior was getting weirder and weirder. And once, although it was her father who asked her to meet him, he was absent-minded during the meal and kept calling her Yezi. This made her very unhappy. But what happened next was even more terrifying. When A and her father went to the hotel, her father suddenly acted out of character, grabbed her tightly, and shouted, "You are not Yezi. Give Yezi back to me." Azzy was so scared at that time that she quickly broke free from him and hid in the bathroom. Dad banged on the door like crazy. But then, there was no movement. Azzy didn't dare to open the door until the next morning. When she heard no movement outside, she opened the door and found out that Dad had hanged himself in the hotel room. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai also perked up. So what about Yi Zi? Ah, it was a rumor that came out after that, saying that there was a girl named Yi Zi who worked as a laborer, and that all the fathers who had contacted her would be bewitched by her, would not look for other people, and might even commit suicide. So if anyone encountered a father who stopped contacting them, others would say that he might have been bewitched by Yi Zi. It was more or less a story like this. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Is this a story about a friend of your friend? Ah ha ha ha, brother, don't most stories start like this? I also heard it from a friend. Then, can you investigate it carefully, and find out where this rumor came from? Huh? It must be said that. Duanmu Huai request. Still surprised Kana a little. Investigate this rumor? Yes. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out an envelope. Here is 1 million, enough to compensate for your losses during this period. I hope you can help me investigate this matter. 1 million. Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Kana hand, which was originally reaching for the envelope, quickly withdrew as if it was burned. No, 1 million is too much. And it's just a rumor. This is very important to me. Duanmu Huai would naturally think it was very important. Although Kana's statement was a little unclear, but in Duanmu Huai's ears, that, Dad, the process of going crazy and committing suicide, it seems like the SN value is gradually decreasing to 0. If you think 1 million is too much, how about 500,000? Just treat it as a down payment. Wow, this. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kana was a little uneasy. Is this something dangerous? I just want you to investigate this rumor, to see if it is true, or where it happened. You don't need to do anything dangerous. If that the case? Hearing this, Kana was somewhat relieved. Then took the envelope and took out a few bills from it. 100,000. I use this as a deposit. and I find out the rest after I find out the follow-up. Then I leave it to you. Now it seems that this meal was not in vain. Chapter 1456 Clues Gathering. After finishing the meal, Kanai, who had received the money, went to investigate with great interest. Duanmu Huai gave her a lot of money, enough to cover her monthly income, especially because Kanai had complained to Duanmu Huai before. Because of the economic downturn, more and more girls came to see their dad, and it was getting harder and harder to make money. She still had credit cards to pay off, and her money was tight. She used to make a lot of money in a month, but now it has shrunk by nearly 2/3, which is also normal after all. Among the girls who came to see their dad, there were younger, prettier, and less picky girls than her. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves ahead die on the beach. Although Kana is just a female college student in this industry, she is almost becoming a wave ahead that is beaten to death. So Kana plans to continue working for a while, and stop working when she saves enough money. I came to the big city before because I yearned for the prosperity here. Now that I have been here for a few years, I have found that the economy is not good, and it is not easy to get along in the big city. It is better to save some money and open a store in my hometown while I am young and beautiful, and find a man to marry and live a peaceful life. It is better than anything else. Duanmu Huai was generous, and gave a lot of money, and he didn't ask Kana to do anything suspicious. Kana knew that big money is not easy to make. Some girls have encountered such a thing. The customer was generous, and asked the girls to help deliver something. The latter did not suspect anything, and went to deliver it. When they arrived at the destination, they found that they were weapons and illegal drugs. Then someone took a photo of her, saying that she was also an accomplice, and forced the girls to join the pirate ship. In the end, not only did they lose the money they earned, but they also lost it. In contrast, Duanmu Huai did not ask Kana to do anything suspicious, but only asked her to investigate the rumors. Although it was a bit suspicious to give so much money just to investigate the rumors. But, well, Kana felt that after completing this order, she could go back to her hometown to open a store and get married. Give it a try. After sending Kana away, Duanmu Huai also returned to the office and asked Xianji Yuko to start investigating the rumors about late-night Yezi. As a result, there were quite a few results. I didn't expect this rumor to be so popular. But this is also normal. Every industry has its own rumors and jokes. Many times, different industries are like different mountains. If you are not in this industry, you will never know some things. Maybe many rumors are basic operations like common sense to people in the industry, but they are extremely fresh to outsiders who don't know. I didn't expect that there are such things in the world. Late night. This rumor is like this. Although it is widely spread, it is generally spread between fathers and working girls. So unless you are doing this, it is normal not to know. Unfortunately, Xianji Yuko searched for information for a long time, but found nothing useful. As for the girls, it was just like what Kana said. After their fathers cut off contact with them, they would complain that Yako had stolen their fathers. As for the fathers, they also seemed to be very interested in this rumor. But no one had actually met Yako. Some people also said that they did search for the name Yako in the app. But when they went there, they saw a 400-ton mouse tank. This was such a big blow that they no longer wanted to be fathers. In short, there is no useful information about Yezi on the internet. It is just some hearsay, which is almost the same as what Kana said. The only useful information is that after Xianji Yuko screened the IP address and date, she found that the earliest posting circle talking about Yezi was in Tokyo, which means that Kana still has a great chance of finding the center of the rumor. After Ziesta came back, Duanmu Huai also explained it to her, and the latter was also quite surprised. It really strange. Why would that monster attack humans in this way? Who knows? Maybe it looking for a host? Or maybe it looking for a partner? Duanmu Huai remembered that he had watched a sci-fi horror movie before, which was about an alien creature coming to Earth, imitating the appearance of a human woman, and seducing men everywhere. According to the scientists in that sci-fi movie, if it wants to reproduce on this planet, it must absorb the DNA of the creatures on this planet for matching, and then give birth to a litter, which will then grow at a rapid rate, and then give birth to another litter. It really a bit scary. But the alien in that movie is quite picky. Not all men are accepted. They must be healthy and have no bad habits. I have to say, this rule screens out a lot of people. And those men who don't meet the standards are killed directly by the alien. It quite ironic. Dwanmu Hwai now suspects that the so-called Yizi might be Nyarlathotep. After all, this guy likes to do this kind of shitty thing to seduce humans the most. He is just a crazy person. No, maybe the crazy person is the incarnation of Nyarlathotep. After all, this guy has done this before, and he seduced women to give birth to his own children. Now maybe he wants to try giving birth to his own children. Who knows what that guy is thinking? Anyway, Dwanmu Hwai sympathizes with those fathers. If that Yizi is really the incarnation of Nyarlathotep, TSK, the painting is beautiful, but he doesn't want to see it. At least he must be too embarrassed to see it. What did you find over there? I investigate the suicide line again. CSC talk connections in the police are more familiar than Dwanmu Hwai. She knows a lot of internal police intelligence very quickly. According to what you said, there should be many men who were deceived by Yizi and then committed suicide. As long as we investigate the case records of those rich men who committed suicide, we should get something. After all, most people commit suicide because they have no money. If they commit suicide even though they are rich, there is probably something wrong. I leave it to you. Dwanmu Hwai is still very confident about CSE Ta. She is also a detective with skilled skills, so he doesn't need to worry about it. But soon someone was unhappy. Brother, this isn't a topic that should be discussed at the dinner table. Shaji complained helplessly. After all, they were having dinner now. Although Shaji also knew the nature of Dwanmu Hwai work, but talking about daddy life and suicide at the dinner table was really a bit off-putting. Abigail next to them was just eating, and she didn't understand what they were saying at all. Shianji Yuko wanted to leave. The teacher got scolded. Meaning Sanaorai was still as silly as ever, and the main point was that I don't care if you are happy or not. But I must be happy. As for the other one, that right, we should maintain etiquette at the table. Sakuya-san, please have another bowl. Talking about etiquette, you guys don't treat yourselves as outsiders at all. Looking at Minim Sanaorai, who was patting the table and laughing, and Inaba Yuaya, who handed the bowl to Sakuya, Dwanmu Hwai was speechless. Have you two forgotten that you are outsiders? Do you really think this is your home? Of course, that being said, dining is more lively when there are more people. By the way, although Dwanmu Hwai is investigating, the search for the cult has not been interrupted. Abigail and Neem Satora are mainly responsible. For the former, Dwanmu Hwai is counting on Yog Sothoth to appear, and for the latter, Dwanmu Hwai is just counting on her to go crazy occasionally. As for Inaba Tsukiyomi, strictly speaking, she is the one with the least relationship with Dwanmu Hwai. But in the previous timeline, Dwanmu Hwai had seen this girl's swordsmanship skills. It was superb. Besides, she was blind, so she was basically immune to the SN damage of looking directly at the evil god. So Dwanmu Hwai kept her by default. It good to treat her as a bodyguard. And this bodyguard doesn't charge money. Dingling. Dwanmu Hwai had just finished dinner not long ago, and his cell phone rang. Dwanmu Hwai turned on the phone, and soon Kana's voice came from the other end. "Ah, young man, you haven't slept yet. Have you? Know something?" Generally, girls don't exchange phone numbers with their fathers, but Dwanmu Hwai and Kana don't have that kind of relationship, more like an employer and a hired informant. So the two exchanged phone numbers, so they could keep in touch at any time. After all, Dwanmu Hwai was also worried that Kana might get into danger. She couldn't use the app to ask for help from him. That would be too abstract. Well, I did as you said, and asked the girls around me, and I actually found out a little bit. It seems that this matter is indeed true. Oh! Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai immediately perked up. Are you sure? I have been looking for people to ask, and finally found some clues, but... Speaking of this, Kana was a little hesitant. I am not sure if it is true, or the other party may be making up a story. What do you mean? Do you still remember the Azzy I told you about before? Yes. Actually, I just found out that. What happened to Azzy afterwards seems to be a little different from the rumors. Not quite the same. Yes, A locked herself in the bathroom, and then her father stopped talking outside, and then A opened the door, and saw her father commit suicide? Yes, that what you said before. Dwanmu Hwai still remembers it very clearly, and that the flow of the story. Actually, it seems that there's more to it than that. After that, I saw something very scary, and she ran away out of fear. As for the suicide news, it seems to be true, but I probably didn't go back to the room to see. Oh! Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai suddenly became more excited. Then what? This, I'm not sure. I give you another 100,000. Okay, But I heard that A seemed to have mental problems after that, and has been living in a mental hospital. It's settled. It's settled. No escape. We found the right one. Dwanmu Hwai wants to bang the table now. He already in a mental hospital, and no one will believe you if you say it has nothing to do with the evil god. Good job. Can you find out which hospital A is staying in? Speaking of this, Kana suddenly hesitated. Actually, I found a friend, but she refused to say more, and insisted on meeting you to talk. That fine. Dwanmu Hwai did not object, and agreed immediately. Let me tomorrow, you choose the place and time, is that okay? Okay, I leave it to you. After hanging up the phone, Dwanmu Hwai was relieved. I didn't expect to get a clue so quickly. It seems that we still need to find professionals to do professional things. Chapter 1457 Go and Invite. The next day, Dwanmu Hwai met with Kana as before. But this time, it was not just Kana, there was one more person. The latter looked older than Kana, also a college student. She was dressed relatively maturely, and when she saw Dwanmu Hwai, her expression was very ugly, but Dwanmu Hwai didn't care about this little thing. After all, he didn't really plan to be a father. This time, Kana found another expensive restaurant, but Dwanmu Hwai didn't care, and directly sent her to order food, and then looked at the woman in front of him. The latter stared at him, looking nervous. Okay. I won't say any more nonsense. You should have heard the situation from Kana. I just want to ask, how much do you know about the rumors about Yeezy in the middle of the night? Who are you? The woman did not answer Dwanmu Hwai's question immediately, but stared at him and asked back. Why do you want to investigate this? What does this have to do with you? At first, the woman thought Dwanmu Hwai just wanted to try a new dad. After all, she had worked before, and knew that those rich and free people really like to seek excitement. She also suspected that Dwanmu Hwai was a reporter for some magazine, investigating those gossips, and then reporting them in an alarmist way. But now the woman doesn't think so. Just look at Dwanmu Hwai's appearance, and you can tell that this person is not easy to mess with. He is not the same as those frivolous fathers who are looking for excitement. As for third-rate tabloid reporters, it is impossible. A meal here would cost a small reporter a month's salary. If he is just looking for excitement or news, it would be too much. And judging from the car he drives, he is obviously either rich or noble. But why does he care about this? I'm looking for a monster. Dwanmu Hwai didn't even bother to laugh and went straight to the point. And after hearing the rumors about Yeezy late at night, I felt that the victim behavior was very similar to that of a monster, so I asked Kana to investigate. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's unreserved answer, the woman's expression froze. She sat there blankly, looking at Dwanmu Hwai without saying a word. Are you serious? Anyway, I've already said it. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. When a judge does something, he never needs to explain it to others. I reveal my identity and ask you to help me. You either help me or die. Of course, in this world, Dwanmu Hwai would not do this. That because he has the confidence. Because Dwanmu Hwai has taken a photo of this woman, if she is unwilling to help, then asking Yingzi for help is the same. Monster. Monster. The woman muttered to herself. Then she looked at Dwanmu Hwai, and was silent for a moment. Do you really believe that there are monsters in the world? Even if there are, what does it have to do with you? How refreshing. You said it well. Just like criminals. There are criminals in the world. What does it have to do with the police? Because the police are to catch criminals? Isn't that the end of it? Dwanmu Hwai's words decisively killed the discussion, and the latter stayed there again, after a moment, and then stared at Dwanmu Hwai in confusion. Are you from some secret organization that appears in the movie? I'm here to ask you, miss, not to ask you to investigate me. Dwanmu Hwai didn't intend to play the game of asking and answering here. Okay, I understand. The woman stared at Dwanmu Hwai for a moment, and found that he looked quite calm. So she didn't say anything more, just nodded. I think you have heard the story from Kana. Yes. Actually, I was the one who spread that story. I am a sister. Oh, I didn't expect that. Then, the woman told Dwanmu Hwai what she knew. She didn't experience it herself. She just heard her sister tell her. And unlike the story, the part the woman said was more detailed. For example, when A met her father, she felt that this father seemed a little strange. For example, he took A to a high-end restaurant for dinner, and then told her that she liked this restaurant very much when he took her there before. But A didn't remember that she and her father had been to this restaurant. And then her father looked at the bag in a hand, and asked why she didn't use the one he bought for her before. Did she not like it? But A also didn't remember that her father had bought her a bag. To be honest, A felt that something was wrong at that time, but she just thought that her father might have remembered it wrongly. After all, many fathers have several children, and their memory is not good when they are old, so it is possible that they may have misunderstood things about being with others. And unlike the story, as he walked out of the bathroom not in the morning, but in the middle of the night, she wanted to go home. But because her clothes, bags and mobile phone were outside, she couldn't contact anyone in the bathroom. So after hearing the father voice outside disappear, as he carefully opened the bathroom door and wanted to take her things and escape. At that time, she thought that the father might be tired and fell asleep. But when Azzy walked out of the bathroom, she heard a humming sound. She carefully poked her head out and looked at the bed. Then she was shocked to see that on the big bed, the father was hugging a person who looked almost exactly like Azzy. At that time, Azzy was almost stunned. She had no idea what was going on, and even suspected that she was dreaming. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. She saw that Azzy raised his head and looked at her, and then his face suddenly became distorted and weird, with tentacles crawling out of his open mouth and eyes, and a sharp and miserable laugh. Seeing this scene, Azzy was so frightened that she didn't even bother to put on her clothes and rushed out of the hotel. Then she ran back home. She and her sister came here to study together and live together. At that time, her sister had already fallen asleep, but Azzy shouting woke her up. Then her sister hurriedly opened the door and welcomed Azzy in. The latter hugged her sister, and then she explained the situation with sobs, and then fainted. At that time, I just thought that my sister might have encountered something terrible and was scared, and I wanted to wait until she calmed down before asking about the situation. Unexpectedly, the police came to my house the next day, saying that they wanted to ask my sister about the man's suicide. I then knew that the man had committed suicide. The police also found my sister ID at the scene, suspecting that she might have something to do with the incident. Fortunately, the police checked the surveillance and saw the scene when my sister left, because the time did not match that of the man's suicide. They did not conduct further investigation on her. At this point, the woman sighed. The child was frightened and was taken away by the police for questioning. When she came back, she was already a little dazed. I took her to see a doctor, and the doctor said that she was seriously mentally stimulated and needed medication. But after that, her condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad. It really pitiful. Duanmu Hui also nodded with deep sympathy. This unfortunate child probably had an inspiration when she saw the outer god. It would have been fine if the inspiration didn't come, but she had the inspiration. And then she saw the other party true face, which was very unlucky. And according to her sister, a condition is very unstable now. Sometimes better and sometimes worse. And she can only send A to the hospital for treatment. But the doctor said that the condition is very bad, and it may not be so easy to recover. Currently, she can only rely on medication and some therapies to assist in treatment. A sister made up this story, originally intending to warn others to be careful. But unexpectedly, this rumor became more and more popular. Duanmu Hui originally planned to meet with A to ask about the situation. But unfortunately, as sister said, the doctor said that she needs to rest and cannot be stimulated. Well, okay, Duanmu Hui knew what she meant without asking. But as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Duanmu Hui finally used money to persuade a sister to take him to the mental hospital, and then a sister brought A out. Duanmu Hui met her from a distance, took a photo of her, and then just asked Shadow. A Shadow's statement was similar to his sister, but what attracted Duanmu Hui attention the most was that a Shadow said that she felt very scared when she heard her father talking, as if there was another person wearing her skin and pretending to be her and acting with her father. So when she saw another A with her father that night, she was so scared. After collecting the information, Duanmu Hui also went home and told Siasita and Ziyuan Temple Yuko what he had collected. After listening to Duanmu Hui's story, the two of them frowned and looked embarrassed. You mean that monster will disguise itself as other people and date those fathers? It must be said that even Siasita, who usually has a calm expression, seemed a little surprised at this moment. This is troublesome. Yeah, how can we find it like this? Xianji Yuko was also having a headache. They had only thought that the monster was disguised as a human, but they had never thought that it could actually transform like this. This is not like the transformation of the Shoggoth, and there is no weakness to catch. But it doesn't matter. Since this guy likes to disguise himself, I will find a magic mirror to deal with it, Duanmu said with gritted teeth, while picking up the phone and dialing. Hello, Sakuya? Are you still in school? You haven't finished class yet. Very good. I remember the day after tomorrow is a holiday. You go and invite Yotsuya Miko, and tell her that I need her help with something. I don't believe that you can hide forever. Chapter 1458 Far Away in the Sky. In Journey to the West, whenever Sun Wukong encountered a demon that he couldn't handle, he would go to the Heavenly Palace to ask for help. In this world, Mary was not there, so Duanmu could only make do with Yotsuya Miko. Although she was not as buggy as the Golden Eyes, she was barely usable. It was just not as useful as Mary, but it was enough for Duanmu. Yotsuya Miko was easy to arrange. Duanmu agreed to meet Yotsuya Miko at the station, and of course, he had to bring Kana with him, because Kana had to tell them where the girls often met their fathers. The three of them made an appointment. And when the time came, Duanmu drove to the station and first picked up Yotsuya Miko. The latter was not wearing a school uniform, but jeans and a sweatshirt, carrying a backpack, which was quite in line with the youthful atmosphere of a student. Ah, teacher. Hello. Seeing Duanmu, Yotsuya Miko also ran over with a bag on her back and bowed respectfully to Duanmu. She didn't spend much time with Duanmu, but because Duanmu helped her, Yotsuya Miko was willing to help Duanmu. Well, hello, you may not know the details yet. I will give you a brief explanation. Duanmu motioned for Yotsuya Miko to get in the car, and then explain the situation to her. So, we will pick someone up next, and then go around. You just need to see if there are any monsters among those people, and if there are any, let me know. Okay, I will try my best. Hearing Duanmu instructions, Yotsuya Miko also clenched her fists tightly and nodded. After picking up Yotsuya Miko, Duanmu waited for a while, and then saw Kana coming out of the station, waving at him with a smile. Ah, brother. You're here? This is... Seeing Yotsuya Miko sitting in the passenger seat, Kana showed a curious expression. After all, looking at Yotsuya Miko's casual student outfit, she knew that she was not in this line of work. This is my assistant. I brought her to check the situation. Duanmu certainly wouldn't directly say that Yotsuya Miko had yin-yang eyes, but just said it casually, and Kana didn't ask any more questions, but nodded and greeted Yotsuya Miko, and Yotsuya Miko bowed her head in return. Then Kana sat in the back seat, and then the three of them began to prepare for action. Since we are looking for a place with more dads, then let's go to the park square, where there will be more people at this time. Kana was mainly responsible for giving directions, so Duanmu drove to the designated location as she said, and then he squatted there like a policeman watching. Of course, Duanmu was mainly watching Yotsuya Miko, waiting for her response. However, after several hours in the park square, Yotsuya Miko did not find anything strange. If there was nothing, change places. So the three of them changed places again, and waited again. Still nothing. Then at night, they found a more lively place to wait. But again nothing. Later, it was too late, and Kana went back. And Duanmu also sighed. Well, it is indeed unlikely to find the target in one day. Maybe we can only try our luck. I take you home. By the way, did you really not see anything strange today? Hearing Duanmu question, Yoshitani Miko was stunned for a moment. If you want to talk about something strange, there is indeed one strange thing. Oh! What? It Miss Kana. In my opinion, she is not a human being at all, but a twisting tentacle. Woo! However, before Yoshitani Miko could finish her words, Duanmu suddenly stepped on the accelerator, then drove a tailspin turn, turned around and rushed back the way he came. He had planned everything. But he didn't plan for Kana. Why didn't you tell me before? Because I saw that the teacher and Miss Kana seemed to be very familiar with each other. And, although Yotsuya Miko didn't say it directly, Duanmu knew that his image was not much better in Yotsuya Miko's eyes. He still remembered that when he looked at himself from Yotsuya Miko's perspective, he saw that the shadow was full of eyes, mouths and tentacles. It is estimated that in Yotsuya Miko's eyes, Kana and Duanmu might be birds of a feather. You didn't react at all when you saw her? To be honest, Duanmu still remembers that when Yotsuya Miko saw Kana, she just greeted her with a very calm expression, without any change at all. Even if she was a little shaken or panicked at that time, Duanmu might have noticed the problem. But Yotsuya Miko didn't show it at all. How could she be so calm? Because I used to see those monsters like this. As long as I didn't react, they wouldn't notice that I found them. Then gradually I got used to it. You have a talent. What else can Duanmu say about this? A normal person would have collapsed after seeing the outer god. But Yotsuya Miko remained calm. What kind of talent is this? But the question now is, when did the other party become Kana? When she first met me? Or not long ago? Or did it start from today? I really didn't feel the breath of the outer god on her at all. Damn. This thing is really a troublesome thing. Duanmu drove very fast. It didn't take long for him to return to Kana apartment building. This old-style apartment building looked the same as before. It was still so shabby and dim. Duanmu took Yotsuya Miko out of the car and stared at the apartment building in front of him. Thick dark clouds blocked the moonlight. At this moment, in the entire apartment building, only the pale incandescent light illuminated the door and the corridor. Most of the windows were dark, only a few windows had lights on. Duanmu glanced at it, then looked away. Let go. Hey! Teacher? Also, if you find anything wrong, tell me immediately. Forget it. I just look at it myself. As he spoke, Duanmu stretched out a tentacle from the shadow and drilled directly into Yotsuya Miko's body. The next moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The apartment building in front of him, which was originally built of reinforced concrete, now looked like a house supported by a pile of rotten meat and skeletons. Not only that, looking around, other buildings on both sides of the road also have similar traces. Unlike the deserted apartment building that Duanmu saw, this apartment building now looks like a huge, living heart, beating constantly. And those wires are like blood vessels, scattering out of it, extending in all directions, and if you look closely, you will find that something like blood seems to be flowing inside. Is this what you saw just now? Yes, yes. I occasionally see this kind of building, but I never dare to go in. Occasionally? You mean, more than one building? Yotani Miko nodded timidly. Indeed, from her perspective, the other places around were normal. Only this house had a feeling of extending and eroding outwards. Duanmu blinked and switched back to his own perspective. Aren't you afraid? I was still very scared at first. Looking at Yotsuya Miko talking to him with a calm face, Duanmu was confused. Can you show a little fear? Let go. Duanmu no longer dwelled on this question, turned his head, and looked at the apartment building in front of him. The next is the highlight. Kana lived in room 302 on the third floor of this apartment building. Duanmu took Yotsuya Miko to take the elevator directly to the third floor, and then came to the door of Kana room. Then Duanmu didn't even knock on the door, just stretched out his hand, accompanied by click. With a sound, he tore the door down. Then, he strode into the room. The whole room was dark. Duanmu turned on the light, and then looked around. Kana room was not big. It only had a kitchen, a guest bedroom and a bathroom. But it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time. The table was also covered with dust. Duanmu walked to the desk and opened the drawer. There was a small notebook inside. He opened it and found that it was a record of Kana contact with other people. She also ticked or crossed out some names. The notebook also had some records about investigating rumors. It seemed that Kana was still Kana at this time. Of course, it was not necessarily the case. Hey, brother? Just then, Kana's voice came from behind Duanmu. He turned around and saw Kana standing at the door, looking at him with surprise. What are you doing at my house? What do you think? Duanmu clenched his fist silently, looking at Kana. I don't know, but brother, you must have something to talk to me about. Right? Of course, you will soon know what I want to talk to you about. As soon as the voice fell, Duanmu rushed to Kana, and at the same time, his right fist blasted forward and directly hit Kana's head. Just when Duanmu's fist was about to hit Kana's head, a strange scene happened. Kana's facial features and expression twisted and spun instantly. Her head twisted from its original human form into a long tentacle, dodging Duanmu's attack. At the same time, it turned around suddenly and tightly wrapped around Duanmu's arm. At the same time, Kana's body and limbs also began to twist into form, turning into a soft-bodied monster like an octopus, and pounced towards Duanmu. Chapter 1459 Endless Prison. That guy didn't come back again today. Sitting at the dining table, Yuko Shianji complained helplessly. We can't wait for him every day. Didn't he just say he would come back? Uncle will be okay. Holding the red panda, Abigail spoke uneasily, and Yuko Shianji snorted. He in trouble? I think he won't be in trouble even if the world is destroyed. By the way, Miss Shesta hasn't come back either. Sakuya interrupted while cooking. She didn't call either, I'm a little worried. Ah. Just then, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and then Nin Satori and Inaba Tsukuya walked in. The former greeted everyone with a smile, while the latter remained silent and bowed silently. Teacher, are you not back yet? Where did you go to play again? Looking at Nin Satori, who was jumping over like dancing, everyone didn't know what to say for a moment. Although this person has always been like this, it doesn't mean that everyone can get used to it. What do you want to eat tonight? However, Mayumi Satori obviously didn't care about other people's thoughts. She turned around with a smile, and then came to Sakuya and leaned out, looking into the pot curiously. Looking at Mayumi Satori, Sakuya also hurriedly introduced. I plan to make curry today. Oh, so. Hearing Sakuya answer, Mayumi Satori nodded, and then raised his head. Then, the sword flashed. Puff! No one knew what happened. They just stared blankly at Sakuya, head flying up, spinning, and then falling into the boiling pot. Blood spurted out and splashed everywhere. And Yenmu Satori, who was standing next to him, looked very happy. She turned her head, stared at the girls who were stunned and frozen there, and smiled excitedly. Ha ha, Satori thinks this will taste better. In just a moment, this originally peaceful night started to be smeared with bright red blood. Boom! The whole apartment exploded and burned, shrouded in a raging flame. Dwanmu Huai walked out of the apartment with a gloomy face, while Yatsuya Miko followed him uneasily. The monster disguised as Kana ran away after attacking Dwanmu Huai. Dwanmu Huai originally tried to track it, but it was not beyond Dwanmu Huai expectations at all. The other people in the apartment came out to stop him at this time. Obviously, they were no longer human. Dwanmu Huai was too lazy to waste time, and directly jumped down from the third floor with Yatsuya Miko in his arms, breaking the window, and then threw a bomb, which completely destroyed this damn place. I really want to issue an extermination order. Dwanmu Huai raised his head, looked at the night sky, and sighed silently. At this moment, his cell phone rang, and Dwanmu Huai took the phone, and the frightened voice of Shianji Yuko came from it. Hey, where are you? Something happened. What happened? What happened? Hearing the scream of Yuko Shianji, Dwanmu Huai was also stunned. He had never heard Yuko Shianji scream so desperately. Minmi Sanatwarai is crazy, she killed Sakuya. Huh? Hearing this, Dwanmu Huai felt that he was hallucinating for a moment. Minmi Sanatwarai killed Sakuya? What the hell is this? Why can't he understand? What going on? What are you talking about? I don't know what I'm saying. Just now, Nin Satori came back and asked Sakuya what she was cooking. And then without saying anything, she drew her sword and chopped off Sakuya's head. What the hell is going on? I've had enough. What going on now? I'm hiding in a room on the second floor with Abigail. And Inaba Tsukuya is confronting Nin Satori. I'm not sure if Inaba Tsukuya can stop Nin Satori. Anyway, come back soon. Okay. I got it. I go back right away. Dwanmu Huai nodded, then hung up the phone, and motioned Yatsuya Miko to get in the car with him. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards the office. While driving, Dwanmu Huai was also thinking. The fact that Minmi Sanatwarai killed Sakuya sounded absurd to Dwanmu Huai. It was not because he trusted Minmi Sanatwarai to the point that he thought she would not kill anyone. But Dwanmu Huai was not stupid. He had already given Sakuya the amulet. Even if Minmi Sanatwarai really wants to attack Sakuya, Dwanmu Huai amulet is not for nothing. He is also an old one. Okay. Then, the question is, ding-ling-ling. However, just as Dwanmu Huai was thinking, his cell phone rang again. Dwanmu Huai picked up the phone and glanced at it. The caller was Sakuya. Just now, Shianji Yuko said that she had been beheaded by Minmi Sanatwarai. Dwanmu Huai answered the phone silently. Hello. Ah, brother. Sakuya's voice on the other end also sounded uneasy. Sakuya? Where are you? I'm in Kamurocho. Why did you go to Kamurocho? Dwanmu Huai remembered that Sakuya was not the kind of person who liked to run around. I was brought here by the Ingwe group. Dwanmu Huai felt that things were getting weirder and weirder. What going on? I don't know. When I went to buy groceries, they suddenly drove to find me and said that you wanted me to go to Camarocho for something. I came along, but they suddenly locked me up and took my cell phone away. I was only released just now. Released? Please let me tell you, Brother Duanmu. Soon, another voice came from the phone. Who are you? I am the Wakata Uehara Hierakage of the Eagle Moon Group. Please help, save the boss. No. It Mr. Tezuka. He is possessed by a monster. Tell me clearly. What happened? Duanmu Huai is getting more and more confused the more he listens. It like this, not long ago, the boss came to us and gave us an order, said that we should send someone to kidnap Miss Saki and take her to Camarocho to kill her. We were all very surprised at the time, because we know that the boss has a good relationship with you, and we don't know why he did this, but the boss gave the order, and we, as his younger brothers, can only obey. But I looked at the boss before I left, and I always felt that there was something wrong with the boss, as if that wasn't the boss. How to say, it was like a monster in the boss skin giving us orders. I felt something was wrong, so I contacted you when they brought Miss Sakuya to Camarocho. Please help us. Okay, I got it. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone silently and looked at the time again. 9 o'clock in the evening. So you play like this, right? Duanmu Huai face darkened slightly and snorted coldly. Do you think you are the only one who can play? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sun and the moon turned upside down. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes again, he was sitting in the car, sitting next to Yatsuya Miko, and outside was the crowded park in front of the station. At this moment, Yatsuya Miko also turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Teacher, you said someone else was coming. Why didn't she come? She won't come, Duanmu Huai said lightly, and then started the car. Let go back to the office. Hey! Didn't you say? Okay. Yatsuya Miko was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything. Just nodded. Duanmu Huai drove directly, turned around and drove towards the office. Duanmu Huai already knew the other party trick. It was obvious that this guy could change, and he would be almost indistinguishable from himself. Unless your inspiration was higher than inspiration, you couldn't see his true face at all. Well, it was probably Nyarlathotep. Even if ordinary old rulers could change, they would still retain the breath of the old days. Only this guy Nyarlathotep would be so good at such disgusting tricks. However, this does not mean that Duanmu Huai can do nothing about it. Duanmu Huai still remembers what happened when he swallowed the shadow of the old day. At that time, the shadow of the old day had an ability that fell on a certain boy for some reason. Once the latter died, time would go back. At that time, Duanmu Huai knew nothing about it. But because he was also the old day, and a god, and Mary had golden eyes, he was also involved. The price is that when the boy dies, time will go back, and Duanmu Huai and Mary will be inexplicably involved, and go back to before time went back. Then the boy died several times, and they inexplicably reloaded the game several times. If Duanmu Huai hadn't decisively solved the problem, they didn't know how long they would be trapped in this damn loop. Now, Duanmu Huai has this ability, so he will naturally use it this way. He wants to trap Nyarlathotep on this day, so that he can never get out. This is just like killing elite monsters in a single-player game. If I can't kill them, I will reload the game. I can kill them 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100 million times. Anyway, if I can't kill one monster, I will just keep reloading. As long as I don't find you today, I will just reload the game after 12 o'clock. I want to see how long you can last. If the opponent is Yog-Sothoth, Duanmu Huai will not use this trick. After all, Yog-Sothoth is the boss who controls time and space. To use this trick in front of it is like showing off a big sword in front of Guangong. But Nyarlathotep is different. This guy is not an expert in this area. Duanmu Huai trick can't deal with Yog-Sothoth, but it is perfect to use it to discuss Nyarlathotep. Hey, you want to run? I won't let you run. Let's see how long you can endure. Old 6. So Duanmu Huai brought Yatsuya Miko back to the office, and asked her to observe and track through Shianji Yuko monitoring network, and recalled Neem Sanawarai and others to the office to stand by. Then, just wait. Yatsuya Miko didn't find it on the first day, then Duanmu Huai will wait until 12 o'clock to read the file directly, and then do it again. If it still hasn't been found, then read the file again, and then do it again. Duanmu Huai can't escape this time loop, and Nyarlathotep can't escape either. Now it's your turn to experience the feeling of being replayed in the blink of an eye. During the replay process, Duanmu Huai was not idle either. Although the state can be reset by replaying time, the data scanned by the shadow will not change. So when Yatsuya Mika was investigating, Duanmu Huai would also expand the area around him as much as possible, and scan, and then compare the scanned data with the data in his shadow. It a bit like everyone comes to find the difference. After all, Nyarlathotep cannot be copied, so its intelligence data must be in an unparsable state. So Duanmu Huai used this method to scan the surrounding intelligence as much as possible, and then compared them one by one, trying to find the abnormal points. Alas, this broken thing forced me to use my brain. Duanmu Huai said that he should not be such a character. But it turned out that this trick was quite useful. After reloading the game countless times, Duanmu Huai finally caught the hard-won abnormality. Chapter 1460 All-Out War. Kamurocho. The night of this street was as prosperous as ever, with pedestrians coming and going, with bright lights and wine, and a life of luxury. At the intersection of Kamurocho, a group of people slowly walked over. It was not strange that someone came to Kamurocho, but these people themselves were strange. Among them were men and women, old and young. Everyone was dressed in ordinary clothes, and some even wore strange clothes such as chef uniforms, maid uniforms, or even sailor uniforms. Of course, if it were just like this, it would only be weird. But these people were holding all kinds of weapons. Kitchen knives, baseball bats, iron pipes. And they all had a pure white mask on their faces that looked like they were crying or laughing. 100 people, 200 people, 300 people. More and more people gathered at the intersection of Kamurocho. They stood there without saying a word, and gradually blocked all three intersections. Seeing this scene, the people of Kamurocho were also quite surprised. They walked past this group of people in confusion and looked at them curiously. Some people even took out their phones to take pictures, discussing whether they were going to make a movie. However, more and more people came, and finally blocked the entrance and exit of Kamurocho. Some people were dissatisfied with these weird guys wearing masks. Soon, a few hooligans walked in front of those people and stared at the person standing in front of them, who was as motionless as a sculpture. Hey, what are you doing here? However, the other party did not speak, but just stood there. If it were not for the ups and downs of his body, he would even feel like a puppet. The pale, half-smiling masks they wore on their faces made people feel even more uncomfortable. Hey, can't you hear me? What kind of mask are you wearing? Soon, a little gangster roared and stretched out his hand, trying to take off the mask on the man's face. However, the next moment, his movements stopped. Woo! Feeling the touch from his abdomen, the little gangster slowly lowered his head, and then he saw that the kitchen knife in the other party hand was stabbing into his lower abdomen. You. The gangster struggled to retreat, but the masked, chef-wearing man pulled out a knife, and stabbed it again without mercy, piercing the gangster's neck, and then cut it open. Puff! Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the gangster body fell limply to the ground. Huh? Seeing their companion fall to the ground, the other two made strange noises. Perhaps they hadn't realized what had happened yet. But it was over. A primary school student rushed out from the crowd, holding a knife in his hand, slashed the leg of the gangster in front of him. Woo, you kid. Are you looking for death? Feeling pain, the gangster roared and kicked the child away, but the next moment, another man rushed out, holding a baseball bat in his hand, and hitting the gangster head hard, knocking him directly to the ground. The gangster, who fell heavily to the ground, only felt a pressure on his chest. When he opened his eyes, he saw the masked primary school student sitting on his chest, holding the knife tightly with both hands and stabbing it into the gangster's right eye. At the same time, another gangster saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but those guys wearing masks suddenly chased him and pressed him to the ground. They raised their hands and stabbed his body with their knives. As the knives pierced through him mercilessly, the gangster finally couldn't help it and began to scream. Ah! The shrill screams echoed in the streets of Kamurocho, and the people around were stunned by this scene and speechless. However, the screams of the gangsters were like a signal. The masked crowd that had originally gathered at the intersection of Kamurocho took action at this moment. They raised their weapons and pounced on the prey in front of them like beasts. What did you say? When Tezuka Redeki got the news from his subordinates, he was dumbfounded. Kamurocho was attacked. And someone is attacking here. What? Who did it? Tezuka Redeki slammed the table in anger and stood up. They actually dared to attack our Ingwe group territory. They are tired of living. However, the answer of his subordinates surprised Tezuka Reneki. They are not from the underworld, boss. What? Where are they from? I don't know either. There are thousands of them, both men and women, old and young. They kill anyone they see. Even the police were killed by this group of people. Boss, what should we do? What? I have to say, when Tezuka Reneki heard his younger brother answer, he even felt like he was dreaming for a moment. He walked to the window, opened the window and looked out. He could indeed hear the cries and screams coming from the noisy streets. It was obviously a place full of lights and neon lights, but the screams were so vivid that it even made people feel cold. What is going on? Seeing this scene, Tezuka Reneki was completely stunned. Similarly, this scene that happened in Kamurocho naturally did not escape the surveillance of Shionji Yuko. How terrible. Looking at the picture that appeared on the screen, everyone's face was pale. Those masked thugs were like crazy, attacking everyone they saw. Even if the police shot at them, they did not waver at all, but rushed over directly under the police shooting, and then cut them into pieces. Now the streets of Kamurocho are full of corpses. And there are more and more people wearing masks. They come from all directions. Rush into every building in Kamurocho. Kill, destroy, and set fire. They tear everything into pieces. They don't care about their own safety, or even their own life or death. The streets of Kamurocho are full of corpses. Blood flows like a river. And it is miserable. They are not monsters. Yotsuya Miko's expression was also very stiff. If these people were monsters instead of humans, she might not have behaved like this. But now, she could see that those who rushed into Kamurocho, holding weapons and wearing masks, were just ordinary humans. Not monsters. Cultists are like this. A group of idiots without self-awareness. And only death can stop their stupid behavior. At this moment, another group of masked people appeared on the screen. But unlike the previous ones, they wore uniform robes. And among them was a tall, thin, masked black man, who walked into Kamurocho surrounded by other people. Seeing that man, Yoshitani Miko's expression suddenly became stiff. Teacher. Which one? I don't know what it looks like in your eyes, but in my opinion, it looks like a humanoid figure made of tentacles. I know no need to say it. After all, even if Yoshitani Miko didn't say it, Duanmu Huai knew how disgusting that thing looked, and today, it was the last time it showed off in front of him. He will definitely catch this dirty and filthy bastard, tear it into pieces, let it feel the despair and destruction and pain. Duanmu Huai said, stretched and stood up. Let go, Satora. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Mienmu Satora jumped up excitedly, raising his hands high. The others stay here, wait for my order. Zesada, yeah, if anything comes here to cause trouble, I trouble you. Brother, do you really have to go? That thing is coming for me. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. He and Nyarlathotep are incompatible. Using evil god as a metaphor, Duanmu Huai is like the rage of tyranny, and Nyarlathotep is like the cunning of treachery. One only likes to solve problems head-on, and the other is unwilling to fight with others head-on, and must play some conspiracy and tricks. So Duanmu Huai has long disliked Nyarlathotep. If he hadn't trapped Nyarlathotep here with infinite reloads this time, I'm afraid it wouldn't have made such a big scene. Obviously, Nyarlathotep had had enough of this infinite rewinding cage, and finally decided to come out and confront Duanmu Huai head-on. Otherwise, it would never escape this time loop. If Nyarlathotep wanted to escape this loop, he had to either ask Yog-Sothoth for help or kill himself first. Yog-Sothoth seemed unwilling to help it. So Nyarlathotep options were very limited. As for those people, you don't need to ask. They must be Nyarlathotep followers. In that case, Duanmu Huai doesn't need to be polite. Well, it seems that I can't help much over there. Shesta waved her hand, and Inabayuya just nodded slightly without saying anything. Duanmu Huai turned to Yotsuya Miko again and instructed her. Remember, if you see anything strange, explain it as soon as possible. Understand? Yes. Yotsuya Miko's expression control is too perfect. If Duanmu Huai didn't remind her of this, I'm afraid that others would not be able to see anything from Yotsuya Miko's reaction. As for Abigail, she was hiding on the sofa with the red panda in her arms, shivering with her eyes closed, and didn't dare to look at the screen at all. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, for Duanmu Huai, the only meaning of Abigail's existence is to make Yog-Sothoth come. So she can't help much. So let her stay here to take care of the red panda. Unless Abigail appears in the form of Yog-Sothoth, she will be truly valuable to Duanmu-Hwai. After looking at everyone one by one, Duanmu-Hwai turned around and left the office. Tonight, I must solve this trouble completely. Chapter 1461, War Begins. Emergency communication. Not long ago, there were a large number of mob attacks in various parts of Tokyo, and the police are currently doing their best to deal with them. Please stay at home, close the doors and windows, and stay calm. Listening to the broadcast from the radio, Duanmu-Hwai stepped on the accelerator, drove through the dark streets, and drove forward. In front of him, the intersection of Kamurocho was clearly visible. And at this moment, at that intersection, it was completely blocked by the wreckage of a car burning with flames. However, Duanmu-Hwai had no intention of slowing down. On the contrary, he increased his speed to the highest level and rushed straight towards the wreckage in front of him. Boom! The speeding sports car rushed into it like a rocket and exploded directly. The shock wave of the explosion overturned the wreckage around. The huge noise also attracted the attention of the masked cultists, who were wandering on the streets of Kamurocho. They turned their heads and looked at the high flames. Then, Duanmu-Hwai and Mienmu Sanatorai walked out of the flames. Finally, we can have a comfortable fight. Duanmu-Hwai moved his hands and feet, and Mienmu Sanatorai beside him also had his eyes shining, his hand on the hilt of the sword, looking like a murderer. Can Sanatorai start now? Teacher? Wait. Let me go first. I have been planning this for a long time. Don't rush me, Duanmu-Hwai said, while he stretched out his right hand, grabbed the left shoulder of his clothes, and pulled hard. Tear! The suit on Duanmu-Hwai was torn off in an instant, revealing Duanmu-Hwai's muscular body, and the tattoo of a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, and the dark dragon head behind him, with eyes wide open, was even more restless under the light of the fire, as if it was going to rush out of Duanmu-Hwai's body. Yes, that it. Duanmu-Hwai looked at his muscles and tattoos with satisfaction and nodded. Then he raised his head and roared. Ah! Along with Duanmu-Hwai's roar, a pressure like a flood of waves broke out from him and spread to the surroundings. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and even the flames burning around were instantly extinguished under this spiritual light full of fear and despair. Cool! At this moment, Duanmu-Hwai felt extremely cool. You know, since coming to this world, Duanmu-Hwai has been so frustrated. It's not that he feels wronged, but Duanmu-Hwai really doesn't like the kind of games that require thinking, playing hide-and-seek, and sometimes he has to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger in order to lure the snake out of the hole. He hopes that it will be like a ring battle like KOF, where everyone will appear on the stage, and then have a good fight. It's a pity that most of the old ones are not interested in this aspect. They prefer to play their own games, so that they will not come out unless Duanmu-Hwai thinks of a solution. And this time, he can finally not worry about others and go all out. As for Mienmu Sanatorai, Duanmu-Hwai is not worried. Her SAN value is 0. It's impossible for the fear aura to have any effect on her. The invisible fear aura spread. Even those cultists felt the unspeakable fear at this moment. Although the white masks covered their faces, their trembling bodies, and their instinctive reaction of retreating betrayed the fear deep in their souls. However, for Duanmu-Hwai, this was the clarion call to war. Scream, repent, and die, he roared, clenched his fists, and rushed forward. It was like an angry giant bear rushing towards its prey. Ah! Seeing Duanmu-Hwai rushing towards them, the cultists also screamed meaninglessly. They raised their sticks and machetes, and swung them hard at Duanmu-Hwai. Crack! However, those things had no effect on Duanmu-Hwai at all. Even the metal baseball bat, when it hit Duanmu-Hwai's muscular body, was like hitting a stone, and was directly twisted and deformed. At the same time, Duanmu-Hwai clenched his fists and smashed them directly at the faces of these cultists. Bang! Duanmu-Hwai's fist as big as a casserole hit the cultist's face like a hammer, smashing the opponent's face and mask into pieces. Then he reached out his hand, grabbed the heads of the two cultists nearby, lifted them up high, and slammed them together. Ah! At the same time, a little girl wearing a mask and holding a knife stabbed Duanmu-Hwai. Duanmu-Hwai didn't even look at her, and kicked her to the ground. Then he stepped on the little girl as if he was stepping on a kitten, and then exerted force. Puff! The little girl opened her mouth wide, and her internal organs and blood spurted out of her mouth, nostrils and eyes, and her body was directly crushed into a flat mess. Come again! Duanmu Huai didn't care at all about the little girl who was trampled to death by him. No matter whether the other party was male or female, old or young, as long as they were cultists, they would all die. No exceptions. He would kill every corrupt, evil, filthy, dirty, lowly, disgusting cultist, let their souls tremble forever in the fear of pain and destruction, and finally completely collapse. In the name of the Inquisition, eradicate the heresy. Duanmu Huai's eyes were red. He reached out and grabbed a car parked on the street, lifted it high, and then jumped up. He smashed the car and the man towards the cultists in front of him. Boom! The weight of a car was certainly not something that the cultists holding steel bars could withstand. Facing the shadow hanging over their heads, they desperately stretched out their hands to block it. The next moment, they were smashed into meat paste by the car that fell from the sky. But it wasn't over yet. Duanmu Huai grabbed both sides of the car with both hands, pulled it hard, and tore it in half. Then he rushed towards the crowd in front of him, swinging it as if he was holding two sledgehammers. Wow! Wherever Duanmu Huai went, people and horses fell to the ground. As long as those people touched the wreckage of the car that Duanmu Huai was swinging, they would be smashed into the sky. For a moment, those people were like fountains, dancing and flying into the sky, then falling down, then going up to the sky, then falling down, then going up to the sky, and then falling apart. For a moment, there was blood and rain, and broken flesh and bones flew everywhere. On the other side, Mianmu Sanatwarai was also surrounded by a group of cultists. She did not have the terrifying strength and physique of Duanmu Huai. But for Mianmu Sanatwarai, with a sword in hand, killing people was not a difficult thing. She was seen passing through the crowd like a ghost. Every time the sword flashed, someone would fall to the ground. At the same time, Mianmu Sanatwarai's laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell. It seemed that for her, this was just a pleasant game. Like Duanmu Huai, Mianmu Sanatwarai doesn't care whether the cultists standing in front of him are male or female, old or young. As long as they are in his way, he will kill them all. To be honest, I can't see that we are the righteous side at all. Looking at the battlefield in Kamurocho through the surveillance, Xianji Yuko was completely speechless. When those cultists brutally killed those innocent people in Kamurocho before, they were already very cruel. But I didn't expect Duanmu Huai and Mianmu Sanatwarai to be more cruel than these cultists. This doesn't look like the righteous Superman beating the evil villain at all. Instead, it was like the hidden boss is beating up the roadside monsters. Shesta was silent beside him. As for Saki, she didn't even watch it. Perhaps Saki guessed that her brother battle wouldn't be so elegant, and she took Abigail back to the room to take care of the red panda. Playing with the red panda is more beneficial to physical and mental health, rather than watching Duanmu Huai unparalleled massacre here. You definitely have nightmares if you watch this. As for Inaba Tsukiyomi, are you okay? Looking at Inaba Yuya holding the knife in his arms, his eyes were tightly closed, his face was red, and he was shaking constantly. Siesta asked with some doubt. When Inaba Yuya heard Siesta question, she was stunned for a moment, and then shook her head. No, I'm fine. While speaking, Inaba Yuya calmed down again. Of course she couldn't tell Siesta, although she really couldn't see, but when she heard the sound coming from the monitor, Inaba Yuya felt as if she shared the vision with Duanmu Huai. She could even clearly feel the cultists, who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai, and even see their existence. Not only that, at this moment, Inaba Yuya's blood is also rushing up rapidly, just like a warrior who can't help but go on the field and swing his sword to kill the enemy. What is going on? Not to mention Inaba Yuya's abnormality at this moment. Siesta and Xianji Yuko have discovered that the situation is not as easy as they thought. Although Duanmu Huai and Mianmu Sanatwarai are indeed beating up the little monsters, but there are too many of them. What more terrifying is that they are fearless of death. No matter how cruelly others were killed, they acted as if they didn't see it, and continued to rush forward, as if the person in front of them was not a killer, but a half-price potato chip supermarket. This was what frightened them the most. It was understandable that one or two people were fearless, but these thousands of people, they were not afraid of death, and they were even willing to use their own deaths to delay Duanmu Huai for just 1 second. What kind of spirit is this? Are these people crazy? If this goes on, even Duanmu Huai, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. Right? There is no answer to whether Duanmu Huai can hold on, but it is certain that the two halves of the car in Duanmu Huai's hand will not hold on. Crash! after Duanmu Huai once again smashed a group of cult lunatics. The wreckage of the car in his hand disintegrated and shattered. Duanmu Huai glanced at the fragments in his hand and threw them aside. At this time, he had not even reached the square in front of the theater. And in front of him, there was still a dark mass of cultists wearing masks and holding weapons. More people. Right? If it were anyone else, they would have been discouraged by now, and rushed through with one breath. In fact, even Mianmusana Orai was leaning against Duanmu Huai, gasping for breath. She was mentally fine, but she was just an ordinary girl after all, and her body was still a human body, so she couldn't hold on. But that it? Duanmu Huai looked at the crowd in front of him, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. You have to know that he is an inquisitor, and they are just a group of heretics. The number of Tyranids is much larger than this, and he has never been afraid. But since you want to compete with more people, I will compete with you. The flame soared, and the swaying shadows became thicker. Behind Duanmu Huai, in the dim alley, in the dark building, people walked out one by one. They all looked like ordinary people in Kamurocho. There were hooligans, office workers, and guys soliciting customers outside sex shops, and clerks working in convenience stores. The blonde gigolo working in a sex shop, the PR lady working in a sex shop. They looked no different from those heretics, or the only difference was that they were not wearing masks, but their faces were calm and indifferent. In their hands, they also held various weapons. These people were certainly not residents of Kamurocho, but shadow people scanned and copied by Duanmu Huai. Aren't there more people? I scanned the entire Kamurocho. How could there be fewer people? Everyone walked behind Duanmu Huai, silent, like soldiers waiting for orders. Duanmu Huai also raised his hand and pointed forward. Start the war. Then continue. Then repeat. Then repeat again, until nothing that still breathes dares to oppose us. In the name of the Inquisition, purify the heretics. Let them die, be forgotten, be destroyed. Kill them all, not one will be spared. At this moment, the battle horn finally sounded. It represents the beginning of a destructive, ruthless, bloody battle. Chapter 1462. Who is who? War is not about the winner, but the survivor. Only those who can survive are the winners. At this moment, Kamurocho has become a sea of blood and corpses. Under the ruthless attack of the shadows, the cultists were torn to pieces. Even if they have completely surrendered to the outer god, and sworn allegiance to it. But voluntarism cannot solve practical problems. If you can't win, you can't win. The real bodies of the shadows are not in the 3D world, but are shadows on the plane. If they cannot perceive this, then no matter how hard these cultists try to attack and kill the enemies in front of them, it is as stupid as trying to smash the reflection in the water. Unfortunately, these cultists obviously no longer have the ability to think normally. Duanmu Huai strode on the ruined streets and came to the square in front of the theater, which is a relatively famous place in Kamurocho. At least when people who come to Kamurocho want to arrange a meeting place, they will come here to meet. And now, it is also here. I didn't expect that you are so persistent with me. Standing in front of Duanmu Huai is a woman in an OL uniform. She holds a briefcase in one hand and pushes her glasses. Is there some kind of inevitable connection between us? Or is there another reason why you are chasing me? Duanmu Huai didn't speak. He was not interested in chatting with a guy who liked to talk nonsense. Duanmu Huai was the kind of player who would skip the CG before fighting the boss. After all, no matter what nonsense you talk, you still have to fight. So let not waste time. Skip. Duanmu Huai suddenly accelerated, clenched his fist and swung it at the woman in front of him, hitting it in front of him. But the next moment, the woman in front of Duanmu Huai turned into a tall and strong man with muscles all over her body, although not as tall as Duanmu Huai, but tall enough. He stretched out his hand, blocked Duanmu Huai's fist, and stared at him with a mocking smile. I have been observing you. I know you are like me, from outside this world. It dodged another punch from Duanmu Huai and distanced itself from him. At the same time, several winged snakes flew out of the sky, opening their bloody mouths and pouncing on Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, ignoring the bites of the terrifying hunters in front of him, and grabbed the body of one of the flying snakes, then swung it forward like a whip. With the sound of snap, the terrifying hunter summoned by Nyarlathotep exploded with blood and flesh, turning into fragments on the ground. I don't like outsiders in my playground, but you performed well before, so I am willing to give you a chance. A group of huge shadows passed over Duanmu Huai's head. They were monsters that were bigger than elephants and had heads like horses. They flapped their wings covered with white frost, and swung their long bodies like snakes, rushing towards Duanmuhui. Duanmuhui clenched his fists and blasted forward. His iron fist hit the first Shadak bird head squarely, and then knocked it flying backwards. The latter spun like a bowling ball thrown by someone and smashed into the flock of Shadak birds, causing a sharp scream. You performed well before, but you performed too well. Maybe this gave you an illusion. You thought you could deal with me. The void began to twist, and invisible monsters jumped out of it. They roared in a low voice. The shapes of these things could not be seen clearly in the dim square, but for Duanmuhui, this was meaningless and unimportant. He raised his fist and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! The square in front of the theater was suddenly dented by Duanmuhui punch, and those invisible ghosts were blown away, screaming as they were driven out of this unfortunate place, and returned to their own planes to lick their wounds. While talking, Nyarlathotep was also changing his form all the time, as if he couldn't stabilize his form. Or maybe he was just changing at will. It let out a giggle, like it was mocking, like it was being sarcastic. But Duanmuhui didn't care. He never listened to this nonsense. In fact, when playing games, countless times of brushing dungeons had already made Duanmuhui nerves numb. No matter how passionate and majestic the lines of these bosses were during the battle, they couldn't slow down the speed of releasing skills. Similarly, for players, how to dodge skills is much more important than listening to the boss nonsense. Answer me. For a chatterbox, it is obviously very frustrating to keep talking without getting any response. Even Nyarlathotep is no exception. You are not those pleasure-seeking dream gods, nor are you those irrational nightmare beasts, who survive only on instinct. Tell me, why are you chasing me? Looking for me? And even trying to destroy me? Nyarlathotep longs for answers. Just like a detective investigating a case, there is always a need for a motive, motivation. Motivation killing requires a motive, and committing a crime also requires a motive. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Obviously, this incarnation of Nyarlathotep seems to be particularly obsessed with this. Nyarlathotep has countless incarnations. Each incarnation has a different personality, and there are even kind incarnations. But to be honest, Duanmuhui can't imagine such an existence. It feels like schizophrenia. He had read a book about multiple personalities before, and Nyarlathotep basically has thousands of personalities. Well, I can only say that he is worthy of being an outer god. It's just a pity that Duanmuhui never cares about such trivial matters. For the Inquisitor, heretics are to be eliminated, aliens are to be destroyed, and demons are to be purified. What did you do? That has nothing to do with me. If you must say, your existence itself is the biggest problem. Bang! Duanmuhui iron fist swung out again, hitting Nyarlathotep, who staggered back 2 steps and stared at Duanmuhui angrily. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, as if a child wanted to force the other party to respond with a scream beyond the limit. However, Duanmuhui didn't care. He just clenched his fists again and got ready. It was like an adult who turned a deaf ear to a child's scream and only cared about listening to music with headphones. Then he rushed towards the enemy in front of him again. So far, Nyarlathotep has not revealed his true form. It is just summoning other followers to fight Duanmuhui, and it just keeps changing its form and hiding behind. It is in line with the old silver coin usual insidious, low-level and vulgar way. Maybe some people call it wisdom, but in Duanmuhui opinion, it's just cowardice. If you have the guts, come up and fight me head-on. What the point of hiding behind? Since you don't want to answer my questions, then I have to reveal some small surprises. Hearing this, Duanmuhui stopped moving, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Nyarlathotep in front of him. The latter has now turned into a sturdy, bald black man. He doesn't know if he is playing a game of who is stronger with him. I know everything about you, your feelings, your personality, your thoughts, your experiences. You have been destroying and devouring those old ones, and turning them into your power. You have been doing this since you came to this world. Do you think I don't know? No, I have always known, because I have been watching you, but it seems that you don't seem to notice at all. While speaking, Nyarlathotep stretched out his hand, covered his face, and then unfolded it. What appeared below was the face of a girl with long black hair. Brother, can you talk to me now? Duanmuhui stood there, staring at Nyarlathotep. So you are Shajiyui? Yes, I am Shajiyui. Shajiyui is me. I have been helping you, isn't it? Just like you used your power to change the world, I can also use my power to change the world. Didn't we always have a good relationship before? But even so, you never showed any trace in front of your lovely sister, which really surprised me. I had hoped that, as your sister, I could have a closer relationship with you. Perhaps then, I would be able to understand you better. However, before Nyarlathotep finished speaking, a figure appeared behind him like a ghost. Myanmar Sanatwari held the hilt tightly with his right hand, drew out the white wooden sword from his waist, and stabbed Nyarlathotep's body with the sharp blade shining brightly. Nyarlathotep still had a relaxed smile on his face at this moment, as if Myanmar Sanatwari's surprise attack was completely expected. But the next moment, the twisted smile on his face turned into astonishment. The tentacles that emerged from the shadows tightly bound Nyarlathotep's body, completely restricting his movements. The latter raised his head and looked forward, only to see Dwanmu Huai raising his right hand, rushing towards Nyarlathotep. On his tightly clenched right fist, there was a blazing flame. Not only that, Nyarlathotep's face suddenly changed at this moment, because he could feel the breath in the flame. Unfortunately, it was too late. Myanmar Satori's white wooden sword mercilessly pierced Nyarlathotep's chest from behind, causing its transformed human form to tremble subconsciously. Then, Dwanmu Huai's flaming fist smashed into the face of Nyarlathotep. Shajui. The huge impact shattered the girl's skull, and the scorching flames gushed out. Myanmar Sanatwari didn't even have time to draw his weapon before he immediately withdrew his hand and rolled back. Almost at the same time, the flames that gushed out from Dwanmu Huai's hand completely engulfed Nyarlathotep, or Shajui's body. Why? Dwanmu Huai could sense the astonishment in Nyarlathotep's eyes when he hit him. Obviously, it seemed that it had not expected the situation to develop like this. But Dwanmu Huai actually wanted to say, he had guessed it a long time ago. Of course, this is not to say that Dwanmu Huai is so smart that he noticed her problem from Shajui's daily actions or some clues. Because this is Nyarlathotep's regular repertoire. It likes to spread despair and madness. And among them, the most desperate thing is naturally the betrayal of the people around him. In fact, after Dwanmu Huai learned that Nyarlathotep was behind the scenes, he naturally suspected everyone. Because according to Nyarlathotep's nature, what he likes to do most is to disguise himself as someone around you, observe you, play with you, then laugh at you, and finally destroy you. It's like a movie. You don't need to be very smart. As long as you see what the movie is about, you can almost guess the plot flow of the movie. Not to mention that Nyarlathotep is not a genius director. Not only Shesta or Anabayuaya, even Shaju and Mika are on Dwanmu Huai's list of suspects. Because as a judge, the lesson he learned is never to trust anyone without reservation. Anyone, including the people closest to him. Even in the court of justice, Dwanmu Huai never told his secrets to anyone, even to those closest to him like Anne and Mary. The reason is very simple. Indeed, the soul card can ensure that the other party will not be corrupted, but it is not certain that the other party will not betray. The evil god wants to seduce others to fall, and there are many ways to use, such as vicious words and curses, small lies and inducements, which are often far more than the corruption from the subspace. So of course, Dwanmu Huai has never fully shown himself in front of others. The same is true for Shajui. Dwanmu Huai has never let her witness the process of his battle with the old ones, on the one hand to protect her, and on the other hand just in case. For the judge, there is no such thing as unconditional trust. The only person who can be trusted is always oneself. Others can only be trusted to a certain extent, but only to this extent. In fact, if Dwanmu Huai had to choose, among this group of people, the one he trusted most was not Sakuya, but Myanmar Sanatwari, because an irrational madman would not hide his thoughts and goals. Therefore, when Dwanmu Huai learned in the last reincarnation that Myanmar Sanatwari had killed Sakuya, he immediately had a feeling about Sakuya. Could this guy be Nyarlathotep? Although after that, Shaji called quickly, but Dwanmu Huai did not see her in person. And if it was Nyarlathotep, it would not be difficult to change a body and revive. Myanmar Satori is just a mortal. It is impossible to really kill an outer god. If she has this ability, it would be terrible. However, this is not the end. Boom! The devouring flame exploded instantly, ignited, and then, a huge monster rushed out of it. Its head was like a tentacle that stretched high up, with 3 legs and 2 claws. And it was completely black. The huge mouth at its neck was open, and it was roaring angrily at the moment. You finally revealed your true form. Seeing this, Dwanmu Huai sneered. And then the flames burst up, and it turned into a tall titan beast. Now it's time for the 6 gods to combine and beat up the little monsters. Feel the fear of pain and destruction. Nyarlathotep. Chapter 1463 Mission completed. Duanmu felt deeply that it was indeed the right decision to deal with Thugga before dealing with Nyarlathotep. The gushing flames flew out and poured over Nyarlathotep's body. The blazing flames did not bring death and destruction like the black flames of doomed death. On the contrary, it was more like the sharp teeth and fangs of a beast, biting greedily, tearing Nyarlathotep's body and spirit. Hit by the Titan flamethrower, Nyarlathotep was in a very bad state at this moment, and his mouth opened wide, and he let out an angry roar. It waved its claws, and struck hard at the steel creature in front of it, but for Duanmu, Nyarlathotep's claws were far less powerful than the attacks of the burrowing worm or Thugga. This was normal. Anyone who claimed to be wise was not good at close combat, especially such a tangled, flesh-and-blood fight. For Nyarlathotep, it must be very rare. 2 outer gods hugging each other and fighting like street thugs. This scene is indeed quite rare. But for Duanmu, things finally returned to his familiar track. The steel behemoth raised the roaring chainsaw sword in his right hand and chopped hard at Nyarlathotep in front of him. The latter shook his twisted body as soft as a leech, avoiding the attack that could even split a skyscraper in 2. However, Duanmu suddenly kicked out. The jet behind the left leg of the Iron Titan suddenly exploded and kicked directly at Nyarlathotep's third leg with his knee. It was not a metaphor, because this incarnation did have 3 legs. In the physical sense. Obviously, Nyarlathotep had never expected that the opponent would use such a tactic that only street thugs would use, and he was completely unprepared. Under the huge thrust of the jet, the knee of the mechanical titan hit the target like a battering ram, and directly exploded and broke it. This huge impact also immediately made Nyarlathotep lose his balance, and his body began to sway. Duanmu seized this opportunity, and swung his left arm forward. The flamethrower on it blasted out like a short stick, directly hitting Nyarlathotep's body and tearing open its tough skin. Then, the flames broke out again. Oh! Thugga flames tore at Nyarlathotep's spirit, and it began to scream loudly. The flames spread along Nyarlathotep's body, and even broke out from its mouth. This made Nyarlathotep feel extremely painful. It struggled to get rid of Duanmu and leave here. However, Duanmu obviously would not give it this opportunity. Whenever Nyarlathotep's body retreated, trying to distance himself from Duanmu, the black shadow information tide would completely cover the surrounding space information and restore it to its original position. It locked Nyarlathotep's movements firmly in place, making it impossible for it to break free. But Nyarlathotep did not give up just like that. Although the other party actually possessed the power of Thugga, which made Nyarlathotep feel threatened, but this was not the end. At the same time, inside the office, it was also a mess. Inaba Tsukiyomi half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Beside her, Shesta and Yatsuya Miko had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Abigail behind was trembling and looking ahead, stunned and speechless. Even the red panda, at this moment, was standing in front of Abigail, staring at their enemy. I never thought you could actually use such a blow. Looking at the blade between her fingers, Sakuya looked at Inabayuya with a smile. As far as humans are concerned, you are very interesting. As she spoke, Sakuya flicked her fingers, and the blade in Inabayuya's hand broke immediately, and she groaned, as if kicked by something, and flew away, hit the wall next to her, and then fell to the ground. Abigail sat curled up on the ground, looking at Shajiyu in front of her anxiously. In front of her, the red panda stood upright, raised its paws high, and threatened Shajiyu. Oh, you are such a disobedient little fellow. I have been feeding you and taking care of you, and bathing you, but now you are turning against me? Looking at the red panda in front of her, Shajiyu shook her head, sighed helplessly, then she ignored the animal, and turned her eyes to Abigail. Sensing Shajiyu's gaze, Abigail became even more uneasy and trembled. It's really strange. I still don't understand why my brother brought you back. Who are you? Forget it. It doesn't matter at all. As he spoke, Shajiyu stretched out his hand to Abigail. But now, it's obvious that this identity can no longer be used. This is not over yet. This is my playground. Brother, don't think of expelling me. In this case, I have to let you down. No, don't. Faced with Shajiyu, who stretched out his hand to her, Abigail let out a faint cry. All she could do now was to lower her head and shrink herself into a ball as much as possible. using this instinctive way to resist the fear in front of her. However, Shaji just smiled and quietly looked at Abigail. Swish! Just when Shaji's hand was about to touch Abigail, several tentacles suddenly appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Shaji's arm. Huh? This sudden scene made Shaji stunned. Then she saw Abigail slowly raise her head. The face that was about to cry now showed a malicious smile. And in the center of the originally smooth and white forehead, a dark keyhole appeared. Shaji could even see the eyes staring at her silently without any emotion in the keyhole. That was Yog Sothoth. Along with Shaji's angry roar, Abigail suddenly stood up, and a pitch-black, huge key that looked like a staff appeared in her hand. Abigail just held the key staff tightly and thrust forward with force. The black key staff directly stabbed into Shaji's body, and then Abigail grabbed the key with both hands and turned it suddenly. Boom! The space was opened. The gentle, beautiful girl form was completely destroyed. At this moment, the twisted, crouching chaos spokesman's true identity was completely revealed. The open space door generated a strong suction force, like a vacuum cleaner, sucking the indescribable twisted body of the outer god tightly. The latter opened his hands angrily, trying to rush out. But the next moment, it was like garbage swallowed by the sewer, twisting and spinning and being sucked in. No! Nyarlathotep roared to the sky. Its huge body fell heavily, smashing the high-rise buildings and houses of Kamurocho into pieces, like building blocks. It struggled to get up, but at this moment Duanmu Huai had already controlled the Iron Titan to come in front of Nyarlathotep, and stepped on its twisting and struggling body. That it. Get out of this world, Nyarlathotep, humans are not your toys. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's shout, the red-hot flamethrower smashed down directly, and inserted into Nyarlathotep's mouth. Then, the flames broke out again, completely covering the entire world. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes again, he was standing in the center of the dilapidated warship, surrounded by floating debris everywhere, and even twinkling stars could be seen outside. It finally over. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and glanced at the system prompt that popped up. The old one's enhancement mission is over. Evaluation, C. Random reward +1. The mission evaluation is very low. But Duanmu Huai can understand it. After all, this enhancement mission is not suitable for him. Duanmu Huai dislikes those puzzle exploration missions the most. Every time he drags it out, he even solves it at the last minute. Frankly speaking, from the perspective of the mission, Duanmu Huai completion is indeed not high. Because according to the rules of general game groups, when Duanmu Huai completes a mission, he should rely on his keen senses, discover some hidden stories, some hidden things, and even use his eloquence to persuade some special NPCs, trigger special plots, find precious and rare props, use these to destroy rituals, and drive away the old days. This is the normal development. But Duanmu Huai is basically like this in the game group. You can do whatever you want, I don't care, I will beat you to death when you come out. He doesn't look for any hidden tasks, hidden plots, hidden rewards, nor does he care. It would be strange if this task had a high evaluation. But for Duanmu Huai, the completion degree is no longer a problem he cares about. The biggest gain for Duanmu Huai from this strengthening task is that he can finally use his old power. Whether it is information reshaping and overwriting, or printing and copying out of thin air, or even time reversal, these are all very useful abilities for Duanmu Huai. In the past, Duanmu Huai was too focused on the power of the god of destruction, so that he basically didn't pay much attention to the other three priesthoods, but now it seems that his old power is still quite useful. Then what about the 6th Heavenly Demon King and Joy? The 6th Heavenly Demon King is easy to deal with. Duanmu Huai has already determined that. As long as he kills the heretics who believe in the evil god, he can rise quickly. But the god of joy is really his worst priesthood. It can be said that Duanmu Huai has spent a lot of effort, and still hasn't figured out how to do this priesthood. To be honest, if there is a strengthening task for the god of joy, he may not be able to come out directly. But fortunately, the god of joy is less than level 10 now, and it is almost impossible to really reach the maximum level. Moreover, Duanmu Huai has obtained the devouring power of Thujia through this enhanced mission. With Thujia power, he doesn't need to use the god of pleasure to deal with the evil of obsession. So, whoever wants this priesthood can have it. I don't want it anyway. Duanmu Huai is like marrying a young and lovely beautiful wife. He decisively kicked away the yellow-faced woman at home with disgust. Besides, he and the god of pleasure have no feelings for each other. This priesthood was even given to him by the system inexplicably. Well, he and Thujia are true love. God of pleasure? It's just a system task. Oh, by the way, where Abigail? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai opened the inventory again, and then saw Abigail's sealing crystal still lying there. Well, it good that she fine. Compared to Nyarlathotep, Duanmu Huai is still more afraid of Yog-Sothoth. After all, the power of time and space is really disgusting. It because he can use it himself, so it even more disgusting. As for the random reward, what is it? Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, slid it, and then, forget it that it. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and then opened the communication. Ekit, come and pick me up. Chapter 1464 Return. For Duanmu Huai, this was a long journey. After all, after destroying the unexpected enemy, Duanmu Huai was forced to engage in a fierce battle with the fragments of the star god, and was influenced by the group of subspace evil gods, traveled to the empire of 40 millennia, where he personally experienced the space wreckage, went to Cadia to defeat the 13th Dark Crusade of the Invincible, and met Gilliman again after sleeping for 10 millennia. Then on the way to Holy Terra, Duanmu Huai encountered the magic pony, who was as stupid as ever. Even before Duanmu Huai took action, it saw through Duanmu Huai's true face because of inspiration, and finally collapsed completely in front of the glory of the old ones. It was precisely because of this extremely stupid idiot that Duanmu Huai had to start the task of strengthening the old ones, and then began a journey that made him feel long. Fortunately, it was all over. Now, he can finally return to his familiar battlefield and do what he is best at. Mr. Knight, are you okay? Mr. Duanmu, are you okay? Back in the court, the girls immediately surrounded Duanmu Huai and asked. After all, Duanmu Huai had been away for a long time this time. During this period, they only obtained some information from Irisville and Medea. The latter had been summoned by Duanmu Huai before, so she had some understanding of his situation. But unfortunately, because Nyarlathotep summoned ##, Duanmu Huai had to use time reversal, and kick them back to their original world. Even failing, contrary to her usual behavior, poked her head out of her room, and stared at Duanmu Huai, which surprised him. The biggest hobby of this surviving dragon princess was to operate drones to fly around, and see the scenery on various planets. He thought that the other party would only let the drones come out and circle around him. Even Dogwai ran over happily, circling around Duanmu Huai warship. During the time when Duanmu Huai was away, the ether dragon had been eating and sleeping. Sleeping and eating. Now it is finally active again. It's not nice to say this, but, Sir Knight, is that lady okay? Lorena looked at Duanmu Huai, and then carefully glanced at the figure not far behind him. There, Nyenmu Satora was opening his hands, staring at the dome of the court with his eyes empty, and spinning in circles, just like dancing, oblivious to the people around him, doing his own thing. Her name is Nyenmu Satora. Well, how should I put it? You just need to know that she is not mentally normal. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. The reward for this task is Nyenmu Satora. It really a headache. Not normal. Yes, she is different from you. She has no rationality at all. And she likes to chop things other than humans. That is to say, if she encounters some demons or monsters, she will not care about the occasion, the environment, and what is around, but will directly draw the sword and chop. You all should pay attention. Hey! Hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation, Gulia's face turned pale immediately, and she hid her fat and thick tail behind her. By the way, why did your tail seem to be fatter after not seeing you for a while? Can't you lose some weight? She won't come to chop me. Right? Probably not. If she wants to chop you, she will chop you when she sees you. But you better be careful. She not a good person. Although in terms of combat power, she may not be as good as most of you, but anyway, you have to remember that you must be careful when communicating with her. In other words, this guy is the best proof that people cannot understand each other. Of course, if anyone can understand her, that is the problem. However, for Duanmu Huai, he is not completely resistant to Nyenmu Satora. After all, her SAN value is 0, which means she is completely immune to all kinds of mental pollution and erosion. Painting black on black has no effect at all. Not only that, because of this, Nyenmu Satora is also very sensitive to mental manipulation. For things like the pink fear monster, she may be able to see through it at a glance, and then chop it without hesitation. Well, maybe a time to upgrade her equipment? Although Mary Golden Eyes can do it, she has to follow Duanmu Huai most of the time. On the contrary, Nyenmu Satora wanders around, just like a randomly refreshed alarm. Maybe it is also quite useful. And what the current situation? After meeting with everyone, Duanmu Huai also returned to the combat command room to inquire about the situation here. After fighting with the unexpected enemy, the Star Alliance was seriously injured and is currently recuperating. After the previous battle, they also felt the threat of machine intelligence and were discussing countermeasures. It better to remember it. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. But this is normal. After all, the Star Alliance came from the era of the United Alliance, which is completely different from the human supremacist empire. In fact, Jin Jilling reported to Duanmu Huai several times about the dissatisfaction of the human supremacy of the Inquisition on the Star Alliance network, and made a big fuss about the fact that the Inquisition could have helped other allied races during the Reaper War, but watched them being destroyed by the Reapers. Well, they were right. Duanmu Huai really did it on purpose. In fact, according to Duanmu Huai, the Star Alliance should conduct a major cleansing to exterminate all the alien races. Unfortunately, the Star Alliance was still too indecisive and unwilling to take action. Forget it. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, these alien survivors will sooner or later unite with the heretics, who sympathize with them to rebel and attack the Star Alliance. At that time, the Star Alliance will understand that the saying that those who are not of our race must have different hearts is an eternal truth in the universe. Maria? How about you? We have selected 3 planets, and are currently transforming them. Everything is going well. The backup has also been found, and everything is going according to plan. There is no problem. Maria, who is wearing a red robe and addicted to COS oil man, also answered hurriedly, and the mechanical arm behind her made an okay gesture. You can play if you like. As the countdown to the ascension of the natural disaster began, Duanmu Huai naturally began to plan. He couldn't wait until he got the blueprint of the ether phase engine before starting to build it. In fact, after Duanmu Huai decided to go the ether phase engine route, he had already asked the Inquisition to collect resources and make preliminary preparations. It was naturally dangerous to build an ether phase engine at the gate of the Eye of Terror. Those Chaos Space Marines and evil gods would naturally not turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, according to Duanmu Huai's plan, he would first set up a defense line there before building the ether phase engine. Of course, this is not an ordinary defense line. Duanmu Huai got inspiration from the Space Army operations when they were fighting against space monsters. At that time, in order to eliminate the space monsters that kept coming out from the center of the galaxy, the Space Army chose a planet as big as Jupiter, compressed it, and transformed it into a huge retraction furnace bomb, and threw it directly into the center. It completely turned the place into an extremely huge black hole. Duanmu Huai certainly didn't need to do that, but he also got inspiration from it. He decided to choose 3 planets with relatively low density, transform them into retraction furnaces, and then install fortress weapons and reality stabilization anchors on them. In this way, as long as the construction is completed, Duanmu Huai can put these 3 planets directly in the face of the Eye of Terror, and then activate the reality stabilization anchor to suppress the Eye of Terror. Using these 3 planets as a defense line, he began to build the ether phase engine. In this way, if the Chaos Legion attempts to attack the ether phase engine through the Eye of Terror, they must first pass through this line of defense. If the enemy artillery fire is too fierce to resist, then Duanmu Huai can decisively order these fortress planets to initiate a retreat reaction, directly turning into black holes to devour the enemy. Very good, everything continues, and continue to search for those unknown galaxies. The Inquisition mission cannot stop. Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction, and did not forget to continue issuing orders. After all, for Duanmu Huai, the most important thing at present is to find alien races that can be destroyed, and then use them to improve his natural disaster progress bar. After returning, Duanmu Huai also took the opportunity to visit other planets, and take a look at the situation. The 4-party trade alliance composed of the Tower Council, the Destruction Planet, the Mechanical Planet, and the War Planet is currently under the leadership of Dardanelle, a wandering trader, and is gradually getting on the right track. Of course, since these 4 forces have been almost extinct by aliens, demons, artificial intelligence, and orcs, recuperation is still their biggest goal now. The Tower Council is mainly responsible for sending guardians to the other 3 planets to protect them from harm, and the latter mainly communicates through some resource trade. In short, at present, the cooperation of this group of people is quite good. Of course, It is mainly because all four of them are in a state of population shortage. Even if this alliance wants to fall apart, it will take at least a few hundred years in Duanmu Huai's opinion. At least for now. They are still cooperating happily. So there is no need to worry. Next is the negative example. The UNSC. According to the report of the reconnaissance fleet sent by Ikot, after the Inquisition assisted the UNSC in destroying the Covenant and the Forerunners, the UNSC, which lost its enemies, shifted its attention to the inside. Previously, because the UNSC and the alien forces such as the Covenant were at war, they had always adopted a high-pressure stance internally. Now the alien forces have been completely eliminated. Those suppressed internal forces also jumped up, and in order to suppress them again, the UNSC continued to use military means to suppress them. So now the UNSC is in a state of civil war. Duanmu Huai said, "Fight if you want, I don't care." The human civil war has nothing to do with the Inquisition. On the continent of Faerun, it is barely calm. As one of the lines of defense against the chaos evil god, they did encounter some invasions and troubles. But with Duanmu Huai advance warning, and the gods of Faerun are not vegetarians. So far, the attacks from the subspace have basically been blocked by Faerun. After all, Faerun still has the crystal wall system. A powerful weapon. As long as those chaos dregs can't break the barrier of the crystal wall system, there is no need to worry about the evil god coming. As for Merry World, Duanmu Huai is not worried about the warp evil god. After all, the problem there is not the warp erosion, but the old ones causing trouble. But fortunately, according to Mary, because the antique shop opened by Duanmu Huai in that world is doing well, the investigators blessed by the holy emblem of the Inquisition are also enthusiastic, and have destroyed the conspiracies and tricks of the old ones and their followers time and time again. Well, that means there is no need to worry for the time being. The Galactic Empire is still fighting a civil war. So Duanmu Huai said long ago, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. It would be fine if we just killed all the other races. Right? But now the Empire has the upper hand. The Resistance army is basically finished, so he has nothing to worry about. If you were a pessimist, maybe seeing that humans would start a civil war after fighting aliens, you would only sigh at the bad nature of humans fighting, but in Duanmu Huai's view, this is not a big deal at all. After all, only struggle can make mankind move forward. What the tribunal should do is not to ensure abstract slogans such as peace, democracy and freedom, but to ensure that mankind will not be destroyed or ruled by alien creatures. This is like the Three Kingdoms. Fighting civil wars for the throne is one thing, but foreign invasion is another. By the way, after Duanmu Huai came back this time, he also contacted Dardanelles on purpose, and then used a neutron to kill Avatar, completely exterminating the Gnostics on that planet. Now Dardanelles can mine leisurely and slowly. It a pity that even if the current Gnostics are exterminated, it will not be of any use to Duanmu Huai progress bar. It seems that we still have to keep looking. Chapter 1465 Invitation. So I think, we should not just copy, but should have our own plans and ideas. How about it? Mr. Knight, I did a good job. Didn't I? Walking on the streets of Manalia, and was also jumping excitedly, introducing his achievements to Duanmu Huai. And Duanmu Huai walked beside him, looking at the buildings around, nodding in appreciation. Not bad, very good, very good. Ever since and Duanmu Huai traveled together. Especially after she saw the near-future human city in the demon planet. And has been thinking about it, and has been talking about introducing the concept to Manalia. For this reason, and naturally went back to Manalia many times. But as a princess, she certainly didn't need to do everything herself. Just make a plan, and then hand it over to her subordinates to do it. Even the plan took in a lot of effort. Especially after that, she followed Duanmu Huai to the war planet, the Star Alliance, the UNSC, and even the Faerun world. Along the way, the architectural styles of these worlds opened in eyes, and she wanted to move them all into her own plan. Fortunately, she also knew that she could not eat too much. So and picked out some of her favorite ones that were more suitable for Manalia and put them in. Now and brought Duanmu Huai to the planned area of Manalia that she had built. This is not a residential area. Strictly speaking, it is a commercial plus entertainment area similar to Kamurocho. Of course, Manalia is naturally not as chaotic as Kamurocho. The streets are clean, tidy and spacious, and the surrounding buildings also look quite impressive. Not only that, and also designed an aerial rail line. According to her, she planned to experiment here first, and then promote it to the whole of Manalia after success. Although Manalia, as a magical country, has teleportation. Not everyone can afford it. In contrast, the rail transit network is different. It can not only be used for large-scale population movement, but also show the strength of Manalia to other countries. Of course, technically, it is not difficult. After all, Manalia is a country founded on magic. As long as you know the concept, it will only take a few minutes to use magic technology to create similar tracks and trains. So knowing magic is amazing. According to an idea, she originally planned to invite Duanmu Huai to the opening ceremony. But Duanmu Huai was not there at that time. So she had to invite others. Now that Duanmu Huai is back, and can't wait to bring him to see her masterpiece. This area does look very nice. And it can be seen that it has carefully planned it. Duanmu Huai even saw canned drinks and ice cream. It is really interesting. How is it, Mr. Knight? Sitting at the dining table, and supported his cheeks with both hands, and looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile. The latter drank the drink in a can. The drink ice here is not like cola, but more like juice. It tastes refreshing and very comfortable. Great. Good job. Hee. Then when are we going to get married? Luckily Duanmu Huai has strong self-control. Otherwise the juice in his mouth would have sprayed directly onto his face. Why did you think of saying this? It's not that surprising. Is it? After all, we are engaged couples. It's normal to talk about this topic, or does Mr. Knight not intend to marry me? No, I want to ask you. It's been so long, have you ever thought of breaking off the engagement? At the beginning, Manalia chose to get engaged mainly because of the strength shown by Duanmu Huai. And Duanmu Huai did not object because he needed help. After all, engagement is just a formality. And the two parties did not know each other well at that time. So it is hard to say what will happen in the future. But now? No. I think it good to be with Mr. Knight. In fact, we are almost married now. Right? But I still hope to have a grand wedding. That true. Although Duanmu Huai and it didn't go any further, but many times, and did act like Duanmu Huai wife, taking care of his affairs. It's just that the responsibilities as a companion, and as a wife, are still different. What else? Hee. And if I marry Mr. Knight, wouldn't I be able to stay with Gu Lia forever? Oh, by the way, and Miss Mary is also very cute. It would be great if everyone could get closer. Seeing and drooling with a whimsical look, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. Are you treating me as a tool? Of course not. I also like Mr. Knight. Although you look fierce, and you always go crazy from time to time, I'm used to it. Right? Oh, by the way, there is also the degree of compatibility. Well, but from what I heard, it shouldn't be a problem. What degree of compatibility? What did you hear? Duanmu Huai thought it would be better not to ask this question. But Gu Lia won't be willing to marry me. Right? No. Gu Lia is very dedicated. Even if she looks like that. For her, she can only feel at ease if she marries Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight, you should understand this, too. Otherwise Gu Lia won't agree to the marriage. Okay. I admit that what you said does make sense. Duanmu Huai shrugged helplessly. He could understand what it meant. Everything Gu Lia has now is almost all built on the basis of the tribunal, including the dragon country she built. So Gu Lia will definitely marry Duanmu Huai to maintain the results of her efforts. This is also the purpose of political marriage in the beginning. So it is not surprising. Although even if they don't get married, Duanmu Huai will still treat Gu Lia as a friend and companion. But from Gu Lia's perspective, I am afraid he can't feel at ease. After all, a wife and a companion are different. Duanmu Huai didn't react much to this. He basically didn't experience any passionate love, like it in Gu Lia now. It's just that they have been together for a long time, get along well with each other, and think there is no problem. So he can accept it. It's that simple. There are no vows of love, nor are there any unforgettable memories. Since we are familiar with each other, and we both think it is good, and we are willing, then there is no problem. What else do you want? Do you have to be like in a romance novel, wherein suffers from an accident and loses his memory, and Duanmu Huai remains devoted to him? Or Gu Lia is hit by a truck, and Duanmu Huai sacrifices himself to save her? Let alone, if the truck hits Gu Lia, who knows who will be the unlucky one? A dragon roar will directly blow you away. Great. Hearing Duanmu Huai answer, and excitedly raised her hands and jumped up. This way, we can officially form a harem. Form a harem? Just tell me clearly yours or mine. Seeing an excited expression, Duanmu Huai always felt that her real purpose should be this. Oh, Mr. Knight, that's not the way to say it. Since I'm married to you, I'm your wife, then yours is mine, and mine is yours. We are husband and wife, what the difference? Good fellow. So you want to turn this harem into the common property of the couple? Do you want me to add a name for you? Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly. Then, when are we going to get married? After everything is over. No, after the ether phase engine is manufactured, after the plan is successful. Although this sentence is a bit like setting a flag, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. After all, this is also a big gamble for Duanmu Huai. Whether he wins or loses, it is not certain for him. But as long as the plan succeeds, it means that one of his missions as a judge has come to an end. Well, it is indeed time to consider his own problems. Then it's settled. Looking at a chubby face in front of him, Duanmu Huai smiled lightly, then reached out and pinched her cheek. Well, it's settled. At this moment, Duanmu Huai did feel a hint of sweetness, as if he was in love. But it was only at this moment. After returning to the court, he immediately regretted it. Listen, everyone. Mr. Knight and I have agreed to get married after this. And excitedly waved a list and shouted to everyone. Facing an announcement, everyone had different expressions. But it was obvious that it was not here to intimidate them. Because the next moment, and rushed in front of Gulia and grabbed her hand. Gulia, I'm married. And you will marry Mr. Knight. Right? Hey, yes, this is what I planned. Well, sign here first, and then we will hold a group wedding. Group wedding? Yes, it's more fun when everyone gets married together. Everyone. Yes. Faced with Gulia's surprised question, and nodded as a matter of course, and then turned around and came to Mary. Come on, Mary, do you want to sign? Hey, missin'? This I. Faced with a list and quill that and handed over, Mary was confused. She never expected that she would be implicated. And the procedure even skipped the dating and love confession, and jumped directly to the marriage registration. This is too fast. Lorena? What about you? Hey! I am a nun, I have to serve God, I can't. Oh, isn't Mr. Knight also a god? You seem to be right. So Ojas. What about you? And turned to look at Ojas again. After Duanmu Huai came back, the latter sat on his shoulder as usual. That was her special seat. However, facing an invitation, Ojas shook her head firmly. I don't want to. Huh? I thought you would be happy to marry Mr. Knight. Humph. Hearing in words, Ojas snorted lightly, then reached out and hugged Duanmu Huai's head, staring at him. You and the master are only related to this extent. Then what is your relationship? Ojas did not answer, but silently raised her head, putting on a victorious look. As for what she was thinking, Duanmu Huai did not ask. This little cotton-padded jacket might give him a knife later, he couldn't bear it. Then I ask others? Stop right there. Duanmu Huai finally couldn't help it, grabbed a neck, and lifted her up like a cat. This is a wedding. You think it just a dinner party, and you're still looking at who free. Right? Hee. Don't do these things, you see everyone is so scared. There's still time, don't be so anxious. That right, after all. He a knight, maybe he'd bring a few girls back. We register together then. Is that what I mean? Ding ding ding. Just after finally settling this farce, Duanmu Huai's personal terminal sounded a reminder tone again. He opened it and took a look, and then connected the call. Then, Dardanel's voice came from the other side. Your Excellency the Judge. Something bad has happened. Tell me, what the matter? Hearing Dardanel call for help, Duanmu Huai's expression remained unchanged, and he reached out to pick his ears. This wandering merchant always came to him for no reason. When Duanmu Huai came back to clean up the communication, most of the messages for help were sent by Dardanel. Such as, Your Excellency the Judge, something has happened, help me. It okay, the problem has been solved, Your Excellency the Judge. Don't worry. Court of Justice. Help me, something has happened. Don't bother the Court of Justice, sorry to bother you. To be honest, Dardanel made Duanmu Huai feel like Shah Tsung in Journey to the West, repeating the same few lines over and over again all day long. Big brother, it bad, master has been captured by a monster. Big brother, it bad, master and second brother have been captured by a monster. That about it. Tell me, which monster is it this time? Duanmu Huai yawned. Just before. He helped him to deal with the Gnostics once and for all. It has been a while. What going on now? We have a merchant group from an extraterritorial star system here. They want to do business with us. Oh, from the extraterritorial galaxy? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai perked up. Are you sure? I'm not sure that what they said. I don't know if they are liars. So you want the tribunal to come forward? Right. Duanmu Huai knew Dardanelles too well, and naturally understood why he was looking for him. Yes. Okay, I go and take a look. What the name of the merchant group? What it called? Interstellar Peace Company? The base of the electric kettle at home broke a few days ago. Then my grandma complained that it broke after just over a year of use. It was really not durable. But I remember that I bought it a while ago. No matter how long it was. It was definitely not last year. Then I went back to check the order. Wow. It was bought in 2018. But in our memory, it seems to have happened in the past 2 years. It can be seen from this that a monotonous and regular life can indeed numb people's perception of time. I live at the foot of this mountain, and I am almost numb all year round. Every day is the same life pattern. So after so many years, I feel like only a few days have passed. It's amazing. Chapter 1466 Negotiation. Everything in this world ultimately depends on strength. And strength depends on violence. As a wandering trader, Dardanelle is also very clear about this. On the surface, the trade alliance he formed spans 5-star systems, and has dozens of colonies, which is also considered a powerful force. But Dardanelle himself knows that this is all an empty shell, which can fool those interstellar civilizations that have not yet left the atmosphere, or those who are just starting out. But if he really wants to negotiate business with those business alliances that are more powerful than him, then he can only ask for help. So, Grandpa Inquisition. Help me. Okay. I almost understand the specific situation. Duanmu Huai picked up the teacup, drank tea, and looked at Dardanelle across from him. So what? What kind of result do you plan to get? To be honest, I'm not sure. Dardanelle looked sad. The situation of the trade alliance. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. You also know that we have just developed. And just integrating the economic systems of these planets is a big problem. At present, it is only the initial results. Let's get to the point. Duanmu Huai is not interested in the economy. He is the same as the Empire. As long as you pay the tithe on time, there will be no problem. But if you don't pay the tax, then there will be a problem. To be honest, we can't beat them. Dardanelle told the truth decisively. Although I don't know much, I can see that the huge force behind this trade mission is far beyond the trade alliance formed by a small wandering merchant like me. Their strength and financial resources are 100 times stronger than ours. Facing such an opponent, the best way is to keep them out. But you can't do it. So you come to ask for help. Right? That right. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai understood. It's free trade. If you don't want to trade, they will use their powerful ships and cannons to force you to trade. Duanmu Huai has studied history, so he still understands such a simple and easy to understand truth. If Dardanelle didn't call the Inquisition, telling the other side that he was not easy to deal with, then who knows if that company would attack directly. Although it is called the Interstellar Peace Company, peace and commercial trade are incompatible. What do others think? They remain neutral because the Interstellar Peace Company also promised them that they could help them rebuild, but because they don't know each other well, they are still in the discussion and wait-and-see stage. Dardanelle understood why these people remain neutral. It was because of their relationship with the Tribunal. After all, their worlds were saved by the Tribunal, so they would remember this friendship. Therefore, unless the Interstellar Peace Company offer was higher than this friendship, they would not change their partners casually. This is really a bit unexpected. Duanmu Huai reached out and touched his chin. He always let this matter go, because the Inquisition is not an empire, and it has no intention of rebuilding an empire. Of course, if Dardanelles intends to trade with other forces, then Duanmu Huai doesn't mind introducing them to each other. But he doesn't care much about anything else. But an unknown outsider invades. That another matter. Is the other side human? If not, I don't have to worry so much. That true. If the other side was not human, Dardanelles would have begged the Inquisition to destroy it completely. For the human supremacist Inquisition, the aliens themselves are the original sin. What a pity. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the other side. How clever. Do you think you can help the Star Alliance? Karen doesn't think so. The world cutest horse girl shook her head. The impact of the Star Alliance previous encounter with an unexpected enemy has not subsided. The entire Star Alliance is currently seriously injured. Karen thinks they should be wary of foreign forces interfering in the trade network. If the Star Alliance was still strong, then Duanmu Huai could have led Dardanelle and the Star Alliance cooperate to deal with the Interstellar Peace Company. Unfortunately, the Star Alliance has been unlucky recently. First, it was the Reapers, then the Dark Elves, and then the unexpected enemy. A series of attacks have made the Star Alliance breathless. It's like a patient who has had a serious illness and has not fully recovered. Under this situation, the Star Alliance is naturally unwilling to cause trouble for no reason. Then it seems that the support of the Tribunal is very limited. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and shook his head at Dardanelle. Strictly speaking, the Tribunal certainly supports you. But you also know that the Tribunal does not intervene in disputes between humans. Not to mention that this is an economic matter. So all we can do is to ensure that you will not be coerced by force. But if it is an economic issue, the Tribunal will be powerless. I understand what you mean. Your Excellency the Judge. Facing Duanmu Huai answer, Dardanelle's expression was somewhat helpless. But it was understandable. After all, it was not the first time he had done business with the Tribunal. But, no matter where the other party came from, since it wants to do business on the Tribunal territory, it must pay taxes to the Tribunal. Duanmu Huai snorted. The tithe of the Tribunal is indispensable. Although the tax rate of the Tribunal is not as strict as that of the Empire, and it is often just a token of appreciation. The problem is not the amount, but the attitude. It's one thing if you are willing to hand it over, and it another if you are unwilling to hand it over. Then, Xinjiling, you go talk to that Interstellar Peace Company, and see what the situation is on the other side. Understood? Big brother, just leave it to Karen. For this matter, led Xinjiling, the world's most adorable horse girl. Do it. Duanmu Huai didn't care much about the Interstellar Peace Company. If the other party was a human, then most of the problems didn't need to be concerned. The policy of the Inquisition is not to interfere in the fights between humans. He actually understands that Dardanelle's hopes that the Inquisition can intervene more deeply, which is also easy to understand. For example, Dardanelle's business alliance is like a leading domestic enterprise, while the Interstellar Peace Company is a foreign company, and it is likely to be a multinational foreign company. Facing such a business giant, local companies can only rely on protectionism to survive. Unfortunately, the Inquisition is not the government that governs this area. So even Duanmu Huai cannot say that the Interstellar Peace Company is not allowed to operate here. After all, they can bypass the Inquisition and go directly to those political entities to discuss. So strictly speaking, there is not much that the Inquisition can do. Dardanelle still has to rely on itself. Of course, if the other party wants to use some tricks, that's another matter. After all, the trade union of Dardanelles also has a part of the shares of the Inquisition. You dare to cause trouble for the Inquisition if you don't want to live? That will only lead to death. Commercial trade is not a problem that Duanmu Huai cares about. After leaving it to Xinjiling to solve, he began to pay attention to the construction of the planetary fortress again. Of course, Duanmu Huai did not forget to ask Aiko to send a reconnaissance fleet to investigate the direction of the merchant group. After all, it was an extraterritorial galaxy. Maybe there would be treasures that could help him make the progress of his natural disasters full. Well, I hope so. Xinjiling acted quickly. Only 2 days later, Duanmu Huai received the information from Xinjiling after the first meeting and negotiation. Most of the species that make up the Interstellar Peace Company are humans and subhumans. But there are also a small number of abominable intelligent beings. Well, looking at Xinjiling report, Duanmu Huai nodded. Xinjiling investigation was very accurate, and he knew what the Tribunal wanted. However, at the end, he frowned slightly. According to the investigation of its internal corporate culture, there are signs of religious belief? After reading the report, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at Xinjiling across the screen. What do you mean? What the hell is religious belief? As you can see, big brother, this Interstellar Peace Company believes in a star god named Creeper. Star god? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai almost jumped up and issued an extermination order. After all, in the trial court, this is not a good word. Fortunately, after listening to Xinjiling's explanation, Duanmu Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to her, this star god should not be a fragment of a star god, but a god across galaxies. Well, as mentioned before, there are indigenous gods and gods across galaxies. The gods in Farron are all indigenous gods. And the gods these people believe in should be higher-level cosmic gods that exist across galaxies. Moreover, each star god has his own destiny. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by this. Just like the god of justice, the god of love, the god of war, the god of tyranny, etc., this destiny is simply a priesthood. As for the destiny walkers who walk on it, and the messengers who receive a glance from the star god, get his attention, and have powerful power, well, put yourself in Farron's shoes, and understand it. In fact, they are believers in gods. In other words, this interstellar peace company is the Church of Clipper, believing in preservation. And the employees inside are all believers of Clipper. And the senior management are gods? Yes, that about it. Oh, that fine. I understand. Duanmu Huai nodded. There are many forms of religions in the interstellar space. But to be honest, it really makes Duanmu Huai feel a little weird that a capitalist company believes in protection. After all, it should be a belief in gods such as business or money. What is protection? Is your interstellar peace company mainly engaged in protective facilities? However, Star God. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Maybe I should go to that extraterritorial galaxy to see if I can upgrade my natural disaster? After all, there are so many star gods, so they must have their own clans. Find one that is a threat to humans, and then destroy it. Wouldn't that speed up the progress? Why not? Give it a try? Chapter 1467 Negotiations broken down. Duanmu Huai wanted to go to that extraterritorial galaxy to have a look, but unfortunately, the subsequent negotiations did not go so smoothly. Xin Jilin and the other party had another round of negotiations. According to Duanmu Huai, the tribunal had two conditions. First, all the hateful intelligences called intelligent machines were not allowed to enter the star field where the tribunal was located, and they would be executed immediately if they were found. Second, the tribunal could matchmake for the Interstellar Peace Company and introduce them to cooperate with other forces, but in return, 1/10 of the trade between the Interstellar Peace Company and these forces must be handed over to the tribunal. After all, death and taxes are the only things that cannot be wasted. For these two conditions, the Interstellar Peace Company also responded quickly. They can consider the first condition, but the second one is impossible. In the eyes of the Interstellar Peace Company, the Inquisition is just a matchmaker, and it is not unreasonable to ask for a commission. But if you want to take a cut from every trade, that is another matter. Moreover, the Inquisition is not a political institution that rules these galaxies. So why should we give it so much profit? This doesn't make sense. However, Duanmu Huai said, the tribunal is not here to reason with you, either give it, or get out. If it were the Dardanelles Trade Alliance, they might even bargain with the other party, after all. This is the nature of businessmen. However, the tribunal is not a commercial organization, not to mention that, the Interstellar Peace Company is essentially a religious institution, and Duanmu Huai is also the god of destruction. If other gods want to interfere in their territory, it's good that they didn't fight them directly. You won't give me some protection money? What the matter? Do you think you are so powerful? Do you want me to loosen your muscles and see which one is stronger? Destruction or preservation? The above is the reply of the Grand Inquisitor. Sitting across the table, Xin Jilin smiled and looked at the man in front of him. The latter had a serious face and said nothing. We have already known that the Interstellar Peace Company is essentially a religious institution that believes in Star God. And your trade expansion has a missionary color. The attitude of the Grand Inquisitor is very clear. If it is just an ordinary business transaction, then the court will not interfere. But when it comes to missionary work and faith, it is another matter. There is no room for negotiation on this condition. You can either accept it or leave. It's a pity that you have such an idea, Miss Smart. The man sighed silently. I thought we could reach an agreement that would benefit both parties. Well, I take my leave now. Please go. And please convey to the Grand Inquisitor that the will of the Supreme Court cannot be changed. As the Market Development Department of the Interstellar Peace Company, we will not give up our duties because of the obstruction of the Court of Inquisition. That really, very regrettable. Soon, Duanmu Huai also got the final result of the negotiation from Xin Jilin. I'm really sorry, big brother. Karen failed to complete the task. It's okay, I had expected this to happen, but it's a little surprising that the other party didn't even give you face. After all, Xin Jilin has superior charm, originally. Duanmu Huai character in the game also has this ability, so he knows very well how useful this ability is, and if used well, It can even turn against the boss or commit suicide in a final battle. The power of these people faith seems to be very effective indeed. At least Karen feels that Karen cuteness has not affected the progress of the negotiations at all. Then let's do this. You really think I dare not touch him? Humph, it's great to have a god protecting you. Right. Then I see how long this Amber King can protect them. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and connected to Icode. Send the third assault fleet to destroy these bastards for me. Let them know that. The will of the tribunal is also irresistible. They must understand that. This is not a deal, but an order. At the same time Duanmu Huai gave the order. In the deep space of the universe, a fleet was moving forward like a school of fish. On the bridge of its main ship, the man who had negotiated with Jin Jilling before was standing there respectfully, looking at the figure on the screen in front of him. Master Supervisor, I'm sorry. The tribunal has no intention of giving in. So, the negotiation failed? Yes. The man lowered his head, not daring to look into the cold and fanatical eyes on the screen. After all, he is the director of the Market Development Department and his immediate superior. But, is this really a good idea? In my personal opinion, in order to successfully develop the market here, we should indeed make some trade-offs. It depends on the target. The voice coming from the screen was cold and indifferent. According to the information you submitted, the tribunal is not the ruler of this star field, and its appetite is too big. Perhaps it does not understand at all what a huge existence the Interstellar Peace Company is. In order to complete the mission, we must do everything. Instead of letting these bugs suck our blood, this star field must be incorporated into the Interstellar Peace Company. And the mission of our Market Development Department is to do this. Yes. Hearing this, the man seemed to be inspired, straightened his chest, and answered loudly. At the same time, the picture on the screen disappeared. What should we do next? Sir? The adjutant next to him looked at the man and asked. Bypass the tribunal and directly contact the local forces. Our mission remains the same. In order to protect the great mission, this is the task of our Market Development Department. If the other party is willing to agree to our conditions, then there will be no problem. If the other party is unwilling, follow the process. Understood? Beep. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded on the bridge. An unknown fleet has been spotted, and it is approaching. Unknown fleet? Hearing the report from his subordinates, the man was stunned, but before he could speak again, everyone saw a flash in front of their eyes, and then several giant warships seemed to emerge from the void, blocking their way. The design of these warships is extremely exquisite and gorgeous. Under the shining starlight, the steeple churches reflect the shining light. On both sides of the warships, the huge, black muzzles are aimed at the corporate fleet of the Interstellar Peace Company in front. The man has seen this unique style of warship before, because the one that Jin Jilling, who negotiated with him before, rode was of a similar style. At the Inquisition, looking at the fleet in front of him, the man's face was gloomy. Although the firepower of the Interstellar Peace Company Enterprise ship is extremely powerful, it is obvious that the Inquisition warships on the opposite side are equally powerful. Even in terms of size, many of the warships are much larger than the Interstellar Peace Company Enterprise ships, and are more threatening. Report. A communication request has come from the other side. Connected? Yes. Soon. The screen flashed, and then Jin Jilling appeared in front of the man again. I'm sorry. Everyone in the Interstellar Peace Company Market Development Department. Jin Jilling's voice is still so cute and smart, but it doesn't match the current atmosphere at all. Due to the breakdown of negotiations, the Grand Inquisitor has issued an order requiring you to leave this star field immediately, otherwise we will use force to expel you. Do you think you can intimidate the Interstellar Peace Company like this? The tribunal never intimidates anyone. The Grand Inquisitor makes the decision and then executes it. This is not intimidation, but a warning. But the Inquisition is not the ruler of this star field. You have no right to do this. You have 1 minute. Jin Jilling did not answer the man meaning, but just made a gesture, and then the countdown began. The man clenched his fists and stared solemnly at the scene in front of him. There, those extremely huge warships were like giant whales in the deep sea, blocking their way motionlessly. Their black muzzles were pointed straight at the corporate fleet of the Interstellar Peace Company, as ruthless as the executioner waiting for the third quarter of noon. Time passed by minute by minute. The man stared at Jin Jilling, and at this moment, a message suddenly came. Seeing the internal message, the man was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up with a pale face and looked at Jin Jilling. No. I refuse. We will definitely bring everything here under the management of the Interstellar Peace Company. This is the mission of the Market Development Department. And everything is dedicated to the Amber King. At this moment, the fire shone. There was no signal to start the war. And the macro cannon that had been ready for a long time burst into a hot glow. And the huge shells rotated and roared towards the enemy in front of him. The battle then began. Being able to expand territory in the wild universe, the Interstellar Peace Company is naturally not a good guy, and their corporate fleet can be regarded as a powerful existence. In fact, since the establishment of the Interstellar Peace Company, the Market Development Department has always been smooth sailing, and no force can stop the Interstellar Peace Company, and the trade system built by the Interstellar Peace Company has therefore become the most powerful and most desirable in the extraterritorial galaxy. However, this does not mean that the Interstellar Peace Company is truly peaceful. In the process of their development, there are also forces that resist or even refuse to be annexed by the Interstellar Peace Company and incorporated into its system. When facing these forces, the Interstellar Peace Company revealed its not-so-peaceful side. And these warships are prepared for this. In the eyes of the Interstellar Peace Company, the Tribunal is just like other forces, a small stone encountered by the Interstellar Peace Company on the way to expand the market. But now, the Tribunal will make them understand that what is in front of them is not a small stone, but a mountain that can never be crossed. Chapter 1468 Break-In. The negotiations between the Tribunal and the Interstellar Peace Company broke down. And the happiest person was naturally Dardanelle. In fact, when Dardanelle asked Duanmu why for help, he had more or less guessed this possibility. After all, Dardanelle had cooperated with the Tribunal for such a long time. How could he not know the nature of the Tribunal? For the Tribunal, compromise does not exist. There is no deal if it is in a good mood. It will negotiate with you if it is in a bad mood. It will be useless even if you beg it. Either obey or die. There is no other choice. So in cooperating with the Inquisition, Dardanelle never bargained. Basically, the Inquisition asked him to jump, and he asked how high to jump. Therefore, after a round of talks with the people of the Interstellar Peace Company, Dardanelle guessed that if the Inquisition confronted the Interstellar Peace Company, the latter would definitely die miserably. This is indeed the case. When Dardanelle learned that the Inquisition destroyed the pioneering fleet of the Interstellar Peace Company, he was almost so happy that he opened champagne. If it were any other force, it might be over after the fight. But Duanmu Huai was different. He was going to ascend through the natural disaster, and he didn't have time to find trouble everywhere. Now someone took the initiative to find trouble at his doorstep. Isn't it the same as taking the initiative to deliver food? So after annihilating the pioneering fleet of the Interstellar Peace Company, Duanmu Huai directly waved his hand and led the fleet of the Court of Inquisition to attack the extraterritorial galaxy. It rude not to reciprocate, since you dare to come to my territory to cause trouble. Don't blame me for causing trouble for you. After that, the extraterritorial galaxy was extremely lively. When the Tribunal fleet entered the extraterritorial galaxy, Duanmu Huai asked Lemuel to directly invade the network of the Interstellar Peace Company, and directly announced the rude behavior of the Interstellar Peace Company in ignoring the warning of the Tribunal and invading its territory, demanding that the Interstellar Peace Company must make compensation for this, and also demanding that its chairman, Clipper, personally come out to apologize to the Tribunal. As soon as this was said, the entire extraterritorial galaxy was in an uproar. After all, the Interstellar Peace Company controls almost all the commercial trade networks in the extraterritorial galaxies, and the Star God of Protection is well known. However, this force called the Inquisition has just arrived and is aggressively targeting the Interstellar Peace Company, and even directly calls the Star God to apologize to it. Seeing this, many forces think that this is really ignorant and fearless. The Interstellar Peace Company is naturally unwilling to give up. They originally planned to launch an attack on the grounds that the other party attacked the pioneering fleet, but they didn't expect the Inquisition to take the initiative to turn the tables and directly attack their own home. How can we tolerate this? We are called Interstellar Peace Company. Do you really think we are pacifists? So soon, the Interstellar Peace Company also assembled its fleet, and the two sides launched the first battle in the Riyadh galaxy. However, the Interstellar Peace Company was defeated, and the Inquisition continued to advance, and then the two sides fought several times in succession. Basically, the Interstellar Peace Company was beaten back by the Inquisition, and for all this, the other forces in the extraterritorial galaxy also gradually became intriguing from the initial shock and disbelief. Xianzhou, Luofu, The Interstellar Peace Company was defeated again. The man sitting behind the desk looked at the report in his hand, smiled helplessly, and shook his head. What do you think of this, General? The petite girl sitting on the other side asked while sipping tea. When the moon is full, it wanes. When the water is full, it overflows. The company has always acted recklessly, thinking that it will not be punished. Now it has hit a wall. It is really self-inflicted, which makes people sigh. If the company just misjudged the strength of the tribunal at the beginning, then after so many battles, they should understand that the company has no chance of winning against the tribunal. The man gave the answer directly, and the girl did not object. In fact, when things got to this point, the leaders of all the large forces in the extraterritorial galaxy had already come to the conclusion that the company would lose. The reason is very simple. The extraterritorial galaxy is the base of the Interstellar Peace Company, and they are essentially business-oriented. So most of the company's strength is actually used to maintain this business network. But the tribunal is different. They have no foundation in the extraterritorial galaxy, and do not need to maintain anything. They just want to fight, and beat the company to death. Such an enemy is a very difficult enemy for any force, not to mention, the tribunal itself is also very powerful. The tribunal has fought with the company so many times, and other forces have naturally sent people to observe secretly, and they are even more shocked by the terrifying fighting power of the tribunal. Even the man who was a general was the same. You have to know that the Immortal Boat Alliance is also a powerful force in the extraterritorial galaxy. But their warships are nothing compared to the Inquisition. Apart from anything else. Just comparing the size. There are dozens of warships larger than the Immortal Boat in the Inquisition fleet. Even if they face the enemy head-on, it is a question whether they can block the enemy cannon fire. So, the general is not going to wade into this muddy water? Of course. The man snorted and put the letter on the table. It was a letter from the Interstellar Peace Company. The content was nothing more than hoping that the Xianzhou Alliance could assist the company. In return, the company was willing to transfer part of the profits of the trade network and so on. At this point, no one would offend the tribunal for such a small profit. Not to mention, there is no grudge between us and the tribunal, and we have no connection. The man was very sure that not only himself, but basically all the powerful forces in the extraterritorial galaxy would not join in. One reason was that the tribunal was too strong, and they did not need to make enemies for no reason. The Interstellar Peace Company is seeking its own death, but that doesn't mean they have to die with it. Another aspect is that since the tribunal entered the extraterritorial galaxy, it has not attacked other planets and residents, but has stabbed the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Company like a sharp blade. It can be said that up to now, the battle between the Interstellar Peace Company and the tribunal is to prevent the fleet of the tribunal from reaching the company headquarters. Since the tribunal has made it clear that this is a personal grudge between the two forces, no other idiot would choose to join in and actively provoke the tribunal at this time. And how should I put it? The Court of Inquisition is so tight on the company, as if it must decide the winner, but it looks like a hunting expedition. Then do you think, General, the Court of Inquisition can really compete with the company? Hearing the man answer, the girl looked at him curiously. After all, in the outer galaxy, everyone knows that the company's ultimate goal is the Amber King. The Interstellar Peace Company has been established for so many years, although its business is indeed extensive, but everything they do is for the Amber King and his great plan. The company travels to different star systems, procures various materials, delivers them to the subspace barrier, and helps the star god build the wall. In other words, the core of the Interstellar Peace Company is deep in the eternal subspace, the silent, wall-building, eternal existence. Is the Inquisition really going to kill its way through the company, rush to the star god Creeper, and fight him? This kind of thing is incredible just thinking about it. The company won't be so stupid. I think they should start thinking about how to stop the loss. In fact, this is not only the man's judgment, but also the judgment of most of the leaders of the forces, and even more so the decision of the company-owned leadership. Although the Interstellar Peace Company is a company, it is ultimately a church serving the star god Clipper. The main goal of its establishment is not to rule the world, but to assist the star god in building the wall. Therefore, when this main goal is affected, they will inevitably make changes. Recently, the efficiency of the building materials logistics department has dropped by 5.73%, and the loss is far higher than the expected standard. In the magnificent conference hall, the cold stone slabs echoed with angry roars. As the core department of the Interstellar Peace Company, The Building Materials Logistics Department is responsible for the sacred mission of transporting building materials to the star god Creeper, so they can least tolerate the losses and delays caused by this. I request an investigation into the stupid and reckless behavior of the Market Development Department, and I request that the losses be compensated as soon as possible. Anti-company forces are also stirring at the moment. Because of the serious losses, our trade networks in various galaxies have problems. The Business Consolidation Department believes that the priority direction should be readjusted. An elegant, female voice without a trace of fireworks sounded, but with unquestionable firmness. After all, the company warships did not grow out of thin air. And in the extraterritorial galaxy, although the Interstellar Peace Company was all-powerful, because of this, there were also many anti-company forces. The company could suppress them on weekdays. But as the battle with the Inquisition became more and more intense, the company was called up, and the number of warships lost was far higher than the average. In a short period of time, the company cannot provide more warships and members to fill the vacancies, which gives those anti-company forces an opportunity to make a move. The struggle between the company and the tribunal has seriously affected the Amber King plan. The Strategic Investment Department does not think that continuing the stalemate is in the company interests. And in the final analysis, this is the responsibility of the Market Development Department. Another voice seemed indifferent and calm, as if it had nothing to do with them. Although this was true, what evidence do you have that this is the responsibility of the Marketing Department? I have a recording here, which shows that when the company fleet and the tribunal first confronted each other, the tribunal had asked the company fleet to withdraw. But at that time the commander of the company fleet received an order from the Marketing Department, and therefore rejected the tribunal request. This order came from Osvaldo Schneider, the general manager of the Marketing Department. Therefore, we have reason to believe that all this was due to the active provocation of the Marketing Department, so the Marketing Department must be held responsible for this. No one spoke. In fact, everyone knew that this was not the first time the company had done this. I just refused to leave, and was provoking you. If you dare to touch me, I will let you taste the power of the company. Then the company can fight back openly and squarely, and occupy everything naturally. The premise is that you can win. But if you can't win, well, this is what it is now. Not only will they kill you, but they will also kill your entire family and your entire clan. Should they fight back or kneel down and beg for mercy? For the Interstellar Peace Company, it seems that they have no choice at the moment. Chapter 1469 Agreement Negotiation. When the Interstellar Peace Company contacted the tribunal again, Guanmu Hui seemed very calm. He still sent Jin Jilling to negotiate with the other party, and only gave one instruction. Remember, we have no personal grudges with the Interstellar Peace Company, so it depends on their sincerity. If they are not sincere enough, I will let them see with their own eyes how I beat up Creeper. Of course, they can refuse, maybe I can't beat them. Guanmu Hui specifically pointed out that there was no personal grudge, just to prevent the Interstellar Peace Company from finding someone to take the blame, and then deal with him. And then it would be over. Many forces like to use this trick, and players often encounter it in the game. A certain force is looking for trouble with you, and then the player goes to the door, and the latter says, I don't know. It's not me. Oh, by the way, it's my second prince. Yes, he wants to inherit the throne. So he forged the imperial edict to destroy our relationship. Come, drag him down and chop him off. Then, Judge, look, I have chopped off his son, I have shown my sincerity, I will compensate you with something, and let this matter go. When encountering this kind of situation, it is not right for the players to pursue the matter, and it is not right for them not to pursue the matter, it is really disgusting. But the players are not stupid. When encountering this kind of thing later, they will not look for the culprit, but just beat him up, to show that there is no personal grudge between us. I don't care what's going on inside your company. But if your forces have provoked the tribunal, you must show your attitude and plan to solve the problem. What? You said it has nothing to do with you. It was done by your subordinates? What does it have to do with me? You should solve your internal affairs internally. It has nothing to do with me. Let's talk about our own affairs. After using this trick, players basically never encountered such stupid things again. If you think about it carefully, it's right. If you can't manage your subordinates well, it's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. I only care about the matter between you and me. And I don't care about other things. Even if you kill his entire clan in front of me, it has nothing to do with me. Want to get away with this? No way. As expected, after the two sides met this time, The representative of Interstellar Peace Company immediately told the court that the cause of this conflict was entirely due to the head of the Market Development Department. The reason why it has developed to this point is that he deceived his superiors and subordinates, insisted on his own way, and acted on his own. The company will seriously investigate and punish him to set the record straight. However, Zhen Jiling did not wait for the other party to finish speaking, and directly interrupted the endless speech of the negotiating representative of Interstellar Peace Company with one sentence. We have no personal grudges with the Interstellar Peace Company, and your internal affairs have nothing to do with us. Let's talk about the problem between us now. How can the company show its sincerity to stop this fight? As soon as Zhen Jiling said this, he directly blocked the Interstellar Peace Company representative's speech. Seeing that there was no way to gain an advantage through such a trick, the two sides had to negotiate on further details. Of course, it was called negotiation, but in fact it was almost the same as signing an unequal treaty. After all, the company could not really risk letting the Inquisition kill through itself and rush to Kripo. So at this point, there are actually very few things to do. But what bothers the representatives of the Interstellar Peace Company is the sincerity. As we all know, sincerity is very illusory and cannot be quantified at all. The most sincere thing would be to let Clipper personally apologize to Duanmu Huai. But it is impossible to think about it. Then there are things left. The Interstellar Peace Company also made a lot of proposals after that, including ceding some planets or galaxies, trade routes, and even inviting the Tribunal to cooperate with the Interstellar Peace Company. These conditions may be tempting enough in the eyes of Dardanelles. But for Duanmu Huai, the Tribunal does not engage in trade, and these things are not assets at all in his eyes, but burdens. Forget it. Forget it. I think these bastards can't think of any tricks. After reading the proposal submitted by Zhen Jiling again, Duanmu Huai threw it aside. How about this? You reply to them. Say that I want a detailed star map and race composition table of the extraterritorial galaxy. Then they must apologize to the Tribunal on the entire network, and finally give us a large sum of compensation, and forget about it. As for the amount, just let other forces know that the Interstellar Peace Company has surrendered to us. It's a pity, the Interstellar Peace Company is a human-based force, otherwise Duanmu Huai would have used it to try to see if it could slow down the progress of the natural disaster. But it doesn't matter, there are so many races in the extraterritorial galaxies, there must be some we can use. Right? It must be said that, when the Interstellar Peace Company received the reply from the Tribunal, many people were a little surprised. Originally they thought that with the Tribunal's relentless nature, it would not be over until it tore a piece of meat from the company. But they didn't expect the other party conditions to be very simple: a star map, an apology statement, a compensation. An apology statement is easy to make, although it will embarrass the company. It is better than a real failure. Compensation is not a problem. The funds of the extraterritorial galaxies are basically controlled by the Interstellar Peace Company. They can afford any amount of compensation. On the contrary, the star map. What do you think the Inquisition wants the star map for? Are they planning to find the company headquarters from the star map and then kill them? Is it necessary? If that's the case, the Inquisition doesn't need to negotiate with us at all. Do you still remember the purpose of the Inquisition? Oh, I remember. It seems to be to protect humanity, and to eliminate the existence that threatens humanity at all costs. What is the definition of humans by the Inquisition? Skull. As long as the skull meets human standards, ordinary humans are humans. Those with tails and the like are subhumans. That's what the information says. Then Pepixi, the Sky Ring tribe, and the Fox people are also considered humans? They are subhumans. But the Inquisition seems to hate intelligent machines very much. They call them abominations. From the perspective of the skull, those who are not human at all seem to be called aliens. According to the Inquisition data, what are the enemies they want to eliminate? Well, let me see. Aliens, heretics and demons. Silence. It's not like what we think. No way. You think the Inquisition can't do it? It has pushed the company to this point. But strictly speaking, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. Let the higher-ups decide. Anyway, our mission is to complete the negotiation. The other party has already put forward the conditions, so it's almost done. Everyone discussed for a moment, and then directly put the blame on their superiors. After all, this represents the future of Interstellar Peace Company, and it's not up to them, the low-level operators, to make the decision. The headquarters made the decision faster than everyone expected. Almost as soon as the report was submitted, the higher-ups responded without blinking an eye. Soon, The forces of the entire extraterritorial galaxy saw the overwhelming headlines on the internet. Interstellar Peace Company surrendered to the tribunal. Of course, the title was not written like this. But everyone knew that this was the meaning. Otherwise, your company would take the initiative to expose such a scandal. Could it be that you have a masochistic tendency? There is nothing much to say about the content of the news. The company still put the blame on the Market Development Department, claiming that the head of the Market Development Department acted recklessly, causing serious losses to the company, and would be severely punished. No one took it seriously. Unless you are an employee of the company. Who cares about the power transition within your company? What everyone is more concerned about is, what did your company pay to others? Land? Or compensation? Then take a closer look. Oh! A detailed map of an extraterritorial galaxy. And a large amount of credit points that are not enough to count with your fingers and toes. The latter is a huge loss for the Interstellar Peace Company. It seems that the Interstellar Peace Company has indeed admitted defeat this time. However, everyone is curious about, what is a star map? It is just a map. Who doesn't have one? You are using this to get rid of the tribunal? Isn't this like getting rid of beggars? However, the statement says after consultation between the Interstellar Peace Company and the tribunal. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the meaning here is that this condition has been approved by the tribunal. And it may even be proposed by the tribunal. After all, the star map is something that the Interstellar Peace Company would never give voluntarily. But as a newly arrived force, it seems reasonable for the tribunal to want to understand the location and environment here. However, using this thing as compensation is somewhat unreasonable. Wait. No way. The forces in the extraterritorial galaxy are not fools. And they will come to their senses after reading it. When the tribunal entered the extraterritorial galaxy and fought with the Interstellar Peace Company, they also investigated the tribunal. And the tribunal did not hide anything. So the major forces also have some understanding of the tribunal mission, responsibilities, and action guidelines. And now, the Inquisition asked the Interstellar Peace Company for a detailed star map, including the distribution of races? What on earth are you trying to do? Most of the human-dominated forces were just shocked after reading it. But those non-human forces wanted to jump up. Company? You son of a bitch. You sold me out? No way. The Inquisition wants this star map. It can't be that it really intends to wipe out the alien civilization in the extraterritorial galaxy. If the other party really has this plan, can they beat it? What a joke. This is the Wolf Destroyer who can fight against the Interstellar Peace Company head-on. Looking at the entire extraterritorial galaxy, there are many who are against the company, but the only company that can fight on the front battlefield and flee in fear, and even surrender in the end, is the Inquisition. Otherwise, the Interstellar Peace Company would not have ruled the extraterritorial galaxy for so long. As for whether those forces are in a hurry at the moment, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. After getting the things, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Let's do this. Ekit. Here the star map for you. Send a reconnaissance fleet to check it out. Okay. Uncle. As for this side, well, we still need to put an eye on the outer galaxy. What the matter? I remember Maria reported before. Has the first planetary fortress been built? Yes. It currently in the trial operation stage. And Miss Maria said she plans to find a place to test it. Then there's no need to look for it. It here. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Let Maria prepare the planetary fortress as soon as possible, and move it to the outer galaxy. We need to let these guys see the power of the tribunal, lest they overestimate their own capabilities, and try to cause trouble for the tribunal. Okay, no problem, but Mr. Knight. The planetary fortress hasn't been named yet. What do you plan to name it? Hearing in question. Duanmu Huai touched his chin. How about the Death Star? Too vulgar. And shook her head speechlessly. Although she knew Duanmu Huai was not good at naming. It was really unbearable to be so straightforward. Then let's call it Izerlone. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and made a decisive decision. Izerlone Fortress. I think this name is good. Chapter 1470 Opening Rewards. Since he decided to add a scout, Duanmu Huai must find a place. But he thought it was too much trouble, so he directly asked the Interstellar Peace Company where there was a star system that met the requirements of the tribunal. The Interstellar Peace Company was speechless that Duanmu Huai came to ask directly. What else could they do? At least, he was not here to fight. However, Duanmu Huai's request really surprised the people of the Interstellar Peace Company. You mean? A star system without any life. A relatively deserted star system? The Interstellar Peace Company commissioner standing in front of Duanmu Huai looked pale, sweating profusely, but still asked with gritted teeth. Yes, it would be best if there were no property rights disputes. I'm not interested in getting into a bunch of boring troubles. Well, if that's all you want, then how about Ophiuchus? Oh! Although it is located in a relatively remote area on the edge of the extraterritorial galaxy, there is only one planet with depleted resources, and there are no mineral resources around. So there are neither gold diggers nor criminals hiding here. It is definitely deserted. To put it bluntly, the environment here is like a desert. Extremely barren. And even criminals don't want to come here. For Duanmu Huai, it is naturally the best. Then here. By the way, do you mind if I use your network to advertise? Advertisement? Yes. The court is open for business. And I will give you a 50% discount if you advertise. Any problem? No. 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 Of course no problem. If you need it, Interstellar Peace Company is willing to provide you with a full range of services. Although the Tribunal and Interstellar Peace Company had a fight, the relationship between the two sides was not particularly bad. The reason was very simple. There were also many factions within Interstellar Peace Company, and the major departments did not like each other. The first to provoke Duanmu Huai was the Market Development Department, and the representatives who negotiated with the tribunal later were from the Strategic Investment Department. Compared with the Market Development Department, the Strategic Investment Department is very enthusiastic about the tribunal. Well, it can be seen that the relationship between the two departments is obviously not very good. After all, the Market Development Department messed up the relationship with the tribunal. If the Strategic Investment Department can make up for it, it means that the Strategic Investment Department is stronger than the Market Development Department. Right? It is precisely because of this that when Duanmu Huai found a specialist to express his need for the services of Interstellar Peace Company, the latter was very active. When Duanmu Huai led the fleet to Ophiuchus, he saw that not only people from Interstellar Peace Company came here, but they also brought a whole interview team. According to the commissioner, this interview team includes news media from TV, radio, and the internet. They even brought a high-powered satellite broadcasting system to ensure that the news of the opening of the tribunal can be transmitted to any civilized planet, including those civilizations that have not yet left the surface. As long as they have signal-receiving technology, they can receive the tribunal advertisements. TSK. This thing is good, I have to say. Duanmu Huai was really moved when he heard this. After all, the Inquisition has always been to find civilizations in trouble, then help them, and then take root in the local area. It's just like door-to-door sales. Although it's not impossible to find customers. It's slow after all. But now the situation is different. If he also has this system, he can take it back to advertise and let customers come to the door. Isn't that better than anything else? I will talk to the Interstellar Peace Company later and buy this system. Then I can just use the loudspeaker to go to any galaxy. This is much faster than door-to-door sales. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, the host next to him also came over with an unmanned camera. He looked at Duanmu Huai, who was twice as tall as him, and broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, it was most appropriate to give such a job to an intelligent machine. However, the Inquisition strictly prohibited the emergence of hateful intelligence, so this unlucky guy was forced to do it, and was sent to interview Duanmu Huai. Hello, Your Excellency. The Grand Inquisitor. The host swallowed his saliva, forced himself to smile, and looked at Duanmu Huai. May I ask why you chose the Ophiuchus Beta Galaxy? Oh, it's simple. It's quiet here. Not so busy. So our Inquisition plans to open here. Open? What are you going to sell? Safety. Safety? Yes. The Inquisition duty is to protect humanity and eliminate any threat to humanity at all costs. Therefore, as long as human civilization faces threats or crises, they can ask the tribunal for help. And the tribunal will do its duty to completely eliminate the enemies that threaten human civilization. I see. After hearing Duanmu Huai answer, the reporter quickly searched the current situation of the extraterritorial galaxy in his brain, and then heaved a sigh of relief. According to the tribunal human standards, most of the civilized races in the extraterritorial galaxy belong to humans or subhumans, and only the intelligent machine race is relatively dangerous. Other than that, the others, well, it shouldn't be a big problem. With the Inquisition here, the outer galaxy will surely be safer and more peaceful. But, are you planning to station your fleet here? But there is really nothing here? Many civilizations in the outer galaxy have reached the interstellar age. So there are naturally many conventional things. For example, why no one pays attention to the Beta Ophiuchi galaxy is because there is really nothing here except a burning star and a barren planet orbiting it. Although the warships of the Inquisition, everyone has seen them, they are indeed very powerful and formidable. Even the Interstellar Peace Company marketing department was beaten into a panic by them, but the problem is that these warships also need supplies and repairs. Just like vehicles, you need maintenance, repairs, and refueling. But there is nothing here. General fleets need docks. Does the Inquisition want to build here? Oh, don't worry. I'm coming. As Duanmu Hui spoke, he raised his head and nodded his chin toward the window. The reporter also moved the camera and looked outside. Then, he saw a ripple suddenly appear in the dark starry sky. The next moment, a huge monster quietly emerged from it and appeared in front of everyone. It was so huge that it was unimaginable. A giant space station. Although Duanmu Hui said that he wanted to build a planetary fortress, he did not build a planet directly. On the one hand, Duanmu Hui felt that it was not beautiful. And on the other hand, the round planetary fortress always reminded him of the green-skinned battle moon, which felt unlucky. So Duanmu Hui simply referred to the design of the mountain phalanx, and then enlarged it several times, and built such a giant planetary battle fortress with a diameter of 1,450 kilometers. Oh! According to the Empire, this should be called a battle cathedral. The appearance of this battle fortress, which Duanmu Hui called Izulon, is not much different from the mountain phalanx. Underneath it is a heavy round chassis, and on top of the chassis, it is a towering shell, which is like a metal wall with layers of layers. In the center and below is the towering Imperial Gothic Church Tower. In addition, on the outside of the entire battle fortress, there is also a modified neutron killing device. After all, there is no up, down, left, or right in space. Duanmu Hui put the neutron killing device on it to prevent the opponent from taking out something like the Blackstone Fortress. At that time, he only needs to turn the planetary fortress, and the neutron killing device will become a powerful main gun. In addition, the outer layer of the entire fortress is densely packed, and is covered with macro cannons, light spears, and torpedoes. The main point is that more is more beautiful. Bigger is stronger. How magnificent is my multi-turret cult. Just thinking about this giant fortress in full force. It is so cool. Woo! Along with the planetary fortress, Duanmu Hui cute little one, the Guigui Ether Dragon, appeared. After not seeing it for a while, this guy body is getting bigger and bigger. Now it is almost as big as a moon-class cruiser. Duanmu Hui brought the Guigui here, and naturally planned to let it roam here. After all, there is nothing here, and the only planet is dead. The Guigui can roll around on it at will, and then eat stellar radiation when he has nothing to do. Woo! At this moment, Dugwai was also very excited when he saw this empty galaxy. Just like a husky seeing the snow, or a sheepdog seeing the grassland, he hummed happily, and then ran to the star to have fun. The interview team brought by Interstellar Peace Company are all experienced, and have seen the world, so they are not scared to the point of being speechless. But seeing this scene in front of him, he was still shocked. After all, in this world, there is nothing that can more directly show the sense of oppression than volume. The battle cathedral that the Inquisition sent over at this moment is as huge as the battle moon. Just looking at its size makes people tremble in fear. Not to mention the exquisite decorations, carvings, and the skull symbol unique to the Inquisition. It brings an indescribable sense of oppression. At this moment, the reporters are also hurriedly taking pictures, and the people of the Interstellar Peace Company are secretly wiping a cold sweat. Fortunately, the company did not tear its face with the Inquisition. If the Inquisition really hits the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Company, they don't have to do anything else, and just take this huge planetary fortress to smash you in the face, and you will be completely finished. There was nothing much to say next. Duanmu Hui chatted with the reporters for a few words, and then sent them away. As for the promotional copy, it had been sent out long ago. Next, it depends on whether the communication network of the Interstellar Peace Company is strong or not. After sending away the reporters and the interview team, Duanmu Hui also sat on the chair and rubbed his hands in anticipation. It was like a business advertising on TV, and excitedly waiting for customers to call. This extraterritorial galaxy is so big. There must be a lot of human civilizations, and there must be some who have encountered troubles. Now it depends on who is destined to meet the tribunal. After all, the end of the world is something that most people may not see once in their lifetime. But on a cosmic scale, it can't be more frequent. And this time, the Interstellar Peace Company also promised to pass the news of the opening of the tribunal through all their media and broadcasting methods to thousands of households in the extraterritorial galaxies. And strive to be like that health product. As long as you turn on the TV, the first thing you hear is "I won't accept any gifts this year. And if I do, I'll accept melatonin. Don't worry about whether it's annoying or not. As long as it works." So, does this trick really work? Duanmu didn't know. But the facts prove that the channel network of the Interstellar Peace Company did have a set of skills. Not long after, the opening advertisement of the tribunal spread throughout the extraterritorial galaxy along with the network of the Interstellar Peace Company, and even spread to some remote galaxies around. So that some special effects were produced. Report: we received an unknown signal from outer space. On a certain planet, an organization responsible for astronomical observations captured a disturbance signal from deep space. Upon hearing the news, their superiors immediately jumped up excitedly. Really? Are you sure? It's not a false alarm. For this planet, although their technological level is still good, it still cannot reach the level of exploring the outer space or even colonizing other planets. Therefore, the people on this planet have been tirelessly searching for information about extraterrestrial civilizations. But unfortunately, they have persisted for many years and have not gained anything. And now, they have received a message from an alien civilization. Can it be analyzed? Yes. This message also comes with a very sophisticated translation system. We are cracking it. The cracking is successful. Play the message. Yes. At this moment, the employee also excitedly reached out to press the keyboard. And the others also held their breath and stared at the screen. Then, they heard a burst of tinkling music coming from the loudspeaker, and then a voice sounded. Are you worried about not being able to see tomorrow? Are you afraid of the continuation of civilization? Are there evil monsters wandering around in your homeland? Is your planet already on the countdown to destruction? But don't worry, whenever humans encounter a crisis, the Inquisition, the guardian of human civilization, will appear. They will descend from the sky, come to your side, and eliminate any alien, heretic, and demonic threats to humanity at all costs. They are the Iron Guardians, the protectors of humanity. They wander between the stars, fighting for humanity. The Inquisition, protecting human civilization, your best choice. If you are interested, please contact the Inquisition Lone Fortress at coordinates 224.586 in the Ophiuchus Beta Galaxy, or send a message to the SPT Foundation account through the Interstellar Peace Network. Lower civilizations can use high-power signal transmitters to send signals with a frequency of 149.316 to the direction of Ophiuchus to seek help. If you cannot master the above skills, you can also draw a magic circle and contact the tribunal through summoning. The magic circle pattern and spell are as follows. Hearing this, everyone in the control room was stunned. Chapter 1471 SOS Signal. Since the ad of the tribunal was released, there have been countless messages seeking help from the tribunal. The phone calls have been overwhelming. The entire tribunal is in a state of chaos, putting out fires everywhere. That's what Duanmu thought. Unfortunately, the reality is not like that. So idle. Duanmu slumped down on the sofa, yawning. The ad has been released for several days, and it's been played continuously every day. How come there's no response? Isn't this Interstellar Peace Company deliberately blocking my ad? Probably not. After all, when I open the internet of Interstellar Peace Company, the headline of the news is this. Lumiel complained speechlessly. Could it be that the civilization level received is too low, and they can't contact us in time? Lorena asked curiously, and Lumiel shook his head. No, the tribunal uses a high-power receiving device, which can basically cover the entire extraterritorial galaxy. As long as the other party transmits the signal at the specified frequency, then as long as the signal is sent, we can receive it here. But it's understandable. And folded his arms, and nodded with emotion. If Manalia suddenly received such a message, I would not know what to do. Even if Manalia was in trouble at that time. Unless I judged that we would really be destroyed, I would not make such a decision as long as there was a glimmer of hope. After all, who knows what this suspicious advertisement is about? What if it attracts a more terrible guy? Don't worry about that. Hearing this, Otis raised her little head proudly. There is no one more terrible than the Master in this universe. Thank you so much. The long-lost armor-piercing knife is still so sharp. Ah! Just then, the door opened, and then Minmu Satora walked in with a smile. She had only been in the court for a few days, but now she acted as relaxed as if she were at home. Psychopaths are really invincible. We are back. Teacher, are there any fun things? Not yet. Duanmu Huai paused, then looked behind Minmu Sanatori. Mari looked tired. What was the result? Mary? I didn't expect that. Miss Miami's swordsmanship is so strong. Mary was also in a mess at this moment, and it was obvious that she was beaten badly by Miami Sanatori. Ah ha ha, little Mary's swordsmanship is not bad, although I'm not interested in cutting. Wow. Hearing Minmi Satori evaluation, Mary's mouth twitched. She actually learned swordsmanship halfway through, and later learned a few tricks from Lonnie. But in the final analysis, it more like magic than swordsmanship. And Minmi Satori has been learning swordsmanship since he was a child, and his swordsmanship is very advanced. In the martial arts world, even if he is not a top master like Dugu Jojin, he is still a first-class master. If Mary doesn't use magic and only relies on swordsmanship, it will be difficult for her to defeat Minmi Satori. Of course, after arriving at the tribunal, Duanmu Huai also used his divine power to strengthen Minmu Sanatori. After all, Duanmu Huai's subordinates were few in close combat. Most of them were ranged, and only Lorena could cooperate with him. Although Minmu Sanatori's physical fitness was not good, her fighting skills and swordsmanship were first class, and her SAN value was 0, which made her immune to mental pollution. So Duanmu Huai decisively raised her as a god. After all, Minmu Sanatori's shortcoming was that her physical fitness was that of an ordinary person. But this was not a problem for Duanmu Huai. Strengthening physical attributes, what's so difficult? Just pour in the divine power directly. Just like those paladins in the Tyre Temple in the Faerun world, how can a teenage girl dare to fight the Baylor Flame Demon with a two-handed sword? Isn't it relying on divine power? Without divine power, they would just fight with their heads. By the way, originally Duanmu Huai planned to let Minmu Sanatori be the envoy of destruction, but she and his old divine power had the best compatibility. So, in desperation, Duanmu Huai had to let Minmu Sanatori become his old family, and enchanted her sword with the divine power of destruction. By the way, according to Minmu Sanatori, her sword seems to be a famous sword, called something like Jujumaru Tsunetsugu. Although in Duanmu Huai's eyes, it was just an ordinary white wooden sword. If it were an ordinary person, and was transformed into a member of the Old Ones, he would have long since transformed into an indescribable monster. Like in mouth. However, I don't know if it because Duanmu Huai is in human form, or if Minmu Satori's SAN value is 0 and has reached the lowest point. Although she has accepted the power of the Old Ones, she hasn't changed much. For Duanmu Huai, this is naturally a good thing. He is not a magical girl, and he has no interest in tentacle monsters. No, I think I can transform into a magical girl, or the kind with 8-pack abs? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Hey, it's been several days, and they're no business at all. This is not right. Duanmu Huai yawned silently. No way, I can't have advertised so loudly, and there's not even a phone call to ask. The court would be a joke. Hey, I don't know if the rabbit in Duanmu Huai's pocket brought him good luck. Just as Duanmu Huai was talking, Lumil seemed to have received some news. She opened the terminal and took a look, and then opened her eyes wide. Got it. Judge? Got it. Got it. Boy or girl? Not that. We received a distress signal. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed, and he jumped up from the sofa. Is it true? Where did it come from? The edge of the extraterritorial galaxy. From a technical point of view, it should belong to a low-level civilization that has not yet left the galaxy. Okay. Just come to me if there is work. Duanmu Huai was a bit picky when he heard about low-level civilizations. After all, if a cosmic civilization encountered a catastrophe, the intensity would definitely be high. But if a civilization that couldn't even leave its home planet encountered a disaster, the intensity would be a bit weak. But forget it. It's the first business after all. And it has to be done. A good start is a good omen. What if he didn't get any business at all? That would be a joke. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai slapped his thigh. Let go. Ojas. And Sanatori. Mary. You guys come with me. The others stay at the fortress. By the way, contact Interstellar Peace Broadcasting. Aren't they going to do a follow-up interview? Let them come. Let others see the true strength of our Inquisition. After all, it was just a disaster of a low-level civilization. Duanmu Huai estimated that it would be enough to lead a 5-man team. Of course, in order to leave a good impression on the customers, he still brought his elite men. Although this was a bit of a sledgehammer. But the service industry, isn't it all about attitude? So Duanmu Huai excitedly selected people, and brought a regiment of night guards onto the warship, and then waved his hand. Let go! Finally, business is coming. Just as Duanmu Huai excitedly set off. On a marginal planet in a marginal galaxy, there was another scene. You bastard! Looking at the researcher in front of him, a man with a dignified appearance clenched his fist angrily, punched him in the face, and knocked him to the ground. Look at what stupid thing you did. Why are you doing this? Why am I doing this? The researcher stood up, reached out angrily, grabbed the man's clothes. I am trying to save the world, save everyone. So you are sending a signal to that unidentified cosmic force? That right. We have already sacrificed too many people. How many more people do we have to sacrifice? I've had enough. You don't understand what this means at all. The other party identity is unknown. What if they are here to conquer us? Then let them conquer us. The researcher threw off the man collar. Anyway, if this continues, we all be dead, and there will be nothing left here. In that case, then I'd rather survive. Listening to the roars and noises coming from the office, the staff outside were also whispering to each other, looking uneasy. Hey! What are you all doing here? Just then, a beautiful girl with pink hair came over curiously and asked. In response to the girl question, one of the staff members whispered, the director is in trouble. He contacted the mysterious cosmic force without the organization consent. The one who claimed to be the guardian of human civilization? Hearing this, the girl's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. Will they really come here? Will they come to help us? I don't know. Hey, I hope the whole thing is just a prank. But I think, if they really exist, it would be a good thing for us. Another staff member obviously disagreed with his companion's opinion. After all, up to now, we still haven't figured out what the source of this disaster is, let alone how to prevent it. And every time a disaster breaks out, it will cause a lot of casualties. You should also know that the director family was in the last. I know. But what if the person who came is not good? It better than if we all die. The staff members immediately started arguing, but at this moment, a staff member almost panted and rushed up and pushed open the door of the office. Oh no! Oh no! That cosmic force has responded. What? Everyone was furious when they heard this. Chapter 1472 Arrival. Duanmu Huai knew nothing about the current situation of the planet, but at this moment, he was sitting on the bridge and giving orders with a smug look on his face. Reach the destination as quickly as possible. Oh! By the way, we need to inform them of our location every once in a while, so that they won't get impatient. Regarding Duanmu Huai orders, Lemuel just said nothing, and silently did what he said. On the contrary, the others seemed speechless at this moment. Missin, has the tribunal done this before? Mary approached him and asked in a low voice. The latter thought for a moment and shook her head. I just remember that when issuing an extermination order, the tribunal would notify the other party. Satora thought of an interesting story. However, at this time, Mianmu Satora was laughing beside him, as if he had thought of some interesting joke. Story? Yes. Satora remembers hearing such a story from others at school. Called Lily on the phone. The caller is Lily? Yes, it is said that a girl lost a doll named Lily when she moved, then the next night, she was alone at home. Then the phone rang, the girl picked up the phone, and a voice came out from inside. I am Lily, why did you lose me? I will definitely find you. The call startled the girl, and she quickly hung up the phone, but 5 minutes later, the phone rang again, and the girl picked up the phone, and the voice appeared again. Hello. I'm Lily. I'm at your door. The girl hung up the phone again in fear. But every 5 minutes, the phone would ring, and the voice would report its location again and again. Hello. I'm Lily. I'm on the first floor. Hello. I'm Lily. I'm in the living room. Hello. I'm Lily. I'm on the second floor. Hello. I'm Lily. I'm at the bedroom door. Finally, the phone rang again. Hello, I'm Lily. I'm behind you now. Ah! Hearing this, Anne and Mary felt cold all over, and almost hugged each other. This ghost story is too scary. Especially the strange aura of Matsuime Satori. who has a smiling tone, but makes people feel cold, which is even more terrifying. But you know what, it really looks like it. In fact, at this moment, for that civilization, this is indeed a ghost story. Every few minutes, they would receive a signal claiming to be from the Inquisition. They have passed through the asteroid belt. They have entered the galaxy. They have reached low Earth orbit. The desperate voices of the staff echoed in the deadly silent command room. Although they did not have the ability to colonize other planets, they also captured the majestic appearance of the Inquisition warships through the satellite observation system. It must be said that the magnificent church complex and the huge skull pattern gave people a sense of oppression that a storm was about to come. Fortunately, they only had 3 warships. But judging from the size of these warships, it was obvious that they were not able to deal with them. Now, what should we do now? Sir? Looking at the screen in front of him, the leader's face was also livid. He was silent for a moment, and turned to look at the woman beside him. Dr. May, what do you think? Since we are here, we should make the best of it. The latter reached out, pushed his glasses, and spoke silently. The other party has already arrived. There is no point in considering these things now. Besides, maybe they can really solve our problem? After all, isn't that what the other party said in their advertisement? Well, I hope so. The leader sighed silently. Standing in his position, he naturally would not simply think that the advertisement was so simple. In fact, after they received the signal, they held a meeting to discuss and study it. Some people also suspected that this was a trap. Just like a hunter using bait to hunt. If you hide in a cave, he can't do anything to you. But if you come out, he will know where you are. If this is a trap, then everyone will be dead. So the final decision was to stay put. Although the situation they are facing is indeed very critical, they are not without the ability to deal with it. But if the Inquisition comes, that's another matter. But unfortunately, the other party has come now. Then, there is only one thing they can do. Let go and greet them. I hope the other party is not here with bad intentions. While everyone here made the decision, Duan Muhuai, who was on the bridge, was also observing the current situation. It's just like treating a disease. Even if you feel that you are dying, the doctor still has to diagnose you and treat you after the diagnosis. So after arriving at the destination, Duan Muhuai did not set off immediately, but scanned the entire planet. Well, there are subspace fluctuations, but they are not very strong. The situation seems a bit complicated, but not too complicated. Duan Muhuai glanced at the scan results on the radar, nodded, and then waved his hand. Okay, the general situation is almost clear. Let go down and see what's going on. Soon, the group left the warship in a transport plane and landed on the planet below. As for where to land, Duan Muhuai didn't need to ask this question at all. Just find the place where the signal was sent to him. It turns out that Duan Muhuai's decision was correct, because when they arrived there, they saw that the surroundings had been cleared. Fully armed soldiers were standing on both sides, and a group of people who looked like high-ranking officials stood in front of the platform. Well, that's it. Looking at the transport plane that fell from the sky, the faces of the people below were also livid, but they could only watch, and they didn't even dare to attack the other party. Are you kidding me? Do you really think the other party warships are just for show? Apart from anything else, the black muzzle of the gun made their legs tremble. Then, they saw the transport plane stop, and dozens of fully armed, extremely tall night guards holding chainsaw guns walked out. At this time, many people began to tremble. After all, the symbol of the tribunal is the skull. Imagine dozens of warriors wearing full body armor, more than 2 meters tall, holding rough and fierce chainsaw guns, striding out, and they were covered with skull patterns. Well, at first glance, they were definitely not good people. But now that everyone is here, what else can you do? Especially after Duan Muhuai came out. The people around him were extremely terrified, and many of them were trembling and wanted to leave first. If it weren't for the girls around him, who diluted the terrifying aura of Duan Muhuai, I'm afraid everyone would have already fled like a beast. Duan Muhuai walked up to the man and stared at him. I am Duan Muhuai, the chief judge of the Court of Justice. Please tell me the current situation here. I am. Looking at Duan Muhuai standing in front of him, the man was trembling and couldn't speak at all. Seeing the other party cowardly look, Duan Muhuai also frowned. And at this moment, suddenly, a woman wearing a white coat, who looked like a researcher, walked up to Duan Muhuai. Please follow me. I will tell you the disaster our world is facing now. Who are you? My name is May. You can just call me Dr. May. The woman in front of him raised her glasses and spoke lightly. Duanmu Huai looked at her carefully and then nodded. Okay, lead the way. On the way to follow Dr. May into the facility, Duanmu Huai also listened to her description of the disaster that happened in this world. This world has a unified government, and it is considered a leading civilization among low-level civilizations. If there is no accident, it is only a matter of time before they step into the starry sky. However, that was a situation without any surprises. In fact, accidents did happen. In this world, there was an infectious disease called Honkai disease, which was highly contagious, and the infected would lose their minds and turn into zombie-like monsters. They were called Death Warriors, and only by killing them completely could the spread be prevented. At the beginning, the rulers of this world only regarded Honkai disease as an ordinary biological infectious disease, and as long as the source of infection could be found, it could be prevented and controlled. However, this is not the case. If it were simply a biochemical crisis, it would not be a disaster considering the technology and civilization strength of this world. But the problem is that the Hershers will give birth to a terrifying existence called Hershers in the collapse. All Hershers are transformed from humans, and they all have unimaginable powerful abilities, especially the third Hershers. The Hershers of lightning, who can manipulate thunder and turn it into a powerful force, and destroy 2 large cities with millions of people with an almost unstoppable powerful posture. Until then, people really realized the threat of the Hershers, and the disaster of collapse also did not fully appear in the eyes of the public until then. After that, everything began to get out of control. The 4th Hershers, the 5th Hershers, the 6th Hershers. The appearance of each Hershers caused unimaginable casualties, and every time the humans in this world defeated Hershers, they had to pay almost the same price. What more, the appearance of the Hershers was without any premise or precursor, and there was not even a fixed candidate. It like one day, someone woke up, and he turned from a harmless ordinary person into an extremely powerful Hershers, who could easily destroy cities, kill humans, and destroy everything. In order to fight these terrible disasters, the humans in this world established an organization called the Fire Moth. And Dr. May was a member of the Fire Moth organization. Until now, we haven't fully figured out the principle of collapse and the reason for the appearance of the Hershers. But it's obvious that this is definitely not as simple as some biological mutation and infection with a virus. Dr. May brought Duanmu Huai to the command room and showed them the previous battle footage of the Fire Moth organization against the Hershers. Duanmu Huai looked at the screen, silent, and the others just stood there. So, guests from the starry sky, do you have any way to fight this threat? I have some ideas, but I'm not sure if they are right. Duanmu Huai did not immediately answer Dr. May's slightly thorny question. But I need to observe. Do you have any patients with Honkai disease here? Of course. Take me to see. Dr. May didn't waste any words, and led everyone to set off again, and came to a medical facility under the Fire Moth headquarters. Here, you can see many people in hospital gowns standing there weakly, with no consciousness in their eyes, and their bodies are full of strange lines and stripes. This is Honkai disease. Dr. May looked at the patients. His expression did not change at all. Their bodies will be eroded by these strange lines. Their egos will fall apart, and they will eventually become crazy, leaving only monsters of killing and destruction. Has the Fire Moth never developed a drug to treat Honkai disease? And asked curiously. And Dr. May shook his head. No. The drug to treat Honkai disease has been developed. But it is very expensive. We can extract serum from the remains of patients to make antibodies. And the serum that can save a person requires at least 1,000 remains of Honkai disease patients to extract enough antibodies. This, hearing Dr. May's words, and was speechless. Indeed, this medicine is expensive, and it is indeed expensive enough. So, guests from the starry sky, do you have any solution? Dr. May looked at Duanmu Huai again, and asked his question again, and this time, Duanmu Huai just shrugged his shoulders. You will know after trying it. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out a reality anchor out of thin air, and threw it towards these people. Soon, the reality anchor landed steadily in front of everyone's eyes, and then unfolded. Then an invisible force spread out, covering the surroundings. The next moment, a surprising scene appeared. Woo-ah! Those patients who were almost left with only instincts, as if sleepwalking, gradually regained consciousness, and the purple lines on their bodies began to fade rapidly. In just a moment, those people came back to their senses, as if they had just woken up from a dream and looked around. Hey! What am I doing? What going on? Why am I here? Seeing this, the people of the fire chaser were stunned, and Dr. May turned to look at Duanmu Huai with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What did you do? I can explain this to you later. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and then glanced at his terminal. Sure enough, this is not a disease at all, but an abnormality. Then he spoke. Chapter 1473. The problem is that. It must be said that. When seeing these Honkai patients really being cured, the entire staff of the Fire Moth base were also stunned. More importantly, the other party did not use any drugs, nor did they use any abilities or magic. They simply threw an instrument over, and then, these people were cured. What the hell is this? What is the principle? How is this done? But now, many people are excited, because it can actually be cured. These aliens, they are really capable. For a while, the staff of the Fire Moth base became less vigilant towards this group of mysterious aliens. In any case, although these people don't look like good people in their dress, they can really cure the Honkai disease. So next, everyone was invited to the conference room, and the researchers headed by Dr. May all gathered here, staring at Duanmu Huai, wanting him to give them an explanation. Duanmu Huai was well prepared for this. Of course, he couldn't tell these guys about the subspace directly. After all, these guys haven't reached that level yet. After listening to his explanation, they might even go to seek death. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai has traveled through so many worlds. And he does know that in a game, and in a world he has traveled through, there is another explanation for the subspace, which is also quite recognized by players. It can even be said that it is very suitable. I'm just a combatant, not a researcher. So what I can tell you now is only some common sense. Duanmu Huai stared at Dr. May in front of him and said, as for whether you can understand and accept it, that's your problem. While speaking, Duanmu Huai took out two things and placed them on the table. This is a Kant counter, and this is a reality anchor. The Kant counter is used to measure the Hume index. Hume index? The question was not raised by the researcher opposite, but by a fox girl beside Duanmu Huai. She was a host sent by Interstellar Peace Radio, named Qingqing, and was responsible for tracking and interviewing the action plan of the tribunal this time. For the extraterritorial galaxies, the tribunal is also a mysterious organization and force, so some of their internal theories and practices are unknown to the extraterritorial galaxies. Therefore, this tracking and interviewing of the tribunal is also an opportunity for the extraterritorial galaxies to understand it. The Hume index is a unit used to measure the strength of reality in a specific area. Duanmu Huai can't explain the theory, but these things have been discussed many times by players on the forum, and from a certain perspective, the civilization that created these concepts even understands the subspace more deeply than the evil god, so he still understands common sense, just like explaining the 4 arithmetic operations to elementary school students, as long as you are not an idiot. Most people can say it. For example, imagine, if reality is compared to sand, everything in the universe is covered by a thin layer of sand, then if the sand is removed in some way, there will be a part with less sand, and the strength of reality here will be weakened. Similarly, if more sand is added, the strength of reality will increase. To put it simply, the Kant counter is an instrument used to measure the strength of reality in a specific area. This is actually the principle of the subspace. If the strength of reality decreases, the subspace will easily erode the real world. If the strength increases, it will be difficult for the subspace to erode the real world. So, you mean, these Honkai diseases are not diseases caused by real biological infections, but are caused by the reduction of the strength of reality? Dr. May thought for a moment, then spoke. Yes, that about it. The Hume index needs to detect both the readings of the patient and the surroundings at the same time. The Hume index of ordinary people is basically 100 to 100. And from the results I just measured, most of your patient's readings are in an unstable state of Hume index. And they are obviously transforming into reality twisters. Excuse me, what is a reality twister? Qingqing also hurriedly asked again, looking at the Fox reporter here, and the researchers on the opposite side were a little speechless. But they still listened quietly to Duanmu Huai's explanation. Reality warpers, as the name suggests, are people who warp reality. It can be said that anyone who can do things that ordinary people cannot do is a reality warper. At least in the Inquisition. That's how they are divided. They can use their own will to distort reality at will, shaping and changing it into what they want. So strictly speaking, psychics are also reality warpers. Reality warpers are divided into 6 levels. Level 1 reality warpers are not very harmful. They are just slightly stronger than ordinary people, and have some special abilities. For example, using the mind to bend a spoon. I don't know if your civilization has this ability, but it is the ability to distort reality to the minimum extent. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers and continued. Level 2 reality twisters are already lethal, and have combat power beyond that of ordinary people. Against such enemies, ordinary people basically have no chance of winning. But they are not completely unable to win. Things like the high-level death squads you mentioned before can be counted in this category. As for the level 3 reality benders, they have irresistible power. They are enough to fight against an entire army on the front battlefield. For a single person, they are almost invincible. But as long as there are enough people to suppress them, there will be no problem in defeating them. Next is the level 4 reality bender. The strength of this level of reality benders is difficult to define, but it is basically the same level as what you call the Hershers. I think you should understand what this means. But, Mr. Judge, at this moment, a scientist from the Fire Moth raised his hand curiously and asked a question. According to what you said, reality twisters can manipulate and change reality at will. I also admit that the Hershers we met before do have powers that are unimaginable to humans. But they seem to be limited to certain areas, and not as omnipotent as you said? This is a very simple truth. This time, before Duanmu Huai explained, it was Dr. May who gave the answer. Indeed, on the surface, reality benders can bend reality as they please, and change it into what they want. But the problem is that the methods they know are limited. For example, you want someone to die. How do you want him to die? This? Probably burn his whole body to death? Why not freeze into ice? Or burst blood vessels directly, or DNA collapse? Ah, Dr. May, don't joke with me. I can't think of so many methods. Yes, that's the problem. Dr. May nodded. Before they became Hershers, they were just ordinary people. They may have the power to change reality at will, but they don't have the skills to change reality at will. They can only use the methods they are familiar with. Understand? And are accustomed to do all this. Just like some people are good at running, and some people are good at mathematics. Dr. May, you are not making excuses for your lack of exercise. The researcher next to him complained, but Dr. May ignored his complaints and looked at Duanmu Huai again. Is that so? That about it. Duanmu Huai found that Dr. May was quite smart. But it was not surprising. After all, when they first met, Duanmu Huai noticed the other party indifference, calmness, and indifference, as if he was standing out of the matter and treating everything as an objective existence. In short, it was similar to those old guys. A kind of indifference that everything including himself can be calculated and decomposed. Except that there was no enthusiasm for the god of all machines. But as long as she doesn't learn from Maria to wear a red robe and praise Omnicia, it has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. So, will all reality twisters become people like Hershers, who hate the world and hate everything? Dr. May stared at Duanmu Huai and asked again. In theory, most reality twisters are born, of course. Reality twisters, who are transformed in the middle, do have confusion of mind, or even lose their mind, and tend to attack everything. But, the Hershers in our world should not be born. At least the Hershers we have come into contact with so far are not babies. Or, they were originally reality twisters, and just suddenly awakened. I understand what you mean. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Of course, he knew what Dr. May wanted to say. The reality barrier is not so easy to destroy. The Hume index will not be so easy to weaken, and humans will not be so easily affected by the subspace and contaminated, transformed. Not to mention becoming a powerful existence like the Hershers. At least it is equivalent to having the ability of a champion. But it is a coincidence that in the game, Duanmu Huai and the players have experienced a similar world. Although the characters and names are different, the process is almost the same as what this world has encountered. Therefore, after coming to this world and listening to Dr. May's story about what happened on this planet, Duanmu Huai immediately thought of the plot mission in the game. And that time, the players also discovered the mastermind behind it. It must be said that the result was not very unexpected. But this is not the problem we need to consider now. Duanmu Huai did not answer Dr. May's question. Let's first consider how to save your world. Chapter 1474 Ignite the Fire. The communication between Duanmu Huai and Dr. May stopped here for the time being. The fire chaser also welcomed their arrival. After all, they were guests. So they invited them to stay and rest here. Of course, this also gave the fire chaser some space for thinking and discussion. Duanmu Huai did not object. After they left, the researchers led by Dr. May also started the discussion immediately. I never thought that reality could be quantified. We have never thought about it from this perspective. A green-haired woman narrowed her eyes and spoke with some excitement. It not energy, it not radiation, but it the distortion and collapse of reality. Now I can understand why the Hersher's ability is so powerful. Sure enough, the fusion warrior plan is necessary. There are always many ways to reveal magic, but even I have to admit that this is the most jaw-dropping one. Another woman nodded. It like a magician triple reversal, revealing one layer of the technique to you, but this is only part of the second layer. Extremely clever, amazing. The researchers present were not stupid, and they could even be considered geniuses. So although Duanmu Huai simply explained some basic knowledge, they were already able to draw inferences from it. Moreover, we can finally confirm that the Hersher's was created. At this moment, Dr. May spoke again. Really? Dr. May? Not all researchers could follow their train of thought. When they heard Dr. May's words, the others looked at her in surprise and asked. That right? Dr. May nodded, and then walked to the whiteboard to write and draw. The Iron Warrior explanation just now, although it is relatively vulgar and simple, but precisely because it is straightforward, its information is already contained in it. Have you discovered? The basic value of any reality bender. He mentioned about the value of reality benders is that the Hume index around them is much lower than the average, and the Hume index in their body is much higher than the average. Seeing what Dr. May wrote on the whiteboard, everyone nodded. And the Iron Warrior also said that the Hume index of ordinary people is balanced, and the Hume index of him and his surroundings will not change. That right? Then, what caused this strange phenomenon of reality twisters? At this point, Dr. May stopped writing. I think there are two possibilities. The first one is that reality twisters can autonomously absorb the surrounding reality and store it in their bodies. Perhaps what the Iron Warrior said is that all natural reality twisters are like this. As for the second type, Dr. May paused, then turned his head and looked at everyone. That is, there is some kind of power that forcibly injects reality into their bodies, turning them directly into reality twisters. This can explain why a powerful disaster will break out when their Hersher's is born, because the Hume index in the area centered on their Hersher's has been reduced, and reality has become distorted. So they can use their power to change reality at will, causing disasters. As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. Only the two female researchers who had been there before seemed to be thinking about something and did not speak. But Dr. May, you mean that this process was not formed naturally? Is it man-made? Whether it was man-made or not, it is hard to say. But it is certain that according to what the Iron Warrior said, the birth of the Hersher's was obviously a reality twister that was not formed naturally. I have some guesses about this. At this point, Dr. May paused. When the Iron Warrior explained the levels of reality twisters, he said there were 6 levels in total, but he only mentioned 4. A level 4 reality twister already has the same or even stronger power as a Hersher's. Then what about level 5? Or even level 6 reality twisters? Combined with what he said before, reality twisters can change reality at will. Then, who can guarantee that high-level reality twisters can't create low-level reality twisters? What? When this was said, everyone was stunned. Indeed, it a very reasonable inference. The green-haired woman who had been silent before nodded. If the reality benders really have the power to do whatever they want, and know how to operate it, then even I, as long as I am strong enough, maybe I can try to create a low-level reality bender. Not only the green-haired woman, but others also understood the process now, although they still don't fully understand how reality is quantified. They are all senior researchers, and they know that continuous exposure to high-power radiation can cause organisms to mutate. If reality is regarded as a kind of radiation, and it is concentrated and injected into a person with high power, then there is a high probability that it will mutate. Right? As for whether it can be done? Just kidding. Isn't this a problem that can be solved by multiple experiments? After all, everyone is a researcher, and they all know that as long as they solve the problem of can do it, then how to do it is not a problem. After all, the latter only requires repeated experiments. But, if there is such a powerful enemy, why would it use this method to deal with us? Soon, another researcher raised his own question. It can create a 4th-level reality twister, so it can easily destroy us. Destroy our civilization and planet, which should not be difficult. Right? Is it necessary to play with us like this? Although this is just my guess. But according to the explanation of the Iron Warrior, I have a guess. Dr. May took out the pen again and tapped on the whiteboard. The Iron Warrior compared reality to a layer of sand covering all things in the universe. Then, what is underneath the sand? The characteristic of a reality warper is that the reality value in its body is much higher than the average, while the reality around it is much lower than the average. If we regard this as the ice surface, and the reality benders are the people standing on the ice surface, reality is their burden. Then if the ice surface disappears, and that person is carrying a huge rock, won't he end up falling into the water under the ice? If Duanmu Huai were here, he would almost applaud Dr. May's analysis. That right. This is exactly why gods cannot interfere with the real world at will, like the gods of the world of Faerun, or the evil gods of the subspace. You can say that their essence has been sublimated to a higher dimension after they became gods, but you can also say that it is because the reality around them has collapsed, and there is too much reality accumulated in their bodies, so that they can no longer stay in the real plane and can only sink. Duanmu Huai still remembers that this theory amazed the players at that time, and it became a direct application for players in the later period, because this theory is so versatile, and compared with gods or high-dimensional creatures, the title of Reality Twister feels more high-end and more professional. That right. Duanmu Huai didn't tell the people of this world that the 5th level Reality Twister is a god, including but not limited to the evil gods of the subspace, the gods of Faerun, the Old Masters, and even the star gods of the extraterritorial galaxies. They all belong to this category. Just like the fish in the sea, some live in shallow seas, and some live in deep seas. The strength levels of gods are also divided in this way. Gods with weak abilities are shallow sea fish, and gods with strong abilities are deep sea fish. And they can only live in the sea, because their power is too strong. In this theory, the actual value in their bodies is too high. It's like a person tying a stone to his feet. You have no choice but to sink into the sea. Right? Of course. You can also choose to cut off the stone, and then you can naturally float to the surface of the sea. But this also means that you give up your own powerful strength. For a god, this is naturally unacceptable. Therefore, most gods will create a clone with less power, and then float to the surface of the real world. This is also the reason why the saints in Faerun are often killed. The gods themselves may indeed have powerful power, but the problem is that the stone is too heavy. They are all sunk in the water and can't get out. If you want to create a clone that can float on the water, you must not tie too heavy a stone to it, or give it too much power. The outer gods are the exception. They are more like whales. They can not only sink into the deep sea, but also roll on the sea surface to bask in the sun when they have nothing to do. They are good at both black and white. They don't care about anyone, and are not afraid of anyone. And this kind of operation of injecting reality into the human body to turn it into a reality twister is actually very common. Like the Chaos Champions of the Warp Gods, the Great Demons, and the Chaos Eggs, the Outer Gods and their followers in the past, the messengers of the gods of Faerun, and the priests. Even the messengers of the gods of the extraterritorial galaxies can be considered as such existences. So after this theory was discovered, it became very popular among players, because players found that no matter which civilization, no matter what angle, it is no problem to apply this theory. As for the 6th level Reality Twister, the game did not give an answer, but players unanimously believed that there was only one. That is the Inhuman Game Company. They can change their own games as they want, and they can do whatever they want. Players just want to play and leave. No matter how they protest or oppose, it is useless. No matter how they lead the rhythm online, no matter how fierce the quarrel is, it is as if they did not hear it, as if no one cares. They don't mean to treat players as gods at all. Maybe their company's slogan is God is dead. Burn paper if you have any problems. This lousy company can do it. A pure reality twister. And they are also desperate for money. However, Dr. May doesn't know about these. After she finished her speculation, she looked at her colleagues next to her. Wait. About cont counters and reality anchors. Can you find a way to figure out their characteristics and copy them? A truly skilled magician, even if he displays his skills in front of you, the audience will not be able to detect anything unusual. The latter spread his hands, showing a helpless look. I can only judge their characteristics. It is obvious that the reality anchor increases or decreases the Hume index around it in some way, so that the nearby space returns to normal, and in this way offsets the distortion of reality by the reality benders. In theory, it should be able to invalidate the ability of their shurs. Hearing this, others were also in an uproar. After all, the most terrifying thing about the Hashers is its powerful strength. If the Hashers' powerful strength can be offset, then the remaining problems will be no problem. But as for how to do it specifically, I may need to study it further. I know. Dr. May nodded, then looked at the green-haired woman. Now, put the Fusion Warrior plan on the agenda. Are you really sure you want to do this? Facing Dr. May answer. The green-haired woman seemed a little surprised. Haven't you been thinking about it before? The situation is different now. The gate to the starry sky has been opened, which means that our enemies are not only Hashers and Honkai, but there are many more we will face. I think you have also seen the Iron Warrior and the people around him, and they obviously don't just rely on reality anchors and counters to fight. Okay, I understand what you mean. The green-haired woman smiled slightly. But this time has given me a lot of inspiration. Maybe I need to revise the plan for the Fusion Warrior. Leave it to you, Dr. Mebius. Chapter 1475 The Hashers appears. I didn't expect that this situation is really a bit tricky. In the guest room, and also sighed with curiosity. She is one of the people who has followed Duanmu Huai the longest, and has seen many situations in the world. But the situation in this world is still beyond an expectations. There is no sign before the outbreak of Honkai disease, and the appearance of the Hashers is almost irregular. Every time the Hashers appears, it is hard for humans to guard against it. As the Princess of Manalia, and just thinks that if this kind of trouble randomly occurs in Manalia, she feels a headache. Perhaps we can use prophecy spells to lock the opponent position in advance? But Duanmu Huai firmly refused the Inquisition to use any prophetic technology. I have talked to Dr. May, and will temporarily activate the counter on the Inquisition warship to monitor the planet comprehensively. Once the Hume index in a certain place drops on a large scale, it may be a precursor to the appearance of the Hashers. But before that, there is nothing we can do. Duanmu Huai also took a look at ordinary dead soldiers and Honkai beasts, and they can be dealt with the technological level of this world. To be honest, if it weren't for the appearance of something as superstandard as the Hashers, the trouble caused by the Honkai disease would not have caused much damage to the world. Ojus lay on Duanmu Huai's legs, like a kitten as always, while Duanmu Huai stroked her hair and drank tea. He put down the teacup, and then looked around. Where's Satori? She said she was bored and planned to go out for a walk. Mary, who was standing next to him, heard Duanmu Huai question and hurriedly answered. Forget it. Let her be. She won't do anything big anyway. Duanmu Huai thought about it, and didn't care about this little thing. He originally brought Minmi Satori out this time to test her fighting ability after becoming a former follower. And with Minmi Satori nerves, she shouldn't just pick someone in the base and hack at him. Well, she probably won't. Duanmu Huai didn't know if she would, but he didn't bother to care. Why are you arguing with a madman? When Duanmu Huai was drinking tea and playing with Ojus, he didn't know that he had become completely famous on the Interstellar Peace Network. In fact, it is not uncommon for a planet to be in trouble and send people to rescue it in the extraterritorial galaxy. It just that this time it was the Inquisition that appeared, so there was a topic of follow-up reports. After all, for the extraterritorial galaxy, the Inquisition is also a new foreign force, and it is also interesting to see how they do things. Therefore, after the Fox reporter Ching published the first report about how she and her team came to this planet to solve the collapse disaster, it soon caused a heated discussion on the internet. Most people just glanced at the introduction of the collapse disease and their Hashers and were not very interested. After all, there are also extraordinary existences such as the Hashers in the extraterritorial galaxy. Not to mention destroying a city. Destroying a planet is not impossible. In their opinion, the Hashers is probably similar to this. The only question may be whose Hashers these Hashers belong to. However, the reality distortion mentioned by Duanmu Huai has attracted the attention of many people. After all, things like reality distortion and Hume index are equivalent to defining the world from another perspective. People in the extraterritorial galaxies have never looked at the real universe from this perspective. Therefore, as the program was broadcast, the topic of reality distortion quickly became popular on the Interstellar Peace Network. Not only did the bored spectators participate in it, but even some scientific research leaders came out, saying that this is a new perspective, and it is even possible to develop a new discipline based on it. In a certain space station, a girl was also watching the program in front of her with great interest. Reality distortion. Quantify reality to monitor and change it? This is indeed a very interesting angle. Perhaps it will be very helpful for creating a simulated universe. The girl put her hand on her chin, while staring at the screen, muttered to herself. Perhaps we are indeed obscured by something too complicated, thus ignoring the changes at the macro level. The truth is simple. This does seem to make some sense. It's a pity that the only person who appeared here was a fighter without any brains. If there were experts who could explain this, it might give us more inspiration. It's not just her. Many scientists are also discussing this. As for the collapse disaster, they don't care much about it. After all, there are too many similar disasters in the extraterritorial galaxies. If the Inquisition can't even deal with this level of disaster, it means that they have no strength at all. And a force that can beat a company into submission obviously cannot fail to solve such a simple problem. So in the eyes of these scientists, the problems encountered on the planet of collapse are not problems at all. The first episode was not long, and it was played out quickly, and when the show ended, the girl stood up. Eston, when the next episode starts, remember to call me. Hey, Dr. Haida, are you interested in this kind of show? Hearing her words, the cute girl with pink hair next to her was a little surprised. After all, in her impression, this Dr. Haida didn't seem to be interested in this kind of program. I am very interested in the theory of the tribunal. Maybe we can actually see its practical application results next. I will go back now and reconsider the experiment from this perspective. After saying this, the other party stood there, lowered his head like a doll, and was motionless, while the pink-haired girl blinked, then looked at the screen again and frowned. Is it really that interesting? Two flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. While the Interstellar Peace Network was buzzing about this episode, a green-haired girl was jumping and hopping around in the empty corridor with her hands behind her back, like a curious baby. La 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 la. Minmi Satora opened her arms, humming a song that no one could understand, and walked forward. She didn't know where she was going, she was just walking around randomly, and as for where she was going, Minmi Satora didn't care. She can go wherever she wants. And no one can stop her. Right? When she walked to a big door, Minmi Satora moved her ears, seemingly heard something, then she turned around and walked in curiously. Inside the door was a training ground, and in this training ground, a girl with cherry-colored long hair holding a sharp blade was kneeling there. Ah ha ha ha. Seeing the girl, Minmi Satora's eyes lit up, and she ran over with a smile. And the other party seemed to have noticed Minmi Satora's arrival, and opened her eyes, and looked at her. She first looked at Minmi Satora, then cast her eyes on the long sword hanging from Minmi Satora's waist, and then stood up. Hello. Minmi Satora raised her hand with a smile, and greeted the girl in front of her. My name is Minmi Satora. What your name? Yakura. Ah, Sakura, so beautiful. Hearing Sakura answer, Minmi Satora walked towards her with a smile. Falling cherry blossoms blow in all directions. The flowers ripple on the surface of Lake Biwa, and the scenery in front of the hall is beautiful. It really good. Matsuo Basho. Isn't it? Facing what Minmi Satora said, Sakura seemed a little confused, but still nodded. It a beautiful poem. Yes, Sakura is like that, so... While speaking, Minmi Satora had already walked in front of Sakura, and then the next moment, without any warning, a flash of sword light emerged from Minmi Satora's waist. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sakura, who was originally standing there, had disappeared. Only a few strands of hair were floating in the air, and she herself was almost rolling back in an embarrassing posture, knelt on the ground, looking at Minmi Satora with eyes wide open in surprise. Interesting. The people here are really interesting. Who are you? Sakura's face was tense and cold at the moment. She drew the blade from her waist, pointed it at Minmi Satora, and asked sternly. At the same time, Sakura was secretly shocked. As a warrior who was good at assassination, she thought she was very skilled. In fact, when Minmi Satora came towards her just now, Sakura had subconsciously raised her vigilance. However, at that time, Minmi Satora's eyes were distracted. He was not staring at her at all. He was more like looking around absent-mindedly. Sakura never thought that he could draw his sword and attack in this state. And it was accurate and ruthless, as if she had been staring at her. But her eyes were clearly not looking at her. Then, let fight. Minmi Satora, who missed the attack, didn't care about Sakura's thoughts at all. She just smiled and held the blade tightly, and then rushed straight towards Sakura. The latter also hurriedly raised his weapon. And soon, the two of them started fighting. The battle in the training ground naturally alarmed the people of the fire-chasing moth. When everyone came, they were also shocked to see the scene. Many of them could see that the green-haired girl was a member of the tribunal. And now she was fighting with the people of the fire-chasing moth. What was going on? They wanted to separate the two, but they didn't know what to do. So, hey, I knew it would be like this. When Duanmu Huai was called over, he was speechless when he saw the scene in front of him. Although he knew Mianmu Sanatorai well, it was basically expected that she would do such a thing. Or she would not be Mianmu Sanatorai if she didn't do it. What going on? Mary seemed a little surprised. Why did Miss Sanatorai fight with the people of the fire moth? She was probably bored and wanted to find someone to kill time. Hey! Just because of this? So didn't I tell you, don't delve into her mental state. Duanmu Huai silently complained to Mary, who opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. After all, mental illness, Mary was exposed to it for the first time in the real world. Ding ding ding. Just then, Duanmu Huai terminal rang. He raised his head and glanced at the terminal, and then his face darkened. Then Duanmu Huai grabbed the hammer behind him and threw it at the two people fighting fiercely in the field. The next moment, the whistling thunder hammer flew out like a meteorite and smashed towards the two people. This unparalleled pressure also forced the two people who were fighting to retreat in a hurry. And at the moment they separated, the thunder hammer hit the floor between them. Then, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded. Okay. Stop playing. The Shurs may appear. Chapter 1476 Shurs of Flame. The news that the Shurs was about to appear was obviously more important than an inexplicable fight. Soon, the entire fire moth base was in action again. And Dr. May also arrived quickly, choosing to take the shuttle with Duanmu Huai to the scheduled target location. Are you sure it here? Not sure. Faced with Dr. May's question, Duanmu Huai's answer was also justified. The counter detection results show that the Hume index in this area has begun to decrease on a large scale, and there are suspected signs of the existence of reality twisters. That's all I can say now. As for whether this is the reason why the Shurs was formed, you ask me? Who should I ask? That's true. Dr. May didn't care about Duanmu Huai's specious statement. After all, they came from outer space and didn't know much about the situation here. And using the Hume index to lock reality benders is also the technology of the Inquisition. It doesn't mean that it must be related to the Shurs. But no matter what, you still have to give it a try. Thinking of this, Dr. May turned his head and looked at his subordinates. What are the results of the Honkai energy test? The results of the Honkai energy test are normal. The fire moth is not completely without means to detect their Shurs. A strong Honkai energy reaction is the sign of the Shurs. But unfortunately, this is useless for advanced prevention. Because when the high energy reaction of the Honkai energy is detected, the Shurs is born in just a few minutes. And there is no time to evacuate the people. So every time the fire chaser arrived, the surroundings were already in a mess. And the Shurs had been born. But now the situation is different. They may be able to save these people. Turn on the alarm immediately and issue an evacuation order. At this moment, Dr. May also decisively issued an order. Dr. May? Are you sure? Hearing Dr. May order, the people below were surprised. You have to know that the place Duanmu Huai detected this time was not a small mountain village or town, but a big city with millions of people. Evacuating people in such a city is not an easy task. What if this is a mistake? Then, I'm sure, announce it as a disaster prevention and ask everyone to evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. Although the collapse disaster is the most serious disaster in this world, it doesn't mean that this world has nothing but the collapse disaster. Tsunamis, typhoons, earthquakes, etc. also exist. Therefore, large cities in this world also have shelters. Of course, it is basically useless when facing their Shurs, because there is basically no sign of their Shurs' appearance. By the time they are discovered, it is too late. There is no time to evacuate at all. Yes. The subordinate wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing, and followed Dr. May's request to convey the order. And Duanmu Huai only glanced at the woman, and then retracted his gaze. Of course, he understood what Dr. May meant by this order. The counter was not that powerful, and could not lock onto the reality twister in a short time, not to mention that this was a big city with millions of people, and it would be impossible to check them one by one and find the target. And judging from the current Hume index value, they don't have time to search one by one. So it is certain that the outbreak of their Shurs this time is almost a foregone conclusion. This also means that some people will die. But if they are evacuated separately, at least others can survive. So Dr. May's decision is actually equivalent to giving up some people. letting them die, so that others can survive. As for who can survive, it depends on their luck. Well, it a very oil guy style, but Duanmu Huai doesn't mind. Master. Just then, Aji's voice sounded. The Kant counter shows that the Hume index has dropped to the critical value. Start the Scranton reality anchor. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Aji's reached out and lightly pressed the machine in front of her. Then everyone saw the device installed in the center of the transport plane, like a lamppost quickly unfolded, and then they subconsciously seemed to feel something flashing past them. But if you feel it carefully, you will not feel anything. At this moment, boom! The flames that shot up into the sky turned into pillars of fire, and erupted from the city not far away. The flames exploded. This scene was like watching a volcanic eruption up close. The hot flames melted everything. People could even clearly see through the windows the scenes of the high-rise buildings melting and exploding under the licking and burning of the flames. This scene was so shocking that it even made people mistakenly believe that it was a disaster caused by some kind of abnormal change in the world. At the same time, the staff of the fire moth also screamed. A peak explosion of Honkai energy has been detected. It the Hershers. As she screamed, the flames outside were like huge waves, rushing towards the transport plane. Seeing this scene, the people of the fire moth were pale and speechless. It was the first time for them to witness this horrific scene from a first-person perspective, watching the flames rushing towards them. And then, huh? The staff opened their eyes in surprise, and looked around. The flames were still surging. However, these flames that could melt even steel buildings had no way to get close to the transport plane. They rushed towards the transport plane, and then disappeared. That right. Disappeared? What going on? Ching asked curiously. But Duanmu Huai didn't speak. Instead, Dr. May spoke. Is this the power of the reality anchor? Did it stabilize reality? Yes. Duanmu Huai nodded. The Hershers is a reality twister, and the disaster it causes is naturally a distortion of reality. Similarly, as long as reality is stabilized and distortion is offset, the Hershers' ability will completely disappear. So that it... Dr. May reached out and pressed the porthole beside her, feeling it silently. At first, she thought it was some kind of energy barrier, but after experiencing it herself, Dr. May felt the power of the reality anchor thoroughly. It stabilizes reality and resists all unreal existence. The flame of the Hershers can burn everything. But this is not the power of reality, but the distortion of reality from the Hershers. But for Duanmu Huai, this is not enough. The target has been locked. Expand the influence range of the reality anchor. Understood. Execute immediately. Ojus reached out again. Operated on the reality anchor. And then, the sky cleared up and the rain stopped. It was as if the flames that burned the world just now were just an illusion. The raging flames completely disappeared, and the blue sky appeared in front of everyone again. If it weren't for the destroyed buildings below, people would probably think that all this was just a dream, and they had just woken up from this dream. Prepare to land. Duanmu Huai didn't care about it. He gave the order directly, and then saw the transport plane quickly lowered its altitude and landed in the center of the disaster. There was no need to look for it. It was easy to confirm, because from the air, you can see that there is an area below that has been completely destroyed by the eruption of fire, leaving only a piece of open space. In the middle of the open space, a woman with long red hair was kneeling there, trembling. When the transport plane landed in front of the red-haired woman, the latter looked up and looked at this strange vehicle in surprise. But she quickly stood up and instinctively stepped back. Are you from the Fire Moth Special Forces? Dr. May got off the transport plane and was stunned when he saw the woman in front of him. Please don't come over. However, at this moment, the red-haired woman screamed. Kill me now, I have become a Shurs. Hearing the red-haired woman's words, everyone stopped involuntarily, only Minmu Sanatwarai eyes were shining. Can you kill her? Can you kill her now? Wait a minute. Duanmu Huai grabbed Minmu Sanatwarai, who was excited and wanted to go over and chop people, and then looked at Dr. May, who stared at the red-haired woman, be silent for a moment, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. Your Excellency the Judge, we hope to imprison her. Perhaps we can find out something about their Shurs. Whatever. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Anyway, within the range of the reality anchor, she is just an ordinary person. I understand. Hearing Duanmu Huai answer, Dr. May nodded, then she approached the red-haired woman with the staff of the fire moth. The latter saw Dr. May walking towards her, and became more and more excited. However, Dr. May quickly calmed the red-haired woman and said something to her. Then the red-haired woman seemed to understand her current situation, and soon lowered her head obediently, and was monitored obediently. Only then did Dr. May breathe a sigh of relief and turn back to Duanmu Huai. With a serious face. "We must go back to the headquarters immediately." Her expression was as indifferent as ever, but her voice revealed an unquestionable determination. As Duanmu Huai and his group returned, the news that the 7th Hussars was controlled spread like wildfire throughout the Fire Moth base. For everyone, this was no less than a bolt from the blue. You have to know that in the previous fight against the Hussars, humans suffered heavy casualties and finally destroyed it. As for what the Hussars is, they are not very clear, and can only study it through the Hussars' corpse and Hussars' core in their hands. However, now, they actually caught a living Hussars. You know, before this, they didn't even dare to think about capturing the Hussars alive. But now, they actually did it. The red-haired woman was immediately sent to the depths of the secret research base of the Fire Moth and imprisoned. Of course, she was accompanied by a reality anchor. After all, she couldn't use the power of the Hussars within the range of the reality anchor. Once she left the range of the reality anchor, the red-haired woman might burn down the entire Fire Moth base. After imprisoning the red-haired woman, Dr. May immediately presided over the first interrogation, and Duanmu Huai naturally participated in it. As for Anne and Mary, Duanmu Huai asked them to watch Minmu Sator. The latter was really troublesome. Although it was an interrogation, it was different from the interrogation room in the police and gangster movies. The red-haired woman was not treated so well. Her whole body was restrained, and she was imprisoned in a blank room. Dr. May was watching her from the other side through the window, and asked questions at the same time. Of course, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was Hussars. In comparison, the treatment of prisoners was much better than this. Your identity. Yes. I am the captain of the 5th Squad of the Australian Special Forces of the Fire Moth Chaser. Himiko. The red-haired woman seemed to have gradually returned to normal, and answered in a low voice. Do you know what happened to you? I have some impression. Can you tell me more about it? How did you become Hussars? This is the most concerned question for the people of Fire Moth. After all, so far, they have not found the law of transformation of Hussars. Not to mention that the Hussars this time is actually a member of Fire Moth. The information about Himiko naturally reached Dr. May's hands as soon as possible. From this information, Himiko's experience is very normal, and there is nothing special about it. So why did she become Hussars? Actually, I don't really know. Himiko sighed and said, during this period, I have been having nightmares. Of course, similar situations have always troubled me. After all, the harm caused by the Hussars is too great, and we can't do anything. Every time we arrive at the scene, all we can do is to rescue as many survivors as possible from the disaster caused by the Hussars. But that feeling of powerlessness is really uncomfortable. Hearing Himiko's words, the staff of the Fire Moth were silent. After all, they could understand Himiko's feelings. The Hussars was too powerful, especially the 6 Hussars. The Hussars of death, whom they had encountered before. Countless people died in her hands. The Fire Moth had to work very hard to destroy her. To be honest, after each battle, the staff of the Fire Moth did not feel the joy of victory in their hearts, but only heavy sadness and sighs. So much was lost. So much was sacrificed. Although the Hussars was eliminated. But this was not the end of everything. No one knew when it would end. And no one knew how many casualties would be caused by the appearance of the next Hussars. They felt like they were climbing a mountain with no end in sight. And every time a Hussars was eliminated, it only gave them a moment of respite. After that, they still had to grit their teeth and persist in climbing up. After all, if they don't insist, there will only be one ending: falling into the bottomless abyss. Himiko is a member of the Special Forces, so they who are on the scene must be able to feel this more than the staff in the back. So, sometimes I have. No, I'm not sure if it's my idea. I want to completely destroy it all, and not insist on it anymore. No one knows when it will end. So let everything end here. Then what? Dr. May was still calm and indifferent, while Duanmu Huai just stood there with his arms folded, without saying a word. Then I felt there seemed to be another me in my body. I'm not sure, somewhat like another voice? She kept telling me that this world was hopeless, and destroying it was the best choice. Turning it to ashes, burning it completely and letting people perish with it is better than struggling in pain. At that time, I just thought that it was just my cowardly escape. But I didn't expect. Is that their Shurs? Yes. Himiko nodded. Just now, we received an order to evacuate the people in the city. And I felt a little tired. But at that time, I saw my companions. And at this point, Himiko seemed to remember something and raised her head quickly. Where are my subordinates? Where Hua? How are they? Dr. May took the information at hand and took a look. According to the investigation of the search team, all members of the 15 were confirmed dead, except for the special agent named Hua, who was seriously injured and is being rescued. Yes. Is that so? Please continue. Dr. May did not give Himiko time to feel sad, and Himiko quickly calmed down. At that time, I only felt that I lost consciousness for a moment, but it was not a coma, but more like being imprisoned by something. All I could feel was a burning heat all around me, as if I were in a hot prison. I struggled to get rid of this devouring, but it held me tightly. I could feel that. The whole world seemed to be burning, and then, suddenly, it let me go. No, or it seemed to have lost the power to restrain me. When I opened my eyes again, and returned to my body, I saw, you appeared. So now, can you still feel the Shurs? Yes. Himiko nodded. I can feel her anger, her fear. She wants to destroy everything, but her power seems to be no longer available. She can't complete her mission, and she is restless. Mission? Dr. May paused. Are you sure? Yes. Himiko nodded vigorously. These are her original words. Humanity will be destroyed. Chapter 1477. Let talk. Humanity will be destroyed. After hearing this, everyone was speechless for a while, as if this was some kind of deepest curse, restraining their thinking and answering. Humph. Just then, a cold snort sounded, and Duanmu Huai stared coldly at Himiko over there, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Humanity will be destroyed? Did that Shur say that? Yes. Very good, very interesting. I really want to talk to her. Talk? Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Dr. May and Himiko were puzzled. I can't communicate with her. I can only feel her presence, but... No need to be so troublesome. There is a simpler way. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, interrupted Himiko's speech, and then gave an order. Ojas, turn off the reality anchor. What? Hearing the order issued by Duanmu Huai, everyone present was shocked. You have to know that they dare to stand here now. Because the reality anchor has wiped out the power of their Shurs of Flame. And now, Duanmu Huai is actually going to shut down the reality anchor. What on earth does he want to do? Everyone wants to stop him. But unfortunately it is too late. Because at this moment Ajis has already shut down the operation of the reality anchor according to Duanmu Huai order. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai always brings Ajis with him. Because Ajis is the only one who will follow any order Duanmu Huai issues. Just like now. Stupid human. At the moment, when the reality anchor was closed, their Shurs of fire once again occupied Himiko's body, accompanied by an angry roar. The scorching flames burst out from her body again. The restraints that originally bound Himiko's body could not even hold out for a second in front of this flame, that melted everything and completely turned into ashes. Then a flash of fire broke out, directly blowing up the reality anchor that had been closed next to it. Obviously, the Shurs of fire also knew what the threat to herself was. Your doomsday has come. At this moment, the Shurs of flame was burning with flames all over his body, and everything around him was gradually collapsing in the flames. A sharp alarm sounded. If Dr. May had not chosen the most heavily guarded prison at the bottom of the Fire Moth, just in case, I'm afraid a big hole would have been blown out of the Fire Moth headquarters by now. All humans will be destroyed, starting with you. You think you can resist the collapse, but that's just an illusion. Feel the power of the collapse. With the roar of the Shurs of flame, everything in front of her was covered by flames. She wanted to release all the anger in her heart, let humans feel the fear and despair from the collapse. As for that strange power, the Shurs of flame didn't take it seriously at all. Before, she didn't expect that humans could actually have a way to offset the power of their Shurs, so she accidentally fell into the trap. And this time, she won't allow herself to make the same mistake again. From here, sound the death knell of humanity. Just when their Shurs of flame was making a concerted effort to completely destroy the base, suddenly, an incomparable breath, full of fear and despair, suddenly erupted, as if it had turned into a huge mountain and pressed down directly on the Shurs of flame. This terrifying breath made even the Shurs of flame, who took destruction as his own responsibility, freeze involuntarily. It was the instinctive fear of any life for the impending destruction. Then, in the eyes of the Hashers of Flame, a big hand went straight through her flames, stretched out towards her, and grabbed her head. The next moment, the world was spinning. The Hashers of Flame didn't even notice what was happening. Then a violent impact erupted from her forehead, hitting her head like a giant hammer, making her feel her head buzzing. Then, the huge force reappeared and lifted the Hashers of Flame. At this time, the Hashers of Flame opened her eyes and saw a tall, ferocious-looking bald man standing in front of her, grinning, staring at her like a beast staring at its prey. Destroy humanity? Just relying on a lowly heretic like you? Duanmu Huai roared, grabbed the Hashers of Flame in his hand, raised it high, and then smashed it hard against the alloy ground. Boom! The blow was so powerful that the entire fire moth base began to shake, and the flames that were originally burning on the Hashers of Flame were also shattered. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just grabbed the Hashers of Flame and smashed him down again. Again. And again. Just you? A mere subspace scum? How dare you try to destroy humanity? You are so brave. The Hashers of Flame had already reacted. This man actually dared to attack him. He was really tired of living. Go to hell, you damned human. The Hashers of Flame roared, gathering his most powerful strength, and blasted at Duanmu Huai. This force is enough to destroy a base, even a city. However, the moment this flame filled with the power of the Hashers touched Duanmu Huai, it dissipated directly. At the same time, Duanmu Huai fist also passed through the remnants of the flame and hit the Hashers' face again. Bang! You! Bang! Stop! Bang! I must kill! Bang! Looking at the Hashers of Flame, who was beaten to the ground by Duanmu Huai, and Zay, who was casting a barrier to protect others from the aftermath of the attack of the Hashers of Flame, and Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to press his forehead speechlessly, shook his head, and sighed. Ah, I knew it would be like this. After all, it Mr. Duanmu. Mary also sighed silently beside him. After all, the two of them had followed Duanmu Huai to many worlds, and were familiar with Duanmu Huai's personality. Basically, if anyone dared to say anything about destroying humanity in front of Duanmu Huai, then Duanmu Huai would basically jump up and kill people in the next moment. Come on! Teacher! Come on! As for Nimu Sanat Horai, he stood there excitedly, jumping and dancing, and cheering for Duanmu Huai like a spectator watching a fighting match. The Fox reporter Ching Ching next to him was also operating an unmanned camera, recording the scene in front of him. After all, this scene was too powerful. As for the people on the side of the fire chaser, including Dr. May, who usually did not show his emotions, they were all stunned at this moment, and could not speak at all when looking at the scene in front of them. To be honest, the fact that the reality anchor that the Inquisition had brought out before could offset the power of the Hashers was enough to surprise them. But this scene at the moment shocked them even more. You know, using reality anchors to offset the power of the Hashers is understandable if you know the theory. After all, it is the crystallization of human wisdom and the power of civilization. But a person beating up the Hashers with bare hands is another matter. This is not wisdom at all. Nor is it civilization. It is the most primitive and naked violence. Even Dr. May couldn't hold back when he saw this scene. She could actually guess that the members of the Inquisition who came here must have strong combat power, and could even fight against the Hashers. But in Dr. May's opinion, even if these people have strong power, they can only be on par with the Hashers, and then use the power of the reality anchor to defeat the Hashers. This cannot be blamed on Dr. May's lack of imagination, but because among the single powers she has seen so far, the Hashers is already the limit, and Dr. May cannot imagine what it will be like above. And this scene, for Dr. May, is something she probably couldn't have imagined even in her wildest dreams. A man, without any external force, pin the Hashers to the ground and beat him? The latter was even like a little chicken, with no power to fight back at all? Is this the power of interstellar civilization? At this moment, Dr. May even wanted to doubt her life. It must be said that the Hashers is indeed resistant to beatings, although Duanmu Huai didn't use his full strength. But if it weren't for the Hashers, who strengthened this body, I'm afraid Himiko's body would have been smashed into a pulp by Duanmu Huai. But even so, the Hashers was also being beaten on the head by Duanmu Huai, and was doubting his life. Who am I? I am the Hashers. Where am I? The Fire Moth Base. What am I doing? I am the Heshers, I should destroy everything, and let this world burn. But, why am I being beaten to the ground? Who is this man? So scary. Why is my power useless to him? Also, his fist hurts so much. I am the Heshers, I am the one who brings destruction and fear to all things. But why am I the one being beaten to the ground? Who is the Heshers? Am I a fake Heshers, and this man is the real Heshers? The Heshers of Flame felt that his mind was confused after being beaten. Bang! The fist as big as a casserole slammed down again, hitting the Heshers of Flame in the chest. And everyone who saw it gasped. Wait, he not really going to beat the Heshers of Flame to death? Is he? At this time, the green-haired scientist next to Dr. May couldn't help it. Although this sounds ridiculous. The problem is that it looks like this Heshers of Flame will really be beaten to death by Duan Muhui. The size of the two sides is not in the same order of magnitude. Duan Muhui beating of the Heshers of Flame looks like a giant bear beating a little white rabbit. If the little white rabbit is not broken into pieces by one claw, it is considered that the little white rabbit is resistant. The Heshers of Fire has held on for so long, she is capable. She is worthy of being a Heshers. Wait, why does it feel like the direction of this emotion is a little wrong? At this moment, suddenly, the flames surrounding the Heshers quickly began to disappear, and then, her hair that seemed to shine like flames also dimmed, and the Heshers of Fire, who was originally surrounded by flames, turned back into Himiko at this time. Is this possible? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The Heshers of Flame was so scared after being beaten that she went back inside and refused to come out. However, Duan Muhui obviously would not let her go just like that. Do you think you can get away? Looking at Himiko who had returned to her original form, Duan Muhui roared, reached out, and grabbed Himiko's body. Then the blue dragon tattoo on Duan Muhui's arm began to twist gradually, black shadow tentacles emerged from it, and drilled into Himiko's body. Then Duan Muhui clenched his right claw, pulled it back with force. The next moment, a bright red, flaming, crystal-like gem was pulled out of Himiko's body. Hair's core. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Of course they knew about the hair's core, which had been found in every dead hair's body, and the fire moth had been designing weapons to use the hair's core to fight against Hairzer. But they had never thought that the hair's core could be peeled off from a living person. There is actually such an operation? Duan Muhui stretched out his thumb and index finger, and clamped the Heshers core. The latter was flickering, and one could even clearly feel the fear and trembling coming from inside. Duan Muhui stared at the Heshers core, and revealed a hideous smile. Now we can have a good talk. Then he spoke. Chapter 1478 New Plan. The Heshers of Flame was beaten to death. Although there were not no losses, but compared with the previous Heshers, the damage caused by the Heshers of Flame was the smallest. Although from a numerical point of view, the destructive power of the Heshers of Flame is the strongest among all the Heshers so far, if it were a normal situation, I am afraid that the fire moth would lose more soldiers than usual, and humans would also suffer greater casualties. But now, although the base was slightly damaged, it was already very small, and it was completely incomparable to the damage caused by the Heshers before. The number of deaths was much less than before. Compared to the previous Heshers disaster, this time can be said to be a glorious victory. And for the fire moths, this time, they also gained a lot. Himiko did not die. After the Heshers core was taken out, she returned to being an ordinary person again. But even so, the fire moth still conducted a series of detailed tests and inspections on it. After all, this was the first living Heshers material. Who knows what changes the power of the Heshers will bring to Himiko? Himiko did not resist these inspections. Perhaps this can be regarded as a kind of atonement, although it was not her original intention. In the final analysis, the Heshers of Flame appeared in the world through her. Even if fewer people were sacrificed this time. But there were no victims at all, not to mention her subordinates and teammates among them, which made Himiko feel guilty, and even wished she would be executed directly after the experiment, which was also an explanation. And in the process, the fire moth also obtained a lot of useful information. Now it seems that we can roughly guess the formation process of the Heshers. Dr. May sat on the main seat, staring at the information in front of him. Obviously, the Heshers is more like a self-learning artificial intelligence. When it was created, it was given the mission of destroying mankind, and then the Heshers' soul will appear in a certain individual, then it will learn, grow, and gradually understand its own situation and mission. It like a parasite. It parasitizes in the human body, and absorbs nutrients for its growth through the host. When it matures, it absorbs the surrounding Honkai energy, and then uses the powerful Honkai power to take control of the body and become a true Hershers. Then the question is, who gave the Hershers the mission? Mobius narrowed his eyes, and a hint of coldness flashed in his dark green pupils. Just as you imagined before. There must be someone behind it. After all, the Hershers of Fire said that destroying humanity is their mission. Missions must be given. Then who gave them? I have talked to the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. I think he should know who is the real culprit behind this. But he refused to say. Dr. May shook his head. Refused to say? Why? Maybe we don't have the ability to fight against that kind of existence at present. So it's useless to say it. Another woman next to him spread her hands and shrugged. Before the help of the Inquisition, we had a hard time fighting the Hershers. Even if there was someone behind the Hershers, it was definitely not something we could fight against. After all, the Hershers they just casually created was already making us exhausted. For a moment, the meeting room fell into silence. But after a moment, Dr. May's voice sounded again. It's meaningless to talk about this now. The fact is that the Inquisition is already here, and they have helped us eliminate a Hershers. Of course, we can't always rely on the Inquisition. So, I know. Mobius waved his hand and threw a plan over. This is the 7th version. By the way, your boyfriend is very eager to participate in this plan. Facing Mobius' joke, Dr. May said nothing, but took the document and read it carefully from beginning to end. Then, she nodded. That's it. I will discuss the next plan with the Inquisition. After saying this, Dr. May left with the documents, leaving Mobius and another researcher here. Normally, the three of them would have gone home to their own families after the meeting. But this time, Mobius and another scientist did not leave. It's really interesting, isn't it? Vivi? Looking at Dr. May's empty seat, Mobius snorted. And the person she called Vivi shook her head. We shouldn't speculate on Dr. May's thoughts without authorization. The Fusion Warrior plan was originally proposed for the Hershers, and it is normal to implement it. Yes, the Fusion Warriors are used to deal with the Hershers. So isn't it easier to deal with humans? Mobius stretched out a finger and showed that cold smile again. Although this planet has a world government. As a veteran of the Fire Moth, Mobius knows how stupid and short-sighted those politicians are. Indeed, with the arrival of the Inquisition, the threat of the Hershers has decreased. Mobius also heard that the world government intends to cut the funding for the Fire Moth. After all, the Inquisition has shown its strength to crush the Hershers. So the world government wants to focus on post-disaster reconstruction and resettlement of refugees. After all, resources are limited. In the past, the Fire Moth was the only hope to fight against the Hershers' disaster, and it had to be fed with gritted teeth. But now with the Inquisition, resources may not be so urgent. If the Inquisition can cooperate with the world government through a certain degree of enticement, then the existence value of the Fire Moth will decrease. But Dr. May sees further. The emergence of the Inquisition is both an opportunity and a crisis. They all know the Fox reporter Qingqing who is circling around Duanmuhui, and the latter has interviewed them many times. Through the interviews with the Fox reporter, they all know that this starry sky is much larger than they imagined, and countless forces are entrenched in it, some of which are good and some are bad. Some are threatening and some are kind. Especially the Interstellar Peace Company. Thinking of this name, even Mobius frowned. If the Fox reporter was right, this huge force that ruled the entire extraterritorial galaxy could not be a good person. Do they have to be the little followers of the Inquisition to avoid the threat from the starry sky? Not to mention that the Inquisition does not seem to have much interest in this planet. If they really leave after eliminating the Honkai as they said, then the fate of this planet will be very embarrassing. So no matter what, they must have their own power to serve as a deterrent and bargaining chip. Therefore, the Fusion Warrior plan is necessary. After all, the Fox reporter also said that many forces in the starry sky also have their own ace elites, such as the 5 warriors on the cloud and the 10 people of Stone Heart. If you want to compete with these forces, similar elite warriors are naturally indispensable. Whether the world government will agree with Dr. May's idea, it is unknown. But Mobius is also very clear that those stupid politicians may not have this ability. When the collapse is completely eliminated, this planet will face the starry sky with a brand new look. And as its spokesperson, will it be those old and useless idiots? The truth is in the hands of a few people. This statement is not true. Mobius fiddled with a pen in his hand. A smile flashed in his eyes. The fact is that the truth is in the hands of violence. At this point, Mebius stood up. We should also prepare the next plan. At the same time, Dr. May also found Duan Muhuai and explained the situation to him. Fusion warrior plan? Yes. Looking at the documents handed over by Dr. May, Duan Muhuai frowned. Well, it's not surprising that you have such a plan. After all, even the Emperor has a history of creating Thunder Warriors and Astartes, so the Inquisition can't say anything. By fusing humans with Honkai beasts, transforming them into more powerful warriors, using the key of God made from their Shur's core to fight? That right. Dr. May nodded. We originally considered whether to transplant the dead Shur's core into the human body again, but this is too dangerous in the end, so we want to create new warriors to fight against their Shurs in this way. They will have power far beyond that of ordinary people. And with the God key made from their Shur's core, they will be able to compete with their Shurs. That's what I originally thought. Originally? You mean you don't think so now? Yes. This version of the plan is still lacking. Dr. May rejected the revised plan that Mebius had spent several days, and lost a lot of hair, to come up with without hesitation. If the latter knew about it, he would probably strangle her to death. I think the plan still needs to be changed. As he spoke, Dr. May looked at Duan Muhuai. Since the other party can use this method to artificially create Hershers to destroy humanity, then, can we also create fusion warriors to fight against them? Or in your words, reality twisters? Oh! Hearing this, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows, and looked at Dr. May curiously. Fusion warriors. They are just warriors. But reality twisters are different. You once said that. They can change everything as they please. In theory, but you also know that this is basically impossible. I understand, but this is at least a direction, isn't it? Duan Muhuai stared at Dr. May, and Dr. May stared at him without any reaction. After a moment, Duan Muhuai shrugged his shoulders. Interesting, I can give you some basic references. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on your own ability. Artificially create reality twisters? This is really an interesting idea. Chapter 1479. To be honest, organizing strong people into teams to deal with enemies that ordinary people cannot deal with is already a very normal operation. For example, the Grey Knights of the Inquisition, and the Mobile Task Force of the Foundation, etc. So Dr. May's proposal is not outrageous in Duan Muhuai's opinion. Of course, there are still some things to pay attention to. They must be human. If their skulls are not human after the transformation, then they will be directly executed by the Inquisition. Duan Muhuai only gave one condition. But this condition surprised Dr. May. Skull? Yes. The tribunal protects humanity and eliminates all enemies that threaten humanity. Then the question is, how to determine whether the other party is human? Seeing that Dr. May wanted to say something, Duan Muhuai waved his hand to interrupt her. We don't care about those metaphysical judgments from philosophy and spiritual sense. The tribunal standard is very simple. As long as the skull is still in human form, we will recognize that the other party is human. Similarly, if the skull is not in human form, then the Inquisition will judge it as a deformed or alien, and directly purify and eliminate it. Do you understand? What the reason? It's simple. If your appearance is not human, then will you still stand on the side of humans? Duan Muhuai spread his hands and stared at Dr. May. The Inquisition once received a call for help from another human civilization. At that time, that human civilization was in a very bad situation due to population explosion and scarce resources. They urgently need a lot of resources to maintain their survival and expansion. And this civilization found the minerals they need on a planet. But that planet has natives. Initially, the civilization chose to communicate and negotiate with the aliens, hoping that they would allow their mining activities. But for the aliens, it is obviously unpleasant to have their homes occupied by outsiders. Hearing this, Dr. May's expression also became serious. Then, in order to better communicate with those aliens, one of the research teams came up with a very unorthodox method. They cloned the alien body, and then entered the body through a spiritual connection, in a way similar to soul possession, so that they could communicate more harmoniously with those aliens on a planet whose climate and environment were not suitable for humans. As a result, in the process of communicating with the aliens, the positions of those people changed. They are no longer standing on the side of humans, but on the side of aliens, and are opposing their own civilization. This is an unforgivable heresy. What happened to those alien races in the end? They were completely purified by the Inquisition. Duan Muhuai gave an indifferent answer. Those traitors who betrayed humanity also received the punishment they deserved. So, Dr. May. At this point, Duanmu Huai lowered his head, came in front of Dr. May, and stared at her. Remember, humans must be humans, and will always be humans. I know, many people like to define humans through spiritual or philosophical levels, such as I have seen the noblest orcs, and the most despicable humans, and other heretical remarks. But no matter what, orcs will always be orcs, and humans will always be humans. For the Inquisition, we don't care about those boring, philosophical, illusory things, we only believe what we see. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed to his eyes. Remember this. Staring at Duanmu Huai's eyes, Dr. May's expression did not change. After a moment, she lowered her head. I understand. Soon, the transformation of the fusion warriors began. First of all, the selection of people. In fact, in the initial plan, the fusion warrior plan itself was more like a human experiment. To put it bluntly, it was to fuse humans and Honkai beasts on a large scale, and then leave it to fate to see who could survive. Those who survived are fusion warriors, and those who couldn't survive would naturally die. However, in the latest version of the fusion warrior program, Dr. May also made a series of improvements. The first of which was the random inspection of candidates. The previous fusion warrior program only needed to look at the recipient Honkai energy resistance. The higher the Honkai energy resistance, the easier it was to succeed. However, Dr. May has now added a rule, which is to look at the Hume index. It's very simple. The higher the Hume index, the higher the chance that the other party will successfully become a reality twister. Duanmu Huai did not stop this, but watched Dr. May's series of operations with interest, and asked Lemuel on the battleship to record it silently. Duanmu Huai did this for his own reasons. Because in the game, the Foundation also has several special combat forces composed of reality twisters. These reality twisters are not like superpowers, who can summon fireballs and lightning at will. Nor are they like psychics, who perform mysterious spells. What they are best at is manipulating the Hume index, especially when dealing with other reality warpers. These special forces will use this power to increase or decrease the Hume index, thereby forcing the reality value to regain balance, to offset the opponent's powerful power. This trick is not only useful for reality warpers, but also quite useful for the subspace. It can be said that the power of these reality warpers in the subspace is equivalent to a walking humanoid reality anchor. Of course, their ability strength is also limited. If they really encounter a stronger reality warper than them, they will have no choice but to die. Unfortunately, after crossing over, Duanmu Huai did not see these reality twisters, nor did he see the special forces. But this does not mean that he cannot create one himself. In fact, Dr. May Fusion Warrior Plan is also a small experiment for Duanmu Huai to see if they can create reality twisters and achieve the same effect as those special forces in the game. After all, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the strength of the Hershers is not much different from those reality twisters in the game. If this method is really useful, then he can also do it in the courtroom. Right? Of course. The premise is that it is really useful. But why are they all women? Looking at the list of experiments with the same gender, female, Duanmu Huai was confused and looked at Dr. May in confusion. The latter reached out and pushed his glasses. Because all the Hershers are women, we think that women may be more suitable in this regard. All Hershers? The first to the seventh? Yes. This is really interesting. It must be said that Dr. May's answer was somewhat unexpected to Duanmu Huai, but after thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be particularly surprising. The list is arranged according to the resistance to Honkai energy and the level of Hume index. According to Dr. May meaning, she plans to go through them one by one, starting with the one with the highest success rate. So the first person on the list is a girl named Alicia. However, after Duanmu Huai read her test report, he looked like he was in a subway. Old people. Cell phones mood. Are you sure she an ordinary person? At least, she doesn't show any special powers. Dr. May understood why Duanmu Huai asked this question. The girl, Alicia, had a very high resistance to Honkai energy, which was fine. But the problem was that, according to the Kant counter, the Hume index in Alicia's body was a bit scary. It was almost at the level of a level 3 reality twister. Is this really an ordinary person? Duanmu Huai was skeptical, and watched the combat video of Alicia. The result was, the lively and lovely girl in the video did fight very actively, and was quite capable, but she did not show the ability to distort reality that a reality twister should have. Could it be that the count counter showed an error? It shouldn't be. Duanmu Huai checked it again carefully, and finally shook his head. Forget it, I know after the surgery. Leave it to you. Although this world has not started space colonization, it still has some medical technology, and the Inquisition is not good at this, so Duanmu Huai directly threw the matter to Dr. Mei. Anyway, he only needs to see the results, and Duanmu Huai doesn't care about other things. Of course, he doesn't understand it either. In the following period of time, it can be said to be relatively calm. Duanmu Huai mainly fished in the base of the fire moth, while An and Mary took Ojus and Mianmu Sanawarai together, cooperating with the fighters of the fire moth to clean up the Honkai beasts and the dead soldiers. Although the Hershers is indeed the biggest threat to humanity, the Honkai beasts and the death soldiers infected by the Honkai disease are also a problem. Of course, in terms of combat power, An, Mary and others are much stronger than the fighters of the fire moth. During this gap, the Foxman reporter also uploaded the second episode, which naturally ignited heated discussions on the internet again. If the first episode only let the major forces in the extraterritorial galaxy learn some theoretical knowledge, then the second episode against their Hershers let them witness with their own eyes how powerful the power of theory turned into practice is. After all, the Hershers is indeed very powerful. Many civilizations agree with this theory, especially after witnessing the scene of its power. However, such a powerful Hershers was actually suppressed by the reality anchor and turned into an ordinary person who is powerless. This is really unbelievable. It can even be said that it directly shocked all the major forces in the extraterritorial galaxy. Just like what the Fox reporter told Dr. Mei and others before. Each force has similar ace elites. They have powerful strength beyond ordinary people, and are also the mainstay of a force. They can even be regarded as the nuclear warhead of this force. However, now someone tells you that they have a way to make your nuclear warheads ineffective. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? Think about it. Your own incomparably powerful guardian. But once the reality anchor is deployed, it becomes a weak chicken with no power to tie a chicken? It's terrifying just to think about it. Targeting the distortion of reality? Then how do you define reality? What kind of power is considered the power of reality? And what kind of power is considered the power of distorting reality? It can be said that after these two episodes, the entire extraterritorial galaxy has taken the Inquisition to a new level. After all, the fleet of the Inquisition is very powerful, and it can even crush the Interstellar Peace Company, as everyone has seen. And now, everyone has seen that they have a terrifying method that can directly invalidate the power of the strong. Not only that, the scene where Duanmu Huai beat up the Hershers of Flame also proved that even if the Inquisition does not rely on machinery, it can still beat you to a pulp with brute force. In the eyes of major forces, this guy is simply a hexagonal Superman. How to deal with this? It's really interesting. At the same time, in a battleship, a purple-haired woman was looking at the screen in front of her with interest, reaching out her hand to support her chin, with a thoughtful expression. The reality anchor can actually play such a role. I wonder, will it be useful for the Star Corps? Staring at the picture on the screen, the purple-haired woman fell into deep thought. Chapter 1480 Dusk Street. When the fire moth began to transform into a fusion warrior, the Hershers' attack on the human civilization of this planet continued. And Duanmu Huai also led others to fight against it. 1 month after the defeat of the Hershers of Flame, the 8th Hershers of Consciousness appeared. At first, no one noticed its existence. Until a disease called sleeping sickness spread in the city, the world government realized that something was wrong. After investigation, they found that this was amine pollution. Almost all the sleepers were pulled into a deep sleep in their consciousness because they browsed a certain word on the internet. Faced with the attack from the spiritual level, everyone was at a loss for a while. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai, as an old one, was also an expert in mental pollution. He used the simplest and crudest method, which was to directly watch the mean polluted words, and then reversely pollute them when the other party tried to pollute themselves. It turns out that, playing with mental pollution, a mere Hershers is no match for the old ones. Of course, the death of the Hershers of Consciousness, well, it's a bit indescribable. Next is the 9th Hershers, the Hershers of Rock. This is also the first time that the fusion warriors of the Fire Moth officially participated in the battle. The Hershers of Rock ability is to manipulate gravity. She tried to use this ability to destroy the entire continent. When facing the 9th Hershers, the fusion warriors also tried to use the tactics of the reality twisters for the first time, and successfully neutralized the Hershers of Rock pseudo-black hole. and finally killed it. But all this is still going on. So I guess it's the Hersher's fault again this time. Sitting on the chair, Duanmu stared at the map in front of him and snorted coldly. The opponent attack is getting faster and faster. I guess they can't sit still anymore. Since Duanmu appeared and dealt with the Hershers of Flame, the burst speed of the Hershers has been much faster than before. It used to appear once every few years, but now the Hershers appears every few months. Fortunately, each time only one Hershers appeared, it was not difficult to deal with. Until just now. According to the report, the bases of the fire moths around the world have been attacked to varying degrees, and according to the records, the opponents all have some of the power of the Hershers. Yes, this is the message Dr. May just said to Duanmu. The bases and facilities of the fire moths were attacked, and the opponents were not ordinary terrorists, but Hershers. And according to the clues collected so far, these Hershers all possess some of the power of the 3rd Hershers, 4th Hershers, 5th Hershers, 6th Hershers, and 7th Hershers, who had fought against the fire moth before. Although their strength is probably less than 1/10 of that of the genuine Hershers, the problem is that they are numerous and have good command and dispatch. If the fire moth had not placed reality anchors in more important facilities, I'm afraid it would have collapsed completely by now. The fire moths also killed some Hershers, and then dissected them. However, their core power was less than 1,000th of the Hershers' cores they had captured before. Later, they killed several more Hershers, and after inspection, they found that the Hershers' cores in their bodies were the same. So, if my guess is correct, this time we will face a Hershers who can split his own power. What is their target? At present, it should be the manufacturing facilities of the reality anchors and the Hershers' cores. Didn't you say you wanted to turn the Hershers' cores into God keys? Just give them all to the fusion warriors, and let them protect them themselves. There are currently 9 Hershers' cores collected by the Fire Chaser Moth. Except for the Hershers of Consciousness core, which was unusable due to the contamination of Duanmu Old Spirit, which was taken back and destroyed, the other 8 Hershers' cores have been turned into God keys by Dr. May. It just so happens that they now have 5 fusion warriors. The first fusion warrior is Alicia, who completed the transformation very smoothly, without any rejection. And she performed well in the battle. So Dr. May gave her the Key of God, Black Abyss White Flower, which was made from the core of the 6th Hershers, the Hershers of Death. The second fusion warrior was none other than Himiko. This seemed to be due to her strong request. Perhaps some kind of sense of atonement, or the will to fight against the collapse to the end. In addition, Dr. May wanted to see if the Hersher-like body could be well transformed into a fusion warrior. So he agreed. Anyway, she was not afraid of failure. If the rampage failed, Duanmu could beat Himiko back to her original form with one punch. Well, fortunately, the operation was successful. As for her weapon, Dr. May still gave her the great sword Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment made from the core of the Hershers of Flame. The Hershers of Flame took the great sword made from the core of the Hershers of Flame, and the original soup was transformed into the original food. The third fusion warrior was a woman named Eden. She was the first one to volunteer and be selected. Duanmu heard that this woman was a very famous star in this world, and she was also quite rich. To be honest, this was somewhat surprising to him. After all, the danger of a fusion warrior is not low. It is understandable that warriors like Alicia and Himiko volunteered to sign up, but for a rich woman who can go to the Hawaiian beach to watch the sunrise in the morning and drink coffee on the top of the Alps in the afternoon to do this, isn't it a bit surprising? But because her Hume index reaction is very high, and her Honkai energy adaptability is good, plus her innocent background and no violations, so Fire Moth finally performed the fusion warrior surgery on her. Of course, for Duanmu, the large amount of funds donated by the other party is the top priority. After all, he has heard from Lumiel that the world government is currently looking for reasons to gradually reduce and tighten the expenditure of the Fire Chaser Moth. From this perspective, having a rich woman with endless money as a backer is indeed necessary for the current Fire Chaser Moth. The God Key used by Eden is the Star of Eden built with the core of the Hershers of the Rock. Look, the name of the God Key is specifically named after her, which shows that it is absolutely impossible to be without money, since they have sponsored it. What wrong with giving it a name? Of course, Eden is just an exception. Most of the fusion warriors of the Fire Moth Chaser are selected from within. The next 2 fusion warriors, Ing and Hua, were selected in this way. Ing was the unlucky girl who was caught and chopped by Mayumi Sanawari when Duanmu and others just came to the Fire Moth Chaser base. Although Mayumi Sanaorai did not use her full strength at that time, she was able to fight against Mayumi Sanaorai without losing, which itself shows that her fighting ability is indeed not weak. Facts prove this to be the case. So she was successfully transformed into a fusion warrior, and obtained the divine key made by the core of the fourth Ashurs, the Ashurs of Thunder, the seven thunders of purification as a weapon. As for Hua, Duanmu Huai only heard that she seemed to be the only surviving team member when the Ashurs of Flame went berserk, and she seemed to have a close relationship with Himiko. In order to follow Himiko, Hua also applied to join the ranks of fusion warriors. It should be said that she was lucky. The numerical values met the requirements, and the operation was successfully completed. Her god key is the 1,000 worlds made by the core of the second Ashurs, the Ashurs of the Void. In fact, according to reason, Dr. May should transform herself into a fusion warrior. Unfortunately, although Dr. May is very important as the brain of the fire moth, her resistance to Honkai energy and Hume index are very average. Although it is not impossible to force the transformation, but considering that if the transformation fails, the entire fire moth may be directly disbanded, well, forget it. After all, the Shit Mountain Code is also a code. If you can run, don't move. Because of this, there are now a total of 5 fusion warriors. Actually, there are 6 now. Oh! What happened? Another fusion warrior operation was successful. Dr. May put the information in front of Duanmu Huai. Her name is Sierra, an orphan. We found her in the shelter. Because her Hume index value is very high, so after talking to her, we performed a fusion warrior operation on her. Oh! Duanmu Huai took the document, glanced at it, and then put it down. At the same time, Dr. May's voice sounded again. I have issued an order. In view of the current situation, we will recover all the Ashur's cores and god keys and seal them in a research facility in the Sinai Peninsula. Of course, this is just a cover, luring the snake out of its hole. Right? Okay. I hope they will take the bait. Duanmu Huai certainly understood what Dr. May meant. Since these guys were coming for the Ashur's core, he should prepare a battlefield for them directly. Let put it on the table and have a good fight. Of course, it's hard to say whether the other party will take the bait. If the Ashur's is cunning, it will be troublesome. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. After all, he has a lot of ways. The premise is to catch one of them, then let the Inquisition cooperate with the fusion warrior to recover the key of God. In the end, Duanmu Huai made a decision. This is also the reason why he appeared on this street. Oh! I should not have gotten myself into trouble if I had known earlier. Standing on the street in front of him, looking at the dilapidated scenery around him, Duanmu Huai frowned speechlessly. 6 fusion warriors. But in fact only 4 god keys were in their hands. Namely, Alicia Black Abyss White Flower, Himiko Skyfire Holy Judgment, Eden Star, ending 7 Thunders of Purification, Void 10,000 Treasures, 1,000 Worlds 1 Vehicle, and the Wind Ashurs and Ice Ashurs cores that had not yet completed the manufacturing of the god key were kept in 4 other research institutes. Originally, they were doing maintenance and manufacturing of the god key, but with Dr. May's words, all work naturally stopped immediately, waiting for recycling. The Inquisition also cooperated with the 6 fusion warriors to start the recovery work. Among them, Mary and Ing were responsible for recovering the Void Monzon together. This group is very reassuring, and there should be no problem. As for Hua, she was more miserable. She was selected to recover the 1,000 Worlds at Chijo with Minmi Satori. After all, it was originally her weapon. As for whether she would be killed by Minmi Satori on the way, that was none of Duanmu Huai's business. Anyway, the fusion warriors have strong regeneration ability, so they should not die, and was responsible for following Alicia and Eden to recover the core of the Ice Ashurs. Compared to the already stable god key, the core that had not been transformed was obviously more dangerous. The Fire Chaser even considered that once the core was absorbed by the human body, it would likely lead to the Ashur's resurrection, so Duanmu Huai also sent in to go with him. Of course, by the way, An and Alicia had a good relationship, but it was up to Duanmu Huai to evaluate. That just 8 words. Birds of a feather flock together. Seeing An and Alicia chatting and laughing, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of Jin Muqianshu, who also got along very well with An in the magic world. They are all the same kind of people. As for himself, looking at the trembling little girl beside him, Duanmu Huai scratched his head and sighed silently. This time is really unlucky. Chapter 1481 Lost and Found. Duanmu Huai felt like he was cursed. He had just contacted others, whether it was Anne, Mary, or Mianmu Sanat or I. They had all arrived at the research institute successfully, and started to recover the key of God and their Shur's core. Although it cannot be said to be completely successful, but as the saying goes, a good start is half the battle. And what about himself? He ran here eagerly, and saw a research institute that was blown into half, and there were dead men wandering all over the ground, and finally found the place where the Shur's core of wind was stored. As expected, the Shur's core was missing. Then, by tracing back the wreckage, Duanmu Huai learned what happened here. One of the members of the institute was a Hershurs of thousands. When several Hershurs clones attacked the institute, she joined forces with the other side and broke through the institute defense. Luckily, the people in the institute also found out that something was wrong. In addition, the strength of these Hershurs clones was not very strong, so they had time to send someone to transfer the core of the Hershurs of Wind before the Hershurs clones broke through the institute. The person who transferred the Hershurs core was not a traitor, but his adjutant was the traitor. After the other party drove away from the institute with the Hershurs core, the traitor also exposed his true face. However, the researcher did not give up. On the contrary, he mustered up his courage and accelerated forward, and then crashed into a nearby block. The Hershurs clone was thrown out of the car, and he himself fled from the broken car holding the box that sealed the Hershurs core. When Duanmu Huai followed the blood trail to the end of the alley, he saw the body of a researcher who had died of excessive blood loss, and the box that he had been holding in his arms was nowhere to be found. At this moment, Duanmu Huai wanted to kill someone. The game process he hated the most was that the protagonist was looking for something, and then couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Either the item was gone when he arrived, or it was taken away. Then he tracked it down, and then he spent a lot of effort to catch up with it. And then it disappeared again. Then you chase me. If you catch me, I will give you he. In the end, I caught up, I pressed it, I took it off and looked. Damn! It disappeared again. I have to keep looking. To be honest, this kind of stupid game process is what Duanmu Huai hates the most. Just like now, he can only find out that someone took the box by looking back in the past, but who did it? He has no clue at all. Just destroy it completely. Duanmu Huai looked at the street in front of him with an uncertain expression, and clenched his fists at the same time. He now had the urge to just punch it, and blow the whole block into pieces. Tired, don't want to look for it anymore, just destroy it. Then that? Judge? Sensing the cold murderous intent emanating from Duanmu Huai, the girl next to him trembled and looked at him. What should we do next? The girl looked only 14 or 15 years old, with short black hair and blue eyes. Her body was slender and frail, and she was wearing a white dress. The small and delicate mouth was tightly pursed, not daring to speak much, looking like a timid little white rabbit. It was simply the best embodiment of being soft and easy to be pushed down. However, unlike her fragile appearance that gave people the impression of being weak and vulnerable, and crying for a long time after being punched, the girl was holding a huge sickle in her hand at this moment, which was bigger than herself. She was the 6th fusion warrior Sierra. As for why he'd brought her along, Duanmu Huai said, how do I know? When he went to the airport, the girl stood there at a loss, looking at him like a puppy abandoned by its owner. What could he do? What should he do? I also want to know what to do now. Duanmu Huai looked at Ajis, who was sitting on his shoulder, who did not express any opinions as usual. Well, I know you can't count on me, but fortunately, there is always a way out. Or, there are always people who like to die. Just when Duanmu Huai looked up at the sky and felt uncomfortable, a voice came from behind him. Look what this is. An uncle with a kid? This is not the place for you. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that behind them, several armed men were raising their guns and aiming at Duanmu Huai and others. When Duanmu Huai turned his head, their originally solemn expression suddenly changed, and they instinctively stepped back while raising their guns. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ajis, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, twitched her fingers slightly, and then the guns in the hands of those men instantly turned into scrap metal, and at the same time Duanmu Huai roared, clenched his fists, and rushed forward. I just have no place to vent my anger, but you are looking for trouble for me. If there is a road to heaven, you don't take it, there is no door to hell. So you come here by yourself. I think you are tired of living. In a flash, Duanmu Huai's body, as big as a giant bear, rushed into the crowd. He clenched his fists and blasted hard. He directly knocked the man next to him flying backwards. From their twisted and deformed bodies in the air, it was obvious that they didn't need to worry about surviving after landing. The man next to him also hurriedly took out a pistol from his arms, aimed at Duanmu Huai, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out from the muzzle, hit Duanmu Huai's shoulder, and then bounced off directly like hitting a tire. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at him. He kicked him with his right foot and crushed him into a meat paste. At the same time, he reached out again, grabbed the other two men next to him, and clenched his fists with a roar. Snap! Blood was splattered, and the heads of the two men were crushed like watermelons by Duanmu Huai's big hands. Seeing this scene, the remaining man was so scared that he flew up, threw away his weapon, turned around, and tried to leave here. However, Duanmu Huai's bloody big hand grabbed him directly, forcing him to turn his head and look at him. Listen, boy, tell me, who took that guy's stuff? Duanmu Huai grabbed the man and shook him at the researcher body, and the man was pale and frightened to cry. I don't know what you were talking about. We just got here, we don't know what happened here at all. I don't know who he is either. So who took it? Duanmu Huai was in no mood to slowly interrogate, or even use shadows to print intelligence. He had been following this clue all the way from the wreckage of the research institute to here, and his remaining patience had been exhausted. So, when facing an NPC who could provide him with intelligence, Duanmu Huai chose between threats and inducements. Intimidation. Tell me, or I twist your head off. I really don't know. The man was so scared that he almost cried. He was just a small gangster on the street at dusk. Where had he seen such a horrible scene? Yes. It that guy. It must be her. She is the best at doing such sneaky things. I promise you. If you want to find any lost items, find her. Who? Take me to find her. While Duanmu Huai was making a mess of the dusk streets, in a humble warehouse at the deepest part of the street, a petite figure was curled up inside, excitedly looking at her spoils in the dim light outside the window. I didn't expect that there would be so many gains. The petite figure sat on the ground, stretched out her hands, and raised them high. In front of her, there was a large aluminum alloy suitcase, and some small items, including wallets, pins, rings, pens, and even notebooks. Well, first of all, this box. The figure held up the box and looked at the mark on it. This is the mark of the fire chaser moth. It must contain something extraordinary. That person seems to be a member of the fire chaser moth. Do you want to sell this thing to the fire chaser moth? Since they were able to escape here with this thing, it means that this box is very important to them. They should pay a lot of money for it. Thinking of this, the figure smiled excitedly and rubbed his hands. Don't worry. A suitable price is necessary. Well, how much is the box worth that the fire chaser moth people are willing to risk their lives to carry around? This number? Or this number? Or this number? Oh, it's so hard to choose. Huh? Just as the black shadow was counting on her fingers, her originally bent body suddenly straightened up. What sound? Then, outside the warehouse door, a low sound of footsteps sounded. Dong. 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 For no reason, the black shadow felt that this was not the sound of human footsteps, but more like some indescribable monster, as if this monster was wandering on the street late at night. Once it found her, she would be caught and eaten. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the black shadow also hurriedly began to pack up her things in a hurry. But before the shadow had packed up his things, the footsteps suddenly disappeared. And the next moment, boom! The warehouse door that was originally tightly closed was smashed up, and Duanmu Huai threw away the gangster body that was used to smash the door, and then strode into the warehouse. At this moment, the shadow had been scared and hid in the gap in the corner of the warehouse, and dared not move. He didn't even dare to breathe, and could only carefully look outside through the gap in the box. The abandoned warehouse was full of containers, but Duanmu Huai didn't bother to care about them. He just waved his arms and pushed the huge containers to the side. For a while, only the sound of ping-pong could be heard all around. The black shadow was running away with his head in his hands. Huge boxes fell from her side, causing dust to fly. In a moment, the unfortunate shadow was completely engulfed. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also found the boxes that were placed next to him and had not been cleaned up in time. Okay, found it. Seeing the box, Duanmu Huai's originally unhappy mood suddenly became much more relaxed. He reached out to pick up the box, then opened it and took a look. Emerald green light emerged from it, and then turned into a howling hurricane. Click. Duanmu Huai closed the box again with his backhand. Well, no problem. The core is still there. Let go. So Duanmu Huai no longer cared about this broken warehouse. He glanced around, and then walked out directly. Bang, bang, bang. Until the heavy footsteps disappeared again, the black shadow quietly crawled out from under the collapsed box, staring at the smashed door. How could he do this? That was the treasure I collected with great difficulty. Ugh, but forget it. While speaking, the black shadow proudly took out a document from his arms. Fortunately, I was prepared, hee hee, don't think it over now. Chapter 1482 Combination Punch. Because of the delay, Duanmu Huai arrived at the base the latest. When he and Sierra brought the core of the Hushers of Wind to the P21 independent base, the others had already gathered here and were on standby. The two groups that recovered the Key of God went smoothly, and did not encounter any trouble. Only in group, which was responsible for recovering the core of the Hushers of Ice, was attacked by the Hushers of Thousands on the way back, but they also successfully repelled the opponent. Or, it went too smoothly. There is a problem. After listening to the report, Duanmu Huai's first reaction was this. Definitely a problem. You mean, the 1,000 Hushers deliberately let us go, so that we can gather together? Dr. May had the same idea. Don't you think so too? Besides, you didn't deliberately release this news? If the 1,000 Hushers want to deal with us, it is obviously the best choice to defeat them one by one. After all, the other side has the advantage in numbers, and is good at disguise. But the fact is that although there are indeed a few Hushers clones in action, their scale is far from being an attack. Among the 4 teams, only 2 teams were attacked. Duanmu Huai had 3 Hushers clones, and it had 4, which added up to only 7, not even 10, compared with 1,000 Hushers. This can be regarded as a drop in the bucket, and it is not a loss at all. Now the question is, what exactly does the Hushers 1,000 intend to do? This base has been set up with a reality anchor, and we are all gathered here. The Hushers core has been completely sealed, and the Key of God has been deployed. At this point, Dr. May also looked solemn. After all, in her opinion, although the set of measures is not perfect, it is indeed the best. But the problem is that the Hushers will not reason with you. These configurations may be enough to deal with other Hushers. But is it really useful to deal with the Hushers 1,000? Forget it, since we are here, we should make the best of it. I don't think the other party has any intention of fighting a protracted war with us. According to the surveillance network of the fire-chasing moth, the Hushers clones that appeared in various parts of the world before have now disappeared one after another, and there is peace everywhere. But this strange peace makes people more and more uneasy, just like a person clenching his fist. When he puts it away, it does not mean giving up, but to swing it better. But the other party has not made a move yet, and it is useless to think about it here. So after the two of them communicated for a while, Dr. May returned to the laboratory to continue his work, and Duanmu Huai was bored and started to walk around the base. After all, he was free. Right? Ah, Mr. Judge. Just when Duanmu Huai was wandering in the corridor bored, a voice as brisk as a lark sounded from his side. Duanmu Huai turned his head, and saw a girl with pink hair and fairy-like pointed ears smiling at him, and waving her hand. Hello. Oh, Alicia. Yes, it Alicia. The cute fairy girl. The person who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was the first fusion warrior, Alicia, who called herself a cute fairy girl. She always ran around with a happy smile, and seemed to get along well with everyone. And she was not the kind of person who tried to please others. On the contrary, Alicia gave people the feeling that anyone could chat with her. She was also one of the few people who did not get scared or frightened when she saw Duanmu Huai for the first time, but waved her hand to greet him with a smile. What are you doing? Well, I saw the judge, so I came to say hello. By the way, I want to complain to you. Don't be so rude in front of the girl. Sierra was scared when she came back. It has nothing to do with me. She is a fusion warrior. If she can't bear this kind of thing, she shouldn't go to the battlefield. But I think it would be better if the judge was willing to take care of her. I'm not interested in being a nanny. Duanmu Huai shook his head. What about the others? They are being interviewed by the Fox Lady. I never thought there are so many interesting races in the sky. That great. I also want to go to the universe and see the scenery there. It must be very interesting. Then you just hope that the trouble here will be solved soon. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere. Before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the corridor, that was originally illuminated by lights, suddenly became dark. 2 seconds later, accompanied by the urgent alarm, the emergency lights inside the corridor lit up. What going on? Duanmu Huai frowned and looked at Alicia, who also shook her head in confusion. In short, this was obviously not a situation where they could take a leisurely walk. Soon, the two of them also gathered their minds, and then quickly came to the control room, which was already a mess at the moment. What going on? Duanmu Huai grabbed a staff member and asked, and the latter looked pale. We were attacked. Attack? The Shurs? No, it seems to be a human. The energy supply system has been blown up. The backup system cannot supply power. At this time, others also came to the control room and heard the staff report. Everyone's face changed drastically. You know, in order to prevent the energy system from being targeted by their Shurs, when installing the reality anchor, the area that can cover both the energy system and the control center was deliberately selected. In this way, no matter how powerful the Shurs is, it is impossible to use his own power to destroy the energy system. But now, the energy system has been destroyed? This means that it was not their Shurs, but humans who did it. Who was it? You know, this is a closed facility, and it is impossible for outsiders to come in. Does that mean there is a traitor? Although it is not that no one has been controlled as our Shurs clone. For example, a similar situation occurred in the research institute that Duanmu Huai went to before. But the reality anchor is turned on 24 hours a day here, even if it is our Shurs clone. Once it enters the range of the reality anchor, it will completely lose consciousness. Boom! At this moment, a dull explosion sounded in the distance, and then the staff at the control console screamed. The reality anchor has lost connection. The Shurs collapse reaction has been detected. This is... The next moment, an invisible wave swept across everything quietly and quickly. Before the staff finished speaking, they fell to the ground and were motionless. The staff in front of the control console, who were running, and who were in charge of communication, were also the same. They fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, and completely lost their breath. At the same time, the entire base seemed to have turned into a tomb of death, completely shrouded in darkness. Then, the fire burst. Boom! Accompanied by the hot shock wave. A huge cave was blown out of the entire base. Duanmu Huai held Alicia in one hand and jumped out of the hole. The latter was still in shock at this moment, looking around in surprise. Hey! What am I doing? Just now, I seem to have lost consciousness. Sure enough, I guessed it was a trick. Duanmu Huai threw Alicia out, who fell heavily on the ground. Wow, Mr. Judge, it impolite to treat a girl like this, it hurts. What does it matter? You have so much flesh anyway, you are not afraid of falling. Right? Faced with Alicia's angry protest with her fist raised, Duanmu Huai spoke nonchalantly. Of course, he felt that what he said was not wrong. Alicia's figure was quite plump, big on top, thin in the middle, and curved at the bottom, and her round thighs looked fleshy, and at first glance, she was the kind of soft type, and she looked quite easy to fall. Anyway, with such a big cushion, it will definitely not break. Mr. Judge, if you talk like that, no girl will like you. Whatever. You are not my wife. Why do you care so much about me? Duanmu Huai reached out and touched Ojas, who was sitting on his shoulder and yawning as usual. The latter did not care about the abnormality in front of her, and just concentrated on making a pendant on Duanmu Huai's shoulder. Not now, but maybe in the future? You might miss the chance to have a lovely and beautiful fairy girl as your girlfriend because of this? Will you not be disappointed at all? It doesn't matter. I have many women anyway, and you won't be a big problem. Just when Duanmu Huai and Alexia were arguing, others also appeared from the vicinity of the hole. What going on? And was the second one to fly out of the hole, surrounded by Eden, Sakura, and Dr. May. The latter was surprised at the moment, looking like a bumpkin who had never experienced flying magic. As for Mary, she came around from the other side with Hua and Himiko, and she was very polite and pushed open the balcony door and walked in. Obviously, the hole next to the wall was big enough for a tank to pass through. Ah, teacher. On the other side, Minmu Sanatwarai held a Fox reporter in one hand, grabbed Sakura in the other hand, and jumped directly from the hole, and then landed steadily on the ground. As for the Fox reporter, who had closed his eyes in fear, and Sierra, who rolled her eyes and looked like she was about to lose consciousness, Well, let's just leave it at that. This is not the power of the 1,000 Herschers. Dr. May is indeed a research maniac. He gave a conclusion as soon as he landed. This level of Honkai energy is definitely not something that a simple Herschers clone can do. In other words, we have to face 2 Herschers this time. Is that why the 1,000 Herschers came out to confuse us? At this moment, Duanmu Huai finally understood. Unlike before when the Calabash brothers always saved Grandpa one by one, this time the Herschers seemed to be smarter. 2 of them came at once. Obviously, in order to prevent the fire moth from noticing the abnormal situation, the 1,000 Herschers deliberately showed up first, creating an illusion, making everyone think that the ability of the Herschers this time is to have thousands of weakened clones. In this way, even if the Herschers' signal fluctuations are found, they will only be mistaken for one of the clones. I see. No wonder I said why the counter scan data is so strange this time. After figuring this out, Duanmu Huai also frowned. Just like before, when the Herschers of 1,000 appeared this time, Duanmu Huai also used the warship to scan the planet, but the result was very bad. In the past, the Herschers had a single signal, and the target could be locked after finding the peak value. But this time, the Herschers had 1,000 clones, which directly caused the scanning results to be a mess. I didn't expect it was for this. Hey, Herschers have learned to use their brains? This can also explain why they encountered less obstacles when they recovered the Key of God and the Herschers core this time. They wanted to gather together and wipe out the other side. And the other side also wanted to wait for them to gather together and wipe them out. Good guy. All the tactics have changed. We must find a way to deal with this Herschers immediately. Dr. May also looked solemn at this moment. The Honkai energy has been invalidated, and even other energies are being weakened. Although we are not affected yet. That because we protected you. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and looked at everyone. Obviously, it can be seen that when this power erupted, and Mary both had the sensitivity of magicians, and almost immediately protected themselves and the people around them. As for Minmi Satora, woo! Hey! Where is this place? Why is he here? Meow? Looking at the 2 unlucky guys who seemed to have just woken up from a dream, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Forget it. As long as they are not dead. In short, let's make a battle plan first. Then, he said. Chapter 1483, War Begins. Compared to other Herschers, the ability of this new Herschers is a bit abstract. At least until now, everyone has not figured out what the other party ability is. But the fusion warriors are still in fear. Just now, I felt that my consciousness seemed to have completely disappeared, just like an appliance that has been unplugged. For a moment, I thought I was dead, Sierra said tremblingly, while Alicia beside her patted her back and comforted her. We can hardly use our power. Eden raised her hand. What appeared in her hand was her god key, the Star of Eden. Originally, she could use this god key to easily manipulate gravity and create a pseudo-black hole. But now, her ability can only barely float some stones, and it can't last too long. So, this new Herschers should be specifically targeting fusion warriors. Duanmu Huai touched his chin and looked at the girls around him. What do you feel? No. And shook his head. And Mary waved her hand. As for Ojus and Minmi Sanaorai, well, you know when you see them. But Miss Chingching seems to be feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm sorry to say that. Faced with Mary concern, the Fox reporter scratched his cheek a little embarrassedly. I feel a little weak all over, as if I'm sick. I can't muster the energy. Are you okay? No problem. I have work injury insurance. If there are any sequelae later, I can go back to the ferry boat to ask the medicine dragon girl to see me. Anyway, it can be reimbursed. Duanmu Huai felt that Mary should not ask her this, but since there is insurance, it doesn't matter. Then Ojus Satori, I leave it to you. Huh? It must be said that, after hearing Duanmu Huai order, the others were somewhat surprised. Mr. Knight, are you sure you want Miss Satori to go? And was also a little surprised. Of course. It's obvious that the other party is conducting research on us. And I can't let it succeed. This time it's targeting the fusion warriors. And maybe it will target us next time. So, Duanmu Huai gestured to Ojus and Minmi Satori. Mary and An must not be able to act, as they are also mainly based on magic. Duanmu Huai does not intend to let the other party collect too much information about him. As for Minmi Satori and Ojus, it doesn't matter. They are both physical attack types. Even if they are collected by the other party, they can't collect any useful information. Unless it can create Herschers, who is immune to physical attacks. If there is such a Hershers, wouldn't it have used it earlier? So, you two go deal with the new Hershers. And we are going to deal with 1,000 Hershers. They must have made preparations. And are just waiting to see the results. That right. Dr. May pushed his glasses, and said in a low voice. From the action plan this time, they are obviously in a cooperative relationship. The new Hershers is trying to use its power to trap us all here. Even if we defeat it, we will inevitably suffer a lot of losses. Besides a few of us, there is no other help here at present. All the equipment is shut down. And the reality anchor is also destroyed. Only a few of us survived. In this case, we have to face nearly 900 Hershers clones. The consequences are also foreseeable. After hearing Dr. May's analysis, her face turned even paler. Himiko, Hua and Ing looked serious. And Eden was beside her, wondering what he was thinking. Only Alicia was still smiling. And she raised her hands and clapped them vigorously. Okay. Don't be so pessimistic. As long as we defeat this new Hershers, we can get in touch with the outside world and get support. Right? And those are just clones. And they are not completely insurmountable for us. Don't worry. Cute girls can do anything. Then I will wait to see your omnipotence. Duanmu Huai complained silently. He originally planned to kill the remaining 1,000 Hershers immediately after the new Hershers was killed. However, since Alicia said so, Duanmu Huai wanted to see how omnipotent she was. Time is running out. Act quickly. Dr. May also spoke up, and then stretched out his hand, pointing to a forest not far from the research institute. I just calculated it. According to the radius of this ability, the other party should be hiding in that forest. Moreover, due to the special nature of this area, I think there should be only the new Hershers there. After all, this ability is an absolute restraint on Hantai energy. If the clone of the 1,000 Hershers stays in it, it will only die in vain. Therefore, I think the clone of the 1,000 Hershers should be at the edge of the entire ability range, waiting for the results of the exploration. Okay. Ojas, Minmu Sanahorai, I leave it to you. The rest of you, get ready, and act at any time. Yes, Master. Following Duanmu Huai order, Ojas stretched out her hand, and the silk thread spread forward along her fingers. Then Ojas jumped up and slid forward. Ah! Minmu Sanahorai also screamed excitedly, grabbed Ojas, and rushed to the woods not far away, as if she was hanging on a high-altitude slide. Although the power of the new Hershers can erase the Hokai energy, it cannot erase gravity. The two flew down all the way and rushed into the forest in a moment. The forest was originally used by the fire moth to block the outside world from prying eyes, so the area was naturally not small. The densely packed tall trees completely covered the research institute at the back. At least from the ground, people could not see what was behind the forest. Now, the dense forest became an obstacle to them. Are you going to find prey here? Ojas, should we compete to see who is faster? As soon as she landed, Minmu Sanahorai looked around excitedly, but Ojas obviously did not intend to play hide-and-seek with the enemy in this dense forest. No need to be so troublesome, lie down. Although he didn't know what Ojas was going to do, Minmu Sanahorai still laid down on the ground. At the same time, Ojas raised her right hand, and the spiderweb-like silk threads that spread out in all directions with her as the center began to condense gradually, turning into a giant sword made of silk threads, which was nearly 100 meters long. Then, Ojas swung her right hand forward. The extremely sharp huge sword blade swept through the woods, and the next moment the towering trees around collapsed one after another, dust flew everywhere, and it was a mess. For ordinary people, maybe they couldn't see anything at all. But the two people deep inside at this moment are not ordinary people at all. Found it. At this moment, Minmu Sanahorai, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes flashed, she jumped up from the ground, and then ran forward with a shadow. She passed through the collapsed trees, and rushed through the dust. Finally, when Minmu Satora emerged from the gap between the fallen trees, she immediately locked onto the figure in the dust. It was a silver-haired girl in a white robe. She had golden eyes. The white robe on her body was similar to a nun robe, and on the robe was a golden chain. The end of the chain was a sharp triangular mark. Well, if Duanmu Huai was here, he would definitely find this thing very familiar. It was very similar to the weapon of a sissy who could break into the zodiac. But for Minmu Satora, she didn't indulge in nostalgia. The moment she saw that figure, Minmu Satora's eyes shone as if she saw a new toy. I found you, little cutie. I wonder how beautiful your cry will be. While saying something that only a villain would say, Mayumi Satoru's right hand also pressed the hilt of the sword at her waist, and then drew the sword forward. The last moment, she was her, and the sword was the sword. But at the moment when Minmu Sanatori drew out her sword, her whole body seemed to turn into a long sword, stabbing straight at the chest of the new Hershers. Who are you? At this time, the new Hershers obviously discovered Minmu Sanatori's whereabouts, and was shocked. After all, according to the original idea of the new Hershers, in this area, there should be no existence that can resist him and move. But it doesn't matter. The golden chains wrapped around the Hershers' white robe quickly unfolded, turned into poisonous snakes, and rushed forward, directly piercing Mayumi Sanatori's body. No one could dodge this attack. But the problem was that Mayumi Sanatori had no intention of dodging at all. Even though she watched these chains piercing towards her, Mayumi Sanatori still had no intention of slowing down. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous snakes composed of 8 golden chains had come to Mayumi Sanatori's side, and were about to pierce through her body. At this moment, an invisible thread flashed through. Ding 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 ding. The flying sword formed by the puppet thread combination controlled by Ogus passed through the air, hit 6 of the chains, and knocked them away. The other 2 pierced through the abdomen and shoulders of Mayumi Sanatori respectively, then suddenly curled up, trying to stop her from moving forward. But unfortunately, Mayumi Sanatori's speed was much faster than the Hershers imagined. All this happened almost in the blink of an eye. 8 golden chains pierced Mayumi Sanatori. Ogus blocked 6 of the chains from behind, and the other 2 chains pierced through Mayumi Sanatori's body. All this happened in just a second. Even before the new Hershers could react, Mayumi Sanatori's laughter had already passed through the chain interlaced defense line together with a sharp blade, and pierced into her chest. Ah! The intense pain made the new Hershers scream. She stared at the girl in front of her angrily. But what did she see? Ha 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 ha, it sounds good. Scream louder, louder. The new Hershers couldn't believe her eyes. In front of her was a face full of madness, distortion, madness. The green-haired girl's eyes were deep and dark. The flickering flames in them made even the new Hershers tremble. What was in front of her was not a human being at all, but a monster in human skin. The same as herself. No. It was a monster that was crazier and more dangerous than herself. At this moment, the new Hershers seemed to see the chest of the green-haired girl in front of her gradually split open. And from the chest to the lower abdomen, a dark gap gradually opened up. In this dark gap, a huge eye was staring at her without any emotion. At this moment, she felt as if the eye saw through everything about her. And even the existence behind her couldn't help but tremble. No! The new Hershers screamed and raised her hands, trying to manipulate the chains to kill the horrible monster. However, just as she raised her hands, the blade of Mayumi Sanatori had already cut through her body, and swung outward, cutting off her wrist with one sword. Then, the flying sword made a silk thread flew past Mayumi Sanatori's ears, and pierced through the head of the new Hershers. Ah! However, this time, it was Mayumi Sanatori who screamed the loudest. She even ignored her pierced lower abdomen and shoulders, turned around, and stared at Ogus with dissatisfaction. Satori hasn't had enough fun yet. She can still scream even better. We don't have time to waste here. Ogus didn't care about the protest of Minmi Satori at all. There will be more enemies to deal with next. As if to verify Ogus' words, just as the new Hershers died and her expanded mysterious power disappeared, hundreds and thousands of black dots suddenly leaped up and rushed towards the direction of the research institute. That was the 1,000 Hershers.